with the Intellion. She's playing quickly. I feel like she thinks she's got it.
See what can happen on this turn
And the
for
draw for
Reagan.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. 'Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Riding through another turn. And the Palafin is going to join it.
Very impressive showing and a really good understanding of how these teams work.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
Mindfield wants to go for a sweep of his own. Scrafty has already knocked out 2 Pokemon.
He said this match was too hot. I need to cool things off here with an ice beam.
A Bastion, it rumbles onto the field and the smackdowns are adding up.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands up.
Welcome, Pokemon trainers, to our special event coverage here this weekend. We have over 1,000 players ready to battle it out after months of practice, all to have a chance of leaving here a special event champion. I'm feeling undeniably upbeat here about this up-and-coming special event here in Utrecht. But guess what? I will not be alone here in this coverage, since I am joined by my fantastic co-casters, the amazing Amy Wasley, the always outstanding Alex Dow, the beautifully beaming Benjamin Rabioti, and, well, to be fair, silly old Shay, to be honest with you. Rabbi, how are we feeling this weekend?
Feeling pretty ecstatic after that introduction, Shay, no doubt. But, you know, like you said, we have 1,000 competitors here this weekend that are just as ecstatic as we are. And they'll be getting into their round 3 very shortly, of course, and their stories are only just starting.
Yeah, and there's always going to be some history made, and what new stories will be made? Only one way to find out, of course. That's by watching the stream. Alex, how are we feeling this morning?
Yeah, super good. It's exciting to be here with all of you, of course, and with you guys at home, as well as all of the players out in the field. It's super exciting as we start to really get into the weeds of, like you said, round 3, Ben. Lots and lots of action to come today.
Always fun. By the time you get to round 3, you sort of know how your regional's going to go, right? You've had a few rounds, you've seen how the deck's going, so maybe you can start to settle in. And if you haven't had the start you wanted, now it's time to pull those socks up and be like, right, it's game time. But Amy, this isn't our first event here in Europe. Talk to us about our schedule and what events we have left and what we've seen.
So as you can see, we are a fair way through the season right now, but there's still all to play for. We have many events left in Europe, as well as our friends over in the Americas. We still have 2 international championships to go in London and New Orleans. And of course, we have our fantastic added extra special event in Bologna, which I'm especially excited to go to. I've never been to an Italian special event before, so I'm very excited for that one.
And I always love a little bit of sunshine, so Bologna's looking pretty good there, and so is Hawaii, of course, the sort of the pinnacle of our Pokemon season. But Rabbi, what are the players competing for here this weekend if they want to go to Honolulu?
Well, other than awards, like you said, if they want to go to Honolulu, they'll have to compete for championship points. Now, championship points are essentially what players will rack up over the season. And of course, you know, the bigger the events, the more championship points that you will receive. Players will be, you know, competing for the 200 CP, of course, but with those local events, you can get up to 20 or 15 or maybe even 50 with a League Cup. But everybody's looking for that special 500 tally if you're a master, of course. Juniors and seniors will be looking to get 350 over the season. But not only the World Championship invites that people are competing for, championship points also contributes to your leaderboard for the travel awards as well.
Which we will be getting into detail a little bit later, I think, so don't want to be spoiling much over there. But we did see Amy, you know, on our event schedule. Dortmund was our last one. And Alex, yourself and I happened to be there watching that all unfold. Talk to us about Dortmund and how that day one sort of panned out.
Yeah, a very truly special event that we had at Dortmund Regionals, of course. Together, we were able to cast over a number of games that were super exciting. As we do, just quickly flash up the day one deck analysis here as well. Nothing too crazy. It's kind of what we expected throughout the season so far. You know, Charizard and Lost Zone, Giratina V-Star there kind of at the forefront with that sort of 30% total there. But we're starting to see a lot of decks now really come to the fore where we're getting very refined lists, like Roaring Moon. We've seen it do super well at different events previously in the lead up to Dortmund. But then as we start to develop the metagame, we start to see things really come full circle. Gardevoir started popping back up again, being the 4th most played deck at this tournament and really started to shine.
Yeah, to be fair, I thought the Roaring Moon at 12% was a little bit, caught me by surprise a little bit here. But Rabbi, we are now going to look at the decks that didn't quite make it onto this list here for day one, the sort of decks that wasn't as popular. Any standouts to you there?
Well, there are a lot of standouts on this one here, but of course Golden Go I think took everybody by surprise. You know, it's had quite, even though there were only 41 competitors taking the deck to the regionals, that still took everybody by surprise with that number. And of course making it all the way to the final, of course, which we'll come on to. But then again, you know, Snorlax Control, it can pop up here and there, take everybody by surprise, and Inteleon VMAX in that Rapid Strike archetype as well, still taking a good showing into these larger events.
Yeah, and what I found really interesting about this, looking at this, Rabbi, and everyone as well actually thinking about it, was Iron Valiant was super low down. But I know in the day one, was it the top 2 seeds, I believe, wasn't it? Were both Iron Valiant decks. So that was putting in a fantastic showing there, despite having, you know, less numbers, as it were. But day 2, Amy. Day 2 in Dortmund, that also had some surprises. How about you talk us through that?
It had some fantastic surprises, Shay. Honestly, the conversion rate for Roaring Moon was fantastic, rocketing up to the start there, which massively overtook Charizard. But I think the thing that I have to note here is the percentiles are incredibly tight. So we go from Roaring Moon on 23 players to Lost Zone Box on 22 to 21 to 20. There's just absolutely nothing in it. It was so tight, but I'm pleased to see that Mew had a good conversion rate from not even being on our initial day one graphic. It's on our overflow, and then of course it made the graphic in day 2. So Mew had a fantastic conversion rate for those who did play it too.
I just find it interesting looking at this graph, Amy. Like, you know, like you said, Charizard sliding all the way down, and then Roaring Moon sliding all the way up there. And then, Alex, what about this sort of the overflow chart? The decks that didn't quite make into the most popular. Any surprises for you there?
Yeah, I mean, we spoke a lot about a particular deck, myself and you, Shay, during the Dortmund Regionals. We saw Chen Pao there at the 2%, just 3 players making it in to day 2. But what a showing it had, right? It was fantastic throughout. We had some fantastic players piloting the deck. And as you already mentioned, just to highlight again, Iron Valiant EX, those 2 decks that were piloted by those players were pretty much Seeds 1 and Seeds 2 of the day 2 positions and standings. So it was great to see it do well, but that goes to show you the current meta and the current format. If you find the right matchups, find the right plays, you can find yourself in a fantastic position.
Yeah, and I've been on the receiving end of those tachyon bits, and quite honestly, that could be a terrifying place to be, especially when that yoga loop comes out. And I think one of them at 9-0, I believe, or 9-0 when those Iron Valiants went in day 1. So massive shout outs to them. But Rabbi, that top 8 at Dortmund and that final. Whoa, that's some fun stuff there. Talk us through it.
Yeah, the top 8 was an absolute delight to watch, you know, and it was so fantastic to see another diverse top 8 in one of these major events. Of course, we saw a plethora of Gardevoir on the screen, but none of them quite making it to that finals. And that finals, of course, will go down in a bit of history for all of us. You know, Chen Pao versus Golden Go. It wasn't a final that a lot of us expected, of course, but it's shown just how diverse and how threatening these 2 decks can be in a format. You know, a lot of people understated those 2 decks, but of course, like I said, they were able to take the meta by storm, prove just how strong they were, and of course, one of the explosive finals, and nobody knew how it was going to go.
No, like, you know, there were some certain lines I know Owen took that was just fantastic. No one really saw it coming. And what makes me, I don't want to say laugh, but it's like the decks on paper, right? Golden Go, technically like really high damage output, technically unlimited, right? Only limited by how much energy you have in your hand. And then Chen Pao, obviously, Hellblade has no real problems throwing out high damage. Their decks that in a vacuum are really strong.
Yeah.
They just hadn't quite had that next level jump yet until Dortmund. And then, as we see there, Owen was able to take it all home, getting Chen Pao that sort of statement victory, I feel. So massive shout outs to Owen there. But you know what, viewers? I'm going to be honest. I'm getting a bit bored talking here. I want to get our round 3 started as soon as possible. So I'm going to make a little deal between me and you. Right? We're going to put the best event coverage we can. And I want you to get involved in our socials down there. You got YouTube, we got Facebook, we got Instagram, we got X. And if you are going to post on X, make sure to use that hashtag #PlayPokemon. There's every chance you get your tweet featured here on stream for us to react to. So make sure to get involved there. And make sure to get involved on the channels there. You got YouTube and Twitch. I know for a fact, guys, there's going to be a lot of polls going on there on Twitch. You've got viewers' choice. And we might have some debates almost coming up soon as well. And we're going to need your help to settle those debates. But I tell you what, we're going to have a quick little break. Amy and Bradley have to run around the back to get our round 3 coverage started, so don't go anywhere.
This 2024 Regional Championships event will be showcasing exciting Pokémon TCG matches all weekend. Trainers from around the globe are here to compete for booster packs, travel awards, and championship points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu, Hawaii. This tournament is a 2-day event, starting our trainers off in Swiss rounds. All Swiss and Top Cut matches are best of 3. The trainers earning 19 or more match points or placing in the top 32 will advance forward to Sunday, Day 2. Day 2, trainers will continue playing Swiss rounds until Top Cut is determined. The competition then shifts to a single elimination bracket where trainers battle until a single champion is crowned. Who will take home the title of regional champion this weekend? Who will secure the points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu? Stay tuned this weekend and watch all the action live. If you want to learn more about upcoming Play Pokemon events, visit Pokemon.com/play.
Hey trainers, Chip Ritchie here. In this short video, I'm going to take you through the basics of how to play the Pokemon trading card game. The Pokemon trading card game is an exciting way to enjoy the world of Pokemon. You can play at home with friends and family, online against other trainers, or compete to earn championship points and try to be one of the very best. Players construct their own decks of exactly 60 cards to play with. Most trainers play in the standard format, which only allows for cards with the newest regulation marks to be used. You can only have up to 4 copies of a single card in your deck, with the exception of basic energy. There are 3 types of cards in this game: the Pokemon themselves, which you use to attack your opponent's Pokemon, trainer cards to help you support your deck's strategy, and energy cards to pay for your Pokemon's attack costs. There are 3 main types of Pokemon in this game: basic Pokemon, which can be put directly into play on your bench, Stage 1 Pokemon, which can be played on top of basic Pokemon to evolve them, and Stage 2 Pokemon, which evolve from Stage 1 Pokemon. Check the top left corner of your card to see what stage your Pokemon is, and also what Pokemon it evolves from. Pokemon have different attacks and abilities that they can use. Most attacks require a certain amount of energy cards in order to use them. We'll go more in depth on this later. Pokemon also have HP, which lets you know how much damage that Pokemon can take before it is knocked out. There are 4 types of trainer cards you can play: supporters, items, tools, and stadiums. It's very important to include plenty of trainer cards in your deck, as they will help you to more consistently execute your strategy. There are only 2 different classifications of energy card, basic energy and special energy. You need energy in order to use a Pokemon's attack. You can attach an energy card to one of your Pokemon once during each turn. Some Pokemon require specific types of energy in order to use their attacks. Each basic energy provides 1 energy of its type or 1 colorless energy at a time. The main areas of the game board include the active spot, the bench, the deck, the discard pile, and your prize cards. You may only have 1 Pokemon in the active spot, and this Pokemon is the only one that is able to attack. You can have up to 5 Pokemon on your bench. To start the game, flip a coin or roll a dice to determine which player will get the first turn. Then, each player begins by drawing 7 cards. You must have a basic Pokemon in your hand in order to begin the game. Place your Pokemon face down in the active spot, then set out 6 prize cards to the side. Now you and your opponent can begin the game. In the Pokemon TCG, players take turns playing their cards. On your turn, the first thing you do is draw a card, and the final thing you do on your turn is announce an attack. The order in which you play cards between these 2 steps is up to you. During your turn, you may play trainer cards, attach energy, and place Pokemon on your bench. It's important to remember that the player going first is not allowed to play a support card or attack that first turn. Every time a player knocks out an opponent's Pokemon, that player adds a prize card to their hand. The first player to take all 6 prize cards wins the game. When a Pokemon is KO'd, it and all cards attached to it are sent to the discard pile. A Pokemon from the bench must immediately take its place in the active spot. If a player has no benched Pokemon to make their new active, that player loses the game regardless of how many prize cards have been taken. As mentioned earlier, players must start their turn by drawing a card. If a player has no cards remaining in their deck at the start of their turn, then that player loses the game. These are just the basics of what it takes to play the Pokemon TCG. Be sure to tune in to our Championship Series coverage, and to learn more, visit Pokemon.com/play.
Hello, trainers, and welcome to our fantastic special event here in the Netherlands, in Utrecht. My name is Amy, and I am joined by the fantastic Benjamin Rabaiotti. How are you doing this morning?
I'm feeling so happy and ecstatic. Of course, it's another major event in Europe. You know, our players are waiting with bated breath to see how their story is going to unfold in this another event.
Absolutely, you're so right, and there's so much to play for still. A lot of players still need that invitation to Hawaii, and there's so much to play for, really, because there are only a few events left in Europe now. There are many local events, so don't worry if you're still on that race or just here to play for fun. But honestly, there's still so much to play for, and we of course have 2 more international championships, which is huge.
Yeah, pressure's ramping up, but not for a certain few players, of course. A few players have already won their major event title, and of course got their automatic invites to Honolulu, Hawaii.
Oh, wow. Yeah, no, we've got quite a few headshots filling in the gaps there now. And of course, the lovely Owen, who we've caught up with this weekend, winning our previous event in Dortmund.
Yeah, there's only a few left now. Pressure's definitely ramping up, as we said earlier, for our players who don't have their invite yet, of course, or still want to win that major event. But these players, you know, they can take a little bit of a breath now going into the rest of the season, of course, with their invitation already locked up.
Yeah, and I mean, there's still plenty to go for in these events, and I suppose it's the toss-up of whether they'd like to play a more serious deck and go for those kind of top travel awards, or whether they just want to have a bit of fun and try maybe a pet deck they've been trying. And sometimes those are the decks that take us by storm, much like in Dortmund.
No, yeah, of course. And speaking about travel awards, let's have a look at that travel awards standings. And of course, these are the players that are going for that automatic travel invite to NAIC, of course, as well. These are the current top 22 in Europe. Europe. A lot of the common culprits, a lot of the names that you will definitely be familiar with, of course, but these are the CP brackets for this quarter specifically.
Yeah, and you're right. We've got so many familiar faces on there. Of course, we've got the Cameraman brothers not far apart from one another. Christian Fontanon, oh my goodness, Alessandro, Magnus Peterson, followed by my very one and only Ethan Wild.
Yeah, and this is definitely where the pressure starts ramping up. I mean, you'll see it on the face of it, of course, with Ethan, but of course, these players will be looking to gain as much championship points as possible within this quarter to lock up that travel award.
Yeah, and you know, all of these points do go towards our overall standings, of course. So we do have a separate bracket for that, as you can see here. So we have 2 leaderboards and kind of rankings to keep an eye on as people overtake one another throughout on both of these. This is the overall championship point leaderboard for Europe, not just that fraction of a season that we were talking about.
No, yeah, of course, this is going to be the leaderboard for the entire season. We spoke about, well, we joked about Europe being the regional of brotherly love. We've got the Cameramans, we've got the Calamers, but of course, we do have a number of players as well that are still on that travel award standings, but of course, ranked up enough championship points to be on that larger leaderboard as well for the end of the season to get that, you know, to get that automatic day 1 bye, or day 2 bye, sorry, into the World Championships.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive stuff to keep trudging on through. Even after you've got to that 500 points, some players are even on almost double that now. Like, can you imagine getting a double an invite, how catastrophic you've got to be?
I can't imagine it, unfortunately, Amy. I can't. However, for some of our players, of course, they're in that privileged position, but we speak about it as a privileged position, but of course the pressure is going to be ramping up for these players as the season trudges along. You know, there are only a finite amount of major events. You speak about local events, of course, as well. They can top up that championship points tally as well.
Yeah, local events are definitely worth getting yourself down to if you can. There are so many still dotted around the countries. They're kind of everywhere. I know people who have even kind of gone across borders that aren't too far away from themselves to get to all sorts of cups and challenges. It's always worth going on the official Pokemon website, Pokemon.com, and looking at the event locator to see where your nearest cup and challenge is.
Yeah, of course. And looking at the leaderboards, of course, we want to have a look at the players to watch for this event specifically. Are there any names here that speak out here for you, Amy?
I mean, honestly, I've seen James Cox's success with Gardevoir flourish throughout this season, and I don't think they're going to be slowing down quite yet. Gardevoir still has plenty of time to prove itself as a very firm contender in this format.
Yeah, it was fantastic to see James getting that top eight result in Dortmund in the last regional, of course, but Brian de Vries and Brennan Cameraman, native to the Netherlands, of course. We usually joke about how strong the Netherlands is for their player base, but of course Brennan will be looking for another major event win along with his brother Owen as well.
They've got the restful home advantage of not having to travel too far. Jet lag is not a problem for these players, and they are incredibly strong. A lot of cups and challenges in the Netherlands fill up really quickly because of the limited kind of space they've got, and the real caliber of players here is immense. So there's a lot to play for today, some really strong contenders all across this tournament. It is not an easy one to be at all. We have some of the best of the best.
No, yeah, of course. And continuing on that trend of speaking about this major event as well, let's have a look at the caster predictions. My favorite segment, of course. Myself, I'm going for the Mew VMAX. Of course, it's a bit of its swan song in this event, of course. Its last major event before rotation being around the corner. But why don't you take us through your pick, Amy?
I'm going for Roaring Moon on this one, I'm afraid. I still think it needs its time. It's not quite had its spotlight yet, but I believe that today could be the day where we see Roaring Moon soar to the top.
Yeah, consistent and strong, powerful, you know, frenzied gouging. It's not to be snuffed at. Fantastic attack, but of course our other co-casters as well. Alex taking that Giratina, V-Star, and Shay. I don't think Shay has changed his caster prediction for quite a while. No. He's stuck with Gardevoir and Avery. He's continuing on that, and he's going to be on that hill shouting its praise all long.
Again, again, I think that Shay has a really good point. I think, again, Gardevoir is yet to quite show exactly how strong it is in this meta. It's had a few tournaments where it's been really close, like Dortmund.
Yeah.
Four in top 8 is insane. And for them all to get knocked out so quickly, it kind of felt like, oh, that's a bit of a shame. And Gardevoir was so close then. Maybe this is the event where it just jumps to the top there. I'm obviously hoping that Roaring Moon gets there before it, but it's so flippant. Even that matchup alone, Roaring Moon into Gardevoir, is so difficult and tricky, and kind of both have a chance depending on kind of who gets that first bite.
Yeah, no, of course. And continuing on the trend again on this meta, let's have a look at our day 1 meta for this major event. We've got Roaring Moon there, 14%, taking 149 competitors through. And then, of course, Giratina V-Star there in second with 13%. And again, Charizard being 12%. These 3 decks, the common decks that people will take into these tournaments, powerful and consistent. Early pressure, late game pressure for both, for all of these decks is an option. Gardevoir there taking it as well, and Lost Zone in 5th place. But Amy, what are your first thoughts looking at this?
Well, I'm ecstatic because 149 players. I'm sure one of them won't let me down, and we'll go straight into first place. So fingers crossed for my caster prediction there. It's looking quite strong, and I did think Roaring Moon would be heavily represented this tournament. I'm glad to see I wasn't wrong. However, I am actually quite surprised Gardevoir has such a strong standing. 103 players, 9% of our meta. I think that's a lot. That's a lot more than I was expecting, and the fact that it's overtaken Lost Zone box surprises me.
Yeah, and the big surprise here for me was there's no Mew VMAX. I was expecting Mew to be on that top bracket, but of course there they are, 6%. 68 players taking Mew VMAX into this event, and of course we have Miraidon there. Chen Pao, of course, on the back of its regional win, 7% there with 76% players representing that archetype, and Iron Valiant and Inteleon VMAX continuing to be at the bottom of this standings in terms of decks being played.
They do seem to be setting a trend for themselves, don't they? But honestly, I'm pleased that I can still see Mew on this, the best of the rest. Yeah. Day 1 continued, because honestly, Mew VMAX has shown throughout Europe that it is a beloved deck here, and I'm just pleased to see it on that bracket somewhere.
Yeah, and talking about Mew VMAX, of course, with rotation, of course, around the corner next month, we're forgetting about Rapid Strike Urshifu. VMAX, of course, you know, it's on the back of its special event win earlier in the season in Barcelona, but of course, players continuing to represent it even to this day as well. So, you know, we'll see how they get along. Usually has a fantastic day 2 conversion as well. So we'll see what happens, you know.
Yeah. Oh, I'm really excited to see what happens, especially considering the deck has been around for a long time now, and that's similar with Mew. I suppose they kind of sit in that same trough where both of them have been around for a while, but both of them have continued to succeed. And I think that's something really special right now about the Pokemon trading card game, is that we have so many decks and so many cards which actually they stick around.
Yeah.
You're not deciding that you like a deck or figuring out that you like a deck and then it kind of disappearing. We get to keep these cards around for ages. The lovely Inteleon and Urshifu VMAX there, and it's just, I think it's a real statement that VMAXs are still with us.
Yeah, it poses so much threat, right? With pair the Rapid Strike flow of the Urshifu and the Inteleon VMAX's double gunner, it can pose a lot of threats, and partner that up with, of course, Medicham V's, Yoga Loop. It will, you know, take the additional turn here or there on those low-priced Pokemon, low HP Pokemon, into the next day.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that's part of what we really embrace at the end of the day,
yeah, of course.
Is just being able to kind of flow with whatever deck that we fancy at the time. But actually, even the bad matchups are quite good right now in a roundabout way for Urshifu and Inteleon, because we're not seeing a lot of Lugia right now. Mew is starting to trail off, and so actually maybe one of those decks will come to shine.
Yeah, no, of course, and I'm eager to see how this meta shapes up for today and of course tomorrow. But you know, we were talking about how being that rotation is around the corner, and this is of course the 5th major event of this format up until Paradox Rift. Are we anticipating a lot of variance and a lot of flexibility in these existing archetypes, or are players going to be taking maybe a lost box approach and going with a bit of something off the wall? You know, it's whether they go with the tried and consistent, you know, tried and tested. This is what it is. This is what it says on the tin. I'll take Roaring Moon, you know, with that quite that consistent and overflowing approach to the game, or do they go a bit off the wall for this one?
I think honestly, those sorts of choices are the ones that make or break an event. Yeah. And those aren't the only choices and predicaments we could have between cards and how they fare against one another. What we think has been the most impactful over the season and over this meta, like you say, 5 events is a long time, but actually it could be argued that some cards have been more impactful than others.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, it's a bit of a defined meta, as we like to call it. You know, there's 3 most represented decks in this major event, and to nobody's surprise, Roaring Moon, Charizard, and of course Giratina V-Star. But let's have a look at the community choice bracket very shortly. Amy, what are we expecting from this one?
Well, I mean, here we go at the very top. I think Battle VIP Pass must have that in the bag, surely, as one of the most impactful cards in our current meta.
As much as I'd love to agree, I'm going to go with Escape Rope for this one. I know it's an easy win for you with Battle VIP Pass, but I'm going to go with Escape Rope on this one. I think Escape Rope is so versatile. You know, it provides players with not only that additional switch out, but also a potential gust as well. So we'll see how that community bracket plays out as the day evolves.
Of course. Well, don't forget the voting is only over on our Twitch channel, so please go ahead and vote which you think is going to be the victor over my Battle VIP Pass versus Benjamin's Escape Rope. Now, I don't deny Escape Rope has been quite impactful, but I think Battle VIP Pass has to take the win there personally. It's been a blessing but a curse in many a deck, and I think the blessing outweighs the curse personally, and in a lot of decks we can use that card as sort of an easy discard, very easily in the late game. We're able to get rid of it using so many engines like Curlia, Ultra Ball, and it just gives you so much flexibility.
Well, I'm going to try and convince the viewers back home as to why Escape Rope is going to be my choice. Escape Rope, do you want an additional switch out, or do you want an additional gust? Well, there's a card, that continues to offer both. Escape Rope will provide you with that. But I think with Escape Rope as well, so versatile, it can be put into any deck, into any archetype. It can also help with your deck's overall strategy. We're talking about Iron Valiant, of course, offering that additional switch out. But of course, you know, that potential gust as well. It can be as much of a threat as it can be a consistency card. Can get you out of those tricky situations, get those awkward Pokemon out of the active, like, say, a Barrel, or maybe even the Iron Valiant itself, maybe a Genesect V.
Is it going to be enough, though? I don't know if you can... I don't know if that's going to be enough. I'm not sure.
I don't know either.
I don't know if that's going to be quite enough. I think you did your best there.
I did my best. I did my best with Escape Rope, but I'm gonna stand on this one, though.
Well, honestly, like, Battle VIP Pass is just so incremental to our format right now. It's so crucial. I think that realistically, if you have lots of Pokemon you need to get out on turn 1, and with the combination of being able to use it with Arven if you choose to go second, that benefits so many decks, and I think ultimately just really takes the cake. There's no better ball search out there. There's nothing that can really top it, and you can still use items and supporters to discard those cards later in the game.
I'm going to open the vote now for our viewers back home on this community bracket. I want you to vote Escape Rope, of course, and Amy wants you to vote Battle VIP Pass. But let us know your thoughts. Take your votes. You know, we'll see what the viewers have to say about this. You know, the community bracket tells all when it comes to our viewers and our players' choices, and how they will you know, priority both both different cards.
Yeah, and we're going to have plenty of these brackets throughout the event, so make sure you're sticking around to be able to catch all of them so that you can make your opinion known on which one of the 2 cards we're featuring was the most impactful overall in its time. I'm really excited to see some of the results here, actually.
Yeah, me too. I think maybe you've won, but you know, I'm going to stick with Escape Rope. I think it's so influential. I think it's a big impact that it rotates. I think it's a big impact, actually. You know, having that additional switch out, you know, it's one more switch out that leaves the format. And we'll see how, you know, these decks orientate around losing that additional card.
Yeah, and you guys only have a few seconds left to vote, so make sure that if you have not voted yet in our Twitch chat, that you jump in there and make your voice heard, because we're not going to know otherwise, and clearly we need to know which of these was best.
Well, I'm waiting with bated breath. But let's have a look at the results now from the community bracket. Let's see how the viewers had chosen Amy. What are you expecting?
I've got to say I am expecting Battle VIP Pass to win here. Yeah!
Oh, no. only the
85! Wow!
only the 15%. I tried.
You know what? I think 15 is impressive, and I like that. And I think they're probably the people who very much despise when they cannot find that Battle VIP Pass. And you're right, Escape Rope can be used in many circumstances. Battle VIP Pass is very situational.
Yeah, I think that these are the people who can't find their 4 of Battle VIP Pass on turn 1, of course. But 85%, it is an outstanding result there for that particular card. But it will definitely be a card that's going to be missed.
Oh, yeah.
You know, a lot of archetypes are defined by this card. You know, finding one turn 1, of course, sets her up for the rest of the game, and you know, it's just showing how influential that card was on this format.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense, honestly. It's just a shame that it's not going to be around for a whole lot longer, but we do have some other cards that will be very influential coming up, and that are still here with us that we're able to utilize. So actually, I'm not sure how much it's going to be missed. I think that the decks that can't currently utilize it will be rather thankful that it's been replaced with a different card.
Yeah, a lot of games are defined by how many Battle VIP Pass you can find on turn 1, either your opponent or yourself, of course. But yeah, you know, we'll see how those decks evolve over time when that card goes missing. And of course, Escape Rope as well. You know, we know that it's utilized mostly in Lost Box at the moment, those Lost Box variants, but we'll see how the deck evolves over time. And that's just the beauty of the game, I suppose, Amy.
Well, exactly. I don't disagree with you. I think Escape Rope is a good card. But I think it's been seen less recently, actually. It's not been in as many decks, and I think the kind of lack of respect for the Escape Rope is quite scary. A lot of decks, especially control variants, will take advantage of the fact that people are saying, oh, I don't need the Escape Rope. You need the Escape Rope. You need the Escape Rope.
You need the Escape Rope. Believe you and me. You know, I've had my fair share of control in the past, of course. Seeing decks take that card out of their deck is pretty exciting, actually, for somebody like myself. But of course, Escape Rope, you know, as we said earlier, it can get you out of those tricky situations. You know, and can offer that potential gust, like you said. But you know, decks have to evolve. But and we saw that, like you said, you know, with decks taking it out of the list. It's risky, but of course they need to prioritize maybe different matchups. You know, we saw Giratina take it out the list more often with the addition of Jet Energy now.
Oh gosh.
And of course, Mew usually took 2 into their deck list, but of course now it's down to the 1 as well. So you know, it's whether there's more changes to come in this event, we'll have to see.
Yeah, honestly, I think it could be seen as quite risky to change up your deck right now, but maybe those last-ditch efforts, that latter half of the season is where you make those bold choices and you make those bold decisions and you go, you know what, I am going to put the Tropius in my Lost Box deck. So I feel like those are the moments where we see those slightly
slightly extraordinary inclusions shine. So maybe leaving the Battle VIP passes or the escape ropes at home was the play for this weekend.
Yeah, maybe so, and that's why I was quite eager to see how this meta would shape up for today. I don't know whether players will be taking that tried and tested, that consistent approach with those decks that are already defined, already discovered by some of our players, but whether they also go a bit rogue, whether they take something else to this tournament and try to take people by surprise and take advantage of the current meta.
I think the element of surprise is something that is very well underestimated in the Pokemon trading card game, and I think that last weekend, not last weekend, the weekend before at Dortmund is a testament to that, yes. Where Chen Pao and Golden Go have both been kind of low on the representation, and then both to make it to the finals together was so resounding. And like we mentioned earlier on the couch, a lot of people would assume how that matchup's going to go. They would say, well, Chen Pao is weak to Golden Go, so of course Golden Go is going to win. But actually, we got a fantastic cameraman showing of just how strong Chen Pao is, even into that weakness.
And they're both great examples of how decks change over time, right? We spoke about, well, Shay spoke about it earlier, about how Chen Pao and Golden Go, they looked quite linear originally, both taking very vast and large knockouts, but not really offering much more in terms of the other matchups where things can get a little bit tricky, maybe with the Lost Box. But of course, those decks evolve over time, and they evolve into gaining different threats on board for those specific matchups. With the Moonlight Shuriken, of course, both archetypes showing that they can both do the bit larger knockouts and offer a threat for those little Pokemon that can be quite tricky in those different circumstances.
Yeah, and also being able to attack with a Pokemon that's not typical to attack in your deck is really powerful. Just being able to go, oh, you thought I was going to attack with Chen Pao? No! That element of surprise alone in the intricacies of a deck, that's what can really make it shine. I think seeing the build just finally taking a regional win is certainly showing off that exact beauty of just being consistent, but having options, leaving yourself open to not committing yourself to one path.
Yeah, of course, and having different game plans, of course, for different matchups. Being flexible in the meta is going to be so important when you look at Pokemon as a game. You look at those larger Pokemon like the Charizard, but it can also, pose a threat to those trickier matchups, and that's why it is so good. Same as Giratina V-Star. It not only takes those larger knockouts with the Giratina V-Star itself, but also it can pack a punch with Sableye and Cramorant as well. It's flexible, it offers different game approaches, and that's why it's so popular with our players.
And I think that in play style, as you and Shay have mentioned, Golden Go and Chen Pao on paper are very similar, but actually it's those intricacies and the players who are mastering these decks who show that the little differences between those play styles are the ones they could take advantage of to really make the deck shine. Being able to attack with Greninja when you're playing Chen Pao. Golden Go, I've seen a lot of people obviously using Palkia, but I've seen others voting for Caesar, so they've got a single prize option. There's so many little variations of this deck, but the players who bring them to these tournaments and truly shine are the ones who have mastered those elements.
Yeah, no, for sure. Couldn't agree more. Our players take these lists, they look at the Pokemon cards upon release, and they go, how can I make this relevant in the current meta? How can I offer different approaches, different game plans with this specific archetype? How can I alter my approach to which I can pose a threat to these different archetypes, but also the ones on the other tables as well? And that's what we saw with Golden Go. Originally, like you said, played with Scizor, but then adopted the Palkia V-Star, with the Moonlight Shuriken as well. It packs both brains and brawn, so to speak.
Precisely. Honestly, once again, I couldn't put it better myself. It's really fantastic, and it's a clear analysis. We have a little video to show you of one of our favorite experts and how they traverse some of these tricky moments.
Welcome, trainers. You're joined by myself, Shay Burton, and the one and only Tord Reklev. And today we're going to get to know Tord in other ways that you might not get to see normally on the stream. So Tord, how long have you been playing the Pokemon TCG?
So I've been playing tournaments since I was 11, but I actually was taught the game by my mom when I was 6 years old. So it's been quite some years now.
Wow, how did your mom get into the Pokemon TCG actually? How long has she been playing it for?
So she was just buying the cards, right? As, you know, these fun little toys when I was a kid. But she figured that, you know what, might as well figure out how to play the game as well. You know, they're not only collectibles, it's actually a card game here. So she taught herself how to play the game, you know, looked up the rules, and then she taught me them after.
Wow, shout outs to Mummy Reklev there. One of the best things you can do is teach Tord how to play Pokemon. So you said you've been playing since you were 11. What would you say has been your favorite deck that you've ever created?
So I think I take a lot of pride in the Zorak Lizardpod deck I built for UIC in 2018, I believe. That was a really cool deck. Zorak GX was relatively unrepresented at the time. It was just came out, just released. So I spent a lot of time and effort trying to figure out how to play the card as best as possible. And then eventually ended up with this Zorak GX Lizardpod deck that had a very different engine than before, like had a lot of emphasis on the Zorak GX tradability and just drawing cards. So probably have to go with that one because it was just so unique compared to how all the other decks were built at the time.
Yeah, I remember that deck very well, and I lost to that deck at that event, and it was truly poetry in motion watching it play. So if Zorak was your favorite deck you've ever built, what's your favorite Pokemon though?
Favorite Pokemon is not Zorak, but it's Celebi. It's kind of my little green lucky mascot, I think.
Have you ever managed to play Celebi in a deck at an event?
I have actually.
Oh, okay. Talk to us about that.
So I played, it was not too long ago. It was like 2 seasons ago now. I managed to play the amazing rare Celebi in my Urshifu Intellion deck. It had a very niche job because it could hit a couple dark Pokemon for weakness that were like normally relatively difficult for Urshifu to overcome. So it was like this Hoopa V especially that an ability to turn it into a psychic type as well as a dark type, but it still had the grass weakness, so I could one-shot it with my amazing rare Celebi. And yeah, it came in really clutch, winning an event in Milan actually. So that was really cool.
Now, that must be amazing, winning an event and having your favorite Pokemon be an integral part of that as well. I guess my last question for you now, Tord, is that, you know, you've accomplished almost everything you can in the Pokemon TCG, but yet you still continue to go to events and play all the time. What keeps you motivated?
I mean, I think it's just the love of the game. I still have a lot of fun just on the individual event themselves, and also like each and every game I play, I have a lot of fun with. So when I'm not, you know, playing Pokemon testing for events, I play Pokemon for fun. I'm just playing all formats, right? So like I just really enjoy the game, you know, all the way through.
There we go. Absolutely love to hear that. And I think that's a fantastic message for you back at home as well. Make sure you love the game, enjoy the game, and good things will happen. But unfortunately now, that is my time with Tord. So we are going to get back to the action real soon.
Hello trainers and welcome back to the live coverage here at the Utrecht Special Event. My name is Benjamin Rabiotti. I'm joined here by my lovely co-caster once again, Amy Rosley. Amy, how are we feeling?
Ecstatic and pleased to finally have a game to enjoy very soon. I honestly can't wait. I'm quite envious of the players getting to already dip their toes into a few rounds of the Pokemon trading card game, because honestly it's my favorite thing in the world. And being out there today, watching them all get started, I just want to watch. I want to watch a game of Pokemon trading card game real bad, and I hope that you're going to feel the same way as well.
Yeah, I'm ecstatic to be here, and of course eager to see how our next match unfolds. Sorry, but yeah, walking around today, feeling the hustle and bustle among our players, seeing their stories start out, and whether they're 0-2 or whether they're 2-0, you know, their stories are just starting, and the day's definitely never over.
No, not at all. We've got so much action-packed content ready for you guys, and I just couldn't be more pleased. I honestly am already surprised by the graphic that we saw earlier today. So I think we'll have some interesting matchups coming your way, especially when we saw at the bottom there our unclassified section actually being quite fulfilled. Makes me very excited for the history of this regionals.
Yeah,
this special event, sorry.
No, for sure. And it's interesting to see that on that unspecified day one bracket and how the decks are being represented. It's interesting because those decks are usually so strong and well represented in those top seedings as we get into the later day two. You know, Mew VMAX, Chen Pao, of course, just off the back of a regional win. I was expecting it to have more representation as well as Mew VMAX, but of course, players can't play 2 decks, they can't play 3 decks, they can only play 1. And of course, our players are always going to pick what they believe is going to take them to those higher standings. And, you know, players, again, continuing to pick the Giratina V-Star, the Charizards, the Lost Box variants, and the Giratina V-Stars as well. You know, it's interesting to see how our players pick these decks and what they prioritize when it comes to their game plan.
I suppose it's whether you go for the old faithful or think, oh wait, actually, what did Bell in Dortmund? And do I go with the flow with the Chen Pao? Do I think about Golden Go? Do I stick with Gardevoir? There are so many different decks out there right now, and I think again that's the beauty of our format, is that the choices feel unlimited as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, I mean, we focused on it before. They're both decks that offer a lot of variety in terms of game plan. They pose threats to both larger Pokemon and of course those low HP trickier matchups. But it was interesting to see that, you know, players not choosing that, again, choosing that tried and tested approach. And I can't really blame them. You know, they're archetypes that have been proven already in the format. Plenty of larger standings in our past major events. But it'll be, I'm eager to see how our first feature match will be represented.
And I'm so excited. We can see sneakily the players setting up. So we do have a match for you coming real soon. And I could not be more elated. I really can't wait to see if we get some of those unclassified decks and what they could be. Honestly, the suspense is killing me. I need to know. I need to go out onto that floor and see what these decks are. I want to see what the Netherlands have been cooking up that they've kept under wraps that we don't know about.
Yeah, different testing parties, of course, have different approaches when it comes to how they play and what they want to prioritize in terms of their game plan and how they predict the meta coming up into each major event. But both of our players, of course, getting ready. I always love the earlier rounds. The earlier rounds are so instrumental because their expectations are still not set. They can be 2-0, or like I said, they can be 0-2, but they can still make it all the way to that, you know, to that golden 6-2-1 record into day 2. And they're, you know, as the day evolves, of course, it's whether those players prioritize going for that, you know, or going for the championship points brackets. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see how both of our players are setting up for this one. And of course, 2 faces I think everybody will be familiar with.
Oh, very much so. As you guys very well know, we have our fantastic Tord Reklev, a champion of champions, and our fantastic UK brethren, Kai Wainwright, who I've played a lot of times at Cups and Challenges.
Yeah, I mean, no UK player is a stranger to Kai. Fantastic player, lovely person as well.
Oh,
so I'm so excited to see him, of course, on the top stage once again, and of course against Tord Reklev, the final boss in most people's circumstances when it comes to the Pokemon TCG. But Kai Wainwright, of course, a common culprit when it comes to the top standings. The Bremen Regional finalist, of course, in 2022, LAIC top 64 2 years running, and of course that Stuttgart Regional top 32 as well.
Yeah, honestly, neither of these players are shy to a fierce battle. But of course, we then have our challenger challenging Tord Reklev, of course, world's finalist in 2023. Always that with that fierce battle against Vance Kelly, and then the LAIC champion 2022, NAIC champion 2017, 2023 EUIC finalist. How will the challenger Kai Wainwright take on the wily veteran who has prevailed through hundreds of battles?
Yeah, achievements that are definitely quite intimidating to most of our player base, of course. But thinking about Tord Reklev's deck, and you know, that is not a mistake. That is a Charizard and an Urshifu VMAX. Looking at his deck, you would have thought that he maybe had lost a bet going into this event. He maybe had influence somewhere, but of course he's going into this event 2-0 into this round 3. So you know, this deck again, like the Golden Go, like the Chen Pao, offering threats that maybe most players are not seeing, and Kai Wainwright there representing Gardevoir EX once again.
Yeah, Kai's been on Gardevoir for quite a while now, as far as I've known. I've not known Kai kind of change from this deck in quite a little while now. So from what I've known, Kai is a very strong Gardevoir player, but also a very well referenced one. Now, Tord has many tricks up his sleeve, which I like about this deck. It seems very flexible. It is a fantastical creation, and honestly has so many surprises. I wonder whether Kai will be able to keep up with those.
There's tricks up his sleeve, but looking at this deck, there's a lot going on right now. There's the Pidgeot EX being that added consistency, but it's the 101 Inteleon line from Chilling Rain that is keeping for an eye on me. And of course, quite interesting prizes there from Tord. A lot of one-offs, but of course that Peonia being in the prize, he won't be getting access to them anytime soon. And of course the 1 Rapid Strike Energy, the 1 Double Turbo Energy, that Yoga Loop isn't going to be active, as well as that Rapid Strike VMAX as well. But here we see Kai Wainwright, and of course with your favorite card of today, Bal VIP Pass, a very strong start, and of course a primal setup here from Kai.
Oh, I like that one. Primal setup with our fantastic Scream Tail in the active, which could be quite a strong contender against Tord's deck, where Tord does run a lot of smaller kind of single prize Pokemon that could be picked off during the course of the battle. But Kai's going straight in with, of course, a strong start, taking Radiant Greninja and a Ralts to begin with. I honestly think that a very clear Gardevoir setup is very important in this battle. So Kai getting energy into the discard pile as soon as they can is going to be very advantageous.
Yeah, using the concealed cards there straight away and attaching to that Scream Tail and just a pass here. The advantage Tord will have, of course, in this matchup is Kai isn't quite sure what tricks Tord are going to be up to, and of course just eyeing up benching that Manaphy, just definitely wants to prevent an early Scream Tail threat, but does have Ultra Ball in the hand. There's a lot of cards there. I think I see the one rare candy opts to Ultra Ball away the Manaphy and the boss's orders. Starting the Sobble, of course, was a really strong start back in the day, of course, with that keep calling attack. Being able to get 3 basic Rapid Strike Pokemon down onto the field was such a strong setup back in the day, of course, with these Inteleon engines, as we used to call them. But here we see Tord just prize checking, as all good players do. And of course, with this deck, prize checking is going to be paramount as he goes into this matchup. So many one-offs, of course. We're talking about the one-of, the 101 line, of course, of Inteleon, like we mentioned earlier, the 101 Pidgeot EX, the 1 Radiant Charizard. Amy, I can't keep up.
No, there are so many, but this Sobble is working really hard, and I think it's quite instrumental to this deck, where we have so many one-offs. Being able to use that first attack on the Sobble to search your deck for 3 basic Pokemon is really crucial, because with so many one-off Pokemon, you're going to need to get those down on the bench early, to evolve, to allow yourself to have the flexibility of making a deck in this style work. And I think that really is a testament to Tord and how seasoned they are as a player, knowing that actually having this one Sobble will make the rest of this battle flow so much easier.
Yeah, of course, and what a better way to set up than playing their own Battle VIP pass. And of course, with the help of Arven, getting the Forest Seal Stone as well. Of course, such a versatile card when you think about it. Of course, you can VIP pass another V Pokemon. We see it in the Charizard variant, of course, placing that Forest Seal Stone on a Rotom V, or maybe even the Lumineon itself, to use that Star Alchemy ability to grab any cards that you would like from the deck. But here we see Tord just continuing to look through the deck. The primary energy in Tord's deck, of course, will be the fire energy. Of course, Infernal Rain is going to give you a lot of flexibility in powering up multiple Pokemon in this deck. But the VIP pass coming down will mean that he can set up that Pidgey. He's going to be hoping to find that Pidgeotty X pretty soon to start getting up and running with that engine.
Yeah, as it stands, making sure that Tord has a strong bench at the beginning of this game is so important. And I don't know if I saw an energy in their hand to be able to use Sobble. So they've managed to go a different way about it and prioritize the Battle VIP pass through the Arven. But even just getting a Bidoof down there at the end gives them a lot of flexibility, going for two different draw engine styles. I like it.
Yeah, really interesting that the attachment of the Forest Seal Stone comes down this turn without using it, because of course Kai could play, could play that one of the one of Lost Vacuum to get rid of it. And of course, if it's Tord's only option to draw out of it in the later turns, it could pose a little bit of a tricky situation for him. But here we see Kai just using that Mysterious Tail, such a good Pokemon to have in this God of War deck. Of course, we'll be saying goodbye with rotation around the corner, so Kai using the most of it right now in this archetype. And here we see opting for that Ultra Ball once again. But here we go with the reversal energy, and I think that was just an attach and a pass.
Honestly, I think so too, and that is a huge shame because Kai really needs to keep up the pace. God of War is a deck that must keep pace with its opponent. 3 Psychic Energy in the discard pile. Fantastic. Love that start. Not managing to get a Curlier by this stage is a little bit scary. Now, luckily for Kai, they do have the opportunity of using alternate attackers such as Screamtail, which they start with, and protecting it by bringing it back to the bench, leaving Mew up in the active there is not a bad idea. Tord's going straight in with the beginning of their turn. That for a Seal Stone, though. What do you think they're going for, Ben?
Well, he can apply a lot of early pressure here. He's already got the Rare Candy and the Charizard EX in hand. With a Star Alchemy for a boss's orders, can knock out Kai's only Ralts on board and apply some very, very early pressure here for Kai. And here we just see the scoop from Kai.
Oh my goodness, I think that star is not ideal, and we know that God of War is a deck that takes a little bit of a long time to play, and it is a deck that has a lot of actions, and we do only have 50 minutes to play up to 3 games. So I think Kai took the signals.
Yeah, I really like seeing the early scoop here from Kai. He wants to increase the odds of a game 3 if one were to happen. And of course, Tord, they're able to apply the early capitalization of knocking out the Ralts early on. The writing was on for Kai to scoop an early game here, take the loss. And Tord just showing the consistency of his deck. Of course, with so many one-offs, you may be thinking, well, maybe not. But of course, with the addition of Forest Seal Stone and different options like Lumineon and Pidgeotty X, and of course, the different supporters that Tord has in his arsenal, he can pose that early game pressure as well as that mid-game with the Rapid Strike Urshifu that you may think of when looking at his deck. But Tord just showing the power there, showing the power of having different options in your deck.
What I really like about this moment, to be honest, for Tord, is that they did not reveal that rapid bot element of his deck. it was not seen.
No.
We saw the Sobble and that was it. Kai has no idea whether that is purely for consistency, for being able to get basic Pokemon on the bench, or whether there is an Inteleon package or more in Tord's deck.
Kai hasn't seen a lot of the toys that Tord still has to offer, but here we see another strong setup here from Kai with a Battle VIP pass, this time starting a Ralts as well. Definitely ideal, looking to grab another 2 Ralts here to bench early on. Here with the Battle VIP, of course, didn't see the rest of the hand, but may have more options to search out that Radiant Greninja as well, or maybe even the Mysterious Tail Mew for the next couple of turns.
I think the risk that is posed here for Kai is that, I mean, not having the Mew is a really not ideal circumstance, but also Kai has no idea that they need a Manaphy.
They will definitely need a Manaphy, of course, and we spoke about this earlier, that Kai will be under a few suspicions as to what Tord has as options in terms of game plan here coming up. But here we see the, well, speaking of the Rapid Strike Urshifu, it is in hand already. Kai with the attachment and the pass over, and Tord starting that Battle VIP as well. And I'm guessing he's going to be looking through a deck check here just to go through his prizes once more. Again, a lot of one-offs. It's going to be of paramount importance to check what options are available to him as we go into this one. With that Pidgeot EX in the prizes. Oh, 2 shiny Arcana Gardevoir in the prizes for Kai. These are going to be very, very important prizes as well. Of course, the Shining Arcana Gardevoir is going to be integral to the game plan for Gardevoir to apply that late game and mid-game pressure of those large knockouts with that Brainwave attack.
Yeah, both players have some non-ideal cards in their initial prizes here for game 2. When it rains, it really pan-pours, because that's not great for Tord or Kai in this instance. However, I think if Tord does manage to get towards their more integral cards kind of early enough, it should be fine. But the Gardevoirs are not feeling like my favorite thing here.
No, of course, and starting the 2 Palpad in hand isn't ideal for Tord, but what I'm going to be guessing here is an ingenious play, really, with the Nest Dash Squovert, because, of course, you can save that current hand that you have with the Nest Dash, saving that hand, putting it to the bottom of the deck, drawing one, and then using the Squawk and Seize, keeping those resources alive for the later game.
Yeah, Squawk and Seize is an incredibly integral part of Tord's kind of resource management here. Yeah. I really like that combination of Squavet's Nest Dash with Squawkabilly. Squawk and Seize allowing you to discard your hand and draw 6 cards. But if you've only got 1 card in your hand, you're not wasting as many resources as you might be otherwise. As you say, Tord doesn't want to get rid of those Palpads this early on. Definitely a resource that they're going to want to keep for later. And there it goes, stashing them to the bottom. Squirrels making a nest right at the bottom of Tord's deck there as they draw 1 card and away it goes.
It's the 1 copy of Rapid Strike Energy.
Oh no, the secret is out.
The secret's out there.
The secret's out.
The secret's out there, and I would have loved to have seen Kai's facial expressions as that Rapid Strike Energy hits the discard pile.
Oh no.
Didn't see the rest of the hand there from Tord. It's still his first turn, so Battle VPS can be played. And here we see
Avery
just being played there. Oh, Peonia comes into hand with the Rare Candy and Charizard EX as well.
Wow. That is a strong hand ready for next turn. I really like the addition of Avery against Gardevoir. It's a shame that it wasn't used to further effect, but benching the Sobble there is a bit of a tell as well to Kai that Tord does have more up his sleeve in this instance. I love this style of deck because it just has pure versatility and it keeps Kai guessing.
Yeah, of course, and with the insurance here that Kai is not going to be applying too much pressure early on, just benching that 1 Charmander is a viable play, right? Because if you can keep, usually you're thinking about, oh, how can I keep this Charmander on board for later turns? But against Gardevoir, Tord has that security in the bank that, you know, that Charmander can stay alive ready for next turn to be set up into that Charizard later down the line.
And Kai started their turn strong with an Io, thinking about using the Fog Crystal, presumably for another energy, I imagine for a concealed card. How are we thinking about that play?
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely a play that most players will be taking. Fog Crystal for that psychic energy with the Gardevoir deck usually means 2 additional cards with that concealed cards ability, and that's exactly what we see here from Kai. Fantastic play, thinning out the deck, of course, and drawing to maximizing his odds to get into some of the good stuff, Amy.
Yeah, unfortunately, won't be getting to too much of the good stuff right now as a collapsed stadium. And another Ultra Ball, not the worst, but also equally not the best. Going into our first Curlier, finally!
First Curlier of the day for Kai in this matchup, I would have assumed. Definitely being 2-0.
Oh my gosh, more!
Here we see another Ultra Ball and the counter catcher as well.
Oh, more Ultra Ball, but not much else, unfortunately. The hand is looking a bit dire right now, choosing to discard another Ultra Ball, and Collapse Stadium's not going to get a showing in this matchup. Going for Mirage Step.
Yeah, I really like this play, keeping the Rolls on board as well for the later turns. Gives you the option of a rare candy play into a Gardevoir as well. But Mirage stepping into 2 new Curlier on the board is going to be what she wrote here for Kai, and what a play it is. Having that added consistency for next turn, being able to draw as many cards as possible as he goes into his next turn. But here we see Tord starting his turn with just top decking that Charmander. We see the more well-tempting trap in the hand as well with the Professor. There's a lot going on in that hand, Amy. There's a lot going on.
Oh, bringing up the Squawkabilly, just making sure that 2 prize Pokemon isn't going to stick around on the board when they had an intention of playing another. So now Tord's got their lovely Rotom down. Honestly, this hand is looking far from ideal. I'm not loving it. I think that a turn might just end with an instant charge here, because I don't think there's literally anything else that Tord can do. And so there we go for the instant charge, drawing 3 cards, but does automatically end your turn. So we move back over to Kai.
Yeah, I would imagine so. The instant charge giving you 3 additional cards, but ending your turn, unfortunately. But with the Professor Turo's scenario coming down, Tord was able to mitigate the threat of having that easy 2 prizer on the board. And of course, with Screamtail hitting those exact numbers, Tord can safely go into those later turns knowing that that option won't be available for Kai.
The nice thing about Kai's setup right now is that Tord can feel a little bit safe.
Yes.
They currently have 5 Pokemon on the bench, so it's locked in place. There's no way currently, especially with the discarding of 1 Collapse Stadium, Tord might presume that Kai doesn't have a way of extending their bench any further than this, meaning that a Screamtail is currently not a threat.
I think the larger risk here for Kai is that there are no attacking options other than 2 prizes here. So he won't be able to attack with anything other than the Gardevoir EX. He's got a full bench now, so won't be able to use a Screamtail or even other options like a Cresselia. But of course, now being in that tricky situation of having to use the Gardevoir EX, these are going to be 2 easy prizes for Tord to take out with his own Charizard EX, of course, with that weakness.
Honestly, I'm not sure how I feel about the Manaphy going to the discard pile. I know that it can come back later, but that scares me. How do you feel about the Manaphy sitting in the discard pile right now?
Well, it's interesting because Kai, again, we speak about not knowing the threats that Tord has in his deck. Not knowing that it'll put in Kai's mind, am I getting rid of a resource that's going to be pretty important in this matchup? We saw him getting rid of the Collapse Stadium as well earlier on with the Ultra Ball. That could have been a resource that would have been integral in this matchup. So it's interesting to see how Kai approached this one, going in blind, so to speak, against Tord's deck.
Yeah, and that's the tricky nature of scooping a game 1 early. Sometimes I'll just give it a few more minutes just to figure out exactly what's going on in my opponent's deck, just noticing what resources they're using and what might be dangerous to me in a next game. But going all in here, Kai putting plenty of energy on actually a multitude of Pokemon, which I think is a good call here. Just start getting everything loaded up with a little bit of energy. If you're not worried about bench damage, then you're not worried about bench damage. It's worth just getting ready.
Yeah, I really like this play. The reason why is because, of course, not having to evolve into another Gardevoir EX next turn would be ideal for Kai to keep up with the prize race. Because if he can energy up this Curly with the Psychic Embrace earlier, with an attachment of a reversal energy, of course, and with him only taking one prize off this Bidoof, it means that Counter Catcher is live. I think what Kai's approach is going to be here is possibly taking out a Rotom next turn with the Shining Arcana Gardevoir if he was fortunate enough to take it off the prizes, so he can again keep up with the game's pace.
Yeah, setting the pace for the game's really, really important here, especially looking at a board full of primarily single prize Pokemon. Currently, they know that's not going to be the case in the future, and I kind of like that Kai is putting a bit of bait out there, like, go on, knock out my Gardevoir. Go ahead, take 2 prize cards, and kind of allowing Tord to go ahead in the prize race will benefit them later by being able to use comeback cards such as that catcher.
Yeah, we forgot Kai did play an Iono last turn as well, so it did have that added disruption to Tord, meaning that instant charge is less effective, of course, with those 3 additional cards just going right to the bottom of the deck. But here we see an Ultra Ball. I'm imagining it's going to be for that Charizard EX, of course. Going to start using that Infernal Rain to rain down some energy on the board here, to start using that Burning Darkness attack, posing such threat to the the Gardevoir EX, of course, with that added weakness to Dark Pokemon. And here we see the Charizard EX coming down, and with that Infernal Rain, I imagine attachment to maybe the active as well for a retreat. Of course, with that Subble, that 1 retreat cost going to be a bit of an issue. Oh no, we see the attachment to the Charmander. Obviously has an idea of getting into the active with this Charizard EX in hand already.
Yeah, the management of energy as a resource in and of itself for Tord is going to be instrumental to their success. We're going to need to see that every energy is attached with purpose and precision, because it is a very finite resource in his deck. So just being able to get 3 of their 5 fire energy out right now, but we already know, of course, that Rapid Strike energy is in the discard pile. So already we've seen a lot of the energy that can be used in this battle already on board.
And with just an instant charge, the turn comes over to Kai. Now this is actually a really interesting play from Tord, because he's not activating the counter catcher, making that Iono less effective as well, and of course turning off the effect of the reversal energy as well without taking a prize. I'm guessing forcing another knockout here from Kai on the Sobble will rain those cards again less effective and inactive in the later turns. And we see, of course, the discard of the counter catcher itself as well again. But of course, the threat is still on the board for Tord in terms of the Rotom V. It's an easy knockout for Kai. Just the boss's orders up there onto that would make an easy 2 prizes, putting Kai 3 prizes up. But of course, Tord must have still some cards up his sleeve in terms of comeback mechanics.
Honestly, this battle is still up in the air. Oh, it could be either man's game here. We are seeing them play some real mind games, and that's the real show of the Masters. That is where we see that these players are not only seasoned, but some of the best of the best. They know exactly when to attack, not to be greedy and take KOs where it isn't necessary. Keep your opponent away from where they want to be in the flow of the battle.
And it's an important concept that I think a lot of players don't really take into account when they play against Gardevoir. With so many comeback mechanics that the deck holds, it's sometimes easy to forget that, oh, hang on a minute, their board has gone from 0 to 100 and I'm being knocked out for all sorts of damage with either the Shining Arcana Gardevoir, the Gardevoir itself, or even things like Screamtail as well. But here we see the boss's orders up onto the Charizard. Is there enough energy in the discard pile to take a knockout here?
I'm not sure, you know. So that's 3, that's 150 damage. Moonlit Hill!
Moonlit Hill with an additional discard and healing the damage off that Gardevoir as well.
Wow. wow, that could be the difference. And I think it is the difference between being able to KO or not. We know there's loads of energy in the discard pile. Kai has been curating that incredibly impressively from the go. And yeah, that's 5 there, more in the discard pile. 180 we're on currently, and there it is.
This is a huge knockout here for Kai against Tord, and the Charizard, the biggest threat on the board, will be taking out from this Gardevoir. The Moonlit Hill, such a fantastic card, and an addition from the Paldean Fates expansion.
Reverse, but I'm so thrilled that we got to see Moonlit Hill in this battle, one of the most prominent standout cards that we saw from Paldean Fates. Oof.
This was such an important knockout, taking out that main threat again on Tord's board, but of course leaving that Rotom V on the side of the board as well for Tord means that this is an easy two-prize knockout for Kai to take at any point in the game. So keeping that on board, having that option to take his last 2 prizes as an option will be very important as we get into the late game. But here we see the Luminion being benched. You can imagine, oh, and there's the Thornton.
Oh, I love Thornton. Thornton is one of my favorite supporters of all time. If you guys are unaware of Thornton, Tord's going to play it right now. Oh, gosh, could you imagine? So you will get to change one of your Pokemon from the board. You can choose a basic Pokemon and switch it with one in your discard pile. And that will allow Tord to instantly evolve a Pokemon. So we could go from an Urshifu V straight into a VMAX because the Pokemon has still been on the field for at least 1 full turn.
Now, Amy, there is a universe somewhere where Tord is able to Thornton into a Medicham V.
Oh.
And evolve his Sobble into a Rapid Strike Inteleon.
Oh my goodness.
For a quick shooting onto the Gardevoir.
Oh.
And then a Yoga Loop. How about that for starters?
Oh, we love that Pokemon mathematics. It's beautiful. But I think it's one of the standout cards in this deck for me. Again, having lots of one-offs, being able to be versatile with how we use our cards. And here it is. What is Tord going to transform? We're going for the Bidoof.
We're going for the Bidoof.
Honestly, I think this is a nice, strong move from Tord. We have seen that there's been a little bit of struggle with his card draw movement in this battle. Being able, he can thin his hand. Like there is a possibility, and then being able to draw back up to 5 using that fantastically flexible, industrious Incisors ability. I think that was a really good call. He could have gone aggressive, but honestly, I think just making sure you're going to keep pace in a tricky situation like this is much more important.
Yeah, Nastash for 1 as well, giving the extra draw, of course, off that Industrious Incisors as an option. It's a common practice here with the Bib Barrel to have that additional Squover for the Nestash, giving you that additional draw power. And here we see the Hisuian Heavy Ball come down. I imagine a very important card in Tord's deck to be able to look at the prizes, of course. And here we see the Mysterious Tail Mew come down as well. And just a quick check of the prizes once again, just remembering what you got there. What are the options that are not available to me going into the later stages of this game. But having that Thornton come down into the Bidoof, of course, does give that extra consistency with the Barrel, like you said. It's going to be the primary choice there for Tord to have. I, of course, did go through the option of going through that Medicham V, but these are the exact plays that Tord may have in his mind with this deck. So many one-offs, so many different options available to him, and so many different game plans as well for different matchups. So I can only imagine what's going through his head as the games go on. We see the Forest Seal Stone there attached to the Rotom V as well. The Star Alchemy still live, and here we see the retreat into the Mysterious Tail.
And it doesn't look like Mysterious Tail has quite picked up what we want there. Ultra Ball, probably the best decision, but with a really thin hand, it's a little bit risky. Definitely going to have to be discarding something suboptimal. Not really too happy about that, but it does allow us to get into a Charizard. I'm not sure there's many other options unless I am missing something, which I very well could be, because Tord is the expert and I'm here on the caster desk. But honestly, I'm really loving to see the flexibility of this deck so far. And Tord piloting it couldn't be better.
Yeah, and Tord really needs to take out this Gardevoir, it poses such a threat here.
My word.
For him, of course, taking so many large knockouts now with the Brainwave, and with no damage, additional damage being put on it. Of course, the Yoga Loop isn't going to be live anymore with the attachment of the double turbo energy onto the Lumineon. Does still have Palpad, does still have Thornton, so that play is still live, technically. But of course, without any Sobble, can't evolve into that Rapid Strike Inteleon, so no quick shooting is an option, but I don't know what Tord's game plan is going into this. This is just the beauty of innovation and having those different game plans going into this varied meta. He'll have an idea of how these games go against Gardevoir, but sometimes the cards don't play quite as well or in a nature that you may anticipate. So here we see Kai just taking an additional 2 off the Curlier there as well. Has a large hand now, Amy.
Yeah, no kidding. Kai's really going for it. Very thin deck, but they've got such a strong stance on board. Honestly, it could just be as simple as to boss 2 prize Pokemon, accepting that you're never going to be behind in that prize race. I don't think it's that instrumental at this point in time. Kai is quite far ahead. Yeah, there we go. Going for the boss with the Rotom, analyzing quite accurately that Tord is still kind of struggling to get off the mark and make a meaningful attack yet, saying, okay, well, although disruption could be effective, actually, I'm just going to take 2 prize cards, taking Kai Wainwright down to 1 prize card in this battle.
Yeah, I really like taking out the Rotom V, not only consistency with the instant charge, but of course with that Forest Seal Stone attached, would have added an additional option to Tord as he goes into his later turns. The V-Star is still active, so I really like that knockout, and here we see the promotion of the Lumineon with that double turbo energy. And let's see what Tord has to say in these later turns. With Kai down now to 1 prize, and Iono would be massively disruptive. We see Kai's hand being absolutely massive. So here we see an Ultra Ball coming down. That Radiant Charizard hitting the discard pile, of course, with that Pidgey as well. And here we see the Tempting Trap. Now, this is an option here for Tord, of course, in this matchup. Not too many switch outs would be had in this Gardevoir deck commonly, so this would be a fantastic option going into the later game. Here we see a Super Rod, possibly for more energy to start charging up. That Tempting Trap can, of course, evolve into that Charizard Infernal Rain onto the Morwell. And here we see the Custom Catcher, of course, Counter Catcher, of course, in hand already. Custom Catcher was a long time ago.
Yeah,
Amy.
very long time ago now.
Showing my age there. But, of course, here we see the Shuffle Up as well. But there's still a lot to do for Tord. There's still a lot to do.
Tord could have a really interesting play here, honestly. I don't think they're out of this game yet. This is a wild one from the word go. I can really see Tord coming back from this. Perfect. Yeah. Absolutely perfection. Bringing the Radiant Greninja forward while a lot of energy is stuck on the Shining Arcana Gardevoir. The Tempting Trap inactive. As long as we manage to get that live, there is still a chance of a Yoga Loop taking Tord into an extra turn, and he might be able to mop this up still. The game is far from over.
This was a very important Iono, and energy attachment is going to be integral here for Tord. Does still have Nestash and the Industrious Incisors. Did, of course, Super Rod those 3 energy back into deck. Now Kai doesn't play any switch outs at all in his Gardevoir list, so this Tempting Trap might be all she wrote for Tord. And here we see the energy attachment straight into the Morwell, and it's going to be a question to Kai as to whether do you have the resources to get this Gardevoir, get this Greninja out of the active.
Yeah, it's going to be so tight. You saw Kai scraping through his discard pile to see what options might be left. But unfortunately, I'm not sure that Greninja's going to be... Oh, there it is!
There's the scoop from Kai. No options to retreat that Greninja. And when we spoke about what threats do you have, Tord? What toys do you have to play with in this deck? So many one-offs, so many different surprises, of course. And with that Tempting Trap Morwell as an option, came out of nowhere for Tord. And, of course, came up trumps against Kai.
Morwell certainly used its vicious jaws to crush Kai high spirit, and unfortunately, that was all she wrote. They did indeed trap Kai in quite the situation, and we see our winner prevail. Tord was absolutely not out of that game, and he knew it and kept, again, all of those secrets and all that knowledge. And, you know, that's exactly what it took, is just those secrets coming out at the right time.
We say trapping Kai, it traps Tord into a 3-0 record with this deck. He still has a long day to go with this archetype. So many one-offs, so many different plays to think of. And of course, we usually speak about complicated decks and how taxing they can be playing them in these larger tournaments. There are so many matchups that you have to keep up with, so many different plays that are an option to you. But it's testament. You know, we spoke about Golden Go in Chen Pao. Well, Radiant Charizard in Urshifu, it's a match made in heaven that we weren't quite thinking of.
No.
Well, I definitely wasn't.
No.
I don't know if you were, but I wasn't.
I think it's really good to say that, you know, you shouldn't count your execute before they hatch. We knew that Tord we knew that Tord was still in that game, but Kai was none the wiser. Kai probably thought, I've got this mopped up, as you typically would.
Yeah.
With a deck, you know, in front of you that looks primarily Charizard based, you're like, okay, yeah, no, I've got this. But actually putting too many resources onto the Gardevoir, not leaving yourself any wiggle room for that Greninja, unfortunately tied up that tempting trap fate.
It's a typical scenario when you play against control. Kai was under a lot of pressure there, getting rid of a lot of resources that he wasn't quite sure, oh, am I going to need this later down the line? He could have kept the Collapse Stadium to get rid of the Greninja if he knew that Morweller was an option for Tord. But of course, getting rid of that is so easily done. And, you know, in matchups like that, you're never quite sure what might come up.
Yeah.
And for Tord, you know, he's capitalizing on that. He's 3-0 now. You can imagine the same game plans and the same scenarios would have happened in his earlier rounds. And it'll be really, I'm so eager to see if he takes this all the way.
Honestly, I think that is the kind of risk-taking that we were talking about just before this match began. We were talking about whether it's advantageous to take a risk at this stage in the format, or whether you stay with the tried and tested. I think that Tord's done a fantastic job of taking a risk, but actually it seems to be paying off in his favor. I'm really excited to see how he continues to prevail with this tempting trap mechanic. Love to see that Thornton is in his list, and 2 Palpad. Think about how many Thorntons we could use.
Thorn every turn, even. Thorn every turn. I mean, looking at that deck list, there were so many different game plans that were going through my mind, let alone Tord's.
Right.
You know, and through that, as that game evolved, you know, he still looked calm and collected, even being 3 prizes down, 1 prize down. The threats were taken off the board. Nah, it's no problem. I've still got different options to take the game, and that's exactly what had happened. But Amy, I'm eager, I'm waiting to hear from the master himself, Tord Reklev, and with the winner's interview. We'll be right back.
Okay, thank you for that, Amy and Benjamin. Of course, I'm joined with our round 3 feature match, Tord. And I mean, I guess the easy, obvious question is, how did your deck come about? Because on that first deck search, I'm sure everyone was looking at their screens like, what am I seeing?
I mean, I've been cooking this for some weeks, months now, and this was kind of like the last opportunity to play it. I never really felt like it was good enough to bring to a major, but I feel like I got really close at least now, and the deck has a lot of, you know, different avenues to play on, so I figured today was the day to bring it.
Yeah, I mean, so far, you know, currently 3-0, it seems like, you know, poetry in motion. Hopefully it keeps going for you. Now, with a deck that had so many, you know, one-offs and intricacies, how did you work out all those card counts? Must have been a lot of testing, right?
Yeah, so, I mean, there's a lot of different processes, right? But
yes.
Here I just put a lot of different, you know, options into one deck, and then I tried out a bunch of, again, different 1-1 type of everything, and I cut cards I didn't like, I added cards I maybe liked, tried to solve problems here and there in the format as it shifted, tried to make sure that there was enough consistency versus tech, and and so on, and it's like a difficult thing to balance, but I'm like relatively happy with where it ended up. As you can see, like it has like basically all the support Pokemon, right, in the format. So like all of them together, I mean, at least maybe you can set up something, even if you have a lot of one-offs.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. I was looking at the deck list thinking, I don't see a lot of draw cards here. And I looked at the bottom of the Pokemon and I saw, there we go. There's all the draw cards there. Now, I must imagine, Tord, that when you showcase a deck like this to your testing group and friends, what was their reaction to it?
Oh, they laughed at it. Sure. Are you playing that? Okay. I don't want to do that, but you go ahead, you have fun. That was their reaction.
Okay, I love that. So, do you have any advice, lastly, to anyone who, feels inspired looking at that deck, seeing it take a convincing win like that? What advice would you have to any budding deck builders?
I mean, don't let anyone limit you. Play whatever you want and try out everything, and just try to have fun on the way. That's what I'm doing. So
I think that's fantastic advice there, Tord. Don't let anyone tell you no. Make sure you have fun, and good things will happen. Last question then for you, Tord. Any shout-outs or anything like this?
Yeah. So shout out to my sponsor, Vector TCG, all my friends and family, and my girlfriend being here, and everyone cheering for me. Thank you so much. Really, really means a lot to me. And I'm here playing an awesome deck, so today hopefully will be fun.
Today hopefully will be fun. I'm sure, I know I'll be cheering for you. I'm sure chat at home was also cheering for you with that fantastic deck popping off. So fingers crossed for you there. And everyone at home, make sure to get involved on those socials, Instagram, X, Facebook, and make sure to follow the YouTube and the Twitch. We are going to have more polls coming up soon, and I want you to get involved. It's integral that you get involved with those polls. But we'll have a little break now, just while we get our round 4 action ready, so don't go anywhere.
Been fun meeting everyone from all around the world, people we haven't seen for years, and well, every year that goes through, the presentation is even greater.
I'm excited. This is a huge international, tons of great players are going to be here. The excitement is, through the roof, the hype is through the roof, and the pressure is on.
I am quite in love with this event. The people have been amazing. The judges have been very helpful as well. This is truly a good Pokemon event, and most of these events are like this.
I think once you start sort of trying to go into competitive, you might feel nervous, but there's a lot of communities and friendly people out here. They're just so, I can't even say words. It's just so incredible, really.
What an incredible play so far. This Ice Punch connects, and now a swap out, a little combination play, a blast burn on a low health Stunfisk for the 3-0 sweep.
All hail Tonton Batsus and his Shadow Charizard. He is your European International Champion 2023.
Tyranitar V. And that is wild here as we see the retreat into the Tyranitar, and that means we have ourselves a winner at the European International Championships. Remy taking things down here. This is going to be a pretty fun one. Use these energies, retreat this Pokemon, and you have plenty to choose from as you load up for the Brainwave here. You can take a huge knockout, and that's going to be the game as we see Rune take down the European International Championships.
I think we're here, Joe. The Arceus goes into the discard pile. Drapion goes into the active. Alex is double-checking the weakness.
Weak to dark?
Yes, he is. Down comes Boss's orders, and Alex Szymanski breaks the curse and takes home the European International Championships.
As as it does get caught with the freeze dry, and it does wrap up this set. A brisk 2-0 from a very offensive team. A fantastic performance, move perfect across the set. Pietro is going to be your junior division international champion. Now, Stomping Tantrum in response, doesn't need much, takes down the Fluttermane, and Kylan has just his Amoonguss against a multitude of Pokemon available for Mattia.
And Mattia is our 2023 European International Champion.
Really where we see the Palafin now, maybe getting the Pala win here for Paul, as it's able to go for the wave crash, and it lands it into the Amoonguss, getting the knockout. See if it can wake up here, but I think Gabrielle knows this is it. The battle is over, and Paul Chua becomes your 2023 European International Champion.
Winning EUIC was pretty good. Definitely a lot more than what I expected, so I'm really happy about that.
I'm really happy for winning this top one. It amazed me. It amazed me.
It feels great just because I won OCIC. I feel like renewed to be a two-time champion.
This win really means a lot to me. Winning a tournament feels really great. Having a title under your belt feels amazing.
It feels amazing to win UIC. I didn't really expect it, and it's my first win at a major event that wasn't 25 people, so it's very exciting.
Mi sento molto bene perché non ho mai vinto uno e l'ultima volta che ho giocato era in finale.
Significa molto perché comunque non era un buon matchup, non era facile, quindi sono felice di aver vinto.
Hello Pokemon trainers, Alex Dow at your service with another card spotlight just for you. Jirachi. The introduction of Jirachi from Paradox Rift is truly a wish come true to those who have struggled previously to damage counters being sprinkled on their benched Pokemon. Its stellar availability offers protection in a similar way to Manaphy's Wave Bay, but this time from damage counters being placed by basic Pokemon. The threat to your bench Pokemon from Sableye, Medicham V, and even Oricorio is no more. Remember, however, Jirachi alone won't be able to offer enough protection from your opponent raining down on your bench, as bench damaging Pokemon such as Radiant Greninja can still run riot. Pair it with Manaphy, however, and together these two may offer that full protective blanket your board requires to set up. Let's see which decks will find a space for the Little Wish Pokemon.
Hello everyone and welcome to Guess
the Pokemon!
Where we're going to be playing a game where these guys here from all the different games are going to be after guessing which Pokemon I'm describing with their Pokedex entry, followed by a few tips if they need it.
Oh, I'm excited. I'm very good at these game shows. Oh, wow. I'm confident. You guys are playing for second place at the end of the day.
That's what I figured when I entered this competition.
Okay guys, it's a common sight around fishing ports and it's known to rescue people and help fishers carry what they caught.
Floatzel.
Straight away. Congratulations. VG on top to start things off.
That's a good one.
Floatzel.
Wouldn't have guessed that in a minute.
You guys hadn't even processed what I'd said yet.
No. I also completely forgot everything already.
I was going to go Pelipper. Could have been a Pelipper.
Know your Pokedex, guys. What can I say?
Golly, wow. 1-0 down already. Weren't expecting that.
To be fair, I was surprised how quickly it came to my mind.
Yeah, I was surprised as well. It's like you knew already.
That definitely couldn't be. No. Don't be ridiculous.
I promise. I did not.
Okay.
Okay, guys.
Okay. Here we go.
Next Pokemon. Hiding in their shadows at night, it absorbs their heat. The chills it causes makes its victims shake.
Trevenant.
No?
Phantom.
Oh, wait, how many guesses do we get?
You have a few guesses. Just fire them at me.
Gengar.
I wanted... Is it?
It's Gengar.
Hey, back in the race.
Point to TCG.
I'm just keeping it entertaining for you guys. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? First to two. Can't just actually get two in a row.
Okay,
So-
Shane. Okay, you've proven yourself, Leo. You're still...
Leo's just
You're
here for
not
the
off the
vibes.
block.
I had a good guess. I mean,
Anyway, yeah,
you went for a crazy
I thought
ghost
it
type,
might
right?
I thought it might be Trevenant, to be fair.
Trevenant made sense.
Yeah.
It did.
Okay. Yeah, we've had a lot of Gengar entries over the years, though, as well.
Yeah, true. Fan favourite, you know, Gen 1. A lot of people like Gengar.
Yeah. But we have seen a lot of Trevenant in Pokemon Go so far in the last season.
Okay.
So that's why my mind was at Trev.
We did see a competitive Trev card back in the day as well. You know, Forest Curse, item knocks your opponents. That was intimidating Pokemon, that one.
Trevenant's never really been in VG, to be honest. Even though Forest Curse, it could have some niches.
Right, Pokemon 3. The cheerful spirit of its trainers gives it power towards its psychokinetic energy. It spins and dances when it's happy.
Bronzong.
Claydol.
Spoink.
Oh no, some good guesses though.
Or Grumpig.
No, not quite.
Jinx.
Psychic. Hatena.
Well,
Hatterene.
I'll give you your first tip.
Okay.
It's a psychic and fairy type.
Yeah.
Psychic.
So.
Hatterene.
Not Impidimp.
Oh, I don't know these.
I'm not even close.
Two new fairy types.
Psychic Fairy. There are loads of those.
Gardevoir. Curlia.
It's dead.
It's Palia! There we go!
That's very
Let's
good.
go.
Very popular Pokemon right now in the TCG,
Yeah,
so a bit of an advantage there for our TCG
you know
rep.
actually how I got that one, because in the Curlia card, the refinement card, it looks like she's dancing. I thought, psychic fairy dancing?
Yeah.
Why did you get it straight away then?
Fair enough.
I don't play Gardevoir, that's why.
Carry on, or is that? So that's that round there of Guess the Pokemon TCG coming out on top with 2 points there. VG just the one and go. Unfortunately.
Oh no.
But I'm sure we'll be having more fun with the rest of the regional, so go enjoy yourselves, guys.
I'm from France and my name is Thomas. This win means a lot for me, for representing France into international, because until now there is 0 French player qualified for Worlds, so it means a lot for my community. If I won the World Champion, it's big, it's amazing. So yeah, that will mean a lot. I know that for every player, we'll be really proud of him because he had such a difficult tournament from the beginning to the end.
I'm Alex Shransky from the United States. It feels amazing to win UIC. It's really hard to articulate what this win means to me. Since I've gotten second so many times, I've never really felt the win. And all of a sudden, I finally have won after a lot of years playing Pokemon. It's surreal. I never really doubted my strategy this weekend. I just expected things to happen that happened, and it worked out for me. Winning Worlds would be incredible. I spent a lot of time playing Pokemon, and for that to pay off at a World Championship would be amazing.
My name is Paul Chua, and I'm from the United States. Winning EUIC feels pretty good. It means a lot. I haven't been able to win an international ever. Like the last time I ever made finals was in 2017, and I got second. So being able to finally get past second place feels pretty good. Winning Worlds would mean a lot. I'd be really happy. It's the dream I've been having since I ever started playing VGC. So if I ever became world champion, that would mean the world to me.
I am very excited to be back here behind the desk for our feature match round 4, which will be a community choice, by the way. More information on that later. I am Shay Burt, and I'm joined by Alex Dow. How are we, my friend?
Not too bad, thank you very much, Shay. Super excited as well to be bringing you as much action as possible at this special event in Utrecht. We already had a great game featured in round 3. It was incredible to see. You had a wonderful opportunity to speak to Tord.
Yeah, I did, yeah, and just, what is there even to say about that deck? I'm sure we were all sitting there on that first deck search like, wait, I saw that, I saw this, I saw that he's poised one of that, and all manner of stuff happened. And in that game too, it looked like Tord was against the ropes. All of a sudden, a little Morwell come down, set a little tempting trap, and Tord is now currently sitting at 3-0. Who would have thought it with a monumental deck like that?
Yeah, it's so interesting to actually see how players are now utilizing little tricks up their sleeves, little intricacies that we're getting in the metagame at the moment, because we've already spoken about it before. It's such a developed stage now. Yep. You know, we're getting towards the latter stages of this format and this meta breakdown, and it's a really good way how we see top players just develop their skill set and different ways of utilizing different cards. It was so good.
Yeah, it's really interesting. You know, when you've been in a format for a long time, it's very easy to sort of have, you know, be a bit down on the format, saying, oh, it's all, we've been in these decks for ages. But realistically, it's actually, when you're in a developed format, it's really more easier to target, right? So you know, Giratina the top deck, Charizard's a good deck, Gardevoir's a good deck, and now you know what those sort of, all those decks are playing with the same, like, I don't know, 57 cards, for example. You know, right, you can do what Tord did and target it, and maybe it will go your way.
Yeah, 100%. It was so fun to see, just so many amalgamations of different decks kind of in place in one total 60 there. So many support Pokemon. Yeah. I was in that list as well. But let's hopefully see a lot more players bring really interesting decks and different of their own little styles to different decks as well. There's so much more to see, Shay. Is there anything in your mind that you want to be seeing soon?
I mean, realistically, if we're going to have a quick look at our caster predictions here, I'd love to see some Gardevoir with some Avery, realistically. I mean, we did just see it, but it didn't quite go so well for me. And I guess Rabbit also has chosen a deck close to my heart there with Mew VMAX. It's going to be the last time in Europe we can play Mew VMAX, give him a little farewell. But Alex, you picked Giratina. Why is that? Yeah,
a little throwback. I mean, it's not the EXs that you have, you know, with alongside that VMAX of Mew that Rabby has, or Benjamin has, sorry. Giratina V-Star, a deck that's close to my heart, a deck that's I've been able to pick up a number of points with myself, but it's seen a resurgence in recent times. And that number 2 card that I have, Roxanne, I really just love comeback mechanics. It's something we see come in and out of formats, and it's such a cool card, cool concept to allow you to sometimes just fall behind on your game plan, but you still have a chance to hang in there and turn things around.
Yeah, you know, like you said, if you're off to a slow start, you can just feel, right, eventually my opponent will get to 3 prize cards or less, and then we can get that Roxanne out there. And it's worth noting, Amy picking that Royal Moon, which is currently the most represented deck here in day 1 here in Utrecht. So that seems like it could be a fantastic pick as well. What's your thoughts on Royal Moon right now?
I mean, it's a great deck. It's got a very simple game plan, simple strategy. It's just taking massive knockouts, 2 fantastic attacks, of course, not just the gouging attack. It also has that Calamity Storm to kind of very easily take out big, bulky Pokemon as well. But because there's such a refined list now, where it's looking for pure consistency, it's just an easy way to play that. It's very similar to a deck we've seen before in the fact that with Miraidon, you're taking big knockouts and a very sort of streamlined process to utilize your game plan.
Well, most reminds me of the Fusion Mew deck, you know, right back at EUIC in Frankfurt, where you just say, right, I'm going to try and take 2 prize cards turn 1, turn 1 going second, and just try and take a KO every turn moving forward, and hopefully I'll win the game. Now, we did see before our last round 3, we had our community bracket, as it were. We saw a Scapegoat versus Battle of IP Pass. Felt very sad for Benjamin. Definitely got set up there by the production staff putting Battle of IP Pass versus Scapegoat. But we move on. So we're going to have ourselves another round here, Alex. We had a good clash of the Titans back in Dortmund, so I'm ready to try and defend my crown. So I'm not sure which pairing we're going to get, but out of those, what are jumping out to you there out of our pairings?
Look, Shay, you've already spoken on how much you love Mew VMAX, so I'm only just going to be very kind and give it to you as a good friend of yours.
Thank you very much.
I'll take, you know, the winner of our last round, Urshifu.
Okay, so in case viewers, in case you don't know what's going on now, so I'm going to be debating to you, putting my pitch forward as to why Mew VMAX is the better card / deck out of R2. And then Alex, you will be debating me with your Rapid Strike. And then you at home, the power will be in your hands. You get to vote on which pitch or what deck is better, and the winner will then progress forward to our bracket until the end, where we have our champion card that will be leaving our format come standard rotation.
Yep, can't wait to hear what you've got to say. I've heard so much already whenever you talk about Mew VMAX. We used to kind of, every time we mentioned the word Mew, I just see you kind of prick up a little bit, just sort of stand up like a little meerkat, and really just want to throw yourself into the ring. But I'm going to let you go first.
I'm going first, okay. So viewers, I'm going to get 30 seconds to pitch to you Mew VMAX. Here we go. Mew VMAX, how many times has it been hard countered? Mighty Enna, we'll forget about that one. They could attack for free, take a free prize KO with no energy. That wasn't good enough. Then we had Drapion. Do you remember that? Auto KO a free prize Pokemon with no energy. That wasn't good enough. And when we had Spirit Tomb come out, fettered in for his fortune, you can't even draw cards as a Mew player. Doesn't matter, we're still gonna win. World Championship deck, you know, multiple regional wins as well. And it's just such an iconic deck. You know what I mean? Drawing about 20 cards a turn, you've got computer search via Chromatic.
I had to stop you there. But I didn't want to jump in too quickly, but I gave you a chance. You've done an all right job. You could have done better.
And there was so much stuff I didn't even talk about. Power Tablet as well, Forest Hill Stone, Path to the Peak, Lost Vacuum. Come on.
Whoa. You just had an extra like 10 seconds there. That was
I don't know what you're talking about, my friend.
All right.
Okay, so it's over to you then. Rapid Strike. All right, 3, 2, 1. Go on, off you go.
I'm going now. So, what did we just see win in the last round? It was a card that was featured in one of our best players' decks. Rapid Strike Urshifu, a fantastic card, a fantastic archetype that's been able to be built around and take down tournaments. It won the first event of this season, being able to be taken down by Francisco Toranzo. Rapid Strike Urshifu being able to Gale Frost for a load of damage, but don't forget Rapid Flow.
You know what? You, my friend, this is unethical debate. You said that card won the last round. Did we see Urshifu hit the playing surface at all in that last round? I think it stayed in the deck. A bit scared to get involved there with that psychic weakness.
It was featured. I'm wearing brown to represent as well. Don't forget. Actually, we are actually coloured for this. I just realised.
I am basically Mew.
And apparently I'm an Urshifu with the brown. So.
Okay. So there's our pitches to you. Some of us pitches were better than others, in my opinion.
Oh, wow.
So make sure you get your votes in. The votes are currently open. What is the more titanic card that we are losing come standard rotation? Mew VMAX or Urshifu?
What is your favourite Pokemon?
Well, my favourite Single Strike. No! So don't be doing me like that. My favourite Pokemon is Single Strike Urshifu. Wasn't even able to get on the bracket, unfortunately. I was trying to pitch. But yeah, the poll are open now. Vote for your favourite card, which is the most impactful that will be leaving our standard format. Mew VMAX, world champion. Rapid Strike Urshifu, you know, it wasn't even our most popular deck right here.
Shay's favourite Pokemon. Don't ever forget, Shay's favourite Pokemon. He argued against it.
Single Strike Urshifu is my favourite Pokemon. They're different.
Lying.
I'm not lying. Okay, I'm not gonna lie though. I'm a bit sad that Single Strike didn't manage to make it into the bracket. I thought, you know, it had the Urshifu, it had the Umbreon little package as well. Duraludon as well actually is a Single Strike. So, you know, shout out to him. Probably make it as the 9th seed, I would imagine.
There's so many cards to be thinking about, but you know, we're thinking about it here and now. But just for this community choice, we're just having a little fun with you guys, making sure you guys are involved at home and making sure you're voting for your favorites as we go through the list as well.
Oh, is this? Yeah, 63-37.
You know what?
Come on.
I'm pleased that I even got that. There was 37 in there for Rapid Strike. I didn't even think I'll get beyond the escape rope that Benjamin got earlier, to be honest.
Yeah, I think shout outs to poor Benjamin now. I think 85-15 is the worst loss we've ever seen here on our community bracket. So thank you, viewers at home, for backing Mew VMAX. I feel as if it was a hard one there for you, but you're dealing with a world champion. But you know, it is what it is. Drawing cards is a good thing. One-shotting Pokemon is a good thing as well. So
yeah, I'm not one-shotting anything, but sniping 2 is a great way of dealing with those pesky lower HP Pokemon, isn't it, chat? But at the same time, it is what it is.
It is what it is. Another victory for me. W's, let's go. You get one of these, man. You get an L.
I get an L.
You get an L because you lost. But if you were voting there, you know, hang around and keep your thumbs ready to vote again, because our our round 4 feature match will be community choice. You should have a pick of 4 different pairings, and you get to pick. And I tried my hardest to submit some what I think would be entertaining feature matches. Yeah, I'm not going to spoil it now, so hopefully they get in there for our choice of 4, because there's one deck that's currently 3-0, and could I be tempted to say it's even more spicy than what Tord was playing? Potentially.
Potentially. It's definitely, there's a lot of cards that we're going to be maybe featuring soon, which is going to surprise a load of people. Not just us, but hopefully you guys as well. This is where we're talking about, we're not just talking about maybe just intricacies in decks. We're in a format now, maybe we know what the meta's going to be like. Players are starting to think, well, we know to expect X, Y, Z deck, for example, and then go, well, I know how to counter this. This is the perfect opportunity.
It really is. And like I said, when you said like a meta is so developed, you can think, right, that deck relies on that deck relies on that. Let me cut that off, and all of a sudden things can work well for you. But let's have a quick look at our standings. Now, this is going to be after round 2, but let's have a look at these and see what's panning out here. Alex.
Yeah, we're starting to see some familiar names already, and just kind of this 16 list here. Runa there, Runa Hiremans is also 2-0. I believe he's playing, might be Gardevoir again. Christian Fontenot, who's obviously a regional winner this season. It's fantastic to see. And then hanging around in 13th, well, we're saying 13th. They're all 2-0 here, so all doing fantastically well. But Brennan Kammerman, currently #1 on the EUCP rankings, also 2-0 as well. Also putting himself in a great start, great position for the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, it's one of the best places to be when you're a regional or special event, right? Or even international. You know what? Any Pokemon event you're playing in, you want to try and get those wins in nice and early. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Stacking up those wins, and you can sort of, I don't want to say take your foot off the gas, but you're like, okay, woof, off to a good start.
Yeah, let's just have a quick gander at the leaderboard as well. So another opportunity to have a little scout of how things are currently doing in the European scene. We've already mentioned Brendan Cameron there. Anyone else stand out for you there, Shay?
Well, I mean, Owen's the next shout out to, you know, just off the back of a regional victory there with Chen Pao, you know, Yuho as well, our LAIC champion, doing that with Miraidon. James Cox, you know, obviously one of our players to watch here at this event as well. What about yourself, Alex? Anyone else jump out for you?
I think there's a lot of fantastic players who may not have sort of grabbed the headlines with anything like a win or a finalist position yet. Players like Stefan Ivanov, player I know very well as well, who's just been super consistent and just been able to get to 676 CP as well. And then Fabian Puyol, for example. So many players on this list really just coming to shine once again for another season.
Yeah, you know, it's just like you said, you always see the familiar names as well, and they're always doing well. And it's just testament to those players consistently doing well at all the events. Find yourself up there on the leaderboard. But you know what, Alex? If you consistently do well at events, you know, sometimes you can earn yourself a little travel award where Pokemon will pay for you to travel to those international championships. So if you're in the top 4 here, Alex, you get that big paid trip to go to the internationals, right? And you know, as a player of your caliber, you know, you must have been in and around these travel races before. What goes through these players' heads going aiming for these?
Yeah, once upon a time, I was kind of amongst the crowd here, but it's a game that consistency. You know, you're having to play now local events, which is key to not just getting your invite, but to also be playing for these travel awards. But it's also great to see those local events coming back, which is why we're starting to see loads of different names, loads of different players do super well. I mean, we already mentioned again the Camerons up there doing super well in bigger tournaments as well, but it's just thinking about not just top 4. You get awarded for top 16 for the international sort of travel awards, and then we're showing top 22 because within Europe for the World Championships it's top 22 that get the travel award for the World Championship. So lots and lots to play for. It's not just this special event here in Utrecht, it's all of the rest of the tournaments that are going to be happening that really compound to that final pinnacle of that World's Invitation in Honolulu, Hawaii.
Yeah, so many different avenues and ways to get there, and that's one thing I really like about the sort of travel awards and the day and the sort of round 1 buys that you can even earn now, is that it rewards players, you know, who are consistently doing well, as you mentioned. It encourages you to keep going to events, keep getting those championship points, and you get rewarded. I tell you what, a round 1 buy at the biggest, well, the most prestigious event of the year, it doesn't get much better than
out.
Yeah, it's incredible to just have so many players consistently turn up to these larger events. But like I mentioned, it's so great to have those locals back again for this season. Just that opportunity to go to your local gaming stores and sort of play more local players as well, and start to grow the community at the sort of quote-unquote grassroots level, and then kind of maybe work your way up to sort of these larger events, these special events, the regional championships, the international championships, and then one day, for example, that world championships as well. So it's just amazing to have that opportunity to play so much throughout the season and really get a feel for the decks and the meta.
Yeah, and you know, it's just speaking about the local events, that's where my very first event was a little league challenge. All the way back, I'd like to say, what, 2013 maybe, something like this. And now look at it, you got all these big stages and everything going on. You got travel awards, you got world championships, but it all starts down there at that local level. So make sure to get involved if you don't already, because that's where you get some real fun action going on.
Yeah, and you get us walking you through as much as we can. We are here for your pleasure in terms of just making sure you get as much information out of the whole event as well. And that's why we want to make sure you're always engaged with us along all of those socials, all of our channels, and making sure that you are involved. That's why we have Community Choice. That's why we have the community bracket. Is why we want just to involve everyone within the Pokemon community, because this is the main thing for us, right? Making sure that the community is growing and doing so well, and that's what we really, really love.
And one thing I really love that you mentioned about the community choice, which our round 4 will be, by the way, is that it gives you, the viewers at home, you know, a chance to get involved and actually, quote-unquote, affect the stream. And, you know, whatever the most popular matchup is, you can decide. The power is in your hands, and you can pick what gets on there. So I can't wait to get that started very soon.
Yeah, so much to look forward to. So many rounds still to come.
Yep.
And then, you know, it's not just day one as well. Tomorrow we've got another plethora of rounds, Swiss rounds for day 2, and then finally working it into that bracket of top 8, top 4, top 2, and then finally crowning a champion. There's so much action. We really want to make sure keeping you guys involved, make sure you stay with us throughout, and just make sure that we can give you as much information as possible. So, I don't know, Shay, what else are we looking forward to? caught you unaware for a moment there, I think.
I'm looking forward to our community choice, but I think we will have ready for you real soon. So in case you don't know, the community choice, you'll have at home, you have the choice of 4 different matches, and it will go to a Twitch poll vote. So remember, you do have to be on Twitch to vote on these. If you're on YouTube, maybe it's worth getting up Twitch real quick, and then you can get involved with that, and then you vote, and it's quite simple. Whichever pairing has the most votes is our round 4 feature match.
And do you know what, Shay? I've heard that we have it ready in terms of the community choice. Here we are. We're kicking things off right now, and I will try and give you as much details as possible alongside this. Nico Alabas playing Lost Zone Giratina up against Mark Hostrop, who's playing that Roaring Moon deck. Stefan Ivanov is a player we already mentioned, piloting Gardevoir EX up against Dominic Blaché, playing Lost Zone Box, and the other 2, Shay.
Here we go. Yo, Jimmy, he made it. I was so hoping Jimmy gets up on this community poll. So we have Jimmy versus Alexander, and Jimmy is playing Steelix. That's right. And everyone's thinking, Steelix, what Steelix? Well, you have to find out. If you want to see it, vote for it. And then Alexander was playing Gardy. And then we have Demetrius Eaton, currently in the top 16, I believe, in Europe, playing Gardevoir, versus Justin, who is playing Chen Pao. So that was the deck that just took down Dortmund regionals. So currently, you know, has the momentum there. So go ahead and vote now. Whichever matchup you want to see, get involved down there in the Twitch poll. Get involved. And yeah, and whichever the victor is of that will be our round 4.
Yeah, just one more quick run through just for everyone. Yep. Nico Alabas playing Lost Zone Giratina up against Mark Hostrop playing Roaring Moon. Stefan Ivanov playing Gardevoir EX, playing up against Dominic with that Lost Zone box. Jimmy, playing your deck that you kept in secret for so long, that Steelix deck, up against Gardevoir of Alexander Stoppel playing that. And the final one, Demetrius Eaton, also playing Gardevoir, a lot of Gardevoir, up against Justin V's, who is piloting our last regional champion, Chen Pao.
Yeah, wow, that is
oh, not regional champion deck.
Regional champion deck, yeah. Yeah, that's a, wow. I tell you what, if you told me, you know Alex, actually, if you told me, well, by our first 2 rounds on stream, we potentially could have Steelix, yeah, and then what else do we have in a row? Well, Rapid Striker, if you threw in a Charizard deck, you would have said I've gone a bit silly.
Yeah, I was going to say, where were you going with Tord's deck? Because do we call it Charizard, Pidgeot, Bibarel, Inteleon, Rapid Strike, Urshifu? Yeah. There's a Yoga Loop in there as well with... There's just so many things going on that we couldn't really work it out. But this is the excitement of the Pokemon TCG, and this is what we're trying to bring you. So make sure you're smashing that community vote and get involved with us. I mean, you've kind of heard what Shay, I think, wants to see on stream. But we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I mean...
It's not in our hands.
Where is the power, Alex?
The power!
Power is in your hands! So make sure to get involved on that poll. I cannot wait to see what you choose. I'm such a big fan of the community polls, the community choice, I should say, because, you know, it gets you a chance at home to get involved and pick what you like. And sometimes it's interesting as well. Sometimes the community polls do not go the way I thought they would, so I'm here with bated breath, waiting to see what's coming up next.
Yeah, so many options for you there. Like I said, a lot of fantastic players as well. We may have further opportunities later to feature them if they aren't picked necessarily in this community choice. So there's loads of opportunity to see lots of our favorite players. But I've heard just coming in, Shay.
Okay, here we go.
I believe we have the results.
Oh, yay! I don't have to be impartial now. I wanted to see that Steelix. So here we go. Steelix. That's what Jimmy's playing versus Alexander, who will be playing that Gardevoir. So this Steelix is a very interesting card for 1 energy. Earthquake does 130 damage, not bad, very efficient that. Does do 30 to all your benched Pokemon though. What does have a colossal, a world-altering 180 HP on a stage 1. So I can't wait to see how this goes. And tell you what, I actually think I've seen Jimmy tweet about this deck before. I think he did really well at a League Cup. And I thought, oh, interesting, Steelix. Okay, I see. So now we get to see it in action. You're currently 3-0, Alex, so it can't all just be theory. I mean, it's clearly working.
Yeah, there's a lot of very intricate Pokemon that's going to be played and paired alongside that Steelix, but he will be going up against Alexander, who will be piloting and just being in the way of that Steelix. It is a Gardevoir EX deck, and we know how strong that deck is already. We know it's come full roundabout with the way the meta's shaped up and started to perform really, really well again. But I'm sure Alexander's not had it in his mind that he was going to be facing up against a stage 1 steel type or metal type Pokemon in that Steelix.
With 180 HP as well. That's a big number on a stage 1. God, goodness gracious me. And like you said, got that metal weakness, so we'll be hitting those fairy types for your super effective damage. Gardevoir EX is weak to dark though, so won't be hitting that one for weakness. But, you know, you'd have to imagine that you'd have to have a game plan against Gardevoir, right, if you're coming to an event like this. So Jimmy, I'm sure, knows his way around the matchup, I would imagine. So, yeah, oh, you done well, chat. You done well.
Yeah, I mean, just trying to think about the actual deck itself. It's all single prize Pokemon. It's Steelix. It's combined with that Dodrio that I believe sort of has extra additional power when it has more damage counters on it.
Zooming Draw.
Is it got that?
I think it's called Zooming Draw. The ability name. Oh, we'll find out later.
But yeah, just having those single prizes and having to face up against a lot of decks nowadays in the format, which are 2 prizes, it's a really efficient attacker, right? So let's just see how this game plan's really gonna come out for the Steelix deck, because we're familiar with Gardevoir EX now. We know the game plan. It's got its own single prize attackers. Doesn't have to utilize the Gardevoir EX too often, but maybe with the different weaknesses, maybe this is where it does pop out. Maybe. Dealing 190 damage with Miracle Force is a problem.
It's a good number, that. Good number. It's a good number, reasonable number. And then you could have maybe opened off some tanker hit, a little bit of a collapse.
Yeah,
a little bit of reversal energy and a little one. There you go. But let's not get too ahead of ourselves, though.
No.
Let's get too ahead of ourselves there. So, Alex, let's put ourselves in a scenario. Now, you are at a special event. Let's pretend you are other side of the wall.
Sure.
You're currently 3-0. How are you feeling? What's going through your head right now?
in my opinion, I'd be feeling great. I mean, it's really key to just settle those nerves with whatever deck you've chosen to play for the first few rounds, and then going up already to 9 points. You're pretty much halfway there for the points to make it into day 2. So, you know, you've now tested your deck. You've now played it in a tournament setting, which now gives you the confidence to say, well, actually, it's drawing well. My deck's working the way it should be doing. I'm 3-0. That means I can keep doing this and going forward as well. Maybe even push yourself with as many points as possible for that day 2 berth, and then potentially into even further into those potential prize positions.
Okay, that sounds pretty good, but let's just flip that now. Let's pretend you're... Let's not go 0-3, that's probably a little bit. Let's say you were 2 losses and 1 tie. Does that change your sort of mindset and how you're approaching the rest of this tournament?
Again, it's one of those things, it's all about just trying to compose yourself. Maybe you've hit a couple of bad matchups, and it just means that sometimes you just need to reset yourself, know you're going into a new round, not expecting to hit another bad matchup. For example, when I played Rapid Strike Urshifu in Teleon, I hit into a Snorlax very quickly in early rounds, and it's just kind of thinking, well, maybe I won't hit it again, maybe I'll hit those matchups where I do have the opportunity to really showcase my deck, showcase my ability, and then start stealing some wins through that way. And then once you kind of get the ball rolling, you can kind of really start to enjoy yourself. But don't forget, remember, everyone here is playing for the same aspect. They're all here to become a special event champion, a large event champion like regionals. You know, they're all looking for that CP, all of those prizes. So it is a very competitive field. And sometimes it can just not be your day, but you know, you take it on the chin, you just play to the best of your abilities, and that's the best that you can do.
Yeah, I think, you know, I'm echoing 100% what you said. I would say just take one game at a time. I found myself Lille Regionals a couple years ago now. I started off at 0-2 and was very sad. And then I won 5 in a row, and I was very happy. So it's like, but when I was in that 0-2 hole, I just thought, right, whatever's ahead of me next, just play that. Don't worry about what's happened before when they've hit 2 bad matchups. Don't worry about that. Just play what's ahead of you, and you get a win. And you think, right, do the same again. Just keep doing that. Just play what's in front of you and try and forget about everything that's happened before. But it looks like our players, oh, here we go. They have sat down. They are getting ready, Alex, for our round 4 feature match, which you chose at home. The Steelix versus Gardevoir.
Yeah, this is it, everyone. We finally get to showcase exactly how Jimmy's going to utilize his Steelix deck into the meta right now. As we already mentioned, he is 3-0 alongside everyone else that was just part of our community choice as well. So everyone is really excited to see how this is going to pan out. Does Jimmy have a way to handle the miracle force of that Gardevoir EX deck and the rest of the constituent draw power that is inherently in that deck as well? Is that efficient one prize attacker opportunity there, as we do see just Jimmy here just starting to shuffle up. We do see some fantastic placements in previous tournaments. You know, World's top 16 back in 2017, a World's top 128 in 2019, and then Kostak. You know, he's been playing a long time. It's a name I've seen throughout my time as well, and it's just fantastic to see him back here again, showcasing just how great of a player he is.
Yeah, and then, you know, over and he will be facing here in our round 4 feature match there. Our Gardevoir player. They're both going to shuffle up now and get ready. And, you know, Alexander, you know, is currently, you know, 3-0 as well. You know, Bochum top 32, Liverpool Regional top 64, and Utrecht Special Event, that's here. Well, last year, got a top 64 as well. So Alexander, you know, no stranger to doing well. And it looks like they're both going to be, you know, grabbing their opening hands to see if they have any mulligans. And then our round 4 match will be starting, Alex. Whoa, I'm very excited.
Yeah, this is a truly exceptional matchup that we're going to be seeing. Like I say, we're not used to seeing something like Steelix out on the show, as we just again showcase. It is that Steelix combined with that Dodrio. It is zooming draw. It is zooming draw, come on! Once during turn, you may put 1 damage counter on this Pokemon. If you do draw a card, that extra consistency there for Jimmy, I'm sure is going to play a massive part. But it also is an efficient attacker in its own right. Ballistic Beak for that 1 energy energy attachment, colorless energy, mind you, 10 damage plus 30 for each damage counter on it. We've already seen with Zooming Draw, you're putting damage counters on as you're getting that consistency, but then with Steelix at the front as well, with Earthquake helping to ramp up that damage as soon as possible. So many options to have very good single prize attacks. We do see the prizes here, one Onyx prize with a Manaphy.
And a Steelix.
Yeah, Steelix at the top with one Reckless Charge. Is that a Doduo? It must be a Doduo.
Yeah, it's a Doduo. And then for Alex, we have our Radiant Greninja and the Celebrations Mute and one copy of Reversal Energy sort of being impactful there. But it looks like our round 4 feature match, Alex, is starting. We've got Jimmy on the left playing that Steelix versus Alexander. Jimmy is going to start us off, going to put the Artisan into play, which will let him grab any basic, non-rule box, basic Pokemon, Alex, and pop it on the bench.
Yeah, a great stadium here, just to kind of get things going, start setting up the board, as we do see one of those Onyx come down, also a big tanky Pokemon. It's a fighting type, 120 HP, but we'll be using that opportunity to evolve it up to that Steelix as soon as possible, making it as difficult for Alex to be able to take it down. We do see another Doduo come down as well, a third Doduo come down, trying to get that draw power of his own going. Obviously, doesn't have, and just try and match a little bit of what those Curliers can do on Alex's side. It's just a pass over after the energy attachment.
All right, and over to Alex. Has led that copy of Manaphy, so we'll need to try and navigate that out of the active. You know, normally these Gardevoir decks would love to get Celebrations Mew into the active turn 1, but that won't be an option since it is prized, unless Alexander can find that Hisuian Heavy Ball. As Alexander does open up his turn by playing an Artisan, so we'll also be able to grab a basic non-rule box Pokemon, pop it on the bench.
Yeah, this is going to be really interesting to see how Alex is going to navigate this matchup now. Unsure if Alex knew what Jimmy was playing coming into this round.
So I'm just laughing at the fact, would anybody know what's going on? Yeah. Onyx and Dodo, like, what's going on here then?
Well, you never know. You never know. Maybe he saw it at a cup. Who knows?
Yeah, maybe he saw that exact tweet that I mentioned as well. Or maybe he was at the cup that Jimmy did well as it looks like Alexander is going to also play a level ball to grab himself a copy of Volt. So 2 Volts in play for Alexander as he shuffles his deck. Haven't had a chance to consult Alex's hand, but I think, was there a Battle VIP par? No. So we see Iono. A third Volts, fantastic start there. And I imagine the Iono.
Yeah, the Iono just being able to put those cards in his hand to the bottom of the deck and draw up to the number of prizes that are still remaining. So a great opportunity for Alex to refresh, try and look for that opportunity to maybe go into something like a support Pokemon, but at the time, we have already noticed, of course, the Mew being prized alongside the Radiant Greninja as well. Some of those other helpful draw Pokemon just not currently available. As we just see the hand, the attachment, back over to Jimmy now. Do we start to see that Steelix come smashing down onto the board? But what is this hand? There's the attachment to the Doduo.
I think it might have to be an Iono and see what you draw into. It does have the Jet Energy. We didn't want to attach that to the Onyx to sort of get it into the active. So we are going to see a Nest Ball. And let's see, got the luxurious capes there as well. Love that. Give the one prize Pokemon is attached to an extra 100 HP, but does give up an extra prize card if it gets KO'd. And let's see what Jimmy is going to grab here off this nest. We're going to be that Jirachi Estella Veil. I love that, Alex. Oh, a fantastic card in this matchup, you know, for reducing that bench manipulation. So that would stop Cresselia, I believe, right?
Yeah, lots of different opportunities there to just try and utilize little cute support Pokemon. So that Jirachi there being able to be utilized in a lot of decks nowadays which have lower HP Pokemon. We're going to see a lot of cards in Jimmy's list which are very akin to a previous deck we've seen, not in too much with Zoroark, that Hisuian Zoroark V-Star deck. V-Star, yeah. There's a lot of cards like Damage Pump that are in that deck to kind of maneuver damage counters around, again, to help Jimmy extend and take massive knockouts. We do see a Great Ball come down. Does find from that top 7 a Dodrio, but again has that opportunity to keep ramping up. I mean, it's not quite as powerful as Refinement.
Here, are we going to see those being used?
But it's still additional draws. We do see the Ultra Ball here, though. This could mean Jimmy can start finding a way to start swinging with that Steelix and that Earthquake attack.
Yeah, that's such a strong attack. 180 HP, 130 of damage off of one prize Pokemon for one energy is so efficient. We know that Dodo in the active, I should say, has a 1 retreat cost. So here we go. Steelix is going to hit the active. We could even see a zooming draw here. Are we going to see those being used? So it's going to put 1 damage counter on the one on the left, draw a card, could even do it again, 1 damage counter there. And as you said, doubling up with it as an attacker, that ballistic beak. But I do think, as we are going to see an Onyx hit the bench there as well. But I think we are going to see a little bit of seismic activity here, Alex. A bit of an earthquake. Jimmy takes his first prize card. 3 damage counters do have to get put on all Jimmy's benched Pokemon, but Jimmy is currently on the board in our round 4 feature match here, Alex.
Yep, it's an incredible attack that has dealt 130 to the active and then a further 150 to his own board.
Yeah, true.
Which is incredible just from that Steelix. As we do move over to Alex now, does have that Curlier there in the active, just looking to Mirage Step and try and get as much board action going. And we do see the Iono come down as well. An interesting thing that we need to keep an eye on, of course, with Earthquake constantly going on. He can only really get 2 off before he's taking his own Pokemon out himself. But then, that's where the Dodrio start coming forward and start utilizing its own attack. That ballistic beak swinging away for a lot of damage. As we do see the Mirage Step here, just after the Iono, Alexander just setting up his board, getting ready to just find his way through this matchup. Of course, right now staring down against only single prizes on Jimmy's side of the board.
Guess it is worth noting, if Jimmy does want to keep using Earthquake, you do have those luxurious cape to where you can actually push your bench sitters HP up if you so desire. But like you said, Ballistic Beak will also double up as a fantastic attacker as well. Jimmy is going to start turn off there by playing a Great Ball, which I think has failed. So we are going to see those top 7 cards get shuffled back into the deck. And yeah, I think for Jimmy, and this is one thing I like about these kind of decks, right? I call them low maintenance decks. You don't really have to do a lot, right? I mean, if Jimmy really wanted to, he could just attack again. But all you need to do is realistically just find energy, find your attacker, and attack. As we do see an Ultra Ball there. It looks like Jimmy is going to play that. Going to discard 1 copy of Onyx and 1 copy of Luxurious Cape. And this, I imagine, would find a Steelix or another Dodrio, because you can keep drawing cards. Drawing cards is not a bad thing, Alex.
No, it's fantastic. We've already spoken about how great refinement is on the Gardevoir side of the deck. Just being able to draw additional 1 cards here and there, and then ramp up your damage as well. Like I said, Ballistic Beak, with 100 HP, it could put 90 damage on itself. So 90 times 30 more, because it's 30 more damage for each damage counter on this Pokemon.
Yeah.
99 times 3. We've got 270 damage plus the extra 10, 280 damage you can swing for, and that's even without using Luxurious Cape.
Yeah, that's a great number. That's getting all your V-Star Pokemon. As we are going to see a boss's orders into the Refinement Curlier. They're going to remove some draw options there for Alexander, and Earthquake, you know, the ground is shaking, and I tell you what, the ground is especially shaking for Jimmy's bench. Look at all those damage counters, Alex.
Yeah, like I said, a total of 280 damage himself, 130 to the opponent's active, and then 150 to his own board. But nothing to be afraid of from Alexander's, from the board of Alexander's side, because even with things like Cresselia and just kind of taking cheap, easy prizes with that fantastic Mungo reverse attack, there's nothing like a Yoga Loop that could come down and cause chaos on Jimmy's side of the board. As we do see 2 refinements there, the hand getting really big, that Shining Arcana Gardevoir now coming down, a card we've seen take many a massive knockout itself with that fantastic Brainwave attack, being able to just ramp up energy, utilizing that Gardevoir EX to be able to Psychic Embrace and just overcome so many different Pokemon in the format. But it's just going to be easy way of just swinging. If it can get the Gardevoir EX here, it does have the Reversal Energy in hand as well to stretch over and reach that 180 damage. That 3 energies are not enough on that Brainwave, just from single manual attachments. As we see another Iono come down.
And I think this is going to be a very important turn here for Alexander. You know, the God of Art loves to do this. You know, let your opponent take a couple prizes. You respond with a big KO. I say big KO. In this case, it's only taking one prize card itself. But, you know, try and have an Iono and leave yourself some refinements. The next turns you can try and draw out of it yourself. I mean, Jimmy currently, you know, would like to find another stick. So maybe he just want to start using Zooming Draw now. But does still have a little bit needs to do if he wants to attack next turn.
Yeah, we do see the knockout there with the Brainwave on that Steelix. But as a card that I've mentioned already once, Shay, that damage pump is a way to maneuver damage counters around so that you don't have to keep relying on Pokemon that are heavily damaged to attack. For example,
we have to keep, the damage pump.
If we evolve up that Onyx, it has another 120 HP, or 110 HP, I should say, to play around with. So then we could just start maneuvering things here and there to just, you know, get as much value out of those damage counters on those Dodrios as possible. As we do see a Colress's Experiment, another very well utilized supporter alongside.
That was
it's a big,
very interesting Colress. A lot of energy cards there. Super Rod, and I believe it was a damage pump. It looks like Jimmy's debating whether to keep, the damage pump, one copy of energy, and a Super Rod. It's interesting to see Carl's Experiment not in Lost Zone decks. I mean, we've seen it, you know, typically in like Arceus, Arceus, Duraludon decks we have seen in the past. But I think Jimmy's just going to, you know, as we can see via this energy attachment, might be looking just to try and ride the Dodrio train out of it.
Yeah, I mean, you know, he's got full value out of that first Steelix already. The damage pumps could be start moving around. Maybe get it onto that Onyx because, you know, maybe it's less useful with damage counts on it. This 60 damage that's on the Dodrio now, times it by the 30 is 180, so plenty of damage counters on it to be able to ramp up that Ballistic Beak.
Yeah, Ballistic Beak, what an attack name as well. We are going to see the Zooming Draw activation there, and you draw an extra card if you put one damage counter on the Dodrio. As we are going to see Ballistic Beak for KO on that Shining Arcana one. That was satisfying to say that. Ballistic Beak.
What's really interesting now is there a way for Alex to be able to overcome a 2-prize almost deficit right now?
Yeah,
Jimmy has taken 3 prizes. Alex has currently taken 1. With another knockout, we'll be able to go down to 4 prizes remaining. But remember, Jimmy doesn't play any double prize Pokemon or 2-prize Pokemon. It's just single prizes that Alex has to overcome, and he's already played maybe 3 Ionos. So there's no way of kind of trying to limit the draw that maybe Jimmy has, but he still has those Dodrios with that fantastic Zooming Draw ability that you've mentioned, Shay, as well. So many questions being asked from Jimmy's deck.
Yeah, so if we're Alexander here, you obviously want to try and respond to KO with a single prize Pokemon, right? I mean, Alexander does play a Scream Tail. That would obviously work. Obviously, can't hit the bench, but could just, you know, slam into the active. Yeah, you could use another Brainwave, but again, that's a lot of resources that you would be giving up for an easy response KO, Alex. But outside of that, that's the only one prize he could play, Alexander. Doesn't play the Cresselia, for example, so won't be able to use that Lunar Glow, whatever it's called, the second attack on that. Oh, he does play Cresselia. I apologize. Lunar Blast, could use that for 3 energy, dealing 110 damage. Funnily enough, would be great in this scenario.
Yeah, I think there may be a world, there may be a game plan here at some point that Alex has to utilize Iono alongside a Gardevoir EX to attack with. Because then it can potentially tank a hit. Not lose those big prizes, and after already disrupting Jimmy's hand, maybe taking out a couple of those Dodrios as well, maybe leaving it just with 1 Dodrio for Zooming Draw. Iono, Gardevoir EX is a comeback mechanic that allows it to maybe overcome that. But let's see if that's going to be able to come down.
Yeah, you're right. And I guess if you're trying to catch up on prize trade, you could, well, one way is to just throw 1 prizes, but another way would be absorb an attack with a multi-prize, and that would also get you there, like you mentioned. That Miracle Force attack we see not too often, but does deal enough damage here, 190 for 3 energy, as we do see that Zacian V get discarded off Refinement. So let's see what Alexander, I think, does have the Gardevoir EX and a Rare Candy in hand. Yeah, I can see them both there. But obviously, if you was to attach energy, that would obviously do damage to yourself as well.
Yeah, I think I would like to find a way to still utilize single prize attackers for the time being.
Yes, I agree.
So we do see the evolve up for the Shining Arcana. Here's Shining Arcana. No energy from that to draw. There's another Rare Candy there. So can move up that routes on the bench as well. As we do see the Cresselia come down. So yeah, utilizing a different single prize attacker as well, potentially, as we do see the rare candy into that Gardevoir EX. Remember, a fantastic ability and attack, Psychic Embrace. As often as you like during your turn, attach a basic energy from your discard pile where you have to put 2 damage counters on that Pokemon.
I think we're going to see a pay retreat. We're going to see a Moonglow reverse to KO the active and then sort of quote-unquote heal 20 damage off that Gardevoir EX, which makes perfect sense as well, because you are going to want that Gardevoir to have as little damage as possible. If you're looking over the board from Alexander, you don't know what your opponent's basically playing. There could be some random dark type attacker get there eventually, and you want to make sure you got as much HP to try and deal with that as possible. As it is over to Jimmy now. Going to start a turn, promote that Dodrio. We're going to see another Steelix coming down, and let's see what Jimmy can do. Super Rod, the first card Jimmy plays.
Yeah, just reminding ourselves as well. You've already mentioned that fantastic tool that Jimmy plays, that Luxurious Cape. An opportunity to really stretch over and potentially take massive knockouts if it's able to get onto a Dodrio and then maneuver more damage counters around. Could actually stretch for that Gardevoir EX KO. Oh, type play, but let's see if there's going to be a way of being able to get to that position.
Okay, so what you're saying is, if Alexander does try and use the Gardevoir EX, try and tank a hit via Luxurious Cape and Damage Pump, but Ballistic Beak could actually reach that KO. That's something that we are going to have to keep an eye on for back at home. For now, though, Jimmy is going to attach a Metal Energy to that bench Dodrio. Has played a Chorus Experiment. Did also play a Superpod and Artisan to grab a fresh Dodo as well. And it looks like we're going to see some zooming draw activation. There we go. Whoop. And damage pump, Alex. That could be one piece of the puzzle.
Just something we're getting to find out all of the game plans of Jimmy's side of the board here. But it's very simple. An opportunity just to draw again. You know, again, putting it down to 1 damage counter is never a problem in this deck.
I guess if the board state stays like this, we can see a damage pump here. So we're going to take 2 damage counters off Jirachi, put them onto another Dodo, so that can attack easier enough. But with that Dodrio with only 10 HP left, you could use the rolls to get a KO, right? A teleportation burst.
Yeah, that is definitely an option. Has Alexander seen that? He did start to stretch his hand towards
the rolls, yeah.
Which is really interesting. But then would it doesn't have to. It says it may choose to. Oh no, it does say switch.
Okay, so you probably wouldn't want to do it then, because everything on the bench you'd rather, keep.
Try and protect, unless it goes into another route that is in the hand as well. So there's a few options. We do see the refinement of a Psychic Energy there, another draw into the hand, another Artisan, and a Fog Crystal. A number of very useful cards for you, as per usual.
So it looks like Alexander is going to play a Fog Crystal, going to search out for Basic Energy or Basic Energy or Basic Psychic type, I should say. So I'm just trying to work out this matchup here. It looks like Alexander was debating whether to grab the Scream Tail. Which makes sense. That is another 1 prize attacker that you can use in this scenario. But is going to grab a Basic Psychic Energy.
Yeah, it's just one of those things now. Again, remember, we're having to keep an eye on the number of prizes that are remaining for both players. Jimmy with that 2-prize lead right now with 2 remaining. Alexander with a knockout here will put him down to 3, but it's just finding that game plan to just stay out of range from Jimmy's board state. As we do continue to see more cards draw, we do see the Professor's Churros scenario, not research, which is another fantastic option that we didn't see in the last round.
No, which would have got old Kai maybe out of that situation, that tempering trap. But you could use that Professor Churro if you can successfully tank a hit with a Gardevoir EX instead of having to maneuver it to the bench where it could be boss's orders. You can have Professor Churro just reabsorb all that damage, and you can bench, and then you can re-evolve into another Curlier, start a little bit of a loop going. So that could be Alexander's way out of this sort of 2-prize deficit.
Yeah, maybe that's the best game plan here. As we do see a counter catcher onto Jirachi, just kind of making a different couple of options that are available here. There's the energy attachment from Psychic Embrace onto the active. We do see a retreat into the Scream Tail. Maybe just start swinging away, maybe hoping Jimmy doesn't have a way to retreat out of the Jirachi. So another game plan being utilized here as well.
But the ability from Jirachi will protect the bench, right? So he has to KO the Jirachi with Scream Tail?
It's not damage counters moved onto the bench.
Oh, sorry, it's damage. Oh, yeah, you are correct. No, yeah, sorry. Apologies about that. No, you
so many support Pokemon nowadays that we have to be sure. There's a Luxurious Cape coming down.
Happening? What's happening, Alex? We see Luxurious Cape. We see the Jet Energy. We're going to see a damage pump boss. We are going to see a zoom in draw. Come on, Jimmy, show us the magic. There's the boss. There's Alex, is it?
And it is.
That's it, right? Yeah. Ballistic Beak for KO. Taking 2 prize cards on that Gardevoir EX.
Yep, 10 damage counters on that Dodrio. I did say it's only a small stretch away. 10 damage counters times the 30 more damage there. Well, does hit the 300 with the extra 10. Would clean KO a Gardevoir EX, but it did have some damage on there already. Yeah. But that's one fantastic way to showcase the ability of this Steelix deck. Are we just calling it Steelix deck? Steelix Dodrio.
Yeah, Dodrio.
Steelix Dodrio, fantastic partners in crime.
Really are, right? And you can just see the synergy there from Jimmy. You use the Steelix just to grab 2 or maybe even 3 quick KOs. And from there, you use your damage pumps to manipulate damage on your Dodrio. And where that Ballistic Beak, as we saw, was fantastic at just picking up KOs there. And, you know, with the damage pump, and Luxurious Cape, like you said, with the previous 20 damage from the Psychic Embrace, that Dodrio could reach there a little bit easier. And that just shows the intricacies of this matchup, Alex, where every damage counter realistically could swing the game.
Yeah, what was fantastic to see from Jimmy's side of the board as well, it was able to set up so cleanly. Just being able to get a couple of Onyx down alongside the Doduos and then evolve them up when he needed to have zooming draw to stay out of those Ionos that were coming down from Alex's side. You know, Alex will need to start trying to apply that pressure, maybe take down some of those Dodrios early on, maybe kind of limit that draw power that's available and then hit them with the Ionos. But so many different options. That Churro that we did see, you called it out as a fantastic option later in the game, but when you have cards like Luxurious Cape just hanging around without an Iono being disruptive, it's gonna be a tough ask. But here we go, both players, we do see the fist bump. Both players now opening up. Alex is kicking things off with that Cresselia in the active spot this time.
And did just top deck a Battle of our people as we quickly consult the prizes. 1 copy of Steelix for Jimmy, 1 copy of Gardevoir EX, and 2 copies of Level Ball. But Alexander is going to start to turn off there with that Battle VIP pass. And I guess one thing you mentioned, Alex, is that now that you've seen how Jimmy's deck operates, now that we know that Dodrio has that damage cap, which is high enough to one-shot your Gardevoir EX, do you think you start to change priorities and try and target those down? Because you know Steelix can only do one, I say only, but can only do 130, and if you want to use it, deals back massive amounts of damage to your own Pokemon.
Yeah, I think it's definitely something that has to be considered from Alex's side. Of course, we've already seen the Jirachi on Jimmy's side inhibiting that Moonglow reverse attack from Cresselia, but also does have the Manaphy's, of course, as well, which would impact the Screamtail from sniping the bench. So it comes down to how Jimmy's able to build out his board. So if maybe Jimmy is unable to find a Manaphy or is unable to find a Jirachi, neither of them are prized right now. You know, it could mean Alex could go for a different direction for each of those in this matchup, I should say.
As we do see Alex, you know, playing a Battle of IP pass, using concealed cards and passing it over to Jimmy. Jimmy starts off the turn getting down Dodo.
Dodos.
How do you pronounce that again?
Doduos.
Doduos. There we go. We get there eventually. It's not a word I've had to say too often. Getting them down and then using Artisan as well. Going to grab any basic Pokemon without a rule box.
Yeah, what's really cool to see in Jimmy's deck as well, he doesn't actually play, despite needing a lot of Pokemon onto his board, he doesn't play Battle VIP Pass. He's just utilizing those artisans, so fantastic effects, playing those great balls, of course, because he does need to evolve up into those stage ones as soon as possible. Of course, he's playing Nest Ball at the same time, but he's really trying to utilize those cards to get him into the game rather than just focusing on, well, I have to hit the Battle VIP Pass turn 1.
It looks like we're going to see an Iono. Now, we actually could see Onyx's hard headbutt attack, which I think could have actually come up in the last game. You know, Gardevoir can often have, you know, very little HP. That hard headbutt for 1 colorless energy does 20 damage, and then flip a coin of heads during your opponent's next turn, prevent all damage and effects, mind, done to this Pokemon. As we are going to see hard headbutt. That's right there is an Onyx that's been well trained. That's taking no damage or no effects of attacks next turn. Wow.
Yeah, really showcasing that defensive ability of the hard rock snake Onyx there.
Let's go.
Fantastic. So an opportunity to eventually evolve up into that Steelix and just kind of say, well, now you've got to deal with the big boy.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the synergy here is just so good, right? The Steelix just takes up those extra prizes, and we saw how strong Dodrio can be. Alex is going to try his best to stop that from happening, as he did play Concealed Cards, going a Psychic Energy, and now we'll be using Artisan. So, I think, look at Alexander's hand. I did see an Iono, I do see a level ball, and I do see at least one energy. So we could see the Mirage step here, but it looks like he's going to go for a Waltz instead. Level ball going to be played as well. So this will probably tell us what Alexander's opting to do. Going to play, grab a Refinement Curlier and a Fog Crystal as well.
Yeah, so just to help remind the viewers at home as well, of course, Onyx's attack does 20 damage, but that Cresselia has fighting resistance.
Ah, true. Yeah, I didn't even see that.
Won't actually take any damage, but at the same time, the main aspect of that is Onyx will have no impact to it here. The important thing to note, though, we haven't been able to see a Jirachi or a Manaphy come down, and almost board locked for just one of them going forward.
Yeah, true, actually.
Because there are 4 Doduos on that bench.
Yeah, I guess it's interesting because ideally you want to have as many Dodrio out as possible. But you would, and you probably want to have at least one other Onyx in the early game because you're going to use Steelix at least a couple times, right? Yeah. So that means, yeah, having Jirachi and Manaphy down, at least in the early game, could prove quite tricky. As you said, Jimmy now has 4 bench Pokemon, so we'll be locked out having both of them, at least for now.
Yeah, so it's really important that this Onyx is able to find a way to stick around, because it's the quickest way Jimmy's board is able to ramp up that damage. It's just a pass over after that refinement. Artisan being utilized here from Jimmy, and that Onyx surely must be looking primed and ready to hard coat itself and evolve up to that Steelix.
Yeah, it looks like Jimmy's about to trade that Onyx holding a Metal Coat. He's about to evolve into that Steelix, where it's going to be able to use that Earthquake attack for 1 energy. So efficient with 130 damage as well. And normally, the thing is, with an attack like this, a really high damage output move for 1 energy, the downside is you're doing 3 damage counters back to all your bench Pokemon. That's sad. However, when those Pokemon you are damaging do more damage, depending on how much damage they have on them, all of a sudden you've almost turned the downside into a positive. The deck synergy here from Jimmy is just off the charts.
Yeah, and just knowing he doesn't need to utilize another Onyx for the time being, you know, getting that Jirachi down does have the threat of the Cresselia in the active spot right now. Of course, an easy KO with Earthquake, dealing 130. More than enough to hit that 120 HP of that Cresselia, and then just ramping up the damage. As I mentioned, Shay, it's not just a 130 on the active, it's 150 to your own board. It's doing 280 damage everywhere. Across the field, so it's just a very odd thing to not usually see. But like you said, the synergy works.
And as we are going to see Professor's research there for Jimmy after he evolved to Dodrio, is that you could almost argue taking the prize as a benefit. I'd argue putting all that damage onto your Dodrio is almost the upside of this attack, right? Jimmy does play that Professor's research for himself, an Ultra Ball, debating whether to play it. Could have 3 Dodrio out by turn 2, Alex, whilst also taking a prize card. And one thing worth noting, that when Steelix evolves, obviously, it changes from a fighting type to a metal type, so resistance will no longer be an issue. But I tell you what that metal typing does do, Alex. It means you can hit a Gardevoir EX for weakness.
Not the Gardevoir EX.
Oh, sorry, I should say no. The
Shining Arcana.
Yeah, there we go. The Shining Arcana. I got there eventually.
Yeah, no, you were right earlier when you said that the Gardevoir EX has got a dark weakness.
Yeah, dark.
Which is why we kind of suggested that maybe one game plan to kind of stay in the game, maybe take tank a hit, which you got correctly, you know, being able to tank a hit and then use Churro scenario to maybe tank another hit. But this is where Alex's next turn is going to be so vital. Last game, he went down 2 prizes before he was able to retaliate. He has to find a way to stay in the prize race right here, right now.
As we do see that Earthquake being used, seismic activity, the ground is shaking. Jimmy takes our first prize card. But as you said, this turn here for Alexander is crucial, because sure, you can come back from a 1 prize deficit. 2 prize, a lot harder. Can Alexander topple this 180 HP Steelix out of the way? Let's find out. As he starts to turn up by playing a Refinement, and then bundles of concealed cards. Let's see what he draws.
There's a rare candy, Ultra Ball in hand. Does have level ball for other curlier refinements in his hand as well. So can continue drawing through the deck. Lots of different opportunities, lots of different routes to get there. Remember, we'll need to find a way to hit both Shining Arcana Gardevoir and the Gardevoir EX to be able to ramp up enough energy onto an attacker to take down the Steelix. That 180 HP, really, really frustrating as a number for a single prize Pokemon.
I tell you what, this early on in the game, you have to make sure you have enough Psychic Energy in the discard or have access to Reversal Energy as well, because I don't think that's actually a guaranteed right now this early on in the game. So a few early game hurdles for Alexander to jump over, but that's the sort of advantages when you're playing a stage 1 that deals 130 damage for 1 energy, is that you can really force your opponent to answer questions quick, because if you don't, it could go out of hand, as we are going to see an Ultra Ball going to grab a Gardevoir EX.
Yeah, is that a decision to evolve it now as well? So maybe there is enough energy in that discard. So this is a way of maybe trying to apply pressure as soon as possible. If there are free energies in that discard pile, just being able to utilize Psychic Embrace and then Miracle Force as a fantastic attack to deal 190.
Yeah, I mean, well, that's a lot easier to get free energy in a discard pile than like, what, 5, right? Or with a reversal. With the Iono as well, love that, going to reduce Jimmy's hand size, doing everything he can to stay in this game. There is Alex. And this is going to be a lot more of an interesting one, I feel, as if Alexander, like I said, got off to a slow start in the last game, but now can immediately respond and not let this Steelix power up these Dodrio too much.
Yeah, we do see a second refinement there. Does have energy in hand, you know, saves himself potential damage onto his own Gardevoir. Does have 4 Psychic Energies in this card right now, but can limit the amount of damage that's going to be going on this Gardevoir EX by just the hand attachment, as well as utilizing some of that Psychic Embrace. We do see another Ultra Ball come down, maybe just start trying to get set up with Shining Arcana Gardevoir.
Yeah.
So lots of, like I said, different routes here to try and figure out how best to combat this pesky Steelix. And then also have to think about those Dodrios in the background as well.
Well, I mean, that's the thing, right? If you're going to use Miracle Force here, if you can't manage to get Shining Arcana to do enough damage, or Brainwave, I should say, if you use Miracle Force, you actually open up the door for that Dodrio to do a Madness next turn.
Yeah, I think that was big there. A big miss, unfortunately, from Alexander's side. That Shining Arcana could have got an extra energy attachment, 1 or maybe even 2, to keep the HP up as high as possible. Here right now it's going down to 270 HP. Does utilize that Miracle Force to take out the Steelix, of course. A good number there. Dodrio in the active spot. Lots of bull cards here as we move over to Jimmy.
But there's a damage pump as well. There is a damage pump, I think. So, I mean, it is possible for Jimmy to take the KO here, right? You need to get, what, to...
90.
Yeah, so you need to get to 9 damage counters on a Dodrio.
So 3 damage pumps? Oh, no, 2 damage pumps.
And then 1 use of Zooming Draw.
Yes.
Yes, okay. And we are going to see a Mana Feed come down as well. Oh, my goodness. Jimmy, you...
Is this happening?
It'd be a game where it'd be a very strong scenario if he could. We are going to see these great balls being played. And don't forget that... Oh, I was going to say, it's a great ball. I saw the damage. He can't take that, unfortunately.
It's so close, but it's just one of those cards that he just needs to get into that position. But even if he just deals some damage here, but he doesn't want to limit potential churro being great value.
Yeah, so just viewers at home, so what Jimmy's going to try and piece together here, I think, is with 2 copies of Damage Pump and the Luxurious Cape as well, obviously, that Dodrio will be able to... Oh, no, you won't need Damage Pump. Oh, I apologise. Not Damage, a Luxurious Cape, I should say. Via 2 uses of Damage Pump, Ballistic Beak will be able to KO this Gardevoir EX. And we are going to see the Iono, but I don't think... Did Jimmy play that Damage Pump in his hand before?
He didn't have it. Did he have one in hand?
I thought he did. I could be wrong now.
We'll have to...
Let's have a look.
Check. But we see what the options are. If I'm just not mistaken, Damage Pump being able to move 2 damage counters from one of your Pokemon to any other Pokemon any way you'd like. So that could move it up to 80. With the Zooming Draw, we do see that moves up to 50. With 1 energy, that Ballistic Beak, if I'm not mistaken, 9 damage counters times 30, 270 already, plus the 10, 280. And that's more than enough of a stretch for the Gardevoir EX, I hope.
Well, I don't think, well, I mean, we didn't see any Damage Pump in this game, this turn, I should say. So we're not going to see any massive Ballistic Beaks. Well, I was going to see that one there with 5 damage counters. What's that? 3, 6, 9, 12, 150, 160 damage.
Well done. Thanks for walking us through that as well, Shay, because everyone's going to need to know, right?
Yes.
It is a lot of damage from these single prizes. And at the moment, this is where an opportunity now lands on Alex to be able to utilize things like Churro's. Oh, yeah.
I mean, Professor Churro would be nice, but Avery, that's my card's prediction there, by the way, is also a very strong card. So, Jimmy will now have to discard 2 Pokemon since he has 5. You have to discard 2, you have 3 bench Pokemon. So, Jirachi and that how'd you pronounce that one again? Doduo is going to hit the discard pile as well. And that Jirachi, we know, very strong.
Yeah, but we've already seen that Cresselia go, so maybe for the time being doesn't have to worry about it. Has to worry about the actual threat on the board right now. That Scream Tail.
Yeah.
So keeps the Manaphy around for the time being. Hasn't, of course, found, I don't think has found a Churros yet, because I think that was actually Iono's.
It got put to the bottom, yeah. So.
Yeah. But, you know, it's done its work. It's putting itself in a position where Alex now is potentially going to go ahead on the prizes.
Yep, and that's what we spoke about in game 1, just trying to absorb some damage and then go back into that 1 prizer for 1 prize sort of strategy, as we are going to see some Psychic Embrace to the active Scream Tail. Going to use that attack Roaring Scream, which does 20 damage for each damage counter on it to any one of your opponent's Pokemon. But since there is a Manaphy, that will have to hit the active. But that's perfectly fine, as it is over to Jimmy's turn now.
What would you do? You choose another Doduo at that point. And it's not really going to be as effective. So just taking out the active, absolutely fine. Utilizing that single prizer. We do see a Super Rod come down from Jimmy's side. He has to re-establish his board, Shay. That's going to be the most important aspect here. Does continue to have zooming draws as well, and Artisan. To start trying to rebuild as soon as possible. There's the Jirachi, understanding the threats of Alexander's Gardevoir deck right now, and the Nest Ball, so his board's just replenished very quickly.
That was a very efficient Super Rod right there, wasn't it? You're going to see the combination of Super Rod to shuffle them back in, and then Artisan and Nest Ball to grab them back. Now, Jimmy has a few options for supporters here. He's going to start off with Zooming Draw. He doesn't have a boss's orders, so can actually pick up the 2 prize KO. Needs an energy card, actually. Did we see an energy in that hand?
I'm not too sure we did.
Oh, there's one jet. There's one jet. Okay. Whew.
There's options available here. It's just whether he will choose to maybe take this out now, because knowing that Alex does play something like, or maybe not knowing, but has to play as if maybe he does to collapse it away or use Churro's scenario. Let's take these 2 prizes now and put myself in the advantageous spot once again.
Yeah, I think that's the way to go. Like you said, if you try and maybe get too clever, Collapse Stadium's another out of Professor Churro scenario, and you'd be devastated to miss out on those 2 prizes. As Jimmy actually takes a prize card advantage here, currently at 3 prizes, and Alexander starts to start. Tell you what, chat viewers, you picked a fantastic community choice here. These games have been riveting, as Alexander does discard energy off concealed cards to draw 2 more.
And as per usual, just look at the size of the hand that Alex has in terms of options. You know, that deck is wearing thin now.
Wow.
All of the options. There's the collapse.
And the Churro's in hand as well.
A turn too late, unfortunately. But remember, in this scenario, I don't think Alex has as much to worry about, simply because overcoming 1 prize deficit is possible.
For sure.
It's actually very doable when you have a Pokemon that can't really be knocked out with ease if you kind of combine it with something like Iono.
Yes.
As we do see further refinements, there's 1 card left in the deck. That's a boss. But is there any real targets you need? Maybe trying to utilize that reversal energy as a single prize attacker. Does have the Scream Tail in the active spot, can start swinging away still anyway. Maybe doesn't have to, won't, I'm sure, try to utilize the Gardevoir EX evolution. There's the Collapse coming down now, which we do see the Jirachi go. So maybe we start to see how does Alex utilize that Cresselia if that Scream Tail is still blocked slightly or impacted quite a lot from that Manaphy.
Yeah, so let's see what happens. We are going to see that Iono. That's going to, maybe debating it. We are going to see an evolution to the Gardevoir EX. We are going to see that Iono. I mean, Alexander did have to actually replenish his deck a little bit, since currently was at 1 card left in the deck, I should say. And then if you was to not be able to draw a card at the start of the turn, you would lose. So Alexander is going to Iono there. And Jimmy, this could be a very interesting Iono, because Jimmy, outside of Zooming Draw, doesn't play too much on-board draw options, as we do see just, 2 Zooming Draw. And one of them will be getting KO'd, actually. So only one copy of Zooming Draw to use. As we are going to see that Screamtail KO in the active, Alexander goes down to 3 prize cards.
Yeah, and this is what we've spoken about. If you can limit those draw power of Jimmy's deck, because it's just that one there, and he's not got much else in terms of draw, so we'll have to try and find a way to utilize it. And then it's just an Onyx and a Doduo on the bench right now. There's the energy attachment, so we'll have an opportunity to take a knockout here. We do see the Artisan as well. Maybe just try and replenish the board a little bit more.
Yep, and I guess get those cards that are put to the bottom, get them more shuffled in as well, in case you want to draw some of them back. There was quite a few supporters in Jimmy's hand before the Iron, and I think it's quite interesting to see an Onyx come down.
Yeah, I think maybe there's no more Doduos that could be played, potentially. But maybe this is the way you synergize the deck once again. We spoke about maybe using Steelix early game as an attacker to start ramping up damage. But maybe when there's no damage mid-game, you can start thinking about ramping that damage back up again in the mid-game to late game, because you still got a really efficient attacker with 130 damage.
And I think you're right. You know, you don't have to strictly use Steelix in the early game. I just saw a little sneaky damage pump being there, moving 2 damage from the active Dodrio down to the bench Doduo. And I think that's key. I think what Jimmy's going to try and do, use the Steelix Earthquake again, and then try and get this bench Doduo ready to try and take a big one-shot if necessary.
Yeah, there's just lots of little tricky steps that have to be played out in this game. I mean, Jimmy right now doesn't have too much going in the hand, but still puts himself in a fairly good position. But Alex here is going to try and utilize that Gardevoir EX as much as possible, get it in a position where it can tank a hit, not have to worry about such a dangerous, luxurious cape combo with that Doduo or Dodrio if it gets a chance to evolve up going forward.
As it looks like Alexander is going to play a Super Rod and then going to use the Artisan to fetch that Rolts back straight away. And we are going to see a Fog Crystal being played as well. Going to have a basic Psychic Pokemon or a basic Psychic Energy, as Alex does take the basic Psychic Energy there as well.
Yeah, I think this has been a really well played game here by Alex's side.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, didn't find that Collapse or Churros on the right turn for the first Gardevoir EX, but just knowing to utilize such a big, bulky Pokemon has been really key to this matchup so far. And with Jimmy not able to find a way to overcome that on that one of those turns where he had to, unfortunately, just deal 160 with one of those Dodrios. It's now come to this point where Alex has a big tanky Pokemon in the active spot, takes a knockout, can keep swinging, and then
here we go.
With the hand, hopefully find a way to remove it from the active spot and get it out of play and still utilize some of those single prizes that remain. So do see another Miracle Force there, knockout. Jimmy having to decide which attacker he will progress with. Top deck, just an energy. Has the Dodrio in hand, so it does have access to Zooming Draw as well. Steelix to start ramping up some of that damage.
Dodrio. The Dodrio off the Zooming Draw, another Dodrio. So it looks like I was going to see an Earthquake.
Yeah, I think actually that Dodrio that has just been evolved up to was the last prize that Jimmy took. So I recall it being in one of those middle spots of the prizes as they were being taken. As we do see 130 damage there. Now that Gardevoir's in range, of course.
We're going to see the Professor Churro.
We will need to be looking for that.
I mean, I think this is the turn, right? If we don't, because we've already seen Collapse being used. So Alexander really wants to try and find Professor Churro, if possible. Refinement, as the boss's orders.
This is going to be a vital key couple of turns. I don't want to look too far into the
Talk
future.
to me. What is that?
With the Churro, this is where it's going to be key. I mean, he could evolve up again and take another tanky hit. Oh, actually, no, because he's one prize ahead. I was just thinking about the Dodrio does have the option for Luxurious Cape later if there's a big EX attack to try and take 2 prizes. There's a Churro, so that's massive. If we could get the energy sort of set up to try and checkmate the board now, have 2 attackers on the go, does Alexander put himself in a fantastic position to take game 2?
Oh, well, yeah, you can Churro and then attack with the, that 1 prize one, right? And then Jimmy will be able to take 2 prize cards in 1 turn because you just don't put down another 2 prizer, right?
Yeah, and then hold the Gardevoir EX to power up a next attacker for the next turn. Now we see a massive Professor Churro scenario there. The energy going into that hand. Oh, we do see just a scoop up as well from Jimmy's side of the board. What a fantastic way to showcase both of these decks here. Alexander utilizing that Churro's scenario to great effect and taking game 2.
Yeah, but we saw that Professor Churro, we said how impactful it could be, right? We saw, and you can get that effect via Professor Churro, or you can get it via Collapse Stadium, and it just takes one use. That's all it takes. We just trade in 1 prizes for 1 prizes, you absorb a hit, Professor Churro gets you straight back into that race. Alexander identifying his win con there and managed to get it.
Yeah, and just kind of getting that board set up in a fantastic way. This time, Jimmy not being able to take back-to-back knockouts without losing a prize himself just meant that Alex had a way to overcome that deficit. It's what we've spoken about. It's all about that prize mapping, which is so vital when you're facing up against a single prize deck. You have to utilize the value of the HP of your Pokemon to great effect. And that's exactly what Alex was able to do.
Yep, and you know, shout out there to Jimmy. You know, wasn't quite able to close it out. Alexander sort of, I think, realised, okay, I can see how this deck works. Now I know how to try and play against it a little bit better and force Jimmy to play through, you know, more challenges almost. You know, ask those questions because, like I said, outside of Zooming Draw, which doesn't really see you that many cards unless you have multiple in play, you know, the Ionos plus, you know, certain hoops can be really hard for Jimmy's deck to navigate.
Yeah, and typically with sort of the decks that maybe Jimmy's playing, you know, he does play 4 copies of Iono, but if he's facing up against other very smaller, squishier single prize Pokemon that he can take knockouts very quickly with his Steelix, it means his Iono is detrimental for his own deck.
As we are going to see Jimmy starting off our game 3 here, has a Dodrio in the active, and then attaches a Jet Energy and passes.
Yeah, no real threats on Alex's side of the board, remember. Not really able to utilize an attacker, so that Doduo in the active spot with the energy can start thinking about, well, maybe using it to either retreat, or maybe start just dealing some damage in some way, shape, or form. Of course, with needing to find a way to ramp up damage on itself with either Zooming Draw, maybe Damage Pump, and different things like that at the same time. Don't know if it's going to be able to find a knockout even on this Screamtail, because 90 HP actually might be a bit of a stretch.
Yeah, no, this is the first game where Jimmy wasn't able to get Onyx down, so yeah, was it Beak isn't going to be very good.
Ballistic Beak
Beak isn't going to be very good right now. And worth noting for the prize cards there, Alexander hasn't prized anything too impactful. Made that 1 copy of Collapsed and 1 Reversal. Could be interesting, but worth noting, we've seen how impactful that Jirachi has been for Jimmy. That's currently in the prize cards for Jimmy there. So Jimmy has a few hurdles to navigate. I think not having down an Onyx turn 1 though is huge.
Yeah, massive, because we've got to start thinking about, as we do see the concealed cards from that Radiant Greninja, fantastic addition, of course, that we've seen throughout the format, since its inclusion into the metagame, not only for the ability, but for its attack as well. Obviously not in the Gardevoir deck, but we do see it as a fantastic support Pokemon. But just thinking back to Jimmy's side, with 2 Doduos available, even if they both evolve up to Dodrio, Zooming Draw, putting 1 damage counter on itself on each of them, that's only 2 after a damage pump move.
Yeah.
It's only dealing 70 damage.
70 damage. Close, but not quite. And you don't get prize cards for being close to KOs, unfortunately, in a Pokemon trading card game. You have to fully KO them. As Alexander has filled his bench there, 4 Rolts down, and the Radiant Greninja. That's a fantastic start, especially when you consider that Jimmy won't be able to take a KO. I mean, this Screamtail, I mean, I was going to say you could even attack with it, but that actually helped the Dodrio out, so you don't want to be doing that. So we're not going to see the 1 for 30 energy slap. We're not going to see that. And we are going to see an Iono being played for Jimmy now. It's Jimmy's turn 2, so we can, as we do see a Dodrio being evolved as well on the bench.
Yeah, I think here, for the time being, doesn't really want to kind of risk you losing a Dodrio, so swinging away for 70 damage as a maximum really wouldn't be too useful here. Although at the same time, doesn't really want to lose a Doduo because he wants to evolve up, get that Zooming Draw going, and just get himself into the game, as that Great Ball there does find a Steelix and a Dodrio in hand already, so takes the Steelix. Is there an out to an Onyx right now to start benching, start thinking about evolving up?
I think there was an Ultra Ball in hand, or maybe a Nest Ball, but yeah, not quite easy right off yet. And if you're Jimmy, do you just leave the Doduo in the active, as it is going to evolve into a Dodrio anyway? You just leave it in the active and say, chances are you're not going to be able to KO this anyway, unless you have a monumental turn 2?
Yeah, potentially. I mean, just there's so many questions that have to be asked here, right? I mean, this is after a Iono, after all. There's an Artisan, so things can start to get going. After that Zooming Draw there, which was fantastic. I'm sure we'll see another Zooming Draw from that bench Dodrio as well. So we could start seeing things going from Jimmy, but there's that potential thing here where he will be the one who will go down on prizes and have that deficit that he needs to overcome against a deck which is so good at being a single prize deck.
I tell you what, Gardevoir is traditionally a combat deck, right? If Gardevoir is actually in the advantage, as in on the prize trade, golly, is it hard because it's going to draw more cards, right? Like, sure, Jimmy does have the option to, you know, one-shot a Gardevoir EX via damage pumps and luxurious capes even, but it's so much easier for Alexander to just tank a hit, Professor Churro collapsed, and then get back in the race. That's so much easier. You have refinement, you know, ×3 or ×4 a lot of the time, and Shining Arcana as well, as Jimmy is just going to do a Ballistic Beak and then pass it over to Alex.
Yeah, that 40 damage now sitting on that Scream Tail. We do see the level ball come down immediately to grab a Refinement Curlier here from Alex's side of the board. So now we'll have at least 2 Pokemon that can draw additional cards. We do see the Mirage Step Curlier as well. Fantastic addition to the deck. And an Iono just to top things off before we start drawing more cards.
And it looks like, let's see, so both players are going to get 6 new cards as well. One thing worth noting about Alex, time.
Oh,
currently at 1 minute left. Yeah, these are traditionally going to be 2 well, I say for the most part now, 1 prize decks squaring off against each other. So time is going to most likely be a factor here.
Yeah, this as we do start to see it ticking down with time being a factor, it does mean that we're likely to not see a conclusion to Game 3. But as we do see further refinement draws here, lots of energy in hand, not really much else going, but is it necessary even in this, if you're thinking about this game plan going on beyond further? I think you're quite happy to kind of sit in this scenario and know that you may go a prize down, but in latter turns and latter parts of the game, you can find a way back.
Yeah, and I think that's what Alexander's option to do there. He's going to pass it over. Jimmy is going to start the turn off there for the Artisan. Going to find a Doduo, I should say, and then going to put it on the bench. Look at the hand. We see some energy. We see a Steelix. So we could see an Earthquake. That's going to be fun. You know, 130 damage. It's going to be a big KO. Yeah. And start getting those damage counters. We're going to see a Boss's Orders as well.
Yeah, and I've just got confirmation. As we've seen, the time has been ticking down as well.
So it has.
Time has been called as this turn has been playing out. So Jimmy is currently turn 0. As we do see the boss, of course, and the Steelix into the active maneuver after the strict retreat with the energy cost, as we do see again the 130 to the active and then 150 to his own bench. Massive damage. Prize ahead here. This is turn 1. I believe, as we see from that dice as well. Thank you very much, judges, to help support us, viewers, to make sure that we can follow along at the same time.
So just in case the viewers at home don't know how the time will work, Alex, why don't you talk to us about that?
Yep, so when time is called, of course, this is Game 3 now. If there is no conclusion to Game 3...
just to cut you off there, we do see an AV being played. Alexander's going to force Jimmy to discard 2 bench Pokemon. Please continue.
Oh, cheers. Thanks. But yeah, thank you very much. We do have to follow the action, of course, as well. But we will see that with an unconcluded Game 3, both players having won 1 game each, it would end up a tie. But with time, when time is called, the players who's currently turn it is turn 0, and then each player gets 2 more turns. So there'll be turn 1, which is what we're currently on with Alexander. Go back over to Jimmy for his final turn, which is turn 2 of time. And then Alex gets the final turn of the round in turn 3. So we do see the Miracle Force there, taking the knockout. Again, one of the easier ways to take a knockout on the Steelix in this matchup. But wow, this matchup wasn't something we'd expected to have seen here in Utrecht at the Pokemon Special Event. Just seeing Dodrio and alongside, you know, the Onyx as part of the first generation of Pokemon as well in a deck really come to the fore. You know, this puts him potentially, if we don't see a conclusion, at 3-0-1. Both players, of course, doing fantastically well to be in this position.
Well, you know, with the way the time, like you said, with an unconcluded Game 3, this game will sort of not finish, as it were. But we could see a real big Ballistic Beak still.
Yeah.
Or a big KO. I would love to see Ballistic Beak do, take a big, massive amount of damage. I can see Zoom Inch, whatever it is, 1 damage pump in hand. We'll see an Escape Rope. Okay, so we're not going to... Jimmy!
Maybe not this time. But
Fair enough.
But there was that opportunity there. We already saw it in game one, that massive potential ballistic beak knockout with that luxurious cape combo, being able to put 10 damage counter on himself. We do see the NG attachment to the active Dodrio. It's going to be swinging away, beaking against that Screamtail. And off we go to the discard, poor little friend.
Yep, that ballistic going to take a KO. We are going to go over, and I think we're just going to see a sort of a concession saying, right,
agreement.
An agreement is the correct word there. I can't take 4 prizes this turn. You haven't got a turn, so yeah, this game 3 will not conclude, and it will be a tie there for Jimmy and Alexander. But what a fantastic showing of both players, I think, as well, and both decks too.
Yeah, incredible to see some more unique decks at this stage in the format, and that's exactly what we want to see from some of these top players that we've known in the European circuit, and of course wider when there's opportunity to do so. But this is the first time we've seen Steelix and Earthquake dealing that amount of damage. I mean, we've seen Pokemon deal 280 damage before, but have you seen a single prize do that? Maybe not just to the active, but to your own bench at the same time.
Yeah, you was literally doing more damage to yourself than you was to the active. But it was very efficient, for one, energy. And I think it was just poetry in motion watching that deck work, right? Just seeing the Earthquake, the 30 damage going all the way back to your bench, was just so synergistic. And those Dodrios with the ballistic beak was doing really good as well.
And it was fantastic to see Alex piloting that Gardevoir EX, utilizing the collapsed stadium and the Professor Churro scenario to great value, which is a word I love. It's always about value here.
Yep, for sure.
But we hope you enjoyed that. We had a great, fantastic round there. We will take, I believe, a small break, but we'll come back with some fantastic little bit of action for you guys as soon as possible. So make sure you don't go anywhere, as we're going to be bringing the fun to you.
Trato de anticiparme al meta, tratando de buscar las mejores soluciones o el mejor mazo en base a una estadística de los mazos más utilizados y trato de responder a ese meta.
I play test with my friends, play against other decks. Look for certain matchups. Guardy, I need to look for that one. That's probably the hardest matchup for me.
Leading up to event, I like to practice with my dad, play TCG live all the time, and spent 8 hours a day just trying and trying to make something work.
Eu escolhi o Miraidon X para usar como deck, porque eu achei ele mais consistente, até para a questão de ataques.
First, I look at the meta, identify the most common threats, and then start testing the decks that are more comfortable to my gameplay. I usually try to look and ask my friends from the country which the tournament is being held what they are playing in their locals all the time, so you can be prepared for that.
Geralmente eu treino todas as semanas com os meus amigos. Aí a gente vai testando todos os decks do meta e a gente vai jogando entre si para ver qual deck fica melhor com as configurações atuais.
I've made many friends during all these years. I've been in the community since 2016. I rely on the community, so many of the players have been helping me out of Latin America.
Me and my dad will just sit on our dining room table, practice, and then we go up to an event, then we practice at the tournament, and then we just get ready for the event.
I'm from France and my name is Thomas. This win means a lot for me, for representing France into international, because until now there is 0 French player qualified for Worlds, so it means a lot for my community. If I won the World Champion, it's big, it's amazing. So yeah, that will mean a lot. And I know that for every player will be really proud of him because he had such a difficult tournament from the beginning to the end.
I'm Alex Shransky from the United States. It feels amazing to win UIC. It's really hard to articulate what this win means to me. Since I've gotten second so many times, I've never really felt the win. And all of a sudden, I finally have won after a lot of years playing Pokemon. It's surreal. I never really doubted my strategy this weekend. I just expected things to happen that happened, and it worked out for me. Winning Worlds would be incredible. I spent a lot of time playing Pokemon, and for that to pay off at a World Championship would be amazing.
My name is Paul Chua, and I'm from the United States. Winning EUIC feels pretty good. It means a lot. I haven't been able to win an international ever. Like the last time I ever made finals was in 2017, and I got second. So being able to finally get past second place feels pretty good. Winning Worlds would mean a lot. I'd be really happy. It's a dream I've been having since I ever started playing VGC. So if I ever became world champion, that would mean the world to me.
Hi Pokemon fans, as we take a small break from the action, I've just grabbed two of my fellow casters just to go into a little bit of a discussion as we start to think about the rotation. So I'm Alex, I'm here with Amy and Ben as well. Amy, you have a bit of an opinion on some of the decks that unfortunately may be lost to the rotation. If you want to, please feel free.
Unfortunately, Mew VMAX fans, it is finally time for it to come to the end of its long reign. We've not only had Mew VMAX become a world champion deck, but also it's fed strongly in many, many events throughout the seasons that it's been live. So unfortunately, we won't see any more. And there are a few decks that take a rather large hit, and we're going to have to adapt new cards into those decks to be able to have them function as what we deem normal.
Yeah, I feel like Mew VMAX has been in the format for so long now. I feel like it's been here for so long. But it's been taking events by storm every single time. It's been played by our wider range of players. But you talk about decks that some are being hindered a little bit from the rotation. But with the new set comes new toys to play with.
Yep.
And of course, our players are always so spriteful when they look at a new set. They look at new cards to play with. They look at ways to adapt. And we've seen a sneak peek from Japan as to how some of these decks have evolved with this rotation, with this new set being released, and how they can still utilize these deck strategies.
Yeah, that's a really good point there, Ben. I mean, there are a lot of decks, as you mentioned, that are having to adapt to the new rotation with those new cards, but are finding themselves still in a place for the meta as it currently stands. But of course, just coming from Japan, it gives us that early insight. Are there any cards, Ben, in your mind that really stand out looking into the future?
Well, we've lost such strong meta cards like Battle VIP Pass. I think we can all agree that this card has taken the format by storm. Every deck has a 4 of, or even a 1 of with an Arven just to play that one Battle VIP Pass. It's so instrumental to this format, and I think that when we look back on this meta, we usually think Battle VIP Pass, but the way that players have altered their decks, we've seen maybe even more of an increased count of these ball cards, maybe more Ultra Ball, more Nest Ball, or maybe even a new set of cards like Buddy Poffin. I love saying that name, Buddy Poffin. Great name, but fantastic card as well. Grab 2 Pokemon 70 HP or less. So vital for decks like, say, Lost Box to utilize as well. But Amy, your thoughts on some of the other cards that are being introduced?
Yeah, I'm really invigorated for the return of our Ace Spec cards. Ace Specs are back, and once again, you can only play 1 Ace Spec in your entire deck. So much like the Radiant Pokemon, but these come in item variety.
Yeah, I unfortunately wasn't able to play the Ace Specs originally. I wasn't part of that era, unfortunately, but I always knew how instrumental they were. I always knew how powerful they were. You can either play them as a consistency card or as a power card, as we like to say, but some of these new Ace Specs, looking at them on release, they are so powerful. Their effects are just going to be so dominant in this new meta, in this new format. We look at Prime Catcher, we look at other cards like Master Ball in the Lugia deck, which took us a bit by surprise, but grab a Pokemon that's just what Lugia does. Does what it likes to do. But yeah, it'll be really interesting to see how our players in the West introduce these new ace specs into their decks.
Yeah, thank you very much for that, Ben. That does really show my age, as I was part of that era that had the chance to play with the old ace spec cards. But that's enough of a discussion for rotation for the time being. We're going to go straight back to the action as soon as possible. Make sure you don't go anywhere.
Hello, viewers. We are now back. It's currently the lunch break action here for our TCG competitors, as it were. So what I've done, got a little fun idea. I rounded up all our TCG casters. Here we are, a little motley crew over here, and we're going to play a little bit of everyone's favourite Pokémon Pictionary. Let's go. Rabbi, how are you feeling about this one?
It's my favourite segment. I think I look forward to this at every event. I think, you know, we're just such artists in this group that, you know, I just can't contain myself most of the time.
Okay, and Alex, I know you were feeling very nervous backstage when you found out we had to do this. Why is that?
I can't draw to save my life, but we'll give it a good go. I'm not as excited as Benjamin here.
Give it a go.
Yeah, I'll give it a go. I've got to give it a go.
You're drawing something.
I might be able to guess your Pokemon, but I have no idea. Well, let's see how it goes, eh?
And I guess, you know, we have, don't worry, viewers, we actually have got someone there who can draw, but that's definitely not me, by the way, in case you're wondering. Amy, how are you feeling?
I'm nervous because I feel like my reputation as an artist falls on these segments, and I feel like the crew may have given me some slightly more difficult Pokemon to draw because they know that I can draw.
Pressure's
so
on.
The fact that I have like a little pamphlet here with my name on kind of makes me nervous that I've been set up.
Yeah, we're all nervous, I think.
Okay, so we're going to have a certain amount of time. So how this works, viewers, in case you don't know, by the way, we have our Pokemon here in front of us. We're going to have a certain amount of time to draw them. The rest of us have to guess, and then if they guess correct, they get a point. How's that sound, people?
Oh, I like that. Yeah.
Sound good?
Sounds good.
All right, well, I'm going to throw you under the bus, Rabbi. You are going first.
I'm going first. Pressure's
You
on.
are going first.
Okay.
Yeah. The power's in my hands today,
To
so you get to pick.
Right, okay. 2 moments. Let me...
Alex, you hold his mic. You hold his mic.
Oh,
it's too late now.
It's all right, fine.
Then you can hold it to his mouth. No, hold it to us so you can talk as well. There you go.
Yeah, there you go.
Right. You need to be able to
And
show.
try and make sure the camera can see as well.
Experience.
Full camera can see.
Well, from you two, because I don't even. I have to see from the screen. He's gone. He started.
Here we go. Remember in the chat, get involved. What Pokemon do you think this?
Ditto. I was a bit loud with that. What is that?
Primer.
Bergmite.
It's a good guess.
Colossal, Carcole.
Oh, this is such a good drawing.
Is it?
Reverum. Oh, Rotom.
Oh, no.
Rotom Mo.
Yes. Yeah. Amy got
What
it.
is it?
Rotom Mo.
And you said that's a good picture.
This is fantastic. Little bit.
I actually think it's kind of good.
A little bit of grass.
I like that.
I like it. I think it's good.
to be
great.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, you get the point, right?
Yeah, I get
Now look, with the sunshine in the
This is
grass,
great.
it's
Look at
really
it go.
beautiful. Look at him go.
That's actually topical.
I love it. That's what
You love a bit of grass.
I know, yeah. My lawn is pristine.
We've had
I take pride in my lawn, everyone. And you should too.
Me and Benjamin have
Pokemon for me.
And you should too as well. Okay, well, shout outs to Rabbi there, Benjamin, I should say, getting the point. All right, go on, Amy, since you guessed that one, why don't you go next?
Oh, me? Are you gonna
I'll take that for you. Okay,
you guys here say enough with 2 mics. That's
one mic for each eardrum. Lucky you. Okay, are we ready? Okay.
I'll do it from the screen with you guys.
You ready?
Yeah, we're ready.
Okay.
Well, I hope so. Here we go.
Horsey.
It's so intricate already. Polytoad.
Polytoad, yeah. Spiritomb.
Samuel.
Hang on.
Oh, hang on.
No. Punkaboo.
Punkaboo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hang on.
That's great.
Carry on. Was it Punkaboo?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. But
I don't know. I feel a little bit like, you know what I mean? Amy was saying that she's worried she's going to get set up.
I know.
She's not giving her favourite Pokemon. What kind of... Have you been set up to win? Go on, carry on. Let's finish it off.
Okay,
Go on, finish it off. Let's get a little bit, you know what I mean? What you got left? A little bit of this, a little bit of that.
We did say no pressure, but that was...
I know, yeah.
How intricate that was compared to your lawnmower.
No pressure. That's brilliant.
Fantastic, amazing.
Wow, so...
The face of everyone, but it's cute either way.
Shay, can you go next after that? Because I don't want to disappoint everyone.
I get to choose, so you're going next. Thank you very much.
I don't want to disappoint everyone.
Yeah, well, you know what I mean.
Could never disappoint.
We leave the best till last.
Thank you. All right.
Yeah.
Alex.
Oh.
We leave the best till last.
Fine.
Yeah, that's what I'm going last, you know what I mean?
Just going to you then.
Yeah, that's going to be, yeah.
All right, so...
Let's see if I remember what this Pokemon... Let me try and remember what this Pokemon is. All right, fine. Right.
It's gone.
Oh, yeah.
we can now not confirm if it's correct or not.
No, I'm sorry, viewers at home, if this doesn't look like that Pokemon. But are we ready? Are we ready?
Yeah, we're ready. We're ready. Don't you worry about that.
I'm so ready.
We're gonna do that.
Rock and roller.
Always start. Voltorb.
Starmie.
Electrode.
Volcarona.
Is it like that? Is it like that?
Jigglypuff.
Mewtwo.
Gulpin.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Gulpin.
Is that what it has?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah.
Yes. Gulpin.
I don't even know what.
That's great. No, that doesn't look like a Gulpin.
It does.
Give him his little feet.
as well?
Yeah, it has feet.
Yeah, little feet.
It doesn't have. It only has feet on one side, I think. But yeah.
Well, my one has
brilliant.
two.
Oh, it's special. I like him. He has character.
It's a special one.
Yeah! All right, I'm happy with that. All right.
I like that Gulpin.
Go on, Shay. This is on you now.
Oh, no.
All of our drawings were so good, Shay, and you've got to top it off.
How has this happened? So I'm the only one. Okay, all right.
Hand it over.
Here we go.
Right, where are we?
Is he lost his cards?
We're sharing a pen, I think, actually. I don't know where I put it, though.
You got one?
I've got a pen.
Oh, you've got one.
Okay.
Oh,
right.
All the nerves gone.
All the nerves are gone. It's brilliant.
I feel loose. I feel lighter. This is great. I love this game.
No pressure now. No pressure.
Hang on.
Right, okay, here we go.
He started. He just kicked off.
First, Shay.
Look at the concentration on his face.
Meowth.
Yeah!
Oh, he's got the gold.
Coin. Yeah, coin.
I knew I had to make this really good because otherwise I was struggling.
It's Shay's payday.
You know what?
Tell about the
He was actually looking at this Pokemon a moment ago when I was sat backstage.
Oh, no. Shay.
You can
no,
stop.
but before he got the name.
You could have stopped at any point.
Give him some ears, please, Shay.
What? Give me some ears.
No, cat it. Shay. Why is everything
Shay,
a bear
you
with
could
you?
have stopped at the coin, I think.
That is a teddy bear.
Why is everything a bear with you?
What?
It's a bear.
Because I can't draw, that's why!
You know what cat ears look like?
Oh my god.
No, I don't know what cat ears look like, but here we go. We all got a point, happy days. Are we going one more, are we? What's going on? Yeah, we got time for a second round.
Right.
Is Benjamin going first?
Yeah,
again?
Benjamin is going
go on,
first.
I'll go.
Right, I'm hoping this takes long enough that I don't have to
Right,
draw again. So.
That was a cool flip.
That was kind of cool. I'm gonna need to tidy up afterwards. I'll tell you that.
All right.
Oh,
He's just flashed it to me, so I won't be part of this one.
This one's just a little bit more challenging, but I think I can deal with it.
You reckon?
I can deal with it.
You flashed it to me, so I know what it is.
Oh, what?
But I won't answer.
Okay.
So it's on you two.
All right, here we go.
Remember, everyone look after your lawn. Okay.
I don't know what it looks like.
Moltres. Articuno Zapdos.
Loser?
Baxcalibur.
This is.
I'm invested.
Yes, Latias.
Latias.
What? I was going to say Boeing or something.
What did you see?
I was like, airplane Pokemon. What's close to an airplane Pokemon?
Okay.
No, that's it.
All right, well, fair enough.
I was just like, it looks like a plane. What's the closest Pokemon I can think of to a plane?
If my memory serves me right, and it does, that's a Latias.
That's a Latias, is it?
It doesn't.
Yeah.
It doesn't. Well, unfortunately, we're all going to have to do our best Latios impression and fly back to the caster deck. So it looks like our players' pairings are now ready. So have a little quick break, and we'll be back with our next round as soon as possible.
Welcome back, trainers. We're just going to take a short break here in between the live coverage of our rounds, but we're going to have a chance to speak to our latest regional champion, Owen Kammerman. Owen, now I must ask you the nitty-gritty questions now. This is where the pressure starts. But, first of all, how do you prepare for such large events?
Ooh, it really depends on how much time I usually have. But in general, I'd say absorbing as much Pokemon content as I can in any way, shape, or form is how I prepare the most. As in, I do not always have the time to test or get into the nitty-gritty of matchups, but absorbing current results, what my friends are saying, what I'm just discussing with friends about Pokemon. That's a major part of my preparation because it gives a bit of a live view of what is going on in the meta.
Okay, interesting. So, when you let's say in an ideal scenario, when you do have time to test, how does that sort of process look for you?
Ooh, I'd say it's mostly, well, I don't often test with my twin brother, for example, but I often test against myself because that is, you learn to play both decks at the same time. And to beat a deck, you also need to know the other deck. So I'd like to be able to at least know little bit about the intricacies of each deck in the format, and then playing against yourself seems to be the most efficient in that regard. It's also time-wise. It's a bit exhausting playing that much because you need to think about both sides, but it's also fun because you learn about so many new decks as well.
Well, I first learned about that quite a while back. That you have of course, you have a twin brother. You see both of you on the floor usually at these big regional events, and the fact that you don't test together, I find just so bizarre. Because you're such great players, and you both know the formats so well. But it's such an interesting take on how you test for formats. Now, going back to the wider season, we've got 3 major events now going into the end, and then, of course, Honolulu, Hawaii. What's your mindset going into the rest of the season?
Ooh, I mean, now that I have a regional champion title under my belt, I just can see whatever still can come my way, right? I'm already happy with my season, but of course I'm gonna try my best, just the same as any other events. I mean, I'd love to get at least an IC top finish. Of course, I'd love to be first, but a top finish I'm already very happy with. And just try to consistently finish out the season with 1 or 2 top 8s in general. I think that's what I love.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised to see you do that for sure. Now, I have to ask you a quick question here. With the start of this season, we saw that regional champions or special champions get their auto invitation to the World Championships. And as you are a world-class player, as everyone knows here, did that change your process or preparation for events, or maybe even deck choice?
Well, it did in a sense that I really wanted to have a champion title in general. Not only because of the auto invite, but also because I had some top 8s now, I had some top 4s, but I never had been in finals. And then my mindset changed a bit in the sense that I didn't just want to get a day 2, I want to beat day 2 and have a deck that's able to beat the good players. So we see often that good players gravitate towards certain decks, and then I take that into account in my process of what deck I'm actually choosing, that I at least have a good matchup against the decks that good players would be using, and maybe a less good matchup against players that general players are using.
Now, talking about the rest of the season, we talk about preparation and testing. As you said, you like to play both decks on your own. Rotation, it's just around the corner. You've won a regional with Chen Pao, arguably when it's actually worse. Going into the next format, it obviously gets better with the additions of, say, Prime Catcher and the other cards from the new set.
Mm-hmm.
So is your mindset shifting away from Chen Pao, or is it very much sticking to that archetype going into, rotation in the new format?
Well, I never really like to stick to an archetype. I wanted to be free-flowing every time to see what the meta shapes up. So obviously it'd be a deck I'd be comfortable with, so I can always just pick it up whenever it becomes good in the meta. But I'm not stuck to it in the sense that I did good with it once. I need to continue playing it. I just love playing all kinds of different decks, and I'd like to change things up depending on the meta.
Well, thank you, Owen, for some fantastic insights. But of course, we have to get back to the live action in between our rounds here, but don't go away and stick around. Round 5 here at the Utrecht Special Event. My name is Benjamin Rabaiotti. You're joined here by my lovely co-caster as well, Amy Worsley. Amy, of course, we play Pictionary. The excitement is in the air, of course, still, but we have to get back into the TCG action. How are you feeling now? We're just over halfway through our tournament.
We were just saying to one another that I absolutely cannot believe how quickly this tournament seems to be zooming by. If you've missed any of the action, I'd say it's worth jumping on and having a look at some of our games gone by, because they have just been spectacular so far, and the action is not over. We are so kind of immersed in the middle of this tournament now, and there is so much more action to come, and I just can't wait to see what unravels in this next round.
Well, talking about next round, let's have a look at our current standings going into our next round. Now, of course, we knew that Tord was going into his third round 3-0, but now he's 4-0, Amy. And of course, joined by some absolutely stellar competition as well. My eyes there on Brennan Kammerman, top of the leaderboard. Also, 4-0, top of the standings here at the Utrecht Special Event, Demetrius Eaton and Alessandro Cremascodi as well. Any names here that shout out to you?
Honestly, we've seen Gabor continue to do well throughout these events, and today is absolutely no exception. Some fantastically well-known names on that leaderboard, and I'll be interested to see exactly what decks each of them have decided to pick up. As we know, Tord went for an unusual pick this time round, and I like that. I like that risk versus reward of playing an unusual deck at this stage in the season. So I honestly, I'm all for it. I really like that. It's not over yet. We're not close enough to the finishing point that it feels unusual to play something off kilter or a surprise.
It's never over until it's really over, Amy, and we thought the format was getting a bit, discovered already, but Tord and both Jimmy as well coming into this format, into this tournament, with a bit of the heat. But of course, we do have our two players ready and rearing to go for our round 5 coverage. And let's see who it is. And of course, Kaya and Ryan Morehouse as well. Two well-known players, very established as well in their home countries. Kaya, of course, coming from Germany, and Ryan coming from the UK. Kaya, a world champion as well, no less. But Ryan, of course, been around the block himself. Ryan, I know, is such a fantastic, well-known UK player with some fantastic accolades.
That's so fantastic to hear. Love to hear that we're always getting a masterclass over here on our special event main stage.
Yeah, and here we see both players shuffling up. I can tell you the deck list that both players are bringing. Kaya bringing Giratina V-Star, but here we see Kaya's achievements. But of course, none maybe coming up there. But
yeah, honestly, Kaya has been an absolute trailblazer in the seniors bracket, and I'm so pleased to welcome her to the main stage of the Masters once again. No shy face to our cameras, that's for certain. She's an absolute icon, in my opinion.
Yeah, no achievements in the Masters, of course, so none were to show there. But Ryan, as we mentioned before, here are his accolades. World's top 16 2014. He's been around the block, Amy, once or twice. Of course, one of our well-veteran players. A little bit of a fun fact, Ryan Morehouse was the player who knocked me out of top 8 in Milan. So we're bringing the same deck, Mew. So, and of course, being my caster prediction, I'm going to be shouting out for him for sure.
Oh my goodness. So No grudges held there.
Not at all. Not at all, Amy. Not at all. No, we forgive, but we don't forget.
Very nice. And moving on, let's have a little look at these prize cards. I don't think anything looks too scary on either part, so it looks like it's going to be a fair game.
Yeah, nothing too threatening in either player's prize cards. And here we see Kaya kicking us off in this round 5, starting off with the Path to the Pig. Really audacious play here, but I can't see much else in that hand, Amy.
The forbidden Sableye attach pass. Let's see if Mew can indeed do many Mew things and get a more vivacious board this early in the tournament. Oh, yes, there it is. And it kind of guarantees it, doesn't it? The Forest Seal Stone kind of just says to your opponent, I am going to get set up one way or another. Now, this judge might just do Kaya a favor.
It might do. Putting Kaya to 4 new cards in the hand may give her what she needs to draw out of this situation. But of course, starting with that Sableye attach pass is not going to be ideal. Of course, the Giratina V-Star wants to be playing those Battle VIP passes, all of those different resources to get set up and get some cards into the loss zone.
I always say it's a little bit of the Giratina experience to have a Sableye attached pass, but it's not what you want to see this far into their day. But then again, it is very much a deck that can come back from these circumstances and these situations, and Ryan won't be able to attack this turn, so Kaya is safe.
You hear about these situations, but you never believe they're going to quite happen. But of course, coming onto stream, unfortunately for Kaya, has put her into this situation. But then here we see the Hisuian Heavy Ball coming down for Ryan. Is going to be searching out for those Genesect Vs. I would have thought get those Fusion Strike systems up and running, but with that Path to the Peak in play, is he going to be able to draw out anytime soon unless he's able to find that lost vacuum? Does have the Star Alchemy, of course, as an option.
Yeah, I think that might be our key to getting set up here, unfortunately, as you stated very well. Observe there is still a Path to the Peak in play and a Fusion Strike Energy attached to Mew V for turn, so we won't be able to use the well-noted experience thus far of being able to attach a Fusion Strike Energy to a Genesect to allow it to use its ability. However, in this instance, that won't be the case. I don't know whether it's going to be worth using the Forest Seal Stone at this stage or saving it until next turn.
Although we know Kaya had an unfortunate start, I also think this is quite unlucky here for Ryan. You know, it's starting the energy for turn as well as the Forest Seal Stone. He would have been able to Psychic Leap for a knockout if he were to find an Alyssa Sparkle. Did have the Forest Seal Stone, so that was, you know, an option.
I believe he's gone for the Energy Mix attack, which we don't see all too often, but is still really valid, getting their second energy there from the deck onto Mew, ready for next turn. Again, I think that's a really strong play from Ryan in a not so advantageous position at the beginning, but you know, Kaya can't, or it's very unlikely Kaya will be able to do 190 damage for that Mew.
No, not at all. Not posing much of an issue to Ryan early on into this game. With no Giratina V on the bench, not even a Comfey either, but with a Nest Ball, fortunate from that judge there to draw into a Colress's Experiment as well as, as those Nest Balls. So we're going to be starting to see those flower selectings a little bit, not too late for Kaya, of course. It is only her second turn in this game, but let's see if she can get this engine up and running.
Yeah, I think that's rather the point, isn't it? Managing to get that engine chugging as early as humanly possible is really the key to these Lost Zone box decks. And Giratina has the hardest time of that acceleration of all of the different variants. So already missing a turn, not great, but Kaya did go first, so wouldn't have been able to play a Colress anyway. So it doesn't feel to me like it's that much of a problem right now.
And this is quite an awkward Colress's Experiment. There's some resources from this that Kaya would really like to keep for the later game, but as we said before, this Giratina experience, there's sometimes awkward situations thrown your way. It does have the Spiritomb as an option there as well. So effective against the Mew and the Genesect engine, of course, with that Fetid and Misfortune ability, turning them off effectively without even a Path to the Peak in play requires. And here we see the retreat into the Comfey and the first flower selecting of the game for Kaya.
Kaya, yeah, I think she's debating whether to use the nest ball first so that a basic Pokemon is not a flower select target here. And I think, yeah, she's going to go for both nest balls to thin the deck of basic Pokemon, making sure they are not having to be a choice of that flower selecting, making sure the deck is as thin as possible and as fruitful with options that Kaya does want to take as humanly possible, making sure that every ball is in Kaya's court.
Yeah, we saw how awkward that colorist experiment was on that first time, but of course using those 2 nest balls will thin the deck out, as you mentioned, of 2 more basic Pokemon to make those flower selectings just a little bit less painful for the future turns. And of course we mentioned how Giratina likes to get set up early and likes to put those cards in the Lost Zone as quickly as possible to start using those Mirage Gates and, you know, start putting in some damage against their opponents. But of course Kaya just a little bit a turn too late, of course, in this setup. But I don't think this is going to be much of a problem given that Ryan's start hasn't been as optimal himself.
There we go. Jet Energy on the Giratina, zooming into that active spot. Spiritomb down to stop any lurking Genesects and going, of course, for the Abyss, seeking to once again make that Lost Zone nice and fruitful. Unfortunately, Kaya's choices for these kind of Lost Zone options right now have widely been Super Rods and Energy exclusive, which is really tough. Like, I would not like to be Kaya in this situation. This is a difficult deck to manage your resources at the best of times.
Yeah, it's a very tricky deck to play if given those different options to Lost Zone are not quite what you want to see. Of course, we see one of the each energy type, which isn't ideal. As you've mentioned, it's a very resource-heavy deck. You have to be wary of what you have in the deck in terms of options for the Mirage Gates, and also when you start using those Rock Sands, you have to maximize your odds to those different outs, say the boss's orders to win you the game later down the line, or maybe even those boss's orders. So, yeah, not too fantastic options here for Kaya, but let's see what Ryan can do to respond here. And here we see...
Here we go, the Forest Seal Stone. We've been waiting upon it. What will be chosen, though? It's a tough one at the moment. Ryan's board is not very well developed. Now, we have 2 Mew V with energy. Fantastic, love that, but no way of drawing cards as yet, unfortunately. And with a Path to the Peak and Spiritomb, a double barrage of blockades in Mew V Max's way. Unfortunately, I think an Iono is being deliberated, and I would be too, just to refresh the hand when there's not really any other option to do so right now.
Unfortunately, Ryan needs many things here. He needs the Genesect V on boards to start using the Fusion Strike system, and of course the Lost Vacuum to get rid of the Path to the Peak to start drawing some cards, and the Mew VMAX to start applying pressure. So a lot of resources required, and of course the Star Alchemy only giving you the one option as a card to get from the deck. So Iono, refresh the hand, see a fresh 6 cards here for Ryan, so he'll be seeing whether he can start applying that pressure. Like we said, here's the Genesect V, there's the power tablet, thin out the deck just that little bit further, and of course try and get that knockout on the Giratina V. Of course, that's going to be very important to have. Here we see the fresh 6.
Here we go. Let's see another power tablet, an unplayable battle VIP pass, a Genesect which can bench, a Lost Vacuum, which is lovely, but unfortunately Spiritomb is still lurking on the bench, being the menace that it is.
Yeah, fortunately some disposable cards in that hand. Does have the Box of Disaster, can attach that to any Pokemon he likes, and of course does have that Lost Vacuum and an additional power tablet. Whether he wants to play that or whether to keep it as a resource for the later game to knock out those awkward HPs on the Giratina V-Stars is something to be deliberated, but it's whether he fully goes for it here. With 5 cards in the Lost Zone for Kaya, you can imagine those Mirage Gates not too far away from her disposal. Just checking the discard pile there of Kaya's, just checking out the odds of her strategy there. But here deliberating whether to... I would Lost Vacuum the Battle VIP pass, of course, as you mentioned, not able to be used now, being that it's past their first turn. But just deliberating how to play this one out. Retreat here. Oh, and we see a Psychic Leap play.
Leap. Okay, that's not bad. I quite like that. Just placing some damage counters on the Giratina V, knowing that, you know, that's really Ryan's only option right now. And yeah, I think honestly that was a nice play. Just setting some damage down. Giratina V-Star's a really heavy hit for poor old Mew VMAX. Can't quite get there a lot of the time. Feels wasteful not to use the power tablet when it had been played. So personally, I really like that. It will be difficult for Kaya to kind of take the damage off the Giratina in any way. So yeah, no, I think it's totally valid to decide to make it easier in the future for himself.
Yeah, it puts those Giratina V-Stars, like you said, to a manageable HP for a future knockout. Of course, putting it down now to only the 180 HP if Kaya were to choose to evolve that. But here we see just the Abyss Seeking.
Oh my. Both players are having such a shaky start. Neither deck is giving an inch. They really are not setting up in the way that kind of each trainer has planned.
Yeah, and again, another very awkward cards pool there from the Abyss Seeking. Quite a resource-heavy 4 cards. The Roxanne quite pivotal in the strategy of the Giratina V-Star deck. Of course, wants to be able to use those different comeback mechanics, like the Path to the Peak, like the Roxanne, as an added disruption as well, to start taking out those big knockouts with the Giratina V-Star. But here we see Ryan Morehouse using that Lost Vacuum, getting rid of that Battle VOP pass like we spoke about. Here we see just delivering where to put the Box of Disaster as well.
I think it's a bit interesting at this stage. Kaya was on 7 in the Lost Zone, and moving her Path to the Peak into her own Lost Zone puts her 1 Colress Experiment off of that big number 10 for Giratina V-Star.
Yeah, of course, even flower selecting as well. You know, just the 1 more into the Lost Zone, like you said, very pivotal to start using that Giratina V-Star for both attacks. And of course, here we see another Judge, just that added layer of disruption there for Kaya. Of course, those Lost Zone decks quite fragile when you start disrupting them to lower hand sizes, because of course they like to keep those hand sizes big with the Colress, playing Colress after Colress in additional to the flower selecting. You see a lot of cards. The main strategy here for Ryan is to start disrupting as early as possible to keep that engine just lower down a little bit so the power doesn't come straight back at you.
Yeah, not wrong at all. There's the 4th, the Judge. Let's see if they are any better. We got the Feather Ball, so we can finally get a Mew VMAX in play. Feather Ball's a lovely little card, but quite specific to this deck. You can search your deck for any Pokemon that has 0 retreat cost. Doesn't come up super often, but in Mew VMAX, a fantastic addition to the deck, keeping things nice and consistent. You can always get your Mew V and Mew VMAX with that one. And of course, we see our first Mew VMAX. I imagine the one on the bench might get evolved. I imagine Ryan's going to be attempting to get a Fusion Strike Energy onto the Genesect, but I don't know if they've got the resources in hand to do so. No, not at all, sadly. Just another double turbo energy, which, oh my goodness, going to go onto the active. Yeah, here we go.
Here we see the evolution into the Mew VMAX. And of course, those Fusion Strike systems now live for Ryan. Oh, no, here we just see a simple knockout on the Giratina V.
Yep, big KO, the first one of the game. Here we go. Now, it feels like we're moving now. The pace of the game has been set. Ryan has said, right, now it's time to keep up, Kaya. If you can't keep up with me, then it's game over. Music to my ears.
Now, this is where Kaya really has to ramp up her own approach to the game. Now, we know Giratina V-Star really likes to capitalize on their opponents taking those early few prize cards. We know that there's an added addition of Roxanne. Of course, as soon as your opponent is able to take those 3 prize cards, you're able to instantly smack back by putting them down to 2 cards. And then, of course, the Path to the Peak is added disruption, as we also mentioned. And then there's Giratina V-Stars. Again, awkward HP costs. 280 isn't very easy for this Mew VMAX to manage. So, of course, if Kaya is able to take those quick knockouts in successive turns, that's how she'll be able to take the game.
Loving the Colress Experiment off the Pokegear then. One of the few cards that Kaya would have had access to from the Pokegear, but just about doing its job in the last couple of cards there. Kaya can continue, because it's like a revolving door of Pokemon on her board state, taking the Comp phase around the block, managing to get as much in the lost zone as possible.
I would really like to see another benched Giratina V here. Of course, now Ryan hasn't used many power tablets. I believe he still has 3 left to his disposal. So those Giratina Vs are easily edible for those Mew VMAX to take quite simple knockouts. So Kaya will want to have the insurance of benching another Giratina V to fill out her game plan.
Yeah, I think that's probably likely at this stage, because Kaya is going to need to get those larger attacks. Ryan's board state is still thin enough that I think this is very far from over.
Yeah, no, for sure. It's not an optimal setup, as we mentioned earlier, from Ryan. His board state isn't looking like the average one for Mew V. And of course, being that there's the Spiritomb Fetid in Misfortune, is unable to keep up maybe with this engine here from Kaya. And here we see the path to the peak as well, just in case Ryan was able to take out the Spiritomb. And here we see now just looking at the resources that are available. Of course, no Mirage Gate in the hand, so isn't able to power up that Giratina V, but of course does have the insurance of waiting another turn. If Ryan is able to take out another knockout with those Rock Sands becoming live, Kyle will be able to refresh her hand, find those additional resources to start taking big knockouts.
And there we go, on to Ryan's turn, retreating the Mew VMAX into a Genesect V with a Box of Disaster attached. I wonder whether Ryan's just deciding to bide their time here, allowing Kaya to go into the Box of Disaster so that they kind of squish up that Giratina a little bit for Mew's taking.
Yeah, I really like this play. If Ryan was able to see this Giratina, this Genesect V be knocked out, of course, like you mentioned, 8 damage counters comes on the board to put that Giratina V-Star into more manageable range for a knockout. Here we see the Colress coming down. The Genesect, the Giratina V-Star. Getting my Giratinas and my Genesects mixed up here.
They're quite different,
I know,
I'm afraid.
they're quite different, quite a bit. And here we see the Giratina V being an option. You can imagine Kaya definitely prioritizing that, and yes, she does. And here we see just understanding whether to play the Jet Energy, maybe another Flower selecting from that additional Comfey on the bench. And here we see the retreat. And I really like now that Kaya's starting to ramp up her hand size. You know, seeing as many options as possible for those future turns. If Ryan was able to retreat, take another knockout with the Mew VMAX in this future turn, again, it puts, I keep mentioning it, it puts Kaya in that special range where Ryan is with 3 prizes to activate those Rock Sands.
And Kaya decides to be very sensible and just pass the turn, say, okay, Ryan, if you want me to KO your Genesect, no chance, off you trot. And Ryan is forced to use a double turbo energy to retreat the Genesect to continue that strong pace of game they'd already established, bossing up the Giratina. Oh my, are they going for a power play here?
I really like this play, only because it softens up the Giratina V-Star, like we mentioned. Isn't going to be able to take a big knockout here, but if Ryan was able to evolve this Mew V on the bench next turn, it takes out Kaya's biggest threat. So
yeah, again, softening that Giratina is so strong at this stage, is so right. Will Kaya be able to respond fast enough? There's no other large attacking Pokemon on the bench currently. There's nothing that Kaya can storm in with and make a huge difference with on this turn. And I think that is where Ryan may be able to keep up their pace of play. Kaya's deck's looking really thin, and I'm not sure the resources are there to keep going.
Yeah, keeping Ryan, keeping on 4 prizes, of course, doesn't activate those Rock Sands, but softening up those Giratina V-Stars and looking at his hand as well, there are not many options there, unfortunately, for Ryan. So if Ryan was able to draw into maybe another Judge or the Mew VMAX, at least he stays in this game for a little bit longer. But with Kaya now benching another Giratina V, able to start powering this up as well, hasn't used any Mirage Gates yet this game as well either. So Kaya may be able to keep up just a little bit faster than Ryan as we come to the end of this game.
I think Kaya might need to use that V-Star move this turn just to start turning the tide in her favor, taking 3 prize cards, kind of threatening Ryan, saying, you know, if you don't respond here, I can just take 3 more. But if Ryan manages to play this sensibly and can knock out somehow with a Psychic Leap and maybe only leave 2 prizes on the bench for next turn, that would be magical.
Now, Ryan does find the Ultra Ball, so if he's able to find this Mew VMAX here and take out the knockouts on this Giratina V-Star, it puts himself only 2 prizes away from taking this game. Now, of course, does have a power tablet in hand, but doesn't even need to use it. So if Ryan may still be in this game if he's able to find all those power tablets on that future Giratina V-Star that's threatening him on the bench. But yeah, this is quite... I'm eager to see how this one plays out. But Ryan definitely still on the back foot, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I would like to see the power tablets get used. I'd like to see a Psychic Leap here for knockout, and then with a Mew V on bench and the 2 Genesect, that would be my favorite play of this turn. But they don't go for that. They go more aggressive and say, well, you know, I know that Kaya can't use the V-Star attack anymore. They cannot one-hit KO this Mew VMAX.
Yeah, this Mew is guaranteed to stay around, right? Yeah. Now that Kaya's already used the V-Star, is able to take a big knockout for 310. Maximum damage is going to be able to be done is only 280. So Kaya may be looking to soften up this Mew VMAX with the Sableye Lost Mine attack. But here we see the promotion of the Comfey. You can imagine a flower selecting coming through, just counting up the energy within that discard pile. Does have Super Rod in hand, get those energies back into the deck. I think Ryan's going to be looking at, no, yeah, you definitely haven't played any Mirage Gates yet. Nope, there's none in there.
There are some in the Lost Zone, though.
Yes.
One was discarded very early on in the Lost Zone, but I believe it's only 1, so Kaya still has 3 to go with, and a Super Rod, which looks like it's getting played there just to kind of solidify that she's definitely going to be able to get the energy that she needs. 2 Psychic and a Grass-type energy going back into that incredibly thin deck at this stage of the game. But that's kind of nice. Kaya gets to tailor her kind of top decks, and she might be able to, in some way, make sure that what she would like is relatively near the top, like somewhere within draw range, you know?
Kaya has various approaches that she can take for this game now. She can try and soften up this Mew VMAX, like we said, or go for a boss play and simply take out 2 of these Genesect Vs. We know that boss is in hand. Even Countercatcher is an option as well for Kaya, now that Ryan's on only 2 prizes. But can... Ooh,
I love the Roxanne here. I absolutely adore this, knowing that she is absolutely strangled any way of Ryan being able to draw cards out of his deck, and making sure that Path is down, Spiritom's down. Ryan could probably do nothing about it. I think disrupting Ryan down to 2 cards here is the perfect timing. It's beautiful.
Yeah, the ultimate disruption is on board as well for Kaya. Spiritomb, Fetid in Misfortune, and the Path to the Peak. Draws right back into that Countercatcher as well. Benches down that Cramorant, of course, now thinning the deck out of even 1 more Pokemon if a Judge was to come down, but goes for the Lost Impact on that Mew VMAX, doing 280 damage.
I'd say that is one of the most impactful moves of this game, because the fact of the matter is, I don't know if Ryan's going to be able to do anything now. With 2 cards and no draw, well, three now thanks to the draw for turn. It looks like, oh, is one of them one is a Mew, a Genesect, and a Featherball. No, that's just not enough. There's not enough to save this poor Mew VMAX. If it's Psychic, it could Psychic Leap. He can bench the Mew, it can Psychic Leap. Ryan can keep himself in this game, but it is absolutely not an ideal play.
Yeah, he's in Top Deck City mode.
I don't like Top Deck City. It's not a nice place.
Benches down that Mew, opts to retreat into it, and I think he's just going to go for the pass. Oh, and it's a scoop there from Ryan.
He's saying, you know what, no, I'm too far behind now, I don't think I can manage. Oh my word, incredible show from Kaya, bringing it back from that start with just Sableye and an energy.
Yeah, showing the power of the Spiritomb as well. That Fetid in Misfortune certainly was the story to write there for Ryan. Unable to draw from those Genesects, unable to keep his engine alive, really, to stay in the game and was just unable to keep up with Kaya's ongoing pressure of those Giratina Vs and V-Stars.
Yeah, Kaya's plays there were beautiful, absolutely exquisite. The timing of every card was like clockwork, and Ryan was quite fettered in misfortune in that he just couldn't respond to any of it. And so Kaya just took the game away, and it was so graceful.
Yes.
It's like the game floated away.
You have to be quite gentle when you're playing this Giratina V-Star, otherwise it can treat you quite badly, Amy. Of course, you have to keep up with your resource management. We mentioned it earlier, you know, those fragile energy counts. You know, Kaya was having to lost zone one of each.
So
that isn't
many.
ideal.
And a Super Rod.
And Super Rod and Mirage Gate as well.
Oh my gosh.
Those Colruses can give you quite a headache, but fortunate for Kaya was able to overcome it and take the first game.
Much the scientist, Colress's experiment, making sure that they're giving Kaya some tough decisions, but hey, Kaya's a pro, we know this, and that's why we love to watch.
Yeah, if anybody's going to show us how to play it, it would be Kaya, of course, and both players getting ready for their game 2. And here we see both of them shuffling up, and of course the prizes are coming down for both of our players. They'll both be looking forward to seeing what will be in theirs, of course. Nothing too threatening, either of them will hope. Ooh, two power tablets.
Oh, I'm not in love with that. I'm not in love with the one of each energy type. If Kaya is... We've seen that Kaya can deal with the fact that energy can be non-ideal, right? We've seen that Kaya absolutely knows her deck inside and out, back to front, upside down.
I was wondering why Ryan was picking up his prize cards. I was like, oh, what's going on? But it was a history inevitable.
Incredible.
Here we see the Feather Ball coming down. And like you said, such a great card in this deck, able to find a free Irish cheater, but also an insta-playable. You can play it at any point in time in the game. Thins out your hand, so those Fusion Strike systems are that bit more effective as well.
Yeah, it's honestly just a fantastic card. An extra ball search that almost is exclusive to Mew VMAX as a deck. There are a few other decks that could utilize it, but not as effectively as Mew. Not yet, anyway.
No, not many. Not many, Amy.
And Ryan this time making sure those Genesect are high and dry on the board nice and early before Kaya has any opportunity to go Spiriting Path, shush.
Yeah, going to be looking to use as many Fusion Strike systems as possible before that Fettered in Misfortune comes down. I think what Ryan will be looking forward to do here is build up that hand, get rid of what he doesn't need, of course, start thinning out that deck further so that Fettered in Misfortune isn't as effective in those later turns.
Yeah, I mean, even managing to remove it from the board nice and early, it means that Kaya has to bring it back somehow, kind of wasting a space in a Super Rod, or, you know, worst comes to worst, some new players are able to Lost Zone the Spiritomb with Lost City.
Yeah, of course, and here we see another Battle VAP pass, just what he would have wanted coming into his first turn. Just going through the deck once again, just going through a little bit of a deck search, just seeing what game plans are available to him. And here we see another Genesect V coming down, another Fusion Strike system, which would be just what he would have wanted going into this first turn, getting us set up quite well, probably looking for a Boss's Orders and a Mew VMAX ready for next turn.
Yeah, looks like Ryan knows that Kaya has all of this disruption. I imagine very well tested against Giratina as one of the most popular decks that we've seen in recent times. Knowing, okay, I need to get everything that I want in my hand now. And because Kaya does only really run late game disruption, Ryan can be quite complacent knowing that Kaya's going to need to prioritize Colress now. So if Ryan gets what they want in their hand now, then it's probably sticking around.
Yeah, of course, and some fantastic cards being drawn as well from this Fusion Strike system. Ultra Ball able to thin out that hand even more. Of course, that Far Seal Stone in the hand not being able to be very useful, of course, with that V-Star being already used, so can just easily get rid of that. And the Escape Rope as well. Best card of format.
I'm not sure. I'm just saying, these Battle VIP pass are in this deck too, you know.
Yeah, here we see the Ultra Ball, of course, coming down, thinning out that hand even further. So that Fusion Strike system can put him up to three cards drawn once again. And here we see another Genesect, another Ultra Ball, and a Choice Belt. Choice Belt, fantastic in this matchup, of course.
Oh, of course.
Because, of course, you can take out those those Giratina Vs very easily with that Choice Belt. No power tablets required.
Yeah, it makes Mew so much more versatile into Giratina. But here we go with the actual best deck, actual best card in format, the Battle VIP Pass. Oh, look at that. Oh, look at that. Thanks, Kaya. She's got my back. Going on in, doing that thorough deck check. I think it's so important. She'll know that she needs to counter energies out at this stage. It will make those flowers selecting a little bit trickier if presented with a choice of energies, but hopefully she'll be able to avoid it this game. Hopefully all that bad luck with having many energy in Colress Experiment and flower selecting was all used up last game.
Yeah, she's going to want to get this engine up and running as soon as possible, gets those Comphase down as soon as possible, but opting maybe for that Fetid in Misfortune for that instant gratification that they are able to disrupt their opponent with that Fetid in Misfortune ability. Shut those Genesect Vs off as soon as possible. Not going for another Comfey, of course, prioritizing that Giratina V. So important to get that primary setup in each matchup for this Giratina V deck. Of course, we like to see them set up for those future turns, get ready to start really packing a punch once their opponents have taken those 3 prize cards and start applying the pressure with those Roxannes and those different disruption elements.
And time to begin our beautiful bouquet of Lost Zone flowers as our first flower selecting goes ahead, opting to pop a switch cart into the Lost Zone first of all, going in with the Pokegear. Come on, Pokegear, let's go. Oh, there they are.
Pokegear, it's true.
I'll be the new Pokegear tagline.
Pokegear, best card of format.
Oh my goodness, we're going to change that a lot apparently this game. So Colress Experiment, another fantastic card for Kaya at this stage. Going second, you really can't ask for anything better. It's every Giratina Lost Zone player's dream to have that Colress, and thank goodness the Pokegear did its job on this occasion.
Yeah, just applies that added consistency. Like you said, we really want to start seeing those Colresses early on with these Lost Box engines, whether it's Lost Box or Giratina V-Star, and Pokegear gives you that option to find that Colress earlier on.
And we're going to say goodbye to a Nest Ball, of course, taking the second Battle VIP pass. Oh, thanks, Kaya. You really doing me a solid here.
I don't have a chance. I don't have a chance.
Amazing. And that's the sort of combo that this deck just thrives off of. Being able to go from that Colress back into another Battle VIP pass. Kaya now gets to get the Comfey and make that bench incredibly Comfey indeed, so that, you know, they're all set up for the next few turns.
Yeah, I mean, like we both mentioned, getting those flower selectings down as early as possible, start tallying up those cards in the Lost Zone earlier on, kind of get to that magic 7 as early as possible to start activating those Mirage Gates and start applying pressure.
Yep, that magical first number of Lost Zone Giratina. However, I mean, we do have an earlier one as an option, not quite as widely utilized in this particular matchup, but our first number of the day when we're thinking about the Lost Zone is 4 for that Cramorant Spit Innocently. Sometimes that little peck of damage from a Cramorant can be enough to be so obstructive to Mew's play style. Going in with another hit. Ooh, Colress and Roxanne. Roxanne hits the Lost Zone. We know that Kaya has more than one up their sleeve. It's fine. She's got this. Doesn't need that. Can save it for later. But right now, the Lost Zone is the priority. So Colress is there, retreating off the Jet Energy. Love that combo into another flower selecting. We're getting a full bouquet this turn.
Yeah, and quite a weird choice here for Kaya. Can go for that added consistency with the concealed cards. Radiant, Greninja, or even the Grass Energy, but opts to prioritize the energy itself. Maybe doesn't want to bench for, well, can't bench any further Pokemon, but of course, maybe even in the future doesn't want to bench any more. Of course, knowing that Path to the Peak will be coming down in those future turns, maybe that Radiant Greninja is not as quite as useful in the other matchups, but I think, you know, when we go into those important plays, you mentioned the Cramorant. So important in this one, I think, because, of course, it softens up that Mew VMAX. Being 310 HP isn't fantastic for Giratina V-Star, as able to one-shot with any sort of attacks, but able to softening it up with a Spit Innocently might have been the play. But opting for another flower selecting to start getting that engine up and running is obviously where Kaya's head is at.
Yeah, Ryan going ahead, taking a nice simple turn, evolve 2 Mew into Mew VMAX and take a KO. So we're back onto Kaya already. Honestly, this game's flying by.
It really is.
Oh my gosh, Kaya, there we are, 6 in the Lost Zone already, much faster than last time, but the whole pace of the game has increased as both players have set up what I would call properly this time. Their decks have both achieved what they are trying to achieve in the early turns. Ryan has not yet been too heavily disrupted, made sure that he's had everything in his hand before that Spiritomb came down, and now has a couple of attacking turns guaranteed because 2 Mew VMAX are here and ready to rumble. Yeah,
Kaya's got quite a tricky set of plays to be made now going into this next turn, only because facing up against this Mew VMAX, the countercatcher is live, can opt to go for a Genesect V or start attacking this Mew VMAX. Of course, wants to save that Star Requiem for one of the Mew VMAXs, so maybe doesn't want to waste Lost Zoning 2 energy with the Lost Impact on this Mew VMAX and start taking prizes elsewhere.
I don't know. The Lost Impact also helps you to increase that Lost Zone itself. So if you leave yourself on 8, like now, go for the Lost Impact. Then you put yourself on 10, ready for the next turn. Yeah. And then if you manage to hit the Mirage Gate onto the second Giratina, then you're nice and set. And I feel like that's a really lovely combo. And with the energy that's quite clearly in Kaya's hand right now, I feel like the possibility is there for that exact combo.
Yeah, does have Boss's Orders also as an option here. Can, like we said, take out one of those Genesect Vs, will be easy, but goes for the Lost Impact maybe on the Mew VMAX. And of course, well, this isn't awful, right? With 280 damage already on this Mew VMAX, can simply knock it out with that Spit Innocently. Now on the board for Kaya, and of course a single prize, taking 3 prizes, fantastic.
Honestly, I really like this play. Similar reasoning. Kaya's now set up, 10 in the Lost Zone, happy. And Ryan's going to struggle to remove the damage from that Mew VMAX without kind of not taking a particularly impactful turn. If he's forced to Psychic Leap, he's unlikely to take a meaningful KO unless it's on that Spiritomb.
Of course, the optimal play here would be to try and boss up something that is able to be knocked out with the Psychic Leap, but no Power Tablet in hand by the looks of it for Ryan. So might opt for a Psychic Leap on the Giratina V-Star, and that's exactly what he's going for.
Yeah, and again, we don't mind that. We've mentioned a few times that both of these decks have to do that softening. They both have to kind of have a little hit to go in for a larger one, just to make things easier on themselves.
Yeah, it's quite, they're putting themselves in awkward positions for both players. Like you said, 310 HP, 280 HP, it's quite awkward numbers for both players to be able to reach. But now with that Giratina V-Star on 230 HP, that's a lot more manageable. However, it does require 2 Power Tablets if they are able to Turbo Strike with a Mew VMAX. Does promote that Mew V. Now, of course, this is where the real mind games come into play. Does Kaya does save that boss in hand, of course, from last turn. Oh, and the boss is orders.
Here we go! Yeah. Going for a huge KO on this Mew VMAX, knowing that Kaya needs to start responding. Where Ryan did opt to Psychic Leap last turn, it's like, okay, well, I'm going to take 3 prize cards anyway. Does get Kaya back some resources. She knows there's energy in there.
Well, we knew that they were forced to use the boss, but even better when you're able to use a Star Requiem on that Mew VMAX. This was Ryan's biggest asset, I would have said, on board. Of course, those Genesect Vs unable to start getting cards into his hand. That engine is switched off. So now it's the question as to whether Ryan can really keep up with this game.
Yeah, going for an Ultra Ball for a Mew V. Is there a Mew VMAX in hand?
I believe there was. I believe it was the secret rare ones.
Oh, the gold
I
one.
think so, yes.
Oh, I did notice that art last game, so you might very well be correct on that one. But I'm not sure if there's much else Ryan can do now. Kaya putting the pressure on by taking out the Mew with energy on was big. Ryan's running out of resources and doesn't have any way to draw more cards. Yep, here we go. The stall tactics begin. Bringing forward a Giratina V, again putting the Genesect with the Box of Disaster inactive, saying, well, if Kaya does manage to hit this, at least I've softened up another Giratina.
Yeah, really tricky situation for Ryan. Unfortunately, having to boss stall, like you said, the Giratina V, but fortunate for Kaya, does have that switch card in hand already. But I think for Kaya, really doesn't want to be taking a knockout necessarily on this Box of Disaster. Further damage on that Giratina V-Star means it's more manageable to knock out for Ryan. However, with only, I think, 3 cards in hand, that Mew VMAX wasn't in the hand in the end. You know, it's whether Ryan can top deck himself out of a situation, draw into an INO, or maybe a Judge to start saving himself.
Going for an Avery. We saw Kaya toying with the idea of using Lost Impact to take out this Genesect, but I worry about the energy usage. We know that Kaya is the master of resource management, but it still makes me anxious, you know?
Yeah, it's very, it can be quite tricky, but I think with the energy that's in hand and with only 1 knockout required now for Kaya, she is in a really fantastic position to take this game with only 1 prize card remaining to take the entire round as well. And with Ryan top decking the Mew V, that's not fantastic.
Oh, there is a difference in reserved Pokemon that I am seeing that is quite concerning.
Yeah, and a pass over to Kaya. It's whether Kaya can find the Mirage Gate for another Lost Impact with this Giratina V-Star, but there's a bunch of energy in the hand.
There's too much.
And I think without concealed cards being an option as well, no option to draw additional cards to start using the... Oh, an Obscure Retreat. I don't mind this.
I don't mind the Cramorant.
Yes.
Yeah, I also don't mind the Cramorant at all. The only unfortunate part about this is that Ryan could use it as an opportunity to switch between the Mews freely, gaining himself time and top decks while Kaya scrambles for enough resources to make a meaningful KO.
Now, I think with... Ooh, nice. Ooh. I don't mind this.
I don't mind this at all.
And with an... Oh, no, I think they've... oh, no, they've already attached for turn.
Yeah, so next turn, Kaya can do this. But I don't know whether it's going to give Ryan enough wiggle room, because Ryan can retreat into a different Mew V, kind of hoping that Kaya obviously doesn't have that last energy. But it doesn't buy Ryan a lot of time. This top deck is crucial.
And with this split innocently, it puts the Mew V within 2-shot range ananyway. And here we see the Chromatic. First one of the game.
Oh, I know, come on.
Oh, are we seeing this, Ryan?
Ryan.
I think it's got off the table.
Do another. Show us.
It's a Tails.
Oh, Ryan, it could have been
unable to find.
Could have been the comeback of the century, Ryan. Again, just having to retreat, pass, and Kaya's got the jet for game.
Kaya able to take the second game there against Ryan. The disruption was way too powerful in the end. The Feta de Misfortune, the Path to the Peak, and in addition, with those heavy-hitting Giratina V-Stars, Kaya was able to sweep this one up.
Kaya's sunk Ryan right into the lost zone. Unfortunately, Giratina traps another foe into its domain, and Kaya continues on her absolute rampage of destruction with Giratina through this tournament.
Yeah, 5-0. Fantastic record, you know, and now she's going to be looking to set her expectations to go into a day 2 with another win, possibly, and that's all that we can hope for her. And of course, Ryan still in a fantastic position as well. You know, he's 5-1. His tournament is definitely not over.
No, certainly not. And we know all too well how powerful Mew is here in the EU. So we have so much to play for. Although it may not be a very highly represented presented deck right now, it doesn't feel like it matters too much. You can see it's in black and white how powerful this deck is, how much impact it has on the meta, and even how close some of those games were. Even like we saw, game one was quite close, even though both players were struggling to get off the ground.
Well, like you mentioned, this game was really a great representation of how these top tables are looking in this tournament. Not everybody's playing like Tord and Jimmy.
No.
There's not many decks like theirs. You know, this is more of a back to normality, I should say. Giratina V-Star against Mew. These are two big players in this format and within the meta entirely as well. And we can expect both of these decks making a good conversion rate into day two as well.
I would very much hope so. I'd love to see these players in day two as well, and they've got absolutely the world ahead of them and so many more opportunities to do so before the day is over. We have a long event ahead of us, but I can't wait for the rest of it. We've already had some absolutely spectacular games, and I can't wait to see what's in store for us next.
Yeah, 4 more rounds. 4 more rounds if this day one, of course, going into our day two tomorrow. Yeah. With our day two competitors. But this is where now, this is sort of a mini crunch time. We talk about crunch time being tomorrow, of course, when we get to top standings. But of course, for some of these players, it's whether, I need so many wins to make top so-and-so. I need this many wins now to make day two. And both of these players will be very much doing that after this game. And I love seeing this. After each round, a lot of the friends, they get together. Oh, how'd you do? Oh, only 2 more wins, Amy. Only 2 more wins. And you make day two. Oh, that's brilliant. Oh, not for me, but I'm making points. It's fine. And that's exactly what we love to see in the community. Everybody getting together, supporting each other.
My favourite part is when everyone crowds around you goes, win out, because you need to win the rest of your games to get into day two or get points. I find that encouragement from the community really sweet and wholesome, and just love to see everyone coming together in those moments and never letting anyone get down about it, you know? Always being like, you're still in it. It's not over. You absolutely should play it out. Absolutely get those results. We know you can do it, and that's the beauty of the Pokemon TCG.
I mean, we all hear the stories, you know, players starting at those 0-2 records, and they're a bit down on their luck. They're a bit, and you hear all their friends, no, win out, come on, you can do it. And that's exactly what happens, you know. And with Ryan taking that unfortunate loss, sure, but like we said, continuously still in a great position to make that fantastic day two record.
Yeah, and we've got so many more games ahead of us today. I'm thrilled to see what comes towards us, whether it be Steelix, Giratina, we've had Urshifu, Charizard. We've already had such a beautiful amalgamation of Pokemon. I want to know what you think, or what else we're going to see next. What unusual deck could possibly dawn on us next?
I don't think I could handle it.
No?
Behind the desk against when I was watching Jimmy, I was like, I don't know what's going on. What's going on? This is brilliant. But let's hear from our winner of our last round, Kaya. Take it away.
Hello everyone, it's fantastic to be here. So I'm Alex, of course. I'm joined by our feature match winner and a previous world champion, Kaya. How are we feeling after that?
I'm feeling really good. Those were some weird games, but I think Spiritomb pulled through in the end, and exciting news. I think this locks up my invite also.
Wow.
5-0 today, so if I get any points today, I pretty much have it, so.
Yeah, congratulations to that. So you must be feeling fantastic right now.
I'm doing very good.
I mean, just touching on that game, of course, against Mew, it's a deck we see a lot in the EU.
Yeah.
What's the kind of matchup with that?
So normally I think the Mew matchup is pretty good. I play Spiritomb because I'm a bit scared of it, especially in Europe. But I think especially in those games I just played, it really helped a lot. So I did go for it every time I could, basically, and just kind of hoped he didn't have the fusion energies or didn't play like full-on fusion Mew.
Yep.
So yeah, it definitely helped. After my brother told me to cut it, I did not listen.
Yeah, you do have a brother who has played a lot of Mew himself, yes. So you're very well versed, I hope, in that matchup. You've played a lot of Giratina, V-Star. I mean, you did day two in Liverpool as well, which is fantastic to see. I think might have been one of your best finishes as your first year of Masters, and you're in a great position so far. You've been playing it a lot in League Cups and Challenges as well?
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, I've pretty much been playing Giratina and Mew, and it just kind of started off with, because all my League Cups were full of Charizard and Control, so I was like, okay, let's try Tina, and it worked, and I just never really stopped.
Yeah, that's great. I mean, I'm a big fan of the deck as well. It was part of my caster prediction. Yeah. Just Giratina and Roxanne, we saw it really shine in game one, of course. But you know what? I know you've done super well, like you said, 5-0 already. And like I said, congratulations for doing so well. I'm potentially locking up a potential invite there as well. Won't keep you too long so you can get a chance to have a little break, but it's great to always have you, and hopefully we get a chance to see you again on stream very soon. But for the time being, we'll have a very quick break and we'll come back with as much action as soon as possible. Stay tuned.
Trainers, Chip Ritchie here. In this short video, I'm going to take you through the basics of how to play the Pokémon trading card game. The Pokémon trading card game is an exciting way to enjoy the world of Pokémon. You can play at home with friends and family, online against other trainers, or compete to earn championship points and try to be one of the very best. Players construct their own decks of exactly 60 cards to play with. Most trainers play in the standard format, which only allows for cards with the newest regulation marks to be used. You can only have up to 4 copies of a single card in your deck, with the exception of basic energy. There are 3 types of cards in this game: the Pokémon themselves, which you use to attack your opponent's Pokémon, trainer cards to help you support your deck's strategy, and energy cards to pay for your Pokémon's attack costs. There are 3 main types of Pokémon in this game: basic Pokémon, which can be put directly into play on your bench, Stage 1 Pokémon, which can be played on top of basic Pokémon to evolve them, and Stage 2 Pokémon, which evolve from Stage 1 Pokémon. Check the top left corner of your card to see what stage your Pokémon is, and also what Pokémon it evolves from. Pokémon have different attacks and abilities that they can use. Most attacks require a certain amount of energy cards in order to use them. We'll go more in depth on this later. Pokémon also have HP, which lets you know how much damage that Pokémon can take before it is knocked out. There are 4 types of trainer cards you can play: supporters, items, tools, and stadiums. It's very important to include plenty of trainer cards in your deck, as they will help you to more consistently execute your strategy. There are only 2 different classifications of energy card: basic energy and special energy. You need energy in order to use a Pokémon's attack. You can attach an energy card to one of your Pokémon once during each turn. Some Pokémon require specific types of energy in order to use their attacks. Each basic energy provides 1 energy of its type, or 1 colorless energy at a time. The main areas of the game board include the active spot, the bench, the deck, the discard pile, and your prize cards. You may only have 1 Pokémon in the active spot, and this Pokémon is the only one that is able to attack. You can have up to 5 Pokémon on your bench. To start the game, flip a coin or roll a dice to determine which player will get the first turn. Then, each player begins by drawing 7 cards. You must have a basic Pokémon in your hand in order to begin the game. Place your Pokémon face down in the active spot, then set out 6 prize cards to the side. Now you and your opponent can begin the game. In the Pokémon TCG, players take turns playing their cards. On your turn, the first thing you do is draw a card, and the final thing you do on your turn is announce an attack. The order in which you play cards between these 2 steps is up to you. During your turn, you may play trainer cards, attach energy, and place Pokémon on your bench. It's important to remember that the player going first is not allowed to play a support card or attack that first turn. Every time a player knocks out an opponent's Pokémon, that player adds a prize card to their hand. The first player to take all 6 prize cards wins the game. When a Pokémon is KO'd, it and all cards attached to it are sent to the discard pile. A Pokémon from the bench must immediately take its place in the active spot. If a player has no benched Pokémon to make their new active, that player loses the game regardless of how many prize cards have been taken. As mentioned earlier, players must start their turn by drawing a card. If a player has no cards remaining in their deck at the start of their turn, then that player loses the game. These are just the basics of what it takes to play the Pokemon TCG. Be sure to tune in to our Championship Series coverage, and to learn more, visit Pokemon.com/play.
Hey trainers, I'm Freya Pierce, and today I'm going to tell you all about one of the most feared disruption cards in the current standard format, Path to the Peak. Path to the Peak is a stadium card which, while active, nullifies the abilities of Pokemon with a rulebox. Many of the top decks rely on the abilities of rulebox Pokemon to function. Cards such as Gardevoir EX, Radiant Greninja, Iron Valiant EX, Charizard EX, Genesect V, and the Minion V are all shut down by Path to the Peak, which means playing your own stadium cards, or cards like Lost Vacuum, is extremely important to make sure you don't instantly lose to this card. Path to the Peak is most often played with archetypes like Glossa and Giratina V-Star, which makes minimal use of Rulebox Pokemon abilities, and Arceus V-Star variants, which only need to make use of the Starbirth V-Star power in the early game. We've peeked into the path and showcased a lot of its game-changing potential. Which card should we feature next? Share your pick and stay tuned for more Pokemon TCG action.
He has done it! He has taken all 4 hemispheres of the globe, and he is the Latin American International Champion.
That was the missing piece. It's something I could only dream about. I'm absolutely speechless.
That is it! JW Naldo is your first Latin American International Champion here. It looks like that is a knockout. Yakovic is your first ever Oceania International Champion.
Wow! Wadaz, he is able to secure victory and become the first player in Pokemon Go history to win a regional and an international championship.
This win, I've always wanted to show that I'm one of the best, if not the best, player in North America.
Like, honestly, no words to describe it. Like, this experience has just been absolutely amazing.
Ainda estou sentindo a sensação de ter vencido. Então, estou muito feliz. Ainda não caiu a ficha.
Piper Lapine closing out here, winning her second regional of the 2023 season.
Justin Tang winning his second regional championship.
The back-to-back champion, Luminion V, into boss's orders, brings back up a Crobat V for the knock.
Definitely pretty excited. A little bit lucky for sure to win 2 regionals in the same year, definitely.
It feels really good.
It feels great, it really does.
We're kind of reaching like this culmination of old and new. We're seeing a lot of good players like Paul Chua, Nick Navarre hitting their stride again and again, like they just do it time and time and time again.
This is it! The battle is over, and Paul Chua becomes your 2023 European International Champion.
Winning EUIC means a lot. I haven't been able to win an international. Being able to finally get past second place feels pretty good.
But we're getting a lot of new players as well, like Justin Tang, who just kind of pop up, and they're incredible.
Justin Tang, your Knoxville Regional Champion. First regional competition that he has competed at, and he's taken down the entire thing.
I was confident in my skills to do well, but I did not expect to go away.
This is my first play Pokemon tournament. I didn't think I had a chance at winning.
And this is my first competitive regional. Winning a regional is undescribable.
Of course, there are competitors I'm worried about facing. The most notorious one is Sander. He's always bringing these crazy control decks.
I'm worried about facing Yuichi because he's really good. Kingsley, Prince, Edison, Robbery.
I didn't face him in this tournament, but Valiant Bish, I have no idea how I'll hold up against him. He's definitely one I'm watching out for.
I'm always worried about facing Tord again. That is always an experience and will be always difficult.
I'm not really worried about facing anyone, because I think I can beat everyone.
Denting Rob and Emi with him.
I'm definitely worried about facing Gabriel Agati.
I'd be nervous about hitting Isaiah Bradner.
Justin Bakari.
Probably Luca. Justin Tang.
I think I'd be nervous going up against Caleb Gedimer again.
I'm confident in my abilities, but I know there's going to be 100 plus of the best players in the world, so it's going to be really tough.
All the trainers have just scaled up their game. The competition has just gotten so fierce. This has made me so excited to get to Worlds.
Winning Worlds would mean the absolute world
for me. After getting second in 2018, winning would absolutely be amazing.
Winning Worlds is everything to me. I really want to be the best player that's ever played this game. I think you have to be a little bit crazy to think that you can win the World Championships, but I am a little crazy. So
it would be breathtaking to win a World Championship.
I've won a regional. I've won an international. Worlds is the last thing I have on my list.
Winning Worlds means I can submit myself into the history of Pokemon Go forever.
Winning Worlds would mean everything to me, you know?
So I'm gonna try my best at Yokohama to hopefully maybe win.
I just feel like I'm gonna have so much fun.
My name is Alberto Conti and I'm a competitive Pokémon TCG player from Italy. I started playing competitively in 2022, right after the pandemic, and I've never stopped until since then. When I was at home during the pandemic, I started looking at some stream match from previous tournaments. I got really excited and I really want to show up and go on that stage too, so I just went to the first tournament that I could go to and I started playing. My favorite deck is Lost Zone Giratina. I've been using it since June and I'm having a lot of success with it, so let's go. My main goal in tournaments is always having fun. I have a lot of fun with my friends all the time. It's like a small vacation that we have, and we get the chance to meet so many new players and great people, so I'm always down to compete more. The player I looked into the most when I started playing was Azul. He's a really famous YouTuber and player, and I'm always a big fan of him. So hopefully one day I can play against him. My favorite part about the Pokemon community is definitely like dinners together right after tournaments. We have a lot of fun. We just eat some good food and we get the chance to try food from outside of Italy. So it's really always nice to try in something else. So yeah.
Hello everyone, just like Alberto mentioned there's so much going on, not just the tournament itself at this special event in Utrecht. As we just saw there, plenty of prizes available, Whoa. Not just from the actual action itself. My name is Alex, I'm here with Shay, and we're ready to bring you the action for round 6. How are we feeling, Shay?
I'm feeling absolutely ecstatic, you know, after seeing that Steelix and that Gardevoir in the last game we was on, and then watching a bit more of a traditional matchup, you know, that we just saw, that Giratina V-Star versus Mew VMAX, something that, you know, a bit more might expect to see. So who knows what's going to happen in our next round? It seems to be the metagame here is a bit strange. There's a lot more unexpected things that I might not have thought I would see. So, do you know what that means? That leads us for some hopefully very exciting games.
Yep, 100% there, Shay. I think with the Giratina V-Star and Mew VMAX matchup we just saw, it's a little bit of a throwback. Again, it's all about these cycles, the format that we get to see as we enter a very developed stage going forward, and what we will eventually acclimatize towards the end of the format. But right here, right now, we're still seeing all of those little bit of tweaks, little bit of really unique decks as well, which is why we've highlighted that Steelix, which is why we've highlighted Tord with that amalgamation list, Charizard list as it were. But I'm sure there's more out there, and we're just going to be trying to bring you the best action possible, because you know what? This is all for us just as much as it is you guys, but we're just guiding you through.
Yeah, we're just been guiding you through as much as possible. But we did mention that we have some players to watch here at this event. Let's have a little gander at who we chose. Got Brennan Cameron, Alex, you know, fantastic player, you know, brother of Owen Cameron, who just won the last regional as well, eh?
Yep, I mean, he's currently #1 on the CP leaderboard in EU. But don't forget the two players we also highlight as well. Brian, also, I believe, doing quite well in this tournament, so hopefully we get an opportunity to follow along. And James Cox, we did get the chance to see him in top 8 last time in Dortmund regionals as well, piloting Gardevoir, and it wouldn't be a surprise to see him continue to do well. But, Shay, for the time being, we will get a chance to see the current standings.
Ooh,
and just showcase how everyone is doing.
Yeah, so let's have a little gander here. This is our fresh, new, hot off the printer standings. Let's have a look. Got a few, well, quite a few 5-0s actually. Love that. Yeah. 13 5-0s. Everyone on this list, Alex, is undefeated. Any name jumping out to you? Obviously, round 9, I should say. Position 9 there, Kaya, who was just on stream.
Yeah, fantastic. We know, I already mentioned in my chance to interview her, she is a previous world champion, but I want to highlight a good friend of yours at number 4 as well there, Shay.
Yeah, that's it. I'm not going to lie to you, Stu. That's my old bestie right there. We do a lot of testing. Oh,
what about me?
Demetrius, you're my bestie when I'm here. You're when I'm here. But yeah, we do a lot of testing. Demetrius, you know, currently I think 16th in Europe, currently at that 5-0. I know I was actually chatting to him last night, and he was saying, you know, this could be the last time we get to play God of IX. I want to give it a good send-off. And so far, when you're at 5-0, that means you're, well, so far, he's doing a good job. And I'm not going to lie to you, viewers. I think I've just seen him walking backstage.
We've just clocked him.
Ooh, what a match.
Wandering around backstage, which is a bit of a little insight to say what's going to be coming up for our round 6 feature match there. You are super excited. Contain yourself, please.
We actually just mentioned James Cox as a player to watch, and I have a sneaky suspicion, can't confirm it yet, but it looks like he might be in our round 6 feature match. You know, James Cox, terrific player, top 4 world. I think currently 3rd in Europe for championship points right now. So it's going to be a clash of the Titans.
Yeah, both of these players doing super well in the current season. You know, really pushing themselves towards those travel awards, because I believe both already have their world's invites to Honolulu, Hawaii, which is already a tremendous feat. But we know both of these players super consistent, super top tier players, and they're really throwing it down at these kind of tournaments as well, showing that level of consistency that you need to really keep yourself in the question for travel awards.
Yeah, that's Travel Awards. It's really interesting. I was actually chatting to Demi about this, about, you know, when you're in the race for these Travel Awards, and like you said, it's not just the amount of events you go to. You have to obviously place at all these, right? And it's something that sounds easy, but when you actually have to consider, you know, going to multiple League Cups every weekend, I should say, and then trying to weave in all the regionals and specials events, so obviously the internats as well when they come around. It's a different way to play. You really have to methodically think about every deck you play, and all the card counts become so meticulous. Because at that point, you're getting in so many reps of your deck. You're going to just make sure that every time you turn up, your deck does what you need it to do.
Yeah, and speaking of reps, we know if it is James that we're going to be hopefully featuring in this round, we know he puts a lot of reps in. We know he regularly posts up online that he's put in thousands of games with particular decks, different archetypes. We know the level and amount of consistency to his testing that he puts into, you know, the format and going into tournaments. So you're talking about as making as few mistakes as possible. He's one of those players who's going to utilize and take out every bit of my keyword and favorite word, value, out of that deck.
Yeah, and I think that's you hit the nail on the head. You know, we're talking about, you know, going for these travel awards. You know, you want every card to do the most value you can. You want every play to get the most value it can, because, you know, over the course of what, 9, 15, 18 rounds of Pokemon, you can't really afford to make too many mistakes. You want to make sure everything is optimal. You always play to your outs. And I'll tell you what, if we have got James Cox versus Dimitri, and we are definitely going to see a high-power matchup where everything's going to be very meticulous.
100%, Shay. And I believe, you know, if it's both of these players that are going to be featuring here, both players are big Gardevoir fans.
Yeah, I was about to say,
as we get a chance to spotlight Gardevoir EX there. We have seen it on stream already today. We know how powerful that ability it has. Psychic Embrace, that opportunity during your turn as many times as you'd like to attach a basic psychic energy from your discard pile to a psychic Pokemon. It does put 2 damage counters on, but you know, being able to ramp up energy onto your board is a fantastic addition just to the whole archetype, where you can utilize those single prizes and start swinging for massive amounts of damage.
Yeah, I am fairly, as we do get confirmation, our round 6 feature match will be Demetrius Eaton versus James Cox. But I was actually just saying this to Demi the other day, actually, that once Gardevoir, in my opinion, gets, you know, 8 to 9 psychic energies in the discard, or maybe even 7, and you've got, you know, your Gardevoir EX out and a Brainwave, I think it's the best deck in format, because once you get there, you can do everything. playing. But on our left there is Demetrius Eaton there. Look at that resume. Toronto Regional finalist, Bremen Regional top 8, Liverpool top 16, London Special Event top 4 as well.
Yeah, one of our players in more recent years in tremendous form, particularly from the UK, as we do also have a chance to see James as well, now based or currently based in the Netherlands. We've already highlighted that world's top 4, those top 8 in that last regionals championships in Dortmund, and he's just such a consistent player in the Pokemon TCG that it's both of these players, they're not shy to the camera. They know what they're doing. They know what to expect from the stream game, as we do get a chance to see James stare into our eyes there for a split second.
And it's really interesting, because I was not gonna lie, when I saw that maybe in a few events ago, when I saw James was doing so well in the EU leaderboard, I was a bit like, I haven't really seen James have a massive finish. But I think because over all the events he goes to, just always doing well, that CP just adds up over time. And and the same thing for Demetrius this season as well. We've been getting championship points at a lot of events he's been going to, both, funnily enough, exclusively playing Gardevoir EX archetype the whole season.
Yeah, you've already mentioned, of course, because we both hail from the UK, Shay. We've known Demetrius for quite some time. I recall as a young kid back in the day, playing UK nationals, as a UK national champion himself. In the senior division. I'm pretty sure James, as a senior as well, also had plenty of accolades, if I'm not mistaken as well. So both of these players, long-time players of the trading card game, but both at the top of their game in the Masters division now, as we see both players just kind of getting ready for this incredible, meticulous mirror match.
And like you mentioned, it's going to be a Gardevoir mirror match here. What is the sort of key lines that both players you think will be trying to work towards here?
I think it's all about kind of trying to inhibit your opponent's draw. You know how powerful the draw in these decks are with the Curlier, with Refinement, utilizing those Ionos at the right time, maybe utilizing some of those reversal energies, the counter catches, all of these sort of comeback mechanic cards that we spoke about before. It makes this deck so powerful. Although at the same time, if you do get going and you are set up ahead of your opponent's board state, you can really steamroll a lot of decks. And that's why both of these players are 5-0 right now.
And I had a little insight. I was chatting to Demi about his list and what he's opted for here this weekend. I know that he's playing a no-frills list for the most part.
So
there is going to be no Professor Truro. There is going to be another Frim Fram. But there is Avery. I know that for a fact. And I know that's a fantastic card in the mirror match, and we'll see how impactful that Avery can be. It looks like both players now. James did have a few mulligans with confirmation of that, but prizes are going out. I see 1 copy of Zacian for Demi, 2 Curlier actually.
Ooh, that could be big.
Could be big. James has also prizes 1 copy of Radiant Greninja and 1 Volt, and 3 basic energy. Could actually be rather impactful. So we've got some interesting prize cards there, but it looks like our round 6 feature match is getting started. Demetrius Eaton on our left is gonna start us off.
We had that chance for that fist bump with the handshake there as well between both players. But we do see the level will come down immediately for Demetrius. A chance, an opportunity to work out what has been prized. Won't be too pleased, of course, but very quickly chooses the routes. Has access, of course, to rare candies. Doesn't necessarily need to utilize those Curliers to begin with. Maybe they're quite useful to the mid to late game where you can start using and keeping Refinement for latter stages. But, having access to those resources tends to be a lot better if you know where they are to begin with within your deck. But let's see how Demetrius is able to sort of build out his board going first, of course. Won't be able to play a supporter on his turn or attack, and just has to focus right now on just making sure his board state is as clean as possible.
Yeah, it's going to be really tough, though. 2 copies of Refinement in the prize cards, and as you do see, another level being played for another Ralts. And obviously, that means one of the other Courier that are left is going to be the Mirage Step one, so you can't draw cards with that. So that's going to be the first hurdle there for Demetrius to try and hop over. Taz let the copy of Celebrations Mew in the active, though. Mysterious Tail going to let you look at top 6 cards of your deck and grab any item. So that is something to keep note of. As I can see, Radiant Greninja, which remember is prized for James currently, is going to draw 2 cards off that concealed card, and Mysterious Tail is going to be used. So looking at top 6, take an item and shuffle the rest back. As we do see a Battle VIP pass as well. So you have to imagine when a lot of your Curlier are prized, Alex, I imagine getting down loads of Ralts would be advantageous. So this is, as you said, rare candy is going to have to be more utilized.
Yeah, as they're both, as you're seeing them sort of being slammed down here from Dimitri now. But he's also got to be wary of just what's available. I mean, he is staring at a Screamtail in the active spot from James. As we do see just a pass over now. So the Battle VIP pass looking just to get one of those routes down, leaving that option available for Demetrius later turns. You know, he doesn't have to utilize all 4 routes to begin with.
No, that's true.
And find spaces and the right moments to weave it in. James does have Battle VIP pass in hand, so can start getting boards set up himself.
Wait, it's going to be a turn 1 Avery?
Could be massive.
It is.
I was going to highlight for you, because we saw him play 2 copies of Avery in Dortmund Regionals, and he's taken this very similar list with the 2 copies of Avery this time. So Demetrius, if he's just thinking maybe I'm safe now after just 1 Avery, maybe he's just not safe a bit later. But maybe that was just a great read by Demetrius as well, not to overbench.
Potentially. Yeah, you never know. Like
Lots of things to think about.
This is the thing. You've got 2 world-class players. You can never truly, you know, they'll be operating as a chessboard here. I'm sure Demi already knows that James did play 2 copies of Avery in Dortmund, so might be still playing around that, even though traditionally, if you see one get used, you can think a second one could be very far away, unless Power Pad will be played or something along those lines.
But yeah, just a very easy choice from the Battle VIP pass here from James' side. Double routes, hasn't prized anything too major. I mean, doesn't have access to one of his routes and a Greninja. 3 energies is actually prized as well, which can inhibit him, but to begin with at this early stage, he might be okay just to start going through single prizes.
I know that in the Gardevoir Mirror, a lot of Moonglow Reverse ends up getting used, right? You know, trying to load up your Shining Arcana Gardevoir so they don't have damage on. In that scenario, having 3 Psychic Energy could prove impactful, because you're going to need a lot of them to keep using Moonglow Reverse. So that could be something to keep an eye on for James.
Yeah, 100%. He is playing 10 copies of Psychic Energy compared to Demetrius's 9. So we're seeing these little intricacies between the 2 different decks. Yeah, both players. Actually, just kind of noticed as well, Demetrius is playing 3 copies of Reversal.
Yeah, that's actually something we spoke about. When I mentioned, he said he's going for a no-frills sort of list, and one of the additions from that is the space for that 3rd Reversal, which could be huge when you're using Shining Arcana to sort of activate and get ahead on the prize race. As we do see, a pass over to Demetrius, a Refinement Courier is currently hitting the board. Now remember, that is Demetrius' only copy of a Refinement Courier that is available to him, at least as of this time. So have to keep an eye on what happens next.
So what would you be looking to try and do here, Shay? I mean, James only has the 2 routes on his side of the board, had to play an Avery. Is there a world where maybe Demetrius is looking to try and slow down James here? But it looks like he's going for the setup, which, you know, in a Guardian Mirror, you kind of spoken about it. It is a bit of a chess match.
It really is.
You have to, you know, make great reads on your opponent's sort of hand, how they're playing, how things are sort of developing.
Yeah.
And just kind of work it through. That means at the same time, James may have access to Mirage Step. So even if he takes out 1 route, it doesn't impact it too much. So Demetrius is prioritizing his board state for the moment.
And you mentioned about reads there, and I guarantee James has realized, wait a minute, you've put down Mirage Step Courier down. That's interesting. I'm going to keep a note of that. And I'm sure if Demetrius doesn't use Mirage Step this turn, which we know he's not, James will instantly know, hold on, there's going to be some Courier in the prize cards. That's a really weird line you've taken.
Yeah, it's a big tell. It's the same way we saw earlier in our first feature match of today, when Tord was able to read all of the energies on the board state and then use Tempting Trap Mobile to trap a Gardevoir player in a position of, submission, as it were.
Yeah, for sure.
As we do see the Artson coming down with a Manaphy slam down as well, trying to limit what that Screamtail could do to his board. Like I said, it's all about setting up the board, making sure you're ready to, you know, react to how your opponent is able to play down their turns. And this is where it's going to get real interesting, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, because, you know, what you don't want to have happen is when the prize race does start, you can't really afford to falter, as we do see Demetrius pass the turn over there to James, because once the prize race starts, if you miss a turn, it's game over.
Yeah.
So you need to make sure that, like you said, your board is set up sufficiently, as we do see a rare Candy from James, going to evolve into Shining Arcana Gardevoir and use that ability. Look at top 2, put them in your hand. Any energy can be attached.
Yeah, but I don't think there was energy.
No, there was
so
not.
They go straight to their hand. Ultra Ball in hand now, so has double Ultra Ball, as Iono as well. So maybe could look for a way to use Mirage Step if it's not prized. We'll just double check. Yep, it's definitely not prized. So that is an out for James here, just to kind of build up that board. This is the scenario. We're going to set up all of my defenses, all of my walls, all of my ways of how I'm going to get into this game as soon as possible. As we do see the Mirage Step move to the top there, alongside all three of those refinement Curliers as well.
I think that gives us quite a good implication as to what James is going to do here. So we're going to see the Curlier. No shuffle. I mean, we're probably going to see Professor Churro to pick that Screamtail out of the active. And I imagine we're going to see a little Mirage step in, and all suddenly the gang of Curlier will be hitting the bench.
Hasn't decided to use the Artisan as another card, keeping again that one space available as well. That could have been a route that James was utilizing, but at the same time, this is exactly what he wants, right? 4 Curliers out, 1 Shining Arcana Gardevoir already, and Demetrius is staring down at a board where he's having to try and protect himself with his 2 support Pokemon, that Mew and that Manaphy, just kind of sitting pretty and utilizing some space on the board right now.
As we do see the pass over to Demetrius, going to evolve into a Shining Arcana Gardevoir, use that ability, then use Refinement on Curlier as well, discarding a level ball. That's 4 cards that Demetrius has seen. We are going to have to start to see some attackers soon. James's board is, I think James is winning the board state battle right now. So in that case, I would like to try and start a little bit of a prize race.
Yeah, we're both like itching in a bit. I'm sure you guys are at home as well. We want to see attacks. We want to see prizes taken, but this is how the top players are going to have to navigate this matchup. That Mew, unfortunately, Mysterious Tail hitting nothing.
That was a bit of a mysterious fail.
Oh,
unfortunately.
No.
Yeah, that didn't get anything right there. Come on.
I feel like you were far too excited for that. Just to get that out.
As soon as I thought about it, I was like, Alex, let me talk for a second. But yes, that Mysterious Tail did not have a target, unfortunately, for Demetrius. So let's see what happens. I think did play a Worker as well, discarding the Artisan. So that's where the Artisan has gone. Cresselia is coming down. I had a feeling we are going to see some Moonglow reverse, which I think is very important in the Gardevoir mirror.
Yeah, maybe an opportunity to start thinking about taking down some of those refinement Curliers, just to try and limit where possible, as we do see the first Psychic Embrace of this game.
There we go.
That Mew, Celebrations Mew, and there's a second one, free, 60 damage opportunity for 4 Psychic Energies, now 80 damage available to be Moonglow's reverse to one of those Curliers.
So in case you're wondering what happened there, all those Pokemon that took a Psychic Energy did take 20 damage, but because Cresselia heals 20 and moves on to one of your opponent's Pokemon, there was no dice put down because those 20s essentially all got put on one of James's Curlier with Refinement. So that was a KO there for Demetrius. And he takes our first prize card here in our round 6 feature match.
Yeah, activating and finally taking the prize on his turn 3. We do see an immediate evolution up to the Gardevoir EX for James's side of the board now. Cresselia coming down himself, and an Iono, so limiting Demetrius' hand down to 5, knowing also that there's not too much going on. It's only Shining Arcana for draw right now.
Yep.
So would you like to try and maybe target the routes here if there's an opportunity to Moonglow reverse from James's side? Let's just see the direction he's going to take.
Sorry, I just get a bit distracted there. So did Demi take a prize? Oh yeah, okay. My prize come on here. Well, okay. I just got worried. I didn't think he took it. It has my laptop here, unfortunately. But yeah, over to so we did see the Iono being played, and let's see what happens now.
As we do just see both players just double checking what's going on. We'll get confirmation here. We just have a slight pause, it looks like. Yeah. But yeah, just confirmation as well. Demi, from that Moonglow reverse, has... Or maybe, he did take a prize?
Yeah, he did. Yeah, it was that one, but it wasn't a Refinement Curlier, unfortunately. Yeah, it wasn't a Refinement Curlier, unfortunately. But it looks like we're going to see a concession. Okay. So...
It does maybe looks like there just may have been like a little misstep from Demetrius' side. There doesn't look like a scoop up right now. That's very bizarre. But let's have a little look. Wow, I mean, I'm not really too sure how to think about this right now. Well, it is a massive chess match. It is trying to work out your opponent's game plan. They're going to be trying to do exactly the same as you. It's going to be a massive mirror. This is the full definition of a mirror match here.
Yeah, and I think we were just about to see the sort of the Moonglow reverse wars there, as it were. But it looks like something's happened there, but until we get confirmation as of what happened. But I'll tell you what, the Gardevoir mirror match, Alex, golly, there's just so much stuff going on. You know, energy is so important, prize cards are so important, and having energy in play without damage is also very important.
Yeah, I did just get quick confirmation. I believe that was a concession there. So because of an unfortunate additional draw, was likely to have been issued a prize penalty, which is really impactful in this kind of matchup, particularly if you kind of have to only take 4 prizes for your opponent, to take 4 prizes to take the victory. And that's where it's really, truly impacted. As we've got a glimpse for Game 2's prizes there, we'll just quickly remind you, it was a double Refinement Curlier again, and the Shining Arcana.
And worth noting as well, Dimitri's first turn was just an attach and pass as well.
Yeah, not looking pretty here. Hopefully he can just recompose himself going forward here. Just kind of, you know, wish all of that poor luck away from what's just happened in Game 1 and into Game 2, despite having a bit of a struggle here. Knowing James can't really take a knockout here, Dimitri does have a turn to try and navigate out of this, maybe with a supporter, with some Mirage Step himself.
For sure.
Despite only having access to 1 Refinement Curlier. But he doesn't know yet. He doesn't know yet.
I mean, does have an Ultra Ball in hand, so he'll be able to Mirage Step next turn, but you're right, that'll only be for 1 more Refinement Curlier there. As it is James' turn, he's going to open us off with a Battle of IP pass, going to grab himself a Waltz and a Radiant Greninja. That's a sort of standard Gardevoir turn 1. It does have another access to another Battle of IP pass as well, so just debating on what to take there and doing a little prize check for himself.
Yeah.
As James did prize, 1 Waltz and a Rare Candy, nothing too impactful in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, maybe that boss's orders for a bit later could impact some of the gameplay, some of the direction he takes in this game plan, but nothing too crazy, as you just kind of mentioned. He's in a good spot right now. Double VIP pass.
Yeah, James has the Battle VIP pass party going right now. Everyone's welcome. Waltz and Greninja.
And plays the Avery again.
As well.
Obviously less impactful, just a draw free, but additional free cards. Can't knock that. We've seen it on Pokemon where they're just drawing free cards like that.
Instant charge, there we go.
We know how good it is, and if your opponent isn't really representing anything other than the energy attachment, you know, I'm happy to sit pretty here.
No, you are right. We are going to see a worker.
A draw free for himself.
There we go, yeah. Still no access to a level ball or a Curlier, though. So
that's Ultra Ball, yeah.
We're going to have to play that.
But this is it. This is where he's going to have a little look for his deck, his first deck search of Game 2 of this round 6 feature match. There's the Mirage Step. He's just worked out.
Oh, yeah, you can tell. Look at the reaction. He's just worked out. Yeah, if I do this Mirage Step, I'm only going to get 1 Refinement Curlier.
It's just one of those. It's what we have to work with. It's not all's lost yet.
Nope,
Retail comes down as well from the hand, and it is a Mirage Step just for the 1 Refinement Curlier, which does inhibit him going forward. It now comes down to whether James can capitalize on this scenario.
Do you think if you're James here and you can obviously work out that Demetrius has prized 2 Curlier, do you ever start to trying to do some Miracle Force, any other turbo attack just to try and close this game out faster, or no?
Yeah, I think it'll be, if I was in James' spot, knowing that there's only 1 refinement, as you kind of correctly mentioned, and what we've seen so far, just taking out, it doesn't matter if it's a knockout on the bench Refinement Curlier, which can't do because there's no boss. If it's able to just take out a Curlier here, Dimitri's only left with 1, you know, of the Guardy line. Yeah. And that really, really slows him down because there's no other routes on the board right now, which maybe Demetrius could try and go for a Rare Candy play and start swinging back himself. James is just finding himself in a really good spot, but it's only one direction he could take, right?
Yeah.
He could still play it slow, still try and get his board set up, because remember, we're talking about this chess match in this mirror.
It really is.
But yeah, let's see the direction. I think it's a pretty simple Iono as well. Just to kind of get more energies. There's at least, I think, 2 energies.
I think there's 2 in the discard as of right now. So if James can draw into it, we could actually see a turn 2 Miracle Force here, which if you want to...
Oh, yeah, 2 energies already in hand.
Oh, wow, and some Ultra
Balls nice and pretty.
Well.
And another Curlier.
And another Refinement Curlier as well. So just like James can start to go off to the races, they're going to Refinement, discard that Psychic Energy. Remember, Psychic Embrace from Gardevoir EX means you can attach those Psychic Energy wherever you like, the Pokemon. Wait, could we even see a Moonglow reverse into the Curlier with Refinement? I think there's enough energy.
I think there is enough energy now as well, and there's enough Psychic Pokemon on the board for James, because remember, Psychic Embrace unable to utilize it just for the Psychic Pokemon, of course, so it can't put it on Greninja.
Nope.
But that's not an issue when you have 4 Psychic and those Curliers only have 80 HP. So easy targets, as we do continue to see the board being sort of grown here from James's side. An Ultra Ball for that Manaphy as well, just in case we start getting that Screamtail active.
Just to really close the door, just been like, right, so even if you do manage to get that Screamtail doing something, all you can do is hit the active, which most likely will be the Cresselia, at least of right now, if we sort of gather how James is going to plan this turn out. So we are going to see some Psychic Embrace here. James is going to move those energies. Remember, each one of these Pokemon will be taking 20. The active Gardevoir will probably be taking 40, as it does need to retreat as well. So it's going to be 40 on the active. And it's like James is going to be putting the dice on for. It's going to pay retreat into Moonglow Reverse. So Psychic Embrace the active, that's 20, 40, 60. But remember, you got 4 on the Gardevoir. So that's 80 damage to be moved by Moonglow Reverse to take out Demetrius's Refinement Curlier. And James takes our first prize card here.
Yeah, here we go. Level ball here for Demetrius. After that Iono refresh of the hand, of course, right now is sitting 1 game down against James here, so we'll need to try and play it out, try and find a way back into the game, of course, but only having to work with just the 1 evolving Gardevoir line currently, as you do see an extra attachment from hand to the Curlier in the active spot as well. And Iono coming down. Could we see maybe just evolving up to a Gardevoir EX and maybe start attacking with a Miracle Force for the time being? It's not the easiest to retaliate with from James's side. Just asked a few more questions there because Reversal Energy isn't activated.
Yeah, I think, you could go for a Miracle Force here. I mean, you could also, if you really wanted to go for the Moonglow Reverse yourself and take out a Refinement Curlier, I mean, they do have 1 energy on them as well. You would need to find another Psychic Pokemon as it stands now. But you have got 2 energy onto the active as well. So retreat is definitely possible.
No, I can't remember how many energies are in Demi's discard pile right now as well. And of course, doesn't have anything like the Radiant Greninja yet.
No.
To start maybe pitching some of those energies into the discard to start activating some more of those Psychic Embrace. Ultra Ball in hand, Artisan in hand. So there's a few different ways to try and navigate this turn right now, as we do see the Artisan and it activated. Looks like the Jirachi might be coming down just to try and stem the flow of what James is doing across the table from him.
Okay, so I think if we're going to see the Jirachi come down, that might include that we're going to see a Miracle Force here, maybe. Because you can sort of swing into the active and stop any potential Moonglow Reverse via Super Rod to maybe start hitting your bench rolls.
Yeah, I mean, I would assume with the Jirachi, it means he's going to retreat away from it. And Moonglow Reverse himself, because then that way he knows that Moonglow Reverse is only going to affect the active.
Right, I see.
Does have enough energies in the discard now with Psychic Embrace.
I got you.
There's the 8, just again representing the 20 damage on each of those Psychic Pokemon from Psychic Embrace, and going on to one of those Curliers. Trying to slow down James' side as well, leveling up game 2 here. Really, really impressed by that play. I think that's kind of key from that aspect.
Because worth noting, James actually just doesn't play the Jirachi. So, you know, Moonglow Reverse will always be quote-unquote live for Demetrius, whereas for James, you know, Moonglow Reverse can only hit the active thanks to that Jirachi's ability, Stellar Veil.
Yeah, fantastic ability, able to prevent all damage counters from being placed on your benched Pokemon. Don't forget that active is still susceptible to a Moonglow Reverse, as we do see James bench that Screamtail now as well, knowing that there's no protection from damage sniping using that Manaphy that is typically seen in these kind of sort of smaller HP decks to begin with as well. As we do see now the first pitch of that Battle VIP pass from Refinement, discarding a card, drawing 2. As he still does have his own sort of draw engine, which Demetrius doesn't have. That's the biggest concern right now.
It's like Demetrius can still play the game, but hasn't got a way to sort of, you know, draw cards, for lack of a better term, at least of right now. So let's see what James does. We're going to see the Shining Arcana being used. We're going to see Conceal cards being used as well. Going to draw 2. A lot of energy in the discard pile there. Draws into more energy as well.
All of those energies. James is in a really good spot, just in terms of how his board's beginning to kind of maneuver and set up himself right now. Right here, he's just looking and deciding whether he's going to play that Worker. Removes that Artisan from play. Another draw free. You know, that Artisan, the Worker being able to remove more impactful cards like Path to the Peak that we tend to see slow down Gardevoir decks. Just a great unique supporter to allow you to just draw 3 cards. And most people tend to think draw 3 isn't enough, but when your hand's already drawing so many cards, it's plenty. As you do see that manual retreat here.
There we go, yeah. So we are going to see the Psychic Embrace, I should say, to the Scream Tail, so we can see that Sealing Scream, or Roaring Scream, I should say, into the active for the KO. But I think you're right. You're mentioning about how, and a lot of times, drawing 3 just isn't good enough. But when you know, as we are going to see that Roaring Scream into that benched Volt, I should say, and Manaphy, unfortunately, slightly too late as Demetrius does play the Iono. But yeah, when you're drawing so many cards via refinement and things, all of a sudden drawing 3 from a supporter is okay.
Yeah, you could just keep going that way. Unfortunately, as you just saw, and you've mentioned there, Shay, Wave Veil was not live on the previous turn, so Screamtail was able to take down that routes that Demetrius was trying to set up. As he does find another level board to get another routes down, he really needs to try and figure out his best way to protect himself here. And going forward, as he sends forward his own Screamtail now to try and take out this active. Of course, James does have that Manaphy on his board as he loads up 2 further energies onto the Screamtail, 40 damage on it, and Roaring Screams back.
Yeah, they're literally just shouting at each other. Like, you get out of my face. No, you get out of my face. As it looks like we are going to see 2 prize cards there being taken for Demetrius. Unfortunately, still hasn't managed to take a Refinement Curlier or a Shining Arcana Gardevoir, as it is over to James's turn now, as he promotes Shining Arcana Gardevoir with 1 energy attached.
Yeah, real back and forth here. Again, we're going to need to try and think about how we're going to do that jump, protect yourself from a potential massive knockout. When is that turn really going to happen? That's what they've still got to start thinking about mapping here.
Sorry, we do see the Avery being played there for James. Devastating mirror card, forcing Demetrius to discard 2 bench Pokemon, as he did have 5 in play.
And I think that was the second time he's played the Avery in this game alone already. I think he played it turn 1 just to, again, draw cards.
Yep.
And now just showing that, you know, double Avery is part of your caster prediction today.
It was.
This is Gardevoir with Avery, baby. This is it. This
Avery, baby.
This is them trying to limit your opponent. This is the game plan. This is how a lot of decks now are trying to combat the rise of Gardevoir once again.
Yeah, Avery is super strong card in my opinion. So I've picked it for, I think, half of my caster predictions here this season. Terrific card, especially in Gardevoir. Like you said,
that's half?
I think maybe it could be slightly more. I think I've only picked 3 once, actually. It's like 3/4. But yeah, like you said, when you're drawing so many cards via Refinement and Shining Arcana, all of a sudden drawing 3 while making your opponent discard 2 bench Pokemon is plenty enough. As we do see James playing a Super, we're going to shuffle in a Rolt, a Curlier, and a Screamtail, I believe. Yeah.
I mean, now that Manaphy's gone, obviously Dimitri's not going to send away one of his routes or Gardevoir EX Pokemon, and he's only seen the Moonglow reverse Cresselia there on the bench, so it makes sense to get rid of and discard the Manaphy for the time being, keeping his Jirachi in play. But we do see James just picked the Rolts and benched that for the time being.
And that's what that Avery is really good for, right? If your opponent is going Manaphy, Jirachi, Avery just says, no, you're not anymore. Yeah. It's that simple, because if you keep them both, you're going to limit your evolving basics or your attackers. So you have to get rid of at least one of them, as we do see the Shining Arcana retreating, and we're going to see some Psychic Embrace. Again, going to spread these damage out. So we've got 2 on the Gardevoir EX already. And then I'd imagine, was that a manual, or was that a... No, okay, no, that was a Psychic Embrace one. There we go. And there was one to the active to get it to retreat the active Gardevoir, I should say. So there's an effective 60 damage in play right now.
Perfect number. Well, it is not quite a perfect number. Could have been 50, 50 would have been perfect, but more than enough to take it out. The active Screamtail here now, as we do see the reversal energy also just kind of attached manually from hand. You know, because James is always 1 prize ahead in this race, those counter catchers or reversal energies aren't, for the time being, ever going to be live unless he falls behind. So Demetrius right now does have options available, additional options available for him to kind of level up the playing field, as we do see a Psychic Embrace the active. Not much else going on other than that level ball and just a Miracle Force to take out that Cresselia in the active spot. This is where James putting back that Screamtail back in the deck now continues to just kind of really cause a bit of an annoyance for Demi's board, because he can keep removing those routes as Demi has taken the Shining Arcana Gardevoir from his prizes. 2 Curly is still sitting there hiding away, unfortunately, for Demi.
2 out of 3 prize cards being your refinement Curly, not what you want to see as a Gardevoir player when you're currently 5-0 and you're on stream. As James just started to turn off doing concealed cards, and you're right, the Scream Tail right now is going to be really strong, or so could be a Storm Slash, which could easily carry this Gardevoir. I see a ton of Slack Engine at discard there. And we're going to see an Iono as well. Wow. That is Iono plus a KO when your opponent has no onboard draw power. This right here could tie us up. Oh my goodness gracious me.
Yeah, this Zacian Fear, I think that's the reason why James was beginning to kind of spread out his energies for his discard pile, just to double check what's available for himself to be able to really.
Oh, I think he hit some energy there as well, but didn't opted. Oh no, when did it go to the active?
Yeah, just kind of protected from taking more damage. Just means he can maybe just put 1 to bring it down to retreat, and then start thinking about loading up that Zacian. There's the refinement, further 2 energies. There we go. We get confirmation. By Shay.
Confirmation. That means you're in trouble.
Yeah. Here we go. There's 4. There's 8.
Yeah.
And that's brilliant there. So 8 times 3. Plenty of damage going onto that Zacian. 150 plus the additional, I guess, 5 energies as well. Just perfect 300 damage there. With already 20 on that Gardevoir EX. It's counter.
Is it going to counter catch a good? No, you give a counter catch.
And the Iono of his own.
Okay, are we going to see a repeat of what Tord tried to do? Right, we just say, well, all your energy are in play. How about I bring up a Pokemon that you can't Psychic Embrace to, and let's see if it can just stay there. So it looks like
what's happening there? Just kind of get confirmation.
Trying to debate what cards are from the Iono. I
think it was just a little bit messy. Just making sure we're tidied up.
Fair enough.
You see a Super Rod being played here by Dimitri. We do have a level ball in hand as well. Can kind of draw through the cards, but we'll need a few more turns, maybe to start spreading some damage.
Yeah.
And maybe of course, that's the only Curly he has access to with refinement. Chooses to the Cresselia instead, because he will need to start sniping away from the active to leave it just trapped there as long as possible.
Yeah, it's a really strange scenario here, because you really do want to start attacking with the, like you said.
There you go. That's the hand out, but it does have refinement. Curlier coming down.
Here we go.
Alongside, so there's double Curlier now. Again.
The first time this game, right?
Hey, well, he's
oh, no, true. No, you are correct. You are correct.
It's a similar board to what you had before. There's the energy attachment.
There we go. As James Cox has the energy attachment, and Demetrius is just going to concede. And James Cox is our round 6 feature match winner, advancing to the record of 6 wins, 0 losses.
Yeah, that Iono to 1, and just one of those cards, either from the Iono or from the top deck, happens to be an energy, allowing James to retreat that stuck poor little Manaphy, and then just swing away again with that massive Zacian with 8 energies on it to take a knockout on any of those Pokemon.
Yeah, that's a big old Storm Slash, wasn't it? Was that 8 energy, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. That's what I said. That's what I said at the start, didn't I? When Gardevoir gets those 8 energy in the discard pile and an EX out, you have to be ready for anything.
Yep.
Your active could get, KO'd via Zacian or Brainwave. Your bench Pokemon can get KO'd via Scream Tail. You can heal your Pokemon via Cresselia as well. Just so many options, and that's what makes Gardevoir devastating. If you can get to that late game board state, you can do a lot of things.
Yeah, I think you just saw from James's board state, that's exactly how he would love to normally always build out his board. You know, the right number of Curliers, Mirage stepping when he needs to, just rare candying when he needs to, applying pressure where he needs to. And that's really what forced Demi into a really unfortunate position. Didn't start too well, but that's sometimes just when you have to capitalize, and James did exactly that. Demi did great to continue to hang in there and have a chance himself. You know, he was able to take prizes, but he just couldn't get a draw engine going. And when 2 of your refinement Curliers are towards the top of those prizes, it's just unfortunate gameplay. But, you know, both players still in a fantastic spot. Demi now 5-1. But still 1 win away and potentially an ID into day 2.
Yep.
James, pretty much there. Will he keep going for the jugular and go for as many points as possible?
I think he will. I know James pretty well. I chat to him quite a lot, and I think he's very confident with his Gardevoir deck, and he knows, well, I can have a good go against a lot of people here in this room, so I'm going to run the gambit. But I want to say maximum commiserations there to Demetrius. I think, realistically, if you're going to tell a Gardevoir player before best of 3, in these next 2 games, you're going to prize 2 Curlier, and you're not going to find them until quite late in the game. Chances are you're going to be at least on an uphill struggle, and it's going to be very tough.
It wasn't once either, it was twice.
Yes, over 2 games, 2 in each one.
Yeah, exactly, and that's 50% of the 2 games, both of them together.
Yeah.
You just didn't have access to that refinement, the whole draw power of the deck. It's just hiding away in those prizes. But like I said, you take it on the chin.
Yeah,
hopefully,
for sure.
We spoke about this before, about what you would do in those scenarios where maybe you've just had bad luck.
Yeah.
This is where Demi just needs to think about, it's just happened. It's happened once, unfortunately, maybe twice, but it shouldn't happen again. It's very unlikely. We go into the next round and force myself into that day 2 position.
Yeah, no, and still a perfectly fine record. And like you said, the chances of that happening very low. So just push that to the side, pot that to the side for a sec, and then all you can do then is just try and just take the next game. That's all you can do.
Yeah.
But yeah, what a game that was, though. Harsh. And I tell you what, I'm feeling confident.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Here we go.
Of course I am. Because what was my prediction, everyone? Gardevoir and Avery. We just had 2 Gardevoirs on the stream that are both 5-0. One of them is 6-0, and there was 3 Averys between them. But you know what? Speaking of Averys and all that jazz, I want to hear from James Cox, our winner, and I think his interview is ready, so let's hear from him.
Thank you, Shay, and welcome back. My name is Benjamin. I'm here joined with the winner of our last round, James Cox. James, you're 6-0 now in this major event. How are you feeling?
5-0-1.
5-0-1.
Yeah, I got the down pair in that round, so 5-0-1 now, but yeah, still pretty happy.
Okay, nice one, yeah. But you're on the cusp of day 2 now, going into this tournament. How are you feeling going into your next round?
Yeah, so I'm not just trying to go 6-0-1 of these events these days, 6-2-1 of these events these days. It's pretty cringe to be like at the lower end of day 2. So, I mean, like getting into day 2 is all right, but I'm really going for top 8, especially at special events. Like, I'm not too concerned with, especially this event, like just getting into top 32 or something. I really want to get top 8 like again, so.
You want these strong records going into day 2, right? So you want to go as far as possible with every win. You want to go 9-0 if possible, of course, is the dream. But is that your goal going into these major events? You don't want to just make, the CP for the World Championships. You want to take it all the way, right?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, especially at this point in the season, I mean, I'm at like 800 points. I'm 4th. Like, I mean, the points are like okay for stipend, but at the end of the day, I'm just trying to get good finishes because improve tournament by tournament. I did go 8-1 at the last 2 tournaments in a row, so trying to beat that is pretty hard.
It's pretty difficult.
but that's at least the goal going into these tournaments, yeah.
Now, I know you're a committed player. We talk about this usually when you're featured on stream, how committed you are to playing and testing. You go 1,000 games with one archetype, and you like to show off how much you've committed to testing. But Gardevoir, why Gardevoir?
Well, I mean, at this point, I mean, a few of my friends switched to Giratina recently. I could have switched to Giratina, but I mean, we've been playing this deck for like 8 months, and maybe Giratina is slightly better, but I'm pretty happy with Gardevoir overall, yeah.
So we saw you against another Gardevoir, quite a meticulous matchup, quite a tricky one. Usually people dread the mirror match. Some people thrive on it. Well, how is your take on it?
So, I mean, I play Avery's for the mirror. The mirror match is incredibly difficult to play. I mean, I was playing terrible in that set. Even though it didn't really do much, I made a lot of mistakes, and he told me at the end he made a pretty big mistake discarding a boss instead of a counter catcher. So, I mean, yeah, but I mean, I enjoy it for sure. I mean, I've got the text for it, and it's matchups like this that are fun. Like if you just play against like Roaring Moon, you're just like sitting there attacking the whole game. It's pretty boring. Like the more skill-based, thorough matchups, definitely more fun.
Gardevoir is an archetype that's been around for a long time, hasn't it now? Well, it definitely feels like it when the set released. That Gardevoir came out in, everybody was on it. Everybody thought, how am I going to break this card? How are we going to, what's my take on it? What are the different Pokemon that we can put into it? As time has gone on, have you thought Gardevoir is getting better or worse, or what's your take on it?
I think it stayed mostly the same. It's had tournaments where it was really bad, like where Peony Miraidon was huge. I think at that point it was really bad. It's definitely throughout its lifespan had some tournaments that's like absolutely terrible, but it's definitely not right now. I mean, it's solid at least right now. Probably not the best, but definitely solid.
Bringing it back to this tournament, are there any matchups that you're looking forward to playing?
I mean, hopefully, I mean, I'm down to hit anything, to be honest. I mean, ideally, I wouldn't play Miraidon and lose in 3 turns. It seems not the greatest, but I mean, anything else, I'm fine to hit. I'd love to hit Roaring Moon every round, but see what happens.
Well, James, thank you so much for joining us here for the winners interview. Now, good luck for the rest of your tournament, but now we must go for a break before the live coverage of our next round.
So yeah, I think we're going to have a little bit of more of our debate bracket, I think, right?
I believe so. We're going to continue with our debate bracket, our caster, our community bracket.
Community bracket, that's the correct name.
So let's get an opportunity to hopefully throw that up shortly soon. But like I said, it was great to hear from James there. It's so much he can tell us. If we had, you know, half an hour of him, we'd learn so much about the God of Our matchup and sort of the mirror matches, all the other matchups as well. You know, he loved playing that kind of mirror as well. But do you know what? We'll have a different matchup for you guys.
Goodness.
The next one that we need to cover is a tremendous card that we've seen already on stream, Path to the Peak.
Yeah.
And another card we've seen in numerous decks as well, Level Ball.
Yeah, I mean, 2 terrific cards, and let's not make no mistake about it. So, yeah, so in case you don't know about this format, we're both going to get X amount of time to pitch one of these cards to you guys at home. You guys vote whose pitch was better and which card you prefer, and the winner of that bracket will then move forward to advance. We already saw at the top of the bracket, we had Battle VIP Pass and Mew VMAX.
Yeah, we've already had our little debates between Urshifu, the pink, versus the brown and the Mew VMAX there, which I unfortunately lost because we know how great Mew VMAX is, but Urshifu has its place in the meta and format as well. But we're just going to get confirmation exactly which one we're going to take.
You have Path to the Peak, Lucky.
I have Path to the Peak.
You do, and you're starting as well. I just heard him.
Am I?
Yeah, you are.
Oh, okay.
So here we go. 3, 2, 1. Go on, then.
Right. Has there been a more impactful stadium card than Path to the Peak? How many abilities have you sat across the room from and the table from and thought, oh man, I can't see you keep drawing cards. I can't see you utilizing maybe a gusting effect with something like an Umbreon VMAX. But Path to the Peak is that one card that can stop absolutely everything in its tracks. We've seen so many decks now, so many winning regional decks where this card has proved so vital in that. I mean, is there anything else to discuss?
You know what? I've been set up by the production staff. You think I'm going to argue Level Ball against Path to the Peak? No, I'm not. Path to the Peak is by far the better card. I'm rolling now. I'm rolling now. Yeah, I throw in the towel. Come on, Level Ball versus Path to the Peak. It's a stadium. You can drop that turn 1. You can win the game. That can happen. There's the Arceus. Oh yeah, my timer hasn't even started yet. I'm just going off.
The timer hasn't started.
3, 2, 1. I mean, come on. Arceus, right, was like what, a tier 1, tier 2 archetype. That whole strategy was just Judge Path. It's called Judge Path, right? Judge Path and Pray. Even now, Giratina, we saw in the last round with Kaya. How did that game 1 end? Roxanne plus Path. I've had enough. You think I'm going to argue Level Ball? I mean, Level Ball's a good card, right? You know. Sure, you can find your Curlier, can find your Rolls, can find your Cherrim as well. Do you know what it can't do? It can't just win games with its own turn 1 with a Judge and or Roxanne. So you know what? Don't worry about Level Ball, folks at home. Let's go for Path.
Forget the timer. Let's just keep Shay rolling on just reeling off why Level Ball shouldn't win so that I actually win one of these.
The voting's currently live. So, you know what? If you really like Level Ball, feel free. But, yeah,
I won't take it personally, or I will take it personally, if you suddenly start voting for Level Ball over Path to the Peak, despite Shay having to convert to my side.
I did.
Because I don't want to allow Shay win once again. But let's face it, Path to the Peak was one of the most impactful cards. I have to say it once again. Exactly. This is it. This is it.
This is our set. You know what I mean?
But need we say more?
I mean, come on.
But you know, it's fantastic and unfortunate. Potentially, it's one of those cards we will feel a bit of a loss for in a potential rotation. You know, don't forget, of course, you are following on Twitch to be able to be part of any of the votings or community choices or community brackets. We are obviously, of course, live on YouTube as well, but you don't get that fun interaction to react and work with us for the streams. Don't forget, we're just here to give you as much information and bring you guys the action as much as possible.
Yeah, and you know, if you're involved on X, make sure to use the hashtag #PlayPokemon, because you mentioned React. You know, the tweets that you post with that hashtag, every chance that we get to react to them on stream to get your tweet featured. Come on as well. So I think we're gonna have at least another 2 community votes, right? We normally get one around 9. We normally get one at some point in day 2, and then top 8 as well. So if you want to have your say, but we already had that Steelix corker of a match earlier. So if you want to have more of that, make sure you get yourself on Twitch and vote as well.
Yeah, look at you teasing the crowd there.
Yeah, I know, I'm good at that. Yeah.
Get yourself involved a little bit more. It's on you. Remember, the power, as Shay loves to say, the power is in your hands. It's all for you. We're just having a great time, just making sure we can give you as much information. But
results. Go on, leaderboard. Come on, leaderboard to win now.
Imagine. I mean. Alright, it's not
That's still better than Rabbi.
It's not the landslide that Battle VIP Pass had on Escape Rope. Levelball having some true fans there, because knowing it's a great card for consistency and helping those sort of stage 1, stage 2 decks really come to the fore. But we know Path to the Peak here, taking the 2nd highest victory of the 3 so far.
I'm still surprised that even though I just didn't bother arguing for levelball, it still wasn't as bad as a beatdown as Battle VIP Pass and Escape Rope.
Not just Escape Rope. Ben got the beatdown.
Yes, Ben. He was just behind us on the cameras. But yeah, levelball, a mighty fine card though. You know, I realised I've been playing this game a long time actually. When I've seen level ball get printed and rotate, like, well, it's going to be the 3rd time now.
Oh, yeah.
But the Dark Explorers, and it rotated, then it was at Breakpoint or something. Then was it like a Sword and Shield one as well, something like this? But either way, I've seen it a long time, and I'd be sad to see it go.
Yeah, great knowledge there. Just being able to see it come back. We've seen so many different cards, and different unique, maybe not necessarily always the same name cards, but the same type of effects come back into the game, and that's what we're really sort of excited about. And that's what makes this game so fresh, and the opportunity to freshen things up, whether it's a new set that comes out, a new rotation. There's so many different ways that players can utilize cards that we've seen before and new cards together. Find those combos and really, you know, come to the fore and do so well at these tournaments.
Yeah, it's always fun to see them. But you know what else is always fun to see? Your post at home. So I think we have some social posts. Let's have a gander. So we've got Yancho there, one of the casters over there, over the pond in North America. The perfect opening act of the night, the Utrecht Special Event. Now that right there, that's what I like to see. That's dedication.
Our guy there, Juancho, what a great member of the community as well, of course. Heading things up over in the North Americas as well, just showcasing that he's also staying tuned alongside us and with you guys at home. He's just taking part as much as possible with that fantastic view of us in another arena. It looks like he must be having a great time, and of course just showcasing that hashtag #PlayPokemon. It's great to see.
Yeah, love to see that. So if you want to get your tweets featured, you get them down. You got a hashtag. Come on. I like to see them. We like to talk about them. So make sure to use a hashtag. Let us know your favorite moments. Let us know what deck you want to see. Let us know what deck you're playing. Let us know what you would have played if you were here. Any of that, let us know.
Or even one of those cards that you might wish to have seen in that list of potentially rotating cards.
True.
Going forward as well. What else you guys might be missing going forward? But for the moment, here's yet another Ignitor TCG here, up just in time to watch the Utrecht event with my Mimikyu.
Let's go.
Hoping to see some fun TCG action. Hashtag #PlayPokemon with a lovely view of Shay there. Love it. Shay and Amy just doing the couch segment there. Shay in full action.
That looks like me when I was saying ballistic beak. Got a similar sort of. I love saying that. That was so good. That was so good.
Let it get pop off.
Yeah, a little bit of ballistic beak.
We might have the opportunity to see it again.
You never know.
Some point
you never know.
I'm not too sure if there's more than one person playing that, though. Dodria, but here, Matthias Bettman here, Utrecht SP, let's have some fun with Play Pokemon and Pokemon TCG. There, is that Ace of Rose Premonition?
I'm going to put you on the spot right here. What does that card do?
Shay, this is yours to the taking because I know you've played it before.
I haven't played it before, I know it does. Look at your opponent's hand and you draw one for each trainer you find.
I love the fact that you get to show me up whenever the opportunity arises.
Yeah, but who's the one that's won a regional and a special? Let's be fair.
It's so long ago, it doesn't matter. But we've got one more fun post to show you guys. Again, remember, you guys can get involved as well with the hashtag Play Pokemon. I mean, yeah, thanks, Shay, for throwing me under the bus.
Let's have a look what we got here. So we've got Roy Roz 1, I believe that says, supporting my wife in her first ever TCG official match. Shout out to Roy's wife. That is awesome. Love to see it.
Hoping she's having a great time. Hoping Roy is also having a fantastic position. But also a little spy on the top left.
Who's that on the left there?
Casual world champion in the background, or former world champion, I should say. But hopefully Roy's wife has had a fantastic event so far and enjoying herself at her first TCG match. I mean, do you remember your first TCG event?
I remember it was a league challenge.
Yeah?
Yeah, I was playing Megame Electric.
Megame Electric.
I was playing Cacturn. I was playing Landorus EX. I was playing Lucario EX.
This sounds like Tord's deck, but back in the day.
I did get seconds. It kind of worked as well, to be fair. But yeah, that was my very first ever league challenge. My first ever regional, it might be like a Sheffield, I think. What about you? Do you remember?
I mean, back in the day with those types of regionals, they were very much UK-based as well, weren't they? I remember my first event.
Oh, true.
I was brought along by a friend who is a UK national champion, Oliver Fenley.
Oh, yeah.
So a very good friend of mine who brought me to a tournament after I found him writing a deck list out when we were skiing once. But he took me to a tournament and I got rickrolled by Tom Hall when I was playing Aspertia Eels and he was playing Landorus, so he was just constantly just doing 30-30 to me, or 60-30 because of weakness, and I was just there going, I haven't got a clue what's happening.
What? Also, I haven't got a clue about this story. You're telling me he was writing a deck list while skiing?
Not on the slopes, but we were.
What's going on?
This was after he did win a tournament, and we were, after a day of skiing, he was just there writing, keeping his notebook hidden from everyone.
Okay.
And then I was like, hang on, that looks like a Pokemon name there. I don't recall that. And he started eventually revealing it all, and I was like, you're taking me to the next tournament. And there, I got to meet a number of UK players, and yeah, I've been in this game ever since. And that's just how this is, right? We know how great the Pokemon community is. If you haven't had a chance to go to maybe one of these larger events, you've got the local events as well, those challenges, or even just, play Pokemon nights, or days, leagues. Local leagues.
Yeah.
League Cups as well, as you want to progress into more competitive tournaments. And then maybe we'll see you on stream one day as well and doing super well at one of these tournaments. But you can experience so much at every level event.
Yeah, so if you're listening to us ramble on about our old-timer stories and you want to get involved and you haven't actually managed to get yourself to an IRL or an in-real-person event, make sure to get on the Pokemon website, get to that event locator. You can just type in your address, and all of a sudden you just find out how many events are around you, plotted on the map. You can get yourself down there, get involved, league challenges, local leagues, because you can get like weekly local leagues at your local shop, not even fully competitive. You can just turn up, have some fun, play some games, do some trading. From there, like you said, you can build into your league challenges. That was maybe my first very tournament was league challenge. Then from there, League Cup, and then regional, special, international, worlds, all that. The world is in your hands, and the power is in your hands. So get on that website, type in your address, and get started. I want to see you there.
Yeah, I mean, we always talk about it. I say it all the time around the Pokemon community, and that's again why we're still in it. That's why we're so passionate about being, behind the cameras and making sure you guys are enjoying yourselves as well. But for the time being, I know you guys are maybe a little bit tired of us. We'll have a small little break, but don't go anywhere. We've got plenty of action still to come for today in our day one Pokemon special event, Utrecht.
Hi, my name is Shay Bird, and today we're going to take a quick crash course in all things Gardevoir EX. Gardevoir is one of the most premier decks in this format, capable of pulling off some downright ridiculous turns and throwing a ton of psychic energy around. Gardevoir EX has the Psychic Embrace ability, which lets you attach as many psychic energies from your discard pile to your psychic types as you like. The only downside is you have to put 2 damage counters on the Pokemon you attach to for each energy you attach. While this all sounds well and good, how are we getting these psychic energies in the discard pile then? Well, you see, Silver Tempest Curlier can help you draw cards with its Refinement ability, which lets you discard 1 card from your hand and then you draw 2 from your deck. This lets you keep drawing cards throughout the whole game and get loads of psychic energies in the discard pile ready for Psychic Embrace to start throwing them around. I'm sure, as you can imagine, this can start to get out of hand very fast. For example, with 9 psychic energies in the discard pile, you can fuel Zacian V Storm Flash attack all the way up to do a colossal 330 damage, capable of KOing pretty much everything in format, like Mew VMAX, Rhydon VMAX, and even Arceus V-Star with a V-Guard energy attached. Chilling Reign Gardevoir can also help out, since its Brainwave attack is identical to Storm Slash, doing 60 plus 30 for each psychic energy attached to this Pokemon. And when used in combination with Reversal Energy, this can also hit that lofty 330 damage number 2. And it also offers perfect synergy in the deck by helping out with even more card draw with its Shining Arcana ability, which lets you grab the top 2 cards of your deck and put them into your hand. If any of those cards were energy, you can even attach them too. Cresselia from Lost Origins can also provide Gardevoir with a bench hitting option with Moonglow Reverse that actually moves 20 damage from each of your damaged Pokemon and moves it to one of your opponent's Pokemon. And because it places damage counters, it even bypasses Mana Feed too. This versatile mix of attackers makes Gardevoir one of the most scary decks in format when it gets rolling. Once those Psychic Energies are in the discard pile, Psychic Embrace can make them do anything and anything you want. Gardevoir EX is quite honestly poetry in motion, and I can't wait to see it in action this weekend. So how about we get back to the stream, eh?
I have a lucky item. It's in my fanny pack. I keep it with me. It's a little incubator that has the Pokemon egg in it. It looks like the in-game incubator. And then my ritual for getting ready for these is I build a team and I take a step away. I'll take 6 hours, go hang out with friends, go get some dinner, and then I'll come back to it. And if it looks good to me, that's what I run.
I do have a pre-tournament ritual. I grab all of my Mimikyu. I also have a bag and a poncho, which is not currently with me. But we all just psych out and we just get ready for the first game.
I don't know that I have any specific good luck charms, but something I do like to do for regionals is set my mind on a deck way in advance. And then instead of worrying about trying to figure out like what the best thing is that day, I'm just gonna get really good with whatever deck I chose and get a month's worth of reps in so that I know what my matchups are rather than trying to figure it out on the fly.
My good luck charm before or during a tournament are actually plushies that my daughter gave us. So we travel as a family, and they make sure that I always have my little Galarian Ponyta and my little Umbreon that go with me wherever we go.
Before the tournament, I usually just like to really not play any Pokemon before. I want to just clear my head as much as possible, just so when I go in fresh and having fun. Burnout's the worst thing, and I like to just cleanse a little bit before. Plus, I have Tink as my good luck charm.
I always ride with my friends here, so we always try to listen to the Beach Boys on the way here, and that's always really helped us. One of the first cups my friend won, we listened to the Beach Boys for probably 2 hours straight on the way there, so that really kind of has become the ritual now.
Hello, Pokemon trainers. I am now joined with Benjamin Rabioti, number 1. But also at number 2, we have Owen Cameron, currently number 3 in Europe on our leaderboards. How are we?
I'm so good. Very nice. And because I'm third. And not only that, just happy to be here.
Here we go. I'm very happy to be sat next to you. So, Owen, I'm going to ask you a very basic question first, though. What is your favorite Pokemon?
I'm a bit of a Unova fanboy, so it's gotta be like either Chandler or Sando.
Interesting. Have you ever managed to play them in a deck at an event?
I don't think so, actually. I played at some fun decks at League with them, but they haven't had a good card yet, really. So
you've been playing for a long time, Owen. What's your favorite deck of all time?
Ooh, there are actually so many. 'Cause it's a bit of a toss-up between decks that I did well with and decks that I like created myself, and like I was really proud of that I managed to do decently with such a deck. But I'd say it's a combination of those two. So I played Arceus Pikachu Jolteon at Worlds 2022. And there I got a top tier 2, which is, I mean, for Worlds, that's pretty solid. But it's a deck that I completely created from scratch. So it's also that factoring that in, I'm incredibly proud of doing so well with a deck that I made myself.
Nice.
I actually brought that to another event after that, the London Open.
Now, before I ask you this next question, saying that it's your regional win in this answer is a cheat code, okay? Well, what's your favorite tournament you've ever played at?
Oh, that's a hard one. I think OCIC, and it's like the OCIC where I top forward, and just the amount of new people I met, and it went well, and I had a huge vacation, or not a huge vacation, but like had some extra days added onto it, and we went to a huge dinner afterwards with friends. It was just amazing.
Yeah, I can imagine being over there is also very, very fun. Now, you mentioned the OCIC, third place, I believe, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And then you mentioned the London Open as well, where you went undefeated to win that as well. And then you obviously won a regional now as well. Congratulations.
Thank you.
What's been your favourite achievement?
Ooh. I think purely due to recency, and I think that's must be the regional win. It's also having the title, you know? It's so important. The difference between winning and being second is just one game, but in the end it feels so much better to win an event that you can say that you're first and we're better than everyone else at the tournament that day.
Yeah, no, 100%. Just the title, regional champion, just has a nice ring to it.
Exactly.
I can imagine.
The title of regional champion, you know, there's not many of you around, of course. How has it changed your experience as a Pokemon player?
Ooh, well, not that much. I'm still the same player, right? But it's cool that people know you as a regional champion. But it doesn't change the fact that it doesn't suddenly make me better at the game. But it's cool to have more people recognize you and have a talk with people that you don't even know, but they know you for some reason. Yeah. It's pretty funny. There's some pretty funny interactions sometimes. But I'm still looking to win more tournaments and looking to win more regionals. So in that sense, it doesn't change much.
I don't know about you, Shay, but I wouldn't be so humble.
No, yeah, if that was me.
I'd be wearing the medal everywhere. I'd be wearing it to bed. I don't know about you. But.
I'd have the champion playmat over my shoulders like a cape. But thank you so much for your time, Owen. And there's a high chance that this stream, Owen might be doing fantastic. So let's get back to the stream and see what's going on.
Welcome, trainers. Welcome on back. You are joining us, teleportation bursting back into the action with me, Amy Wosley, and my amazing co-caster, Benjamin Rabaiotti, as we continue throughout this absolute strife of a tournament, the Utrecht Special Event 2024.
Yeah, round 7 coming up, and I did say that right, round 7.
Yes.
I don't want to wish our day away, but we are coming towards the end of our day 1 competition now, unbelievably. But we've had so much fun today. I've been going around all the tables as well during that last round, and everybody's having fun, and the meta looks just as diverse as well.
I know, it's such an exciting time to be playing the Pokemon trading card game. We have so many treats lined up. We have loads of decks to be excited about right now, which I think is honestly my favorite part about this stage in the meta, where it's grown and been nurtured, and now everyone's ready to tear it apart with something weird.
Well, we've had a bit of a flavor of everything, right? We've had Tord with his take on, I would say, the entire plethora of cards that are available to him. We've had Steelix as well, and we've had a little bit of a more of a traditional matchup in Mew versus Giratina, and then of course your trusty old Gardevoir mirror. You know, we've had a bit of everything here today, and that's, I think, what most of us would have expected coming into this tournament. You know, rotation right around the corner. It's the 5th major event of this format, and you know, it's so great to see.
It is, and honestly, everyone has practiced their decks to perfection now.
Yeah.
So I think this is where we see that really high level of play, especially before a big kind of change. We're now seeing the experts at the pinnacle of practice. I don't feel like there's a step above this.
I couldn't agree more. We saw Kaya, obviously, with Giratina when we were both on commentating that feature match, but had a chance to speak to James just then. He's played Gardevoir since its inception, since it even became an archetype, and, you know, he's taken it all the way. Had a chance again to ask him, why Gardevoir, you know? And it's just so versatile, has many different ways it can play, and that's just what our players love.
Exactly, and speaking of our superstars of the day, we have some standings available to share with all of you at home as well. So you'll be absolutely ecstatic to know that we have many a 6-0 to treat you with today.
Yeah, 5 people at 6-0. What a record going into the end of our day one. Of course, they'll want to be taking it all the way to a potential 9-0 record of day one. But let's not speak too soon. But let's have a look at some of the people who are on this list. You know, Robin Schultz, former world champion. Brennan Kammerman sticking his guns to this leaderboard. He's sticking his flag in it, and he's saying, come on, come and try it. You know, 5-0-1, not a record to be snuffed at. But and as well, you mentioned earlier, Gabor as well at 5-0-1. These records are really going to be able to set themselves up for a fantastic record going into the next day.
Yeah, for anyone at home, if you aren't quite sure what these random numbers mean, you might be like, Amy, but what do all these sequences mean? The first number is always the amount of wins. The second one is the losses, and the third is the tie. So all of those players have gone undefeated.
Yeah, and 6 rounds in a tournament going undefeated. That is a fantastic achievement in itself. But, you know, now they're looking to take it above that next step.
Yeah.
Taking that pressure and applying it positively and going into those last 3 rounds positive. Taking it step by step, play by play, game by game, and hopefully they can achieve those records that we were talking about earlier going into the next day.
One step up the ladder at a time,
yes,
towards being the champion of our special event, which is just riveting, really. I mean, there couldn't be any better feeling.
I know. We've had 1,000 competitors here today, and, you know, we've got to whittle it down, Amy. There's no ifs or buts, is there? You know, from 1,000 competitors, some will be obviously whittled down day by day, round by round, and eventually, as we go into tomorrow, that number will again shorten to day 2 competitors, and then, of course, you're getting into that nitty-gritty then. Again, I don't want to wish the tournament away, but then there's top 8, and, of course, it's just so much excitement.
So much to go, yeah. And of course, our championship points that everyone's going to be earning from these are absolutely the most important thing right now for everyone wishing to go to our World Championships in Hawaii this year. Oh my word, look at how many championship points we need to get now. But our lucky winner of today will not only get 200 CP, but also that auto invite to the World Championships.
Well, we talk about how every play counts, every round counts, and this is really why. Championship points, of course, going into the latter stages of the season, a lot of players will be thinking, how many points do I need to reach that magic number, that 500? And, you know, top standings in these major events will get you more. You know, top 64, as you saw there, will rank you those 50 points. But then as you go further, it'll rank you a little bit more here and there. But a lot of our competitors, looking at the leaderboard, they've already reached those heights.
They have.
But it's those players that maybe not quite have so yet, and they will require just that little bit more oomph.
Just a little push.
Yeah.
Straight over the finishing line for them. And this could be the event they get it. So there's still all to play for. And we can even have a look at our European leaderboard right now, so that we can have a little assessment of exactly how many points everyone is on right now in our top 16. Look at those numbers.
They are ginormous. These are really the cream of the crop when it comes to the player base in Europe. Of course, Brennan Kammerman just under 1,000 points. Basically 2 World Championship invites. That is a mean feat. But of course, the Kammermans and the Kalamars as well, 2 sets of brothers taking Europe by storm this season. But of course, names that we are familiar with. We of course featured James Cox earlier as well. Alberto Conte, no stranger to a feature match, and of course Demetrius Eaton as well.
Yeah, James and Demetrius were just on our feature match just then, so if you guys missed it, then you better hurry back and go and see what the result was, because they're going to be moving around on this leaderboard as well this weekend, potentially with the points from this very event.
And it's not just the World Championship invites. Those players, they're on the leaderboard, they want to stay there, you know? And in order to do that, they'll need those top seedings, those top rankings in these major events in order to do so, as well as local events. You know, our players back home forget that often when they see these streams and live content. The local events are just as important.
Yes,
you know, we talk about league cups and league challenges. You know, you're part of a league yourself, Amy. You would have seen it face to face. You know, the pressures that a lot of our players face.
Absolutely. I run those cups and challenges myself at the store, and honestly, it's just a joy to see and to be able to award people those championship points, to be able to see the look on their faces at these events and at local events. It's just the best feeling in the world.
Yeah, so rewarding. And a lot of our players, you know, they'll commit to a certain archetype or commit to their locals as well. And, you know, you guys can get involved as well. If you go on the Pokemon website, you go on that event locator, you'll be able to get involved yourself.
I just love local events.
I know, they're just great. They're really the cornerstone of this community, and that's where a lot of players will start their experience.
Yeah, and honestly, I would encourage you to get down to your local league and give it a go, because there's so much fun and there's so many lovely people in this community. I travel across the UK quite often for cups and challenges, because they're just such a lovely start to these more competitive events at a local level, where we can all have a little bit of a laugh and a bit of fun together too.
It's where people make friendships forever.
Yeah,
you know,
so.
I don't want to sound like a bit of a poem, but it really does, you know, and it's where a lot of our players will start their first experience with competitive play. But here's one of our feature match players for our round 7, Filippo Colomorea. Forgive me if I've mispronunciated that name, but here are the accolades as well, and what a fantastic set of achievements these are. Lille Regional Top 8 2022, EUIC 2023, and a couple, well, these are a lot of very recent achievements, Amy, of course. And, you know, what a strong footing for this player going into this tournament. And Robin Schultz there, I mean, no stranger, Amy.
No, not one bit. Oh, it's always nice to see Robin again. But will this veteran be able to keep up with their opponent's pace in this battle of the Titans?
Yeah, and you can imagine being a world champion comes with its set of pressures, of course. But Robin there, you know, calm, collected. He has his game plan. He likes to pick his decks meticulously. He likes to go with those certain archetypes that impress with consistency. I can confirm he is playing the Radiant Charizard Lost Box variant with a few toys of himself, playing the Snorlax and the Roaring Moon, Amy.
I really like the Roaring Moon edition in this deck, actually. It's something that I feel is not only that beautiful element of surprise, but also can just take the biscuit when you're against those higher HP opponents that might otherwise just be completely out of reach.
Yeah, it packs a punch, doesn't it?
Oh, very much so.
Frenzied gouging with that strong effect of just taking a knockout, regardless of the HP that's posed in front of you. It's definitely going to be something that Robin is going to look to utilize. And here we see the prize cards come down. Let's see if they're going to be very game effective, and we're just going to be able to take a look at those shortly.
Honestly, the players are almost set up. We're going to see how things get kicked off in this battle now. Now the matchup, you know, this one can go either way. Both decks are relatively fast in getting set up and what they want to do. So this really could be quite the tussle.
Filippo picking the Roaring Moon variant. I know this was one of your caster picks, Amy. And of course, do have to remind the viewers back home, this is a win and in. Both players' records will permit them a day 2 record with a win in this game. Oh, quite a detrimental Pokestop off the bat there for Filippo.
Oh, the Poke don't stop. It's just, I hate it when that happens. You spin that Pokestop thinking, yes, it's all going to be fine. My deck is nice and full, frivolous and fruitful with item cards. Oh, no, wait.
Oh, 3 supporters.
Oh, no. Oh, it's all gone wrong.
Yeah.
But moving on to Robin's turn 1, going in with the old trusty nest ball.
You can imagine this is going to be looking for a Comfey. You like to get this engine up and running very early on, get those flower selectings live and up and running, get those cards in the lost zone, start altering your game plan, start getting your road to victory up and going. And here we see just a little prize check from Robin, just going through the deck, just seeing what cards are going to be in the prizes for him in this game. The Roaring Moon and the Radiant Charizard not hiding in the prizes for this game, so two of his very strong resources in this game, fortunately not going to be hiding in that prize cards. And here we see the Comfey coming down. You can imagine it's going to be a retreat into that Comfey, and like I said, start up and running with those flower selectings.
Yeah, we got to select as many flowers as we can, as early as we can, to get this battle rumbling. Honestly, Robin's got... Oh, going for the Pokestop. No! Oh, that hurt. That hurt. This Pokestop needs to calm down. My word. Now, luckily, a Colress experiment is still on the cards, and thankfully, as we know, Lost Box does dabble in some super rod action. So the Snorlax could come back later, but luckily not an imperative attacker in this matchup. Like you said, Rabbi, absolutely the Charizard and the Roaring Moon are going to be looking probably our more likely targets anyway.
I'm surprised that Robin actually went for the Pokestop because of how delicate this deck can be. There are many resources within this archetype that are that can be posed to be quite fragile. You know, you've got awkward energy costs, you've got a lot of supporters that you doubt on very early on and late in the game as well. So seeing them hit the discard early can be quite detrimental. But going with that Battle VIP pass, that's going to be quite a strong start.
Yeah, I think maybe the Pokestop trying to get as many Battle VIP pass as possible at the beginning. I quite like that. I doubt that Robin will be continuing to risk the Pokestop. I mean, I don't know. I love risking it on my opponent's Pokestop, but I can't see Robin as the type. I believe if it were me, I'd be doing that. I think I would go for the turn 1 Pokestop personally, just to try and get the really strong start with the excess Battle VIP pass. And luckily, Robin didn't lose anything too detrimental at this stage, so actually I think I support it. I support the Pokestop usage.
Okay, nice one, nice one. I mean, here we see the early benching of the Radiant Charizard. This is going to be one of Robin's main outlets to start attacking and start taking those prize cards, but won't obviously be able to use this earlier on. Of course, with that Excited Heart ability, he won't be able to use that until Filippo is taking a number of prize cards. But of course, that Combustion Plus poses such strong threat against Filippo, and of course those Roaring Moons only being 230 HP, that puts it in primal range really for that Combustion Blast.
Here we go. Okay, another Comfey on bench. Pal Pad hit the Lost Zone, but there's already a Pal Pad in hand from the Pokestop, so it's not too much of a problem. Supporters can still be recycled. But unfortunately, it's looking like Robin's hand is looking a little empty to me. I'm not seeing anything that jumps out as a super obvious play right now. Oh, honestly, yeah, going for the flower selecting first. Super odd nest ball. Oh, I don't love that. No,
I don't love it at all. He definitely needs to get another card in the Lost Zone if he wants to be using Spit Innocently this turn to start softening up that Galarian Moltres V, which is definitely going to be on the cards for Robin. Now, does play Sableye as well, so of course can take that late game knockout on the on the Galarian Moltres in the late game. So this is going to be quite a fantastic start here from Robin.
Yeah, even, you know, using Cramorant to spit innocently twice at the Moltres V is also really valid. If Filippo doesn't manage to move the Galarian Moltres V out of the active spot this turn, then Cramorant can just go again.
Yeah.
They can just carry on. But moving on to Filippo's turn, and we're going straight in with an attach of an energy and an Iono to boot, which is a lovely card against Robin, keeping them in check, making sure that Robin doesn't gather too many resources at one time.
Fortunate for Filippo, he does play switch cards, so he does have an outlet to heal this Galarian Moltres out of a range of a Spit Innocently or a Lost Mine attack. But unfortunately doesn't hit it from the Iono. Here's the Pokestop.
Here we go.
Dark Patch Energy and
Morpeko.
I think that's a Morpeko, yeah.
Yeah, it's the lovely, hungry little Morpeko. He's so hangry that he will scurry back to the bench if he has no energy to get those treats.
No, of course. I do like Morpeko in this matchup. It can take quite easy knockout on the Comfeys, and with a single prizer, he can use that to his advantage. Sorry, not disadvantage. Here we see the Pokemon Catcher on the Radiant Charizard, and just a pass.
Oh, so yeah, instead of... It's kind of that playing not to lose strategy at the beginning here. Robin's going in for a Pokestop again.
Finds a Nest Ball.
A Nest Ball, we say goodbye to Manaphy, and a Darkness Energy. It's quite risky against some Roaring Moon builds, including this one. So
yes.
The Manaphy not being an option until possibly later. We see one Super Rod in the Lost Zone. Like, I'm not loving this.
Yeah, and Robin isn't going to be aware that, well, he might be now that Filippo has discarded the Water Energy from the Pokestop. That Radiant Greninja Moonlight Shuriken is going to be an option for Filippo. And we spoke about this earlier. These decks that pose such large threats with massive knockouts, having those alternate game plans. And with that Water Energy, making that Moonlight Shuriken active can take two easy prizes against low HP Pokemon like Comfey.
Oh, thank goodness for Clara. Looks like she might get us out of this bind anyway. So off the Pokegear there. Love to see Clara. She's a fantastic card in this deck. Whether she's played now or later, not sure. No, we're going for it now. Clara allows you to get two Pokemon, up to two Pokemon, up to 2 energy, and pop them back in your hand. So considering the Spiritomb there, could go Spiritomb or Snorlax. Definitely like the Manaphy coming back to hand at this stage. And 2 energy, we're not going to be mad when there's already 2 in the Lost Zone.
No, for sure. And I really like the Spiritomb in this circumstance. Turning off the Galarian Moltres ability will mean that he requires a switch out like a switch card. So
he's decided not to take it on this occasion.
Decided not to take it and go for the Manaphy instead. It's from Robin.
Yeah, I think this is exactly it. They've got a bit of a stalemate going on.
Yes.
Both players need more resources in the right order. Ooh, that was better but worse. There's now 2 water energy in the discard pile, but 2 items off that Pokestop was lovely in comparison to some we've had this game. But yeah, both players are kind of in a bit of a stalemate where they want to buy some time for themselves. They've got this clunky, awkward to retreat Pokemon in the active spot, and just wanting to kind of leave this state where it is for a moment until they have the opportunity to kind of make a more meaningful turn.
Yeah, we know that Roaring Moon is quite a combination-heavy deck. You know, you need those dark patches at the right time, along with those switch-outs, those free retreaters, able to, you know, start getting those energy on those bench Pokemon. But Filippo has quite an awkward hand here. He's got quite a tricky situation ahead of him in order to get those Roaring Moons up and running. And here we see the dark patch coming down. You can imagine it's going to be on that Roaring Moon there. Yeah, I like that. I like that.
We love to see it.
With no switch cards in hand, it's whether he plays the research and gets rid of these valuable resources.
I'm not sure, like... Oh, yeah, he's going to go for it. He's going to go for it. If he doesn't get the switch off this, I'm going to be absolutely devastated. That would be the worst feeling. Come on.
I don't think he has it.
Get out of here.
No, he doesn't.
Oh, my gosh, no. Oh, why? Oh, wait.
Does find Earthen Vessel.
Energy?
So Earthen Vessel for concealed cards will give him 2 additional cards to see.
Has he attached for turn? I don't think he has, because he'll be able to attach for turn and then Direflame Wings?
Yes, so that is a switch out option. So that Spiritomb would have been able to switch that off. that Diaflame Wings off, so that could have been the play for Robin, but going for the mana fee would have meant that he's trying to mitigate the threat of the Moonlight Shuriken. But here we see 2 additional cards. Maybe doesn't want to use Diaflame Wings, really. It's not going to be an optimal play, but it may be forced, like you said, to use that Diaflame Wings now in order to retreat only.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the correct play here is. I think seeing that Robin has already used Clara kind of might give an invitation to Filippo to go, okay, well, that's one of the recursion cards that Robin has kind of used. They can see a Pal Pad is gone. You know, there's another in hand, which they did see from the Pokestop, but there is still only finite resources to be able to bring some of the heavy hitters back, and that Charizard definitely floats the boat.
Yeah, Clara is so vital to this Lost Box Sable Zard archetype, as we like to call it, because of course it keeps the options open to keep that Radiant Charizard up and running turn by turn. Being able to get an energy and a Pokemon at the same time, of course, you're able to use that Combustion Blast over and over and over again. Of course, if Robin has used that Clara already, he does have 2 Pal Pad, of course, so can shuffle that Clara back in. And knowing that the Roaring Moon archetype doesn't usually play much disruption, he has that security.
Yeah, that's the nice thing about this matchup for Robin. He is able to quite comfortably, quite comfy, if I might say, be quite strategic in that he can be comfortable that, you know, disruption is an unlikelihood. It is very unlikely that Filippo is going to be able to disrupt him at all, and so he gets a bit more control over the entire game state, not only his own but Filippo's as well.
Yeah, we spoke about how powerful Disruption was against the Giratina archetype when we looked at the Mew VMAX versus Giratina, when we featured that earlier, but with only 1 INO being an asset to Filippo, of course Robin is able to bring that hand and increase it turn by turn, but with that cross switcher play...
That's huge! That is absolutely huge!
With that cross switcher play, now a simple Spit Innocently will be able to put Robin ahead of the prize race, and this isn't usually a place that Robin will be in playing Sablezard. It's usually quite a slow and meticulous deck, but here Robin going ahead.
I love it. Love to see the cross switches there. They paid off. We're going ahead with a Super Rod, taking Charizard back already. Whew, this battle is still up in the air. There's all to play for. Cramorant will be able to take the knockout, just as we predicted earlier, that if that switch cart wasn't played early enough, Filippo's been digging and digging and digging, and no switch cart has yet been found, and now it is too late, and the wrath of Cramorant has burdened him.
You may think 110 damage isn't that much. It's not that much of a deal for a lot of these high HP Pokemon, but damage ramps up. You know, it does stack up as the game goes along. And of course, with this Lost Box variant, of course, it has so many different options to be able to take advantage of that early game pressure. With that 110 with Spit Innocently, with a couple of Lost Mines, all of a sudden, you're in big trouble.
Yeah, damage counters are a scary asset, and they're not to be left alone for too long, because unfortunately it will come back to bite you. And here we go, moving on swiftly. A Roaring Moon, of course, set up on the bench. One of this deck's kind of best assets, in my opinion, is just being able to set up new, fresh attackers really quickly. I feel like once Roaring Moon is on a roll, it just doesn't stop.
Yeah, and here we see the Pal Pad come down for Filippo, of course, bringing that INO back into the deck. It's going to be quite vital for Filippo to use that INO at the right time, and also at the time where he can cause maximum disruption to Robin.
Yeah, there's also going to be a finite amount of stadiums in this battle. I feel like that's the other resource that Filippo needs to keep an eye on.
Yeah,
because if Robin kind of squeezes the amount of stadiums that are going to be played in this game to a halt, then Filippo will be forced to try other kind of methods of
Other ways,
disruption and other ways of winning, because they're not going to be able to attack safely without doing a 200 damage to themselves.
And it's quite funny. Well, not funny if you're Filippo, of course, but the Roaring Moon won't be able to take a knockout on a Kramer without a stadium in play.
No, not at all.
Without discarding one. So, you know, like you said, it's going to be a resource that Filippo really has to keep an eye on. And here we see the judge coming down. It's whether Robin has the answers and the resources left to be able to deal with just a 4-card hand.
I think Robin's in quite a good place right now for being able to manage that. A couple of Comfey there. I mean, the stadium's going to get removed. It's very likely. But I think with the Comfey, knowing that Robin can switch straight into one of those, plus these 4 cards, I feel like that's enough right now to keep the pace of the battle going. I feel like that's not too bad for disruption as far as things go for Lost Box when you've got a few Comfey lingering around. But even so, Filippo's just absolutely going. The combos are racing, and Roaring Moon is doing what Roaring Moon does best.
Yeah, and that INO, it's in hand. It's definitely where he wants it to be. He has the security to know that the INO is an option to him, of course, if he's able to keep this hand as the game goes along. And of course, having that Pokemon on the bench already ready to go into the fray, to take some knockouts, of course, can just keep this hand and is safe knowing that he'll be able to play that INO at the right time.
Palpad brings 2 Colress Experiment back into the fray of Robin's deck. Still needing to really populate that Lost Zone with only 6 cards in the Lost Zone so far. We need 7, 1 more for that Mirage Gate, which we're going to guarantee this turn with the active Comfey. But in an ideal world, probably wanting to race up as soon as we can to a larger hand size as well.
Yeah, Robin does play Mirage Gate, so of course if he's able to get this card into the Lost Zone in addition to getting another option of attack with the Radiant Charizard, he can put himself in quite a good position by taking another 2 prize cards here and taking the last 2 with Roaring Moon. You know, the game really is in Robin's hands if he's able to play around this awkward judge and as well as INO in the future.
Lovely. We'd love to see the Colress coming right back around. That's what we want.
It's definitely
He's
what we
come
like to
back
see.
to town, gave him a little call on the pal pad, and Colress, all right, I'll be there as soon as I can. And he didn't disappoint.
No, it definitely didn't. With that Nest Ball in hand, we'll be able to search out for a potential Roaring Moon or the Radiant Charizard. I don't recognize if he's played the Super Rod already. And here we see the Nest Ball potentially coming down for Robin, but with no Mirage Gate in hand, isn't able to power up any sort of Pokemon anytime soon. Here we see the Radiant Charizard, of course, coming down. Of course, with that Excited Heart ability, will be attacking, you know, just that little bit more with only 3 energy required to use that Combustion Blast with those 2 prizes taken from Filippo.
Yeah, it definitely gives a bit more flexibility to Charizard. Love that Charizard's back at this stage as well. Just gives you a bit more flexibility if, like, you get a Mirage Gate and you don't have necessarily a secondary target. 2 Mirage Gate there in the Colress. Wow. Yeah, probably wanting to get rid of the Cross Switcher because one is already in the Lost Zone. Probably needs a friend in there.
Yeah, the Mirage Gate is definitely going to be a priority for Robin to take from this Colress. However, with another Cross Switcher hitting the deck, that is another gusting option out of the way, and now there's no more gust in Robin's deck. But I don't think that will be a problem necessarily with this Roaring Moon. He has the calming notion that Filippo's only attacking option now will be those heavy 2 prizes.
Here we go. So, yep, as predicted, sometimes it's best to get that Charizard down as soon as possible so you can start loading it up with a bit of energy. So there's 2 straight off the bat. We've got our Fire Energy, which we need, and then the Psychic's totally fine too because the rest of Charizard's attack cost is Colorless Energy. So that's already a big chunk of the way there for Charizard being able to attack for a huge 250 damage.
Yeah, this is definitely where Robin wants to be. If he's able to take these 2 prizes now from this Roaring Moon, it'll put him a very easy additional 2 prizes away from taking the game, and of course can use the option of Radiant Charizard or even the Roaring Moon itself. And the beauty of this deck is, of course, it's just single prizes. So, of course, does have additional turns of gaining momentum to be able to take that last knockout.
Taken down with 1 hit. Goodbye, Roaring Moon. Hello, Charizard.
Yeah, that Combustion Blast, absolutely massive. 250 damage will take down that Roaring Moon any day of the week, being only 230 HP. And this is really where we see the strength of this Lost Box Charizard variant. Of course, taking advantage of these powerful single prize Pokemon like Radiant Charizard will really put Robin ahead of the prize race very early on.
Yeah, fireworks are flying in this battle. There's no telling what could happen next, but Robin is in a particularly strong point here. This is the point where Filippo needs to turn the tides, and I think that INO was possibly just the thing they might need to ensure that might happen.
And this is where Filippo wanted to play the INO. This is causing maximum disruption to Robin. And of course, playing only the 1 INO, he had to play it at the right time. And this was it. It's now whether Robin is able to draw out of it. And the Colress, of course, coming down is definitely ideal for Robin.
Yeah, no, Colress definitely coming in handy there. 2 Battle VIP pass, easy decision. Maybe not the best because you don't get kind of the cream of the crop of your deck, but definitely when your deck is this thin, you're wanting to get rid of those and say goodbye. Unfortunately, Comfey going to the discard pile. Oh, Battle VIP pass going to hand. It kind of hurts.
Yeah, that Pokestop isn't going to be too helpful to Robin. But now, we spoke about this earlier, being a single prize deck, Robin does have at least the backing here that playing only single prizes, Filippo will require 3 turns of additional attacking in order to take the game. So Robin can nicely be calm and collected, start building that hand up slowly. And of course, with cards like Super Rod, Colress's Experiment, in addition to Mirage Gate, those combination pieces will come thick and fast if you're able to flower selecting.
Exactly, so whether we can get there in time, oh my goodness gracious, here we go, there it is!
And there's the Combustion Blast 4 game.
There it is, the Charizard takes it down again. We saw that Charizard 3 times come into the active spot. It was like a conveyor belt of Charizard.
Yeah, I mean, Filippo did what he could. That INO to 2 is just as much as he could do, really, against Robin, putting him down to 2 cards with that maximum disruption. But unfortunate, but fortunate for Robin, he was able to draw out of it with that Colress's Experiment. And with so many different resources available to you, Nest Ball, Mirage Gate, it all comes to you, you know?
Charizard was just making sparks fly, and it was working.
Yep.
I mean, 250 is a huge amount of damage for a single prize Pokemon. You can understand why it's a Radiant Pokemon. You're only allowed to play 1 in your deck, but we saw that Charizard 3 times in the active spot, and it did rather well.
And this is exactly what the deck does. It's up and running. You know, it has these, as we said earlier, these combination pieces. It has Clara. It has Robin's playing 4 Super Rod and 2 Palpad. So he's able to get these resources continuously. And with the engine like flower selecting, it's easier. You know, I say it's easier said than done, but Robin's proved it is. It is easy.
Yeah, and honestly, having that much recursion along with the Clara as well in the deck, like, honestly, it's just so many ways to make those Pokemon work as hard as they can for you, even if they're in singular numbers, because we have the Snorlax, Roaring Moon, and Charizard, and Sableye, all really valid attackers in this deck, and all at a single count. But oh no! Robbie!
Yep, the Radiant Charizard. It's in there, unfortunately.
Oh, Ben, what are we going to do?
I don't know, because I don't see a Suian Heavy Ball in Robin's list. So that Radiant Charizard is going to stick in there until Robin is able to take some prizes with some of his other assets.
Oh, Benjamin, I'm devastated. My Charizard count, it's going to slow down.
Still has options with, of course, Cramorant, Sableye, and the Roaring Moon, but this is where Robin's players are going to have to alter. This is where he's going to have to kind of change path a little bit. You know, it can't utilize that Radiant Charizard, of course, so has to use his other options. And this is going to be, it's whether Robin is able to capitalize on this.
Yeah, you're quite right. And I suppose that's the beauty of a Lost Box deck, huh? As devastated as I am not to see my lad Charizard come forth in this one quite so early in the game, he is more useful a few prizes down the road anyway. And as we well know from the Lost Box decks, they are geniuses when it comes to versatility.
It's a fragile deck. You know, you have these you know, finite resources, especially when it comes to attackers. Oh, this is quite an awkward lost zone here with the Clara. That is his only copy of Clara, so it's now going to be trying to use those super rods to its maximum effect.
Palpad doesn't get any reception in the lost zone. That's why you can't get them back.
Ah, of course. Okay.
Clara can't hear you.
Yeah, Clara can't hear you if it's in the
She's not
lost
going to
zone.
get the message, so she's stuck in there.
Oh, no, of course. And
Yeah.
we see the Spiritomb coming down as well as the Manaphy and that Cramorant. Quite a slow start there from Robin, but Filippo would have elected to go second. Of course, Roaring Moon's such an explosive deck, Amy, and so consistent. And with these combination cards like Dark Patch, like the Professor Sada's Vitality as well, you're able to get those Roaring Moons up and running as quickly as possible.
I really like that the Spiritombs come down this early this time, noticing that kind of the Galarian Moltres V can become a problem. I like just kind of having that stance at the beginning of Robin going, no.
Pretty much.
Not this time, Filippo. It's staying on the bench. Unfortunately, it doesn't work as well into our active Squawkabilly, which still can do some silly things with Squawkazees.
I was about to say this is a pretty strange hand that Filippo has as well, but fortunate enough to start the Squawk and Seize, so we'll still be able to see an extra 6 cards in hand.
Ooh, Pokemon Catcher first. I love a good coin flip. Here we go. It was successful.
Nice.
Here comes Spiritomb.
And the attachment to the Squawkabilly. Pokestop coming down, trying to use as many resources as possible before that Squawk and Seize.
And here we go. Actually, you know, 2 Darkness Energy in the discard pile as well. It's not bad in this deck. It allows for that really fast acceleration that we love about this deck. And this time we get to see more Pekko. More Pekko for me, please.
More Pekko coming down is going to be quite vital for Filippo, like we said, with those combination plays, with that free retreat cost, with that more Pekko, it will be quite vital for Filippo. As soon as he's had a knockout taken out on him, promote that more Pekko. A simple couple of Dark Patches, and then retreat into another Pokemon. And here we see the Battle VIP Pass coming down as well. You can imagine that's going to be 2 of his main attackers in Roaring Moon. Or, yeah, of course, with the Dire Flame Wings, Moltres is able to... That is, again, of course, one piece of the puzzle as well. With Dire Flame Wings and a number of Energy Switch in the deck, it will be able to get your Roaring Moons up and running that much quicker as well.
I also think a single prize attacker like Morpeko is pretty valid. Energizer Wheel does 70 damage, and then you move the 2 Darkness Energy from the Morpeko to a benched Pokemon, meaning the Morpeko regains its Inner Hungry Hurry ability for having no energy. And 70 damage is pretty valid in this matchup.
It is a fantastic card, and it is great in this matchup specifically because it is able to take those easy knockouts on the Comphase, on the Spiritombs, and even the Manaphies as well. So it'll be, you know, it's whether Filippo goes that route and starts using that more Pekko for that Energizer Wheel attack.
Yeah, honestly, it's one of my favorites for evening out an awkward prize trade situation. Love that they attached the water energy to the active Squawkabilly EX. Going to be able to energy switch that later to a Greninja. I mean, or Motivate.
And well, I think that's what he's going for here. Oh no, that's the
Professor Starter. Yeah, and draw 3, of course, as we carry on in. Don't think there's too many useful cards there, unfortunately. It was an Ultra Ball, Iono, and Roaring Moon. Bench is full, used a supporter, and well, I think that's all she wrote. But Dark Patch, still getting them loaded up. I love this deck. Oh my goodness. Yes, going for the Morpeko.
I think we're seeing the Energizer wheel come out with the energy switch as well with the from the Moltres. Or
I
one
love
of the Roaring
it.
Moons.
Energizer wheel into Greninja. How beautiful would it be, though? Oh, love to see it. There it is, the energy switch onto Morpeko. We're getting a little hangry up in here, and we'll say goodbye to Spiritomb. It couldn't hanker that hungry Morpeko.
It couldn't, and it's gone into that discard pile with that knockout. And that Morpeko, great synergy with this deck. Of course, taking those 2 energy and popping it back onto your powerful Roaring Moon Pokemon and getting those energies up and running as well on your main attackers for future turns.
Loved that Pokestop. That was working for Robin this time. Not too shabby at all. Colress Experiment, let's go. Lost Zone Population, that's what we're talking about. Oh, it's all popping off. There we go, 5 in the Lost Zone. Let's keep up the pace. Loving the pace of this battle. Exhilarating play.
Yeah, it's quite awkward here for Robin as well. With that Morpeko, it does pose, it is a valid attacker for Filippo, but Robin doesn't really want to be taking single prizes. He wants to be taking those big, large knockouts, and there's not many other one-prize Pokemon that Robin can capitalize on and take a knockout on. So it puts Robin in this situation of, am I okay with a 7-prize game?
Yeah, it's a strange prize trade, being forced to deal with the hangry Morpeko. Robin's thinking, oh my word, all my Pokemon sweets, they're going to be devoured. I'm going to have to deal with it. Don't have a choice. It's going to keep going otherwise. Better remove the threat while it's there.
Yeah, and I still like the knockout, of course, because it is that single, it is that free retreat cost. Of course, it is a part of Filippo's game plan to have that free retreater in order to get those Dark Patch up and running onto your main attackers, and then that free retreat into that said attacker, and then start taking knockouts. So it's still valid enough for Robin to take the knockout on the Morpeko.
Oh, I love a Trek and Shoes. Oh, we're taking it. I didn't see what it was.
It's Pokemon Catcher, I believe.
Ooh, I like that. I like that for the mana fee.
We love flipping coins.
We love flipping coins. We've had 1 successful coin flip so far on the Pokemon Catcher. I'm so ready for the next. Let's go.
Yeah, we see the Diaflame Wings onto that Galarian Moltres as well. And this is going to be an easy single prize for that Roaring Moon to take on that Cramorant with that Pokestop in play.
Here we go with the Pokestop.
Oh, Dark Patch, not bad. Not
okay.
Not great, not terrible.
I mean, yeah, I think the issue that I have there is that it discarded another Pokestop.
Another Pokestop, yeah.
And again, that is a finite resource for your attack value. And that's my problem. Discarding a Darkness Energy and then getting a Dark Patch, it kind of cancels each other out, you know? Whereas the Pokestop I don't love. And yeah, Filippo's done exactly the right thing in that scenario, in my opinion, saying, okay, well, I have a finite amount of stadiums. What's the most important thing for me to deal with right now? Actually, it's going to be that mana fee, not the Cramorant.
And quite significant to point out, took the knockout and the mana fee, but didn't need to discard the stadium, but still did so anyway. So I'm wondering why that maybe would have happened. But of course, if you're able to take away that Pokestop, it does decrease Robin's outs for his turn to get into some of those resources like Nest Ball, like Mirage Gate. So that might have been the game plan there.
I think it also forces Robin to play his stadium, and if Filippo's getting a bit kind of taken away of their own stadiums, then it's quite good to kind of make Robin put their own down and feed. You're making your opponent feed your Roaring Moon.
No, yeah, of course. Yeah, and here we see Robin.
Yes, feed my
Feed
Pokemon.
me Pokestops, please.
Make me stronger.
But there are so many item cards in Robin's deck that there is no wonder why he plays his own range of Pokestop. He does play 4, but there are so many item cards, you know, electing for the cross switches instead of bosses as well. It means that he is able to gust with those item cards. And with Pokestop, you're increasing your odds to find them as well.
Yeah, actually, Robin's deck is littered with item cards. 4 obs across the board, Mirage Gate, Switch, Cross Switcher, Switch Car. We're talking everything. And so if Filippo is clocking on to this and thinking, oh, you have enough stadiums too? Oh, excellent. Then, you know, that's a really good observation from Filippo.
And Robin has such a large hand here and has now got that magic 7 cards in the Lost Zone. Those Mirage Gates are now live. He has energy in hand. He has Switch Out in hand as well. It's whether he elects to go for that Roaring Moon. Oh, no, of course, doesn't have a dark energy in hand, of course. So won't be able to use that Roaring Moon. We recognize again that Radiant Charizard is in the prizes as well. So here we see that Nest Ball. It's whether Robin can find those additional combination pieces to start taking some of these heavy knockouts.
Yep, Roaring Moon, here we go. I reckon we can boogie with this turn, you know. I think we can. We've got enough resources.
Was there two Mirage Gates?
Yeah, there were 2 Mirage Gates in hand. And looking at the energy in deck right now, we've got enough. We can make it work. And also, like, you could opt to remove your own Pokestop and leave kind of the Roaring Moon then not on your own Roaring Moon, kind of not on a dangerous damage output. I don't know what the attack play here is, but I'd be quite keen to remove the Pokestop, quite frankly. Take it away from Filippo. Be like, all right, taste your own medicine. I'm going to get rid of my own Pokestop too.
Yeah, I would like taking out the Galarian Moltres, but I believe a Colress was played this turn, so Gust isn't going to be an option other than those cross switches in any case. So here we see the Roaring Moon being powered up. Here's the Pokegear coming down, seeing those additional 7 cards. Going to be hoping to find one of those Colress.
Thinning is winning. That deck is getting ultra thin and with precision. Robin knows exactly what they're doing, making sure that anything they might need is floating close enough to the top of the deck that Colress can experiment upon it.
Yeah, I would like, again, to take a knockout on this Galarian Moltres in order to take out the stadium, but also keep your Roaring Moon on that full HP cost. Using a Frenzied Gouging, it does open up Filippo with the opportunity to take a single prize knockout solution against that Roaring Moon, if he could ever get that Morpeko back up and running. But here we see the
Colress experiment.
Does find the darkness energy as well, so can elect to attach that to that Roaring Moon to save himself from using another Mirage Gate.
Switch out. I'm not sure if there was a switch out in hand. Going and making sure that he's keeping very precise. Yes, there we go. Very precise management of those resources. Grabbing a fire type energy back, Spiritomb and Manaphy to go back into the deck, but obviously possibly going to be plucking one of those out right away with a Nest Ball. I'd probably be looking at that Manaphy, being a little bit afraid of a Greninja play here. With 2 Comfey still there, it could launch Filippo back into kind of a relevant space in this battle.
Yeah, maybe forced to use another Mirage Gate for an attachment onto the Comfey for a retreat, if there are no switch outs available to him in this hand. And here we see just putting that Mirage Gate to the front of his hand, of course, but going for another Nest Ball.
I didn't realize there were 2. I was like, oh no, I've got it wrong. I'm rubbish at this game. Oh, thank goodness, Robin. Thank you for saving me. Right, okay, onwards.
Here we see the second Mirage Gate coming down. Of course, attaching that darkness energy to that Roaring Moon.
Love to see it.
And then that energy attachment to the Comfey, giving it a nice 1 retreat. Here as well.
Now, I'm still not sure whether Robin is going to take a KO on this Roaring Moon. Like, there's a world in which you do not KO it. You remove the stadium, leave damage on it, and mop up with Sableye later.
It's whether you want to mitigate that risk of your Roaring Moon being knocked out by another single prizer.
Exactly.
Of course, with the Frenzy Gouging, putting 200 damage on itself isn't ideal in that scenario. But of course, 2 prizes is 2 prizes, Amy, in this world.
And we're going for the KO. Taste your own medicine. Get out of here.
Going for that.
Love that. Just like, oh, you can do the Roaring Moon. I can do it too.
Doesn't take that Radiant Charizard from the prizes.
Ouch.
though.
Ouch. My beating heart. Oh. Oh, my excited heart, I should say.
Yeah,
oh
very
my
nice,
gosh,
very
no.
nice. And this puts Robin in that difficult position whereby if he has... if a knockout is taken out on this Roaring Moon, he can no longer use another Roaring Moon, right? Because it puts Robin only on one prize card remaining and wouldn't give him the game.
No.
But Filippo will be only 2 prize cards away from winning the game. So it puts Robin in this position whereby, again, he needs to use those other resources. He needs to use the Spit Innocentlies, and he needs to use those Lost Mines as well.
Yeah. It kind of has to utilize every single prize option in their arsenal right now. It's a really, really difficult situation. Robin would have been oh so well aware that that Charizard is lingering in the prize cards. I imagine he's quite gutted not to have taken it, actually. I would be.
Yeah, and I was going to say Thumping Snore could have been a way to take a 2-prizer of that on that Squawk Billy. However, I think it hit the Lost Zone in this matchup very early on. In this game.
Yeah.
And here we see Filippo looking to get another Roaring Moon down and up and running on his bench. We saw the Forest Seal Stone coming down onto the Moltres for that Star Alchemy. We know, of course, this deck doesn't utilize any V-Star Pokemon, or so that Star Alchemy is vital to this deck to keep that engine up and running. And
here we
see
go,
a
switch cart straight into the Moltres. Ooh, going for the Iono. Iono, here we go.
Iono to 3. Is it going to be as, I say, is it going to be as disruptive as the last game? But Robin managed to draw out of it, so
yeah,
I'll keep my mouth shut.
I don't know. I feel like the Pokestop is so helpful in what Robin's trying to achieve. And the Colress again!
He finds the Colress.
Again! It was the second time!
Iono's a lie.
Oh, Iono just really likes Colress, it's clear. They're best buds.
Yeah, for sure. Well, you know, being that Robin does play those 2 Pal Pad, he's able to, you know, get those supporters back into the deck for these late game disruption elements to the game in any matchup for whatever reason. And here we see Filippo just going through the deck here. An Earthen Vessel was played, so is able to find 2 more energy from the deck. And of course, will keep his concealed cards nice and active as well as thinning out the deck.
Yeah, neither combatant is showing signs of fatigue yet. This is anyone's game.
Yeah, for sure. And we can see an easy 2 prizes on the board for Filippo with that Roaring Moon using that Frenzied Gouging last turn. With now a Dark Patch in hand as well, is able to start powering up a Roaring Moon on the bench as a secondary attacker. We know Robin is on 3 prize cards, so he will need another one if Robin was able to take another 2 prizes next turn.
We should note that Moltres does do 30 damage to itself.
It does.
So it does soften itself up a little bit, but not really quite enough that any of could possibly do it is to spring another Roaring Moon, like recycle the same Roaring Moon around again. And I'm not sure if they have enough resources at this stage of the game to do so.
And unfortunately for Robin, like we said, if he uses that Roaring Moon, it puts Filippo in a position where he can just take the game with 2 prizes remaining.
If not if he attacks the Moltres, because the Moltres already has a bit of damage, wouldn't removing a Stadium KO it?
He would Frenzied Gouging the Roaring Moon. If Robin was to get another Roaring Moon out.
Oh.
Yeah. So here we see the Super Rod coming down. Whether he does elect go for the Roaring Moon, he does actually go for the Roaring Moon and 2 Dark Energy as well.
Now, I was just wondering whether, like, Calamity Storm would be enough.
Oh, Calamity.
That's what I was saying.
Yeah.
I was like, he can Calamity Storm
it's
this
taking a knockout on this Moltres. Oh, for sure.
Yeah. But I mean, like, so he's going, so he's recycling the Roaring Moon, going again. Robin's going to have no problem taking out this Moltres, going down to 1 prize card, probably taking the Charizard. I reckon he can mop this up.
It's whether Filippo has a way of getting this Roaring Moon on the bench powered up. For the Frenzied Gouging now.
I'm not sure.
This is going to be a question to Filippo that Robin is posing. And I think Filippo only had a number of cards in hand in order to get that combination up and running.
Yeah, if they manage to get the Frenzied Gouging, then it is all over. But I'm not sure they've got enough resources to achieve it. With Moltres and, of course, the Forest Sealstone gone and, used as well. So it's not even something that we can try and use at this stage of the game.
And then we see the Vitality, and I think there was an energy in hand as well.
Oh, is that it?
And an energy switch as well, and there we go.
And that's the game.
Filippo able to take the game by Calamity Storm.
Hey.
Not quite Calamity Storm, it was a frenzy gauging, but still, of course, Filippo able to capitalize on Robin's poor prizing with that Radiant Charizard hiding in the prizes. Unfortunately for Robin, his options just weren't quite there going into this game.
No, it was a savage attack. Unfortunately, Roaring Moon was just too strong with all of its other Roaring Moon friends, and sadly, Robin's Roaring Moon's friends were stuck in the prize cards.
Yeah, unfortunately enough. But Filippo will be feeling very good about that game.
Oh, massive.
Of course. This looks like, on paper, a very typically quite a bad matchup for Roaring Moon. Of course, with that Radiant Charizard posing such damage with a single prizer, you would imagine if things were to go Robin's way, it would have been maybe a different result. But, you know, these things happen, and Filippo was able to follow out his game plan effectively, and using that Morpeko as well to an effect with the INO play as well. You know, Filippo was able to take that game quite comfortably, I would say.
I love the Morpeko. I think, honestly, if I had to pick a card that was instrumental to Filippo's success in that game, personally, I'd pick Morpeko. It skewed the prize trade enough that Robin was just put in this really uncomfortable situation. No!
Oh, it's in the prizes now.
Oh, no, Morpeko, why?
Oh, we may not be seeing it.
Well, all right, well, I'll, cool. Guess I'll stop on my rumblings about Morpeko.
Every card
Every time.
It's always in the prizes.
I think, am I cursing them?
Well, we must be. I think mine was Radiant Charizard last
Oh, no.
Here we see.
Oh, here we go. Straight in. Robin has chosen to go second. Both decks kind of prefer to go second, don't they?
Yeah, I do like the choice of going second, only because both decks are able to capitalize a very early game with playing a supporter. So Filippo, of course, explosive, like we said, able to play a Professor Sada's Vitality early on, as well as Squawkabilly as well, and all of these different combinations with Dark Patch will be able to use a Roaring Moon, and of course, in combination of all that, attack as soon as possible and take those early prize cards. So you can see why Robin elected to go second.
Yeah, it's honestly, even just like, as we were saying earlier, getting damage on the board, right? That's absolutely instrumental, huge. Just being able to spit innocently, especially a Roaring Moon, because if it then damages itself, well, cool. I'll take 2 prize cards, so you can take 1.
You wouldn't want to be, you wouldn't want to be frenzy gouging with it.
No,
that's for sure.
Not at all. And so but you kind of take that attacking option away.
Yes.
I know it's not ideal into a Cramorant, but into other larger attackers that Robin can pose a threat with. You know, it's a possibility. Or if there's no stadium available, I don't know, it just does create tricky situations for Filippo in certain scenarios.
And it puts that Roaring Moon within perfect maths for Robin. Of course, 230 down to 120. Amy lost mine then, able to take an easy 2 prizes in the late game as well.
Yes, Cramorant spits innocently, and Sableye comes in going, oh yes, that is delicious.
Unfortunate start there for Filippo, unable to use his Squawk and Seize in this game, of course, unable to find it, but here we see Robin with the first chorus of his game. And, of course, finding that Radiant Charizard very early on with a Battle VIP pass, he's going to be up and running pretty soon.
Yeah, I really like that. That is a nice start, especially in comparison to last game where we barely got to see poor old Charizard. But this is very reminiscent of game 1.
Yes, for sure. And, you know, going for those 2 Comfeys as well. He's going to be getting those Flower Powers up and running here as well, and looking to get to those magic 4 in the Lost Zone to start activating that Spit innocently.
I think the only thing I'm concerned about here, Benjamin, is the time. We don't have a lot of time left on the round, and since Robin has a board and Filippo has a board, I don't think we're going to be able to take possibly enough prize cards either way to close this out.
No, unless a miracle happens for either players. A draw might be on the cards for both of them, unfortunately. But both players will play it out, you know. It's good deck knowledge, of course, if you're able to play the game out. It gives you an insight into how each deck's plays, and, of course, what their perfect game plans are.
Yep. Every player might as well get as much practice as they possibly can, especially when you're in this stage of the tournament against this caliber of player. I honestly think these are some of the most kind of gracious learning experiences we can have.
Oh yeah, you've got to play your outs for sure. You know, more playing, more practice you get, the more knowledge you will gain, and the more understanding of all of the archetypes and all of the decks in formats you will receive, and therefore, you know, you will get a better experience and become a better player.
Yeah, precisely. So it's just one of those moments where it's not worth giving up the ghost yet.
No, for sure. And talking about ghosts, the Spiritomb does come down there. Fettered in Misfortune now active, turning off that Dire Flame Wings on the Moltres V, of course. Not an option anymore for Filippo, but fortunate enough to get that turn 1 Dire Flame Wings, so that energy is attached for that acceleration for the later turns.
2 Dark Patch. Nice. 2 Dark Patch in hand, 2 Dark Energy in the discard pile. I mean, if they can find a way to retreat this Roaring Moon, they could just attack with Moltres, you know?
Yeah, it's pretty good. 2 Dark Patch in hand, especially with 2 Darkness Energy in the discard pile.
Yeah, yeah.
Fantastic little combination you would have there.
We love this. Here we go. Hello, Moltres. Yep. Pokestop, see if we can hit that switch option. Maybe a research first.
Maybe a research first,
like
yeah.
Fantastic. I think I do the same. Another research, not needed. VIP pass, your time has passed. Another Moltres, no thank you.
Well, what I didn't like to see was another Dark Patch hitting the discard pile. Starting those 3 Dark Patch in hand isn't going to be fantastic for your late game.
No, that's not fun.
But with 1 second, and there we go, with that 1 second going down to 0 in this game, you can imagine both players will be looking to a tie.
Yeah, looks like there's the fist bump. We love the camaraderie. There we go. Both players very likely accepting that one as a tie between them. Sure, we'll get confirmation on that momentarily, but they both played exceptionally well. It is absolutely a tie.
Unfortunate to see in a winning in. You know, we love to see one of our players make it all the way to day 2 as early as possible in our day 1 of competition, but both players still, again, have such good records going into the last 2 rounds of the day. And, you know, I didn't even have my eyes on the time. I was still so heads-on in the game, you know. I absolutely love these matchups. You know, all of these little tiny, intricate plays with Sablezard and, of course, Roaring Moon. You think it's just I'm just going to be really aggressive and smack, smack, smack. It's not quite, that doesn't quite play out as the way you think it does.
No, it's got more intricacies than I think a lot of people give it credit for, and I think the main thing with Roaring Moon for me is sequencing. Sequencing is so crucial to making sure that your deck flows properly, you use your resources properly. Everything needs to be done in the correct order to utilize the deck for how vicious it can be.
Yeah, I think Filippo will be taking that draw any day of the week. I think if you would have asked him before this game, you want to tie? I think he would be pretty much taking it. It's quite on paper, we spoke about it earlier, it's quite a bad matchup for Roaring Moon with the threat of that Radiant Charizard poses. But, you know, taking that tie will put him again in that good contention for day 2 still. And Robin as well. Another winning in on the cards for them, unfortunately, or fortunately, however you like to put it. But the pressure's on. But I'm sure both of our players will have a stellar performance in those last 2 rounds.
Oh yeah, I'm wishing them the best of luck. I'm certain that it would be fantastic to see them both in our day 2. They've still got plenty to show for us, and they've got plenty of time to continue doing so. We've got 2 more rounds left today for them to shine, and 1 more win will jump them into day 2.
Yeah, for sure. Well, let's see how the rest of the day pans out. And why don't you get involved? Of course, we have our platforms on X, Facebook, and YouTube, and Twitch, and Instagram. We have it all. Use that hashtag #PlayPokemon and you get involved. I want to see your dogs. I want to see your cats. I want to see your plushies. I want to see it all, and maybe you might get featured on the stream with your post. But for now, we must take a break before our round 8 of play. We'll see you in a minute.
Trainers, and welcome to the Pop-Up Pokemon Center here at the European International Championships at the XL London.
just in a living dream today.
Yeah, I mean, check out all these amazing plushies. Which one's your favorite?
Probably the sleeping Flareon is just here. It's just so cute.
Oh, so cute. No way. All the jumbo plush? You've got to be kidding me. We've got the Psyduck, the Slowpoke. Okay, that's my favorite. The Piplup and the Lucario. I mean, what more is there to want here? Oh.
Oh, hey, Rosemary. Didn't see you there. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you, Spraggles?
I'm doing amazing. I'm just enjoying Arcanine's beautiful hair and its volume.
I mean, you definitely know.
One day, I'll get there.
Oh, hey, Boo, how's it going?
Going pretty well. I'm looking at all these beautiful play mats.
They are pretty amazing.
Yep, all these super exclusive, just for EUIC international play mats.
I love that. The play mats are really cool. There's notebooks. There's kind of a lot here. How amazing is this? This is the Pokemon Center at EUIC. I'm gonna see you guys later because I'm about to go shopping.
Hope you're enjoying the action. It's myself, Joe Bernard, and I'm alongside Alex Dow and Benjamin Rabbiotti. We've just been having a chat about the Lost Zone box decks and how these decks are going to be adapting in the Paradox Rift format. Not only are there some new great attackers that the deck can have, there's also a number of threats coming out from this new set. So there is a bit of debate whether or not it's been stronger or weaker. It's been pretty much ever present since its release. So Benjamin, how do you think this deck is going to be adapting and what threats does it have to worry about in this new format?
Well, I think there's threats on two different fronts, right? So we have an ability threat in Jirachi, of course, stopping the damage sprinkle from Sableye, Lost Mine. But then, of course, we have threats and attackers like Iron Hands EX, you know, taking that additional prize on those kind of squidgy little single price Pokemon in Sableye and Comfey. So it'll be really interesting to see how these Lost Box players adapt to these new threats.
Yeah, there's no doubt the deck likes to be single prize based, so when Iron Hands are taking multiple prize knockouts and basically commanding respect and being instantly knocked out, kind of changes how the deck has to perform. But that being said, Lost Box has still got some great new toys on its own end. So Alex, what are the new things you can be throwing into your Lost Box to give it a good chance in this format?
Yeah, exactly. I think you touched on there, Benjamin, already, that it has to adapt, and that's what we've seen from Lost Box, different variations come through as it's been sort of slowly been releasing different sets and coming through the actual metagame itself. We've seen plenty of different attackers now. Of course, it's utilizing one of the newer Pokemon, Roaring Moon EX, was something that we've seen utilized in the Lost Box variants at the moment. Iron Hands itself has seen sort of a bit of play.
It's a good card.
Yeah, it's a fantastic card, you know, since its release. Just being able to try and utilize those key components like the Mirage Gates and other little sprinkles of things that it can do. It has to adapt. And of course, it's also seeing some good play by going back to sort of trying the tested methods with Radiant Charizard as well.
Yeah, it seems like there's been a bit of a shift away from Kyogre, where that was all the talk pre-Paradox Rift, where you really extend the game, play a purely single prize-based deck, and go all the way to the bottom of your deck. Ben, do you think there's still a chance that this Kyogre build has legs in this format? How does it have to adapt to Paradox Rift?
Well, I think what's special about Lost Box is that it deals with threats quite well. I think, you know, we've seen a plethora of different cards that have maybe posed a little bit of a danger to Lost Box, maybe even in, say, Klefki and there's cards such as that. So, you know, it'll be... I can see it definitely adapting to a way that it can deal with these threats efficiently. You know, does it mean that they have to go back to Radiant Charizard? Does that mean that they have to go back to Kyogre? You know, we can definitely see that Lost Box will still be making the top marks.
Yeah, and one other thing to shout out is Countercatcher is a huge card for the archetype. You want to be playing Colress's Experiment every single turn of the game, or trying to weave in late game Roxanne combinations. Now you can Roxanne something into the active position and still stabilize as well. So it has even more combat potential as well in this format.
Yeah, that fantastic card, Countercatcher, allowing you to gust up one of your opponent's Pokemon when you're behind on prizes. And it's just that. I mean, typically you're single prizes anyway. Sometimes one can go down quite quickly and quite early. And alongside that, you can utilize different attackers, maybe hitting for weakness now as well. So fitting itself and finding a place in the actual metagame. We've seen decks such as Miraidon have that fighting weakness. Yeah. So you can start trying to utilize maybe a fighting package into Lost Box or going down a different route. So it's really, really interesting to see how Lost Box will be able to adapt to the actual metas as well.
Yeah, that's one of the big benefits of Mirage Gate. Still the biggest boast that the Lost Zone variants have. One of the main reasons why you play this engine in the first place. You thin the deck naturally with Colress and Comfey, but you open up some incredible energy acceleration. So, Benjamin, has there been any other great attackers that you've seen splashed in for a great effect?
Well, you know, if there's going to be a Lost Box being played, there's going to be some creative outlets being utilized. You know, we've been talking about Koraidon, we've been talking about Groudon, we've been talking about Terrakion, you know, different attackers that these decks can utilize. We even saw a Lost Box variant playing both Roaring Moon and Iron Hands, you know, utilizing that multi-energy Mirage Gate build, you know. It's going to be really exciting to see how players get creative.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that Lost Zone Box is going to continue to be a threat in the metagame, and I think it's going to be able to adjust its game plan. That seems to be what it's done in pretty much the last year of play since the Lost Origin expansion came out. So I do still expect Lost Zone Box to be prevalent over the next few months, and it's going to be interesting to see how these builds adapt. So thanks so much for joining me, chaps, on the sofa for this discussion about the Lost Zone decks. I think it's fair to say we're all really excited to see how they get on in the next few tournaments.
I'm Owen Kamerman, and I played a trading card game a lot.
Owen Kamerman, 2 O's, the top 4 matchup.
Yeah, it went just incredible. What else can I say, really? The run was crazy. There were moments where I drew very good, but also played very well. Just incredible. There's no other word for it. Well, the finals was actually really scary because the matchup, I think, was pretty horrible. But when I won the coin flip, I was like, yes, because I definitely needed that. If I lost the coin flip, I would have needed to win 2 games going second. But then still, I lost the game going first, and I was like, I was in trouble. Well, he definitely missed on some crucial turns. He made one single misplay in game 2, for example. I just immediately capitalized on destroying his board, and just giving it one turn, getting that one turn of extra leeway was exactly enough to win. He had a board full of 2 prizers, and I lose my 1-2 prizer on the field. So that's my one chance to change the prize race again. So I used the 1 prizer I had to attack, get the 1 prize I needed, and then I was on exactly the amount of prizes I needed to close out the game. The meta changed a bit. Rapid Strike went. Guardians didn't play counter, or they didn't play Avery anymore, and then suddenly Chimpao became a good play again. Even though it can sometimes still break Chimpao and can have some bad Pokestops, I thought it was exactly the right time. My exact goal was win a major. So I won a regional now, so I got that. So that's my season general goal. But now, with the points I get from this winning Dortmund, I'm definitely hoping to get the #1 Europe spot and overtake my twin brother, who's currently on the #1 Europe spot. That's definitely the next on the list. I'm not stopping until that. It's such a huge part of my life. I have a huge group of my friends that always supports me, and I also want to become world champion. It's basically like a child's dream for me to get that world champion title, so I'm definitely not stopping until I'm there.
Welcome back, everyone. This absolutely outstanding Pokemon Special Event action will be continuing here with our Round 8 feature match very soon. I'm Shay Burton. I'm joined by the one and only Alex Dow. How are we?
Yeah, very well. Thank you very much. We're getting to that final few rounds, or final couple of rounds now of day one, where we're starting to see a lot of our players make it into at least a 19-point range of making it into day two. And then we've got these final few players who are looking to try and stretch up into there as well, and also be competing for those fantastic CP and prizes that we have out this Utrecht Special Event. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling absolutely ecstatic. Our Round 8 match will be here soon, but I want to have a little quick look at what our day one metagame looks like, because I haven't had a chance to talk about it yet. But I think, yeah, Roaring Moon's our most popular deck here, narrowly beating out Giratina by 6 players. Did you think that would be the case?
No, I didn't expect the sort of swap arounds of certain decks kind of falling up and moving up and down this graphic here. But we've already seen that Roaring Moon's been consistently around that sort of 14%, similar to what we kind of saw in Dortmund as well. But this time we saw the Charizard slip down the rankings of the most played decks for day one.
I tell you what, is this the first time I've ever seen unclassified on our most popular? Everyone here in Utrecht have been in the kitchen. They've been cooking up a mess, and 89 of them, we can't even classify their deck. That's how, you know, off the wall it could be.
Yeah, I mean, we probably saw one of those unclassifieds earlier today with that Steelix deck. I think we also have decks like Snorlax or Pidgeot Control kind of fall into that bracket as well. But here's the best of the rest for everyone to have a little gander as well. Muse continued to still just even be on the graphic with the 68 players who wanted to bring it to one final throw of the dice in the European events there. And we still got Chien-Pao, which has saw an uptick in play since winning a regional, but still not quite enough to make it to that day one graphic.
Yeah, I think even though it did win a regional at the hands of Owen Cameron, it's still a very hard deck to play. There's a lot of different sequencing lines and, you know, gameplay lines that I think might keep the general player base away from it. But equally, if you was on the fence and you played a few games of Chien-Pao like myself, after seeing win a regional, you think, okay, maybe I can give it a go, and I wouldn't blame you bringing it here to this event.
Yeah, I mean, there was a few other decks as well. I mean, Golden Go.
Golden Go, yeah, was
a deck we love to see, and I know some players are still doing actually pretty well with it out in the field as well. As I've had the chance to look around the current players and the tables, that we get a chance to see some of the action on our small breaks that we get, whilst we're not bringing you all the information that we can. And then still propping up the rear right there, I think, was Entei, Iron Valiant EX that we saw do so well last time. Intrigued to see whether it's been able to do the same here in Utrecht.
Yeah, Entei Valiant's one of those really interesting ones. I had a very strong showing at LAIC, right? It won one of the divisions and then came in second in the Master Division as well. But ever since, it hasn't really been doing too much as we look at that Iron Valiant EX. I mean, it has one of the best abilities I think I've ever seen on a Pokemon card, in all honesty. When I read it, I thought, this has to be wrong. There's no way. Whenever you move Iron Valiant into the active, you can put 2 damage counters on one of your opponent's Pokemon. Anytime you can place damage without having to attack, you have to take a card seriously, especially when it's on a basic. We've seen similar kinds of abilities, right, on Decidueye GX from Sun and Moon, if you've been playing that long. If you haven't been, what about quick shooting? We saw it in Tord's deck earlier, letting you place 2 damage counters. The big difference between them and Iron Valiant, though, Iron Valiant is a basic, you can just switch into the active. Quick shooting is a stage 2.
Yeah, it has loads of little unique cards that support it as well. Of course, has that ability to just free retreat with the tool card that the future Pokemon gets. I mean, Tachyon Bits, what a name for an ability to begin with. But it's partnered with Entei V as a very efficient attacker. Magma Basin, easy way to accelerate energy onto the Entei V to be able to start swinging for massive amounts of damage alongside it. And that's what it really needed, a really efficient attacker that can be powered up without too much going on. Whilst things are sort of maneuvering around. We talk about comp phase, flower dancing as it uses flower selecting. Tachyon Bits really just kind of maneuvering around with Iron Valiant, dropping those extra damage counters here, there, and everywhere as well. Really sort of prize on the little kind of smaller basic HP Pokemon, doesn't it, Shay?
Yeah, those low HP Pokemon, Rolch, Charmander, I guess Comfey falls into that category as well.
Exactly.
Because you can just do a little bit of Tachyon Bits, you know, here's 2, there's 4, there's 6, and then old Metagame comes in with that Yoga Loop, just places another 2 and says, hold on a sec. you don't get a turn now. I get another one. And then that's when the Entei comes in, a little bit of a fire energy, a little bit of a magma basin comes in. That burning rondo, and that can seal up games really quick.
Yeah, so it's a great deck. I mean, we're not too sure how well it's currently doing out in the field, but, you know, that's what we have in this current meta. We have so many decks that can, with the right matchups, you know, finds itself in a really good spot. And that's sometimes just when you got to ride your variance a little bit, but at the same time still play the deck to the best of its abilities to be able to go, you know, through day one with at least 6 wins and 1 tie with that 19 points to make it into day 2. But all of these decks that we've highlighted on our graphics are very capable of doing that.
Yeah. No, for sure. Any deck we've just seen on our day one, best of the rest, or the most popular decks there, I wouldn't be surprised to see make a top 8, in honesty. Yeah. Any one of them can do that. We saw in Dortmund, we had Golden Go and Chen Pao, 2 decks I think traditionally people wouldn't have said could make real big, deep tournament runs, but they did. So anything can happen. That's why I need you at home to keep watching, because you never know. I mean, let's be serious here. We saw Steelix. You know what I mean? We saw Steelix. We saw Tord playing all manner of business going on with quick shooting Inteleon. You know, I tell you what, if I told you at the start of this stream you're going to see that, you would have said I was gone crazy. Well, I'm not. It was there, and we get to talk about it. So make sure you stick around, because people, we saw the top, for the 5th most popular deck was unclassified. That could be anything. So make sure you stick around.
Yeah, and I think it's just one of those things, again, when talking about the Pokemon community, the opportunity where Tord was just gave a little bit of a, you know, just insight into what he might be playing, just a little bit. You know, before we had the opportunity to really showcase that deck. I mean, I'm sure he's still out there doing super well. I think he was maybe like 5-2.
5-2.
When I last had a quick check. You know, we like to follow the players who've had on stream as well, just to double check that they're still in the running, doing well, and we're starting to see that, again, consistency of players, right? Consistency of decks, and it's just amazing to watch these players in action.
It really, really is, and we're going to be getting our round 8 feature match started really soon. I cannot wait, but I always find when it gets to this sort of round 8, round 9 times, you know, if you're doing well, this is where it gets a little bit serious now, you know what I mean?
Time, right?
Crunch time is the correct word. You sort of think, right, I kind of need to win this one. You know what I mean? And yeah, every game matters.
Yeah, I mean, it's even more important. We know this is 8 rounds, well, about to be 8 rounds in, right?
Yep.
I mean, we've both played in large tournaments before.
Yep.
You know, how do you keep yourself upbeat? You know, what do you do to make sure you're still focused 8 rounds in?
Hydration is a big one.
Massive.
In all honesty, I think getting a good night's sleep will be the first thing, but if you can't man it, you can't change that while you're here. Making sure you're hydrated, because you know it's so important for your brain to operate at full capacity. You make sure you can just eliminate that, so have yourself a drink, and then after that though, you just have to, like, whatever's happened in the rest of the day, good or bad, you have to just park that to the side and say, right, all I need to do now is win one of my next 2 maybe.
Yeah, amazing. Thank you very much for that, Shay. But you know what? Let's have a quick look at the standings for the time being. We try and work out how players are doing, players who've made it into the day 2 already. At least 7 players now have qualified with at least minimum 19 points there, from 1st all the way down to 7th. 2 players currently undefeated with only winning records at 7-0-0, Dominic Vlash and Marcel Camper. We did just see Filippo there on stream as well, taking a tie against Robin Schultz. But a lot of notable players there. Who do we see in 13th? Shay.
We see Owen Kammerman. Golly, you know, fresh off that Dortmund, saying, hold up, wait a second. Let me try and do that again. Yep. Currently at that 6-1, a fantastic record. Most likely will find himself in that day 2. So Ryan Morehouse, he was on stream earlier against Cairo, I believe. He's still doing fantastically well as well. Once you get to that 6 wins, that's when you think, right, this is business time now.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Owen's saying, you know, you're in my home country now.
Yeah.
It's time to showcase exactly why I'm the current regional champion from Dortmund, and then showcasing my abilities once again when you guys are visiting me this time.
Yeah, that's right. I haven't got to travel. Piccadilly is about half an hour away from here, so you know that was always nice as well, isn't it, when you're playing in your home country. I haven't got to travel far, and reminds me of Birmingham Regional back in 2017. That was only like about 10 minutes away for me. Love that.
Yeah, great.
You know a bit about Birmingham Regional, didn't you? Actually, what happened there for you?
We had a great tournament. We enjoyed ourselves. we were able to, let's say, steal a win. But it was a long time ago, my good friend. And, you know, we're in the here and now.
This is true.
This is 2024 now, this season, really heating up, you know, as we're already halfway through the majority of the events that we have as part of the EU circuit and alongside the wider scope of the season across the world as well. And it's just incredible to have a chance to be part of it in some way, shape or form.
Yeah, you're right. You know, we haven't got too many European events left, so you sort of can see how the season will be panning out for a lot of players now, right? Because you got this event, EUIC, Stockholm, and then Bologna, and that's all the sort of regional-esque or special level events that they have here in Europe. So for a lot of people, you know, local finishes here would be starting to creep up, and then obviously got EUIC, the New Orleans. For a lot of players, can be that make or break to get that invite there to Honolulu. So yeah, we've sort of gone past the halfway point now, and I think it's been an incredible season so far.
Yeah, a lot of interesting and fantastic places still to come. Stockholm, Bologna, New Orleans, and Honolulu, places we haven't either seen in quite some time or going to for the first time. So it's amazing opportunity to be able to host events here at those different places, different countries, different cities. I'm super excited to be able to go, hopefully, to some of those as well myself.
Oh, 100%! I can't wait. Give me a bit of, give me a bit of sunshine there in Bologna. You know what I mean? I love that. I bask in the sunshine. Me.
No, it is truly great to kind of see how our schedule in the season is sort of beginning to really come full roundabout, as we're already over halfway there. All the ICs still to come, the 2 big events as well. But you know what? We're still in a special event in Utrecht.
Yep.
And yeah, round 8.
One thing that changed this season was that if you win a regional special, you get yourself that auto invitation. So let's have a look at our sort of all-star roster lineup here. All the way back Barcelona, Francisco, that rapid strike, Urshifu, and then in Lille, we had Costa, you know, winning it there in Lille with Mew VMAX. And what happened after that, Alex?
Oh yeah, of course, we had Snorlax take down a tournament. A bit of a surprise, but found herself in a fantastic spot where there was a meta filled with Charizard EX, and he was able to take down so many, particularly on a run to that final. Lukash being able to pilot Snorlax to great effect. And then, of course, we've got places like Stuttgart, where Christian was able to take it down with that Sablezard deck, piloted super well. And, of course, Liverpool is one that you casted, I believe.
Yeah, I was there. Yo, Fabricio managed to take it all home there with Mew VMAX, and then Dortmund, one we just come from, where we both were, where Owen Cameron was making it cold, shivery chilling everywhere with that Chen Pao. And the best thing is, Alex, tomorrow we will be able to add a new face and name to this EU event champion list, as they will get their auto invitation, the champion.
There's really definitely an opportunity to have a new face there. There's also opportunities for existing players to see themselves twice as well. Will we be able to see that in the new type and format as well? But we do see, we did have a quick glimpse of some of our players just suddenly wandering past who may be featuring on our round 8. I'll keep you in suspense for the time being.
I didn't see that, so I'm in mystery.
Yeah, we'll keep it as a mystery for now, but I think our players are just kind of settling down with their bags and shortly be heading over to the stream table. Is there anything else we haven't seen yet that you'd be interested in maybe trying to get on stream?
Maybe we haven't seen. I wouldn't mind a little bit of Chen Pao.
Yeah, good point.
I'll have incredible fun with a bit of Chen Pao. I love decks that just throw damage around. Like, you know, that Hellblade, just like 60, 120, 180. You know? I just love that sort of thing. I mean, I know we've had Mew on already, but I didn't get a chance to talk about it, so I wouldn't mind a little bit of Mew. What about yourself?
I mean, I know we've seen it fall off the actual day 1 meta breakdown at some time, but we haven't seen really Miraidon in some while.
Oh, yeah.
We've seen how streamlined decks like Roaring Moon is able to really come to the fore now and be a really high percentage of our meta share. But, you know, there was a period in time where Miraidon was that deck, getting that sort of built-in battle VIP pass with Tandem Unit from Miraidon EX, and just being able to utilize so many cool cards, especially one of those newer cards in Iron Hands EX as well. We haven't seen that on stream yet.
Yeah, and Miraidon winning LAIC, right? The first event where Paradox Rift was legal, and that was Iron Hands in a Miraidon that we had Ampy very strong. Then you take extra prize cards when you knock out a Pokemon, which is never a bad thing. Yep. So yeah, Miraidon has fallen off a little bit in terms of player popularity, but very strong deck. Like I said, Tandem Unit, in my opinion, arguably the best ability in Standard right now.
Ooh,
what do you think about that? What do you think about that?
Claim. What do you guys think about that? Whilst you guys are watching, is Shay correct in saying that is arguably the best ability in the current format? He's laughing because he's a bit unsure now. He's second guessing himself.
No, the reason I'm laughing is because production was like, didn't you just say Tachyon Bits was one of the best abilities?
Well,
and I'm right. But I said one of the best. They can both be one of the best, right? Top 3. There you go. The top 3 abilities in Standard.
Okay.
Tachyon Bits and was it Tandem Unit as well? There you go.
Fine. We'll give him that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it is a fantastic ability. We've already seen how powerful Battle VIP Pass is, but we do get a chance.
Oh, here we go.
Notice our players setting up now. Who do we have on the left, Shay? I believe it's Brendan.
It's Brendan Carrera, yeah. Brendan Carrera, who's got currently number one? Number one in Europe for championship points there on the left. And then we have Philip Hombach on the right.
Yep, someone we know quite well from backstage as well. It's fantastic to see him come back and also play a number of these tournaments to a great position, as we do get a chance to have a glimpse at Brennan. He's going to want to try and take down a regional himself.
Yeah.
Currently his brother has usurped him and has called himself a regional champion within the household. But Brennan's got no short of finishes either. A number of LAIC, well, a number of top finishes, LAIC top 8. I think I saw there was a finalist position at regionals as well, as we do see from Philip. Yeah, a number of previous top fantastic finishes. A consistent player from back in the day. I say back in the day, it wasn't even that long ago, 2019.
2022.
Oh, yeah. I was focusing on the 3 where, Philip's probably played a little bit less than he has been in recent years. As we do see both players kind of just rolling, just double checking who's going to be going first and second. We'll get confirmation of that, of course, as soon as possible.
So yeah, it looks like Brendan on the left is playing a Lost Box, well, Sablezard I should say, with a Roaring Moon and the Radiant Charizard there. And then Philip is playing the sort of metagame, big, bad, scary deck of the format. That Charizard, Dark Terror type Charizard with that Infernal Rain. So a clash of the metagame titans.
Have we seen Charizard EX outside of Tord's amalgamation?
We have not.
A pure
Charizard
EX there. It is a Charizard EX with the Pidgeot EX build that we'll be seeing from Philip. And as you mentioned, it's Sablezard. Again, very similar to what we saw fairly recently from Robin. That Radiant Charizard combined with that Roaring Moon EX that will be played in the list as well.
Yeah, so I cannot wait to get this. Like, we saw how effective the Roaring Moon Lost Box Sablezard deck was in the last round. So let's see if Brennan can maybe do one better than the tie and maybe take a win. If anyone can, Alex, how about number 1 in Europe in terms of championship points? I think if anyone can, he can.
Yeah, I mean, when you're talking about players with pure consistency, I know Brennan's played a lot of Lost Box type decks, a lot of Lost Zone type decks, and this is where that consistency is really paying off. Always finishing very well into day 2 positions, into pushing himself in the top 16. I think there was a top 8 at some stage as well. So all of these points add up, and I think it's over 900 points that he's accumulated so far for this season.
Yeah, I mean, that's what aim of the game if you're going to try and get high on those leaderboards, consistency, and I think that's something to be said for almost every event you go to. If you can earn yourself some championship points, that is the way to go. But it looks like both players looks like I think might have set up here. Hopefully we get our prize cards put down. So we're gonna have a little gander at them because we all know how important prize cards can be. Resources, especially for the Lost Box matchup, can be important. Let's have a look at them. So Brennan has prized 2 copies of Comfey. Philip has prized his Rotom V, which the Charizard decks are very reliant on in the early turns, and Brennan has also prized that Forest Seal Stone. His only copy.
Oh, yeah, good point. Philip's not playing anything like that Hisuian Heavy Ball to maybe stretch for that Rotom V. But we do now have our players kicking off. Philip will be taking our first turn of our round 8 feature match here at a Pokémon Special Event in Utrecht. It does start with the Charmander in the active spot. Charmander, double Charmander in hand. And here we go. This is all he needs to begin with. Would love to see a Pidgey.
Would love to see any other Pokemon. I think it's going to be the Charmander party as Philip does pass it over to Brennan Cameron, who has led that Cramorant, which is very good to attack with if you've got 4 cards in the Lost Zone, since its ability Lost Provisions will activate and you can attack for free. But Brennan just going to bench a Sableye and a Psychic Energy.
That's got to be a big tell. It's just a pass over. There's nothing much else. No supporter, no Comfey.
Wow, this is wow. Has Philip got a way to get the Infernal Rain Charizard EX Iono?
It's just the Iono.
You don't want to play that, no. You haven't got a choice. But I tell you what, actually, if you know your opponent's playing a Battle VIP Pass deck and they missed Battle VIP Pass, making them put their whole hand to the bottom and then draw cards, there's a good chance they draw into those Battle VIP Pass, which are now functionally useless.
Yeah, and we speak about this a lot. Sometimes having to make the right read on your opponents. You know, Brennan didn't do anything other than attach an energy to a Sableye. We get a glimpse of Philip's hand as he's quite open with the way he plays. Level ball there, so can start trying to maneuver around. Arvin for a future turn as well.
Can get a Charmeleon.
Yeah, could get a Charmeleon.
Go for Pidgey though. Yeah.
So many options.
So many options.
Is this his first deck search as well? So maybe it's just to double check what is prized. Is playing sort of what you'd expect in the Charizard EX deck nowadays. You do have copies of the Lost City. We'll get the chance to shuffle back around some of those cards that went to the bottom of the deck as well. Is playing that one card you just pointed out to me, Shay, which is
a little Justified Gloves. We saw that in, was it in Dortmund? Really good for the mirror match. Not quite as helpful in this matchup, I guess. Does it affect the maths on Burning Darkness into Roaring Moon? I don't think it does, actually. So, unfortunate. But, yeah, it's a cool card nonetheless.
No, it's kind of useful to have. I mean, if Brennan's taken one prize, I guess Philip's already doing 210 damage.
Oh, so it does matter.
It does. Maybe stretch over.
Yeah, it does.
But Brennan's obviously going to time that Roaring Moon to maybe
for sure
be out of range of things like that anyway, or force Philip to have to dig through. But it is just a level ball for a Pidgey and a pass back over. Does Brennan have those Battle VIP passes you mentioned?
There is one in hand, yeah, there is.
That's going to be a bit of a sticking point there, because that's not going to be like a way of really getting rid of it, because you don't play anything like Ultra Ball.
Speaking of attackers...
Oh, that's just another pass.
Goodness gracious me, Brennan Cameron. Oh, no. Is it going to pass over to Philip? I think Philip does have the Arvin top deck to Charizard EX Terra as well. So this Arvin can find Rare Candy, which means Infernal Rain will activate. That means free Fire Energy will come down. And you know what that means, Alex? I imagine a prize card will be taken.
Yeah, I mean, the Arvin can unlock so many things. Now that it can be comboed with things like Forest Sealstone, does have Luminium V in hand as well to utilize that. So as we do see the Luminium V coming down right now with that fantastic Luminous Sign ability, allowing you to grab any supporter from your deck when you play it from your hand onto your bench. Just double checking that Forest Sealstone is available, of course. Does grab a Arvin out of deck and utilize it immediately for that Forest Sealstone and the Rare Candy. I can only see a fantastic combo happening here, potentially trying to go for the Pidgeot EX at the same time, and then comboing into that Charizard, which he top decked on this turn. A fantastic back-to-back combo pieces really coming together.
Yeah, that makes a whole ton of sense. You know, when you get the Pidgeot out and letting you grab any card you like, having it out early means you can get more use of it throughout the whole game, right? The sort of opportunity cost goes down if you get it out really early, as Philip can now use that. Activate Quick Search to grab any card he likes from his deck, which means probably Rare Candy Charizard, Infernal Rain, grab 3 energy, and bish, bash, bosh, we have ourselves a Burning Darkness.
That Super Bonbon, or Thunder Bonbon, coming down from Philip's side this time, as we do see, as you already mentioned, Infernal Rain building up that fire energy. But Brennan's hand is, we're just kind of double checking as well, as we do get a chance to glimpse it through Is that something you've noticed in the hand already, Shay?
Yeah, Brendan, I've just realised, does have something that could help claw back some turns. Brendan has one copy of Technical Machine Devolution, which would actually force all those, well, that Pidgeot EX and that Terra Charizard EX back to the hand. And because they were utilised via Rare Candy, that's 2 Rare Candy gone. So that could be something to keep an eye on.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, from Philip's side, he does play one Charmeleon, does play one of the new Charmeleons as well, the 90 HP Charmeleon with Flare Veil, that could protect itself from any sort of droppings of effects of attacks, so like that Saberlight that's in the active position now, that's been promoted since the knockout of the Cramorant here.
Or Technical Machine Devolution as well.
Very true.
Yeah, just stop that.
Yeah, very true, very true. Won't stop these two.
Won't stop, no, that's a little bit too late, unfortunately.
But we'll see if it ever does come off, as we do see a Comfey coming down with a Jet Energy now. Maybe the first card going into the Lost Zone for Brennan.
It is.
Which, yeah, it's free. This is his 3rd turn, which is the craziest thing. That's double energy. Yeah, 1 fire, 1 dark.
Oh, no, goodness gracious. Is this Comfey going to attack? I'd love to see a Comfey. I haven't actually seen a Comfey attack on stream yet, I believe. So I'm going to see a Pay Retreat. We're going to see a Scratch. We're going to see the Technical Machine Devolution. We are.
Yeah, here we go. The Technical Machine Devolution, usually used in the right sort of combo piece, but with only 1 Lost Zone, 1 card in the Lost Zone, I should say. He's utilizing it now and just removing the Pidgeot EX and Charizard EX back to the hand. And that's, remember, that, as you've already said, that's 2 rare candy. That's 2 vital resources gone, just like that.
And he's actually prized 1 as well, so it only has 1 rare candy available. Now, there is the Arven in hand, so it wouldn't be realistically too hard to go and fetch that rare candy. But now you've seen Technical Machine Devolution, you know, are you worried about maybe a 2nd copy?
Yeah, and it's only going to have to be for the Charizard as well. If he goes for Pidgeot, there's no way to then rare candy into the Charizard EX after that. So, you know, now he's kind of impacted the whole engine of the Pidgeot just by that 1 attack. You know, that Technical Machine Devolution does get discarded at the end of the turn once it's used, or even just when it's at the end of your turn,
At the end of your turn,
but it devolves each of your opponent's evolved Pokemon, and that's maybe just giving Brennan 1 potential chance here to claw his way back into the game.
I think you are correct. That was the only option Brendan had, and it was a pretty good one, all things considered. But we are going to see the rare candy being searched on via Arven, as Philip did take a choice belt as well. Infernal Raid activates, so gets to grab another 3 fire energy and attach them to his Pokemon in any way he likes. But you're right, unless that rare candy is taken as the next prize, there will be no Pidgeot EX, at least for the immediate future, since Charizard decks do play Charmeleon, but they do not play Pidgeotto.
Yeah, it's one of those things where we've got fantastic view of the prizes. That caster cab, we know that rare candy's actually at the bottom of Philip's prizes as well. So with this knockout on this Saberlight, the chances are very high that Philip will be taking this rare candy. However, again, if he chooses to use the Pidgeot, he can't do another Charizard without Charmeleon. So the decision then becomes having to go back-to-back Charizards instead, and then maybe evolve up that other Charmander into a Charmeleon for maybe a Super Rod play later down the line. Maybe he has to forego the Pidgeot EX now.
I think so. It looks like Brennan really has a tough decision off his flower selecting, as we did see the Burning Darkness KO there. And you really like that, wouldn't you? As well as see a Nest Ball being played. Here we go. Brennan gets his 2nd deck search of the game.
Yeah, maybe the only chance now is to attach that energy he was able to grab from the last flower selecting, attach it to the active, and then retreat into the other Comfey. Maybe look for another combo piece. Maybe find one of those Chorus's Experiment. Yeah. It hasn't prized any of the 4. So they are in there. There's a switch.
Hasn't played any yet, unfortunately. I can see Radsard. Oh my goodness gracious. Radiant Charizard was one of those. We're going to see an energy attached to that Roaring Moon EX, and I think that might just be the turn for Brennan. I don't see anything else you really want to do.
I mean, that the good thing for Brendan right now, that Roaring Moon won't be going down anytime soon to a Charizard EX without sort of two hits onto it.
Yes.
Because that 230 HP really is out of range. The Justified Gloves won't even allow it to stretch for that as well. We do see the rare candy now coming down from Philip's side of the board, where that Charizard is the 3rd Infernal Rain of this game now. All the energies must be sort of littered around the field at this current moment in time. We do see some also attached to the Lumion V and the Pidgey as well to stop it and prevent it being maybe trapped in the net as well.
I would imagine so. In case Brennan plays any rogue escape ropes or boss's orders or counter catch or cross switch or any of that business and tries to buy some turns, you can just pay retreat. So it looks like Justified Gloves is in hand actually. I mean, not that it's terribly helpful now, but it would actually boost damage on that Roaring Moon. Yes, we are going to see, there we go, Justified Gloves getting attached and the Choice Belt getting attached to that Charmander. And Beta might play a research by the looks of it. Yep, getting rid of 2 copies of Pidgeot EX there. Yeah, I think there's the writings on the wall for that Pidgey. It's not going to be utilized anytime soon here. We'll just have to be focusing on the Charizard EXs that are currently built onto the board. So let's see. I mean, I would like to think maybe looking for something like that Charmeleon would be helping. Yeah. An opportunity to prevent any sort of anything happening. Because you don't really want to see that Moon take more prizes in some way, shape or form. And just, oh, there, he's got it in hand as well. There you go. Look, you spoke it into existence.
Yeah.
There we go, Charmeleon.
Great to see a Paldean Fates card utilized. Not something we see too often. I think there was a Moonlit Hill earlier today, but one of the other, maybe 2 of the 3 cards we tend to typically see nowadays from the current recent set. But it's great to see it utilized, you know, just comboing with that level ball that we spent so much time arguing about, didn't we?
We did. I did not win, unfortunately.
More Burning Darkness there for another knockout, and it's just a scoop. There's a concession, I think. It's enough time. Brennan gave it enough time there in that matchup. And Philip will be taking game 1 of this Swiss round 8 here at the special event in Utrecht. Brennan will be hoping to draw a little bit better, I'm sure.
And then we didn't play a supporter. Hopefully, at least get a supporter coming down. But yeah, Philip takes our game 1 here in our round 8 feature match here in Utrecht. Did that in pretty convincing fashion. That deck was popping off on all cylinders, I feel, which is exactly what you want. You know, when you get to these late rounds and, you know, day 2 is in contention or championship points are still in contention. We're in that game 1. It's like, okay. Okay, just need to win 1 of 2 now. We can do that.
Yeah, I mean, I love just seeing this deck in action because we talk about it being very streamlined and, you know, it ramps up damage as you sort of lose prizes to your opponent. But when you see that combo from, you know, the Rare Candy Pidgeot into, you know, the Pidgeot's ability, the Quick Search ability into the Rare Candy Charizards, and then maneuvering around, and you're just forcing questions of your opponent's sides. You know, you're either taking knockouts or you're still dealing a good amount of damage of 180, and you're a big, tanky 330 Charizard EX. I mean, it's just so fun to watch.
It really is. And I always think for stage 2s to be impactful in a Pokemon TCG, I feel as if when they hit the board, they have to make immediate presence. As we are going to consult the prize cards there for Brennan, nothing too impactful. 2 stadiums could be interesting. And then for Philip, having that Pidgeot EX and Arven, a lot of and 2 Ball Search cards there as well. But it looks like we are going to get our game 2 feature match here started. And it looks like Brennan has opted to go second, forcing Philip to go first.
Yeah, I don't see necessarily an out to a Charmander as of right now.
No, I do not.
But it does have that Rotom, so can start just kind of drawing up some cards for the time being. Can take it a little bit slow. Of course, Brendan still needs to find a way to get the Chorus Experiment. Does have Battle VIP Pass in hand to start going through for those common phase, but does need to find a way here to maneuver around, be able to knock out maybe this Manaphy, or maybe force some pressure on this Rotom V.
Yep, I mean, that would all be good. An escape rope would be quite nice, but if we can end the turn with a little cheeky spit innocently into the Rotom, that'd be quite nice.
As Ben was so valiantly arguing for escape rope, being able to switch and gust.
It does. In this scenario, it does, Alex.
Yeah. Well, I'm giving him props, okay? We beat down on him a little bit too hard earlier when he only got 15%. But here it is. This is where escape rope could start applying some real pressure on something like that Rotom V. Because I guess Brennan's not playing anything like that Radiant Greninja. Doesn't really have to worry too much about that Manaphy being on the board. But you know what? There's a cheeky, easy 2 prizes on that bench. And with some Cramorant attacks or maybe Sableye, that can really force Philip into awkward scenarios.
Yeah, Cramorant plus Sableye would be a fantastic way of dealing with that Rotom, force Collapse Stadium, or something along those lines to try and remove it from players. We are going to see a pay retreat from that Jirachi, attach retreat to get a Flower Selecting on a Lost Zone, 1 Fire Energy, and it was a Battle VIP pass there, Alex. So Brennan instantly playing more cards than he did in game 1 on his first turn here in our game 2.
Yeah, it's great. I mean, it's easy to maybe select select that Fire Energy as a potential Lost Zone card because he knows where the other one is. It's been discarded and utilized as a retreat cost energy here. As we do see, what we haven't seen in some times, but Sablezard has started to utilize a lot, is this double Cramorant, you know?
Yeah.
Such an efficient, useful attacker. We have seen it, and we were hoping maybe to see it with that Technical Machine Crisis Punch, but it's not something that Brennan's playing. He's opted for that Devolution Technical Machine instead, which Philip does have to start thinking about playing around.
Yes.
As we do see the switch card enter the second comp phase, there's no snap decision I can see yet, so maybe not the Chorus Experiment that he would have expected. Or
it must have been was it a Dark Energy? Or was it a Clara? It was one of those two cards, but I guess when you have all your Pokemon out, Battle of IP Pass, you know, like, that helpful.
Yeah, here we go. Back over to Philip. This is where he needs to start stabilizing the board, finding those Charmanders, maybe finding that Pidgey as well. As we do have a quick look, there's an Arvin, there's a Collapsed Stadium. There's not really as much going on as I had expected, but remember, Arvin can unlock so much with just that tool card. That Forest Sealstone alongside another item, maybe like a Nest Ball or the Level Ball, and to start kind of setting up his board of his own right, and then could continue drawing cards. Rotom V, very underrated in this deck. Just when you have to sometimes give up some small, easy prizes anyway, you can just keep drawing.
Yeah, I guess, you know, if your Rotom sees you like 6 or 9 cards via instant charge and it gets carried, well, it's done its job, and it's also boosting my Charizard's burning darkness damage. So, like, yeah, go on then, KO it, and I'm just going to KO you back. So, have some of that.
He's facing up against a Sablezard deck, which typically, outside of maybe that Roxanne that we saw, doesn't play any hand disruption cards.
Yeah, that's true.
So, he could just keep going, and, you know, he could hold on to those combo pieces. He's got a lot of them in the hand right now.
He has.
But it's just getting to the position where he can utilize them.
Yes.
And that's the main focus of this turn. You know, he's grabbed that Forest Sealstone. He's got the Ultra Ball in hand now as well. So just maybe removing some less useful cards. Is that double? Oh, it's one Pidgeot, one Charizard. Is that right at the back as well? And in his hand, there's the Ultra Ball away, a Fire Energy, and a Collapsed. You'd like to think it'll be one of the Charmander and Pidgeys here.
Yeah, has to be, right? But worth noting, that is Philip's only way of removing Pokemon from his side of the field with that Collapsed Stadium gone. So that means that Rotom will be there for the rest of the game. There is no, like, Professor Churro or anything like this, as we are going to see the Forest Sealstone and immediate use when it's attached to that Rotom V. So start Alchemy, letting Philip grab any card from his deck. So half a Star Birth, but it's a tool card that can get attached to any basic, well, any V Pokemon, I should say, and it gives them the V-Star Power Star Alchemy.
Is there a switch in hand? There's a world where maybe Philip could have gone for something like a switch into the Pidgey and use Call for Family.
That is true.
That's, again, a fantastic card, which allows you to, again, build up your board, right? Search your deck for 2 basic Pokemon and put them onto your bench as another way of doing it. It doesn't have the energy or the switch, actually, for the time being. But does mean it's susceptible to either of this Charmander or the Pidgey going down, so, because it's just one of each.
Yep, and that's all we work with. They have that Jirachi damage. It's kind of nice, you know, preventing your opponent from placing damage counters via your basic Pokemon. It basically says no to Lost Mine and Yoga Loop. As it is going to go over to Brennan's turn on a Lost Zone, a Beach Court via that active Comfey Flower Selecting. We are going to see an attach retreat into another Flower Selecting, meaning Brennan will now have 4 cards in the Lost Zone. A Sableye does get sent there, does play, I believe, 2 cards. Yeah, 2 cards of Sableye, that is still an option. Switch card, and here we go, Alex. We're going to see a Spit Innocently, Brennan's first attack of this round 8 here.
Is there a boss or anything in hand? Or any other way?
There is. Gets his boss.
So maybe he's just deliberating, maybe utilizing it here. Because remember, there's only one Charmander.
There's only one Charmander. And you tell you what, Alex, you can't really play a Charizard deck without Charmander in place. We're going to see that boss's orders. And that Cramorant lost provisions, meaning it can attack for free. Spit innocently, 110 damage.
Spitting not so innocently there.
Yeah,
on
that's
that
true.
poor little Charmander. Of course, Philip does now have a way to maybe get Pidgeot, you know, evolved up with a rare candy, but then again, still has to look for those multiple Charmanders just to try and stabilize the board. Leaving just one is just not enough. Although, again, you've got to think about this kind of decks. You've got to know about your matchup. Sablezard doesn't typically play more than 1 Gust, or maybe 2. If really pushing it, as we do see the rare candy into the Pidgeot EX there, now able to utilize that quick search, that fantastic ability, grabbing any card from your deck. during your turn, and then being able to free retreat out of that space as well.
Yeah, even the attack can be useful, right? I mean, was it Blustery Wind, 2 for 120 and discards a stage? I mean, it's usable, especially into lower HP Pokemon. 120 would normally be picking up a KO, and can also discard its nemesis, Path to the Peak, there if needed. So fantastic support Pokemon with all things considered.
Yeah, you just got to be wary, of course, if you do ever go down that line, if you do get a Charizard up, to be able to power up the Pidgeot as another additional attacker against these lower HP Pokemon. Brennan's still playing that Roaring Moon. We haven't seen him hit the 7 Lost Zone cards yet, but there's an easy way for him to maybe take down and remove your engine, as we do see, I believe, that Ultra Ball there, discarding that Battle VIP Pass and the Justified Gloves, and a quick search there also being utilized just to grab a card, puts it into his hand. You can only imagine it's another Charmander or some way to get a Charmander out onto this board here.
Yes, I would imagine so. Otherwise, you could risk, like, even though you said Sableye tends not to play that many gusting cards, you would be running a gambit by only leaving one Charmander down. So let's see what... And there it is, the second Charmander.
And then we go, I'm sure it's just going to retreat into either the Manaphy or Jirachi. Do I think there's necessarily... Oh, I guess the Manaphy, or maybe the Rotom here. I don't dislike that. I mean, the 110 damage won't KO it.
No.
And with Jirachi protecting the bench from future Sableye's in the latter parts of the turn, don't want to give up too many prizes.
Yes.
And it just forces Brennan maybe to utilize some more resources as well, because Pidgeot, of course, cannot be left in the active. You don't want it to be going down to a Roaring Moon any way, shape, or form. And yeah, it's just being able to use Instant Charge again. That's the 3rd time now, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep, that's 9 cards, and well, not the most explosive turns there from Brennan. Just going to say, right, spit instantly 110. Let's see what you got, Philip. So over to Philip now. Does have a rare candy, and a Charizard combo as well. Infernal Rain, Alex.
Started to pop off those fire energies, firing itself out of the deck right now. Just double checking what's available as well. Just checking that Charmeleon is there. Doesn't need to waste those rare candies right now. So maybe you're looking for the opportunity at some stage just to get that evolved up. Of course, has still access to that quick search. Access to a free boss in the hand, so can start swinging away at maybe cards which might impact this game going forward. Because remember, Brendan's still just not stuck, just still at the lost zone of 4 count right now. Which means only the Cramorant is able to really attack.
Yeah, you know, the Lost Box players have those 3 break points of cards in the Lost Zone. 4 activates Cramorant, 7 activates Mirage Gate, and then 10 activates Lost Mine. I tell you what, Alex, that Rotom did its job there, tank to hit. Now it's going to retreat, stay on the bench. Jirachi's protecting it from Sableye, and all we do is see the boss, always like you mentioned, into the comfort. I like that. Removing an energy, removing an easy pivot for Brennan, whilst also taking a prize card with his 330 HP Behemoth, as Philip takes his first prize card here in our Game 2 feature match here in round 8. Brennan's going to start his turn off there with a Comfort if I was selecting Alex. Get rid of a different Pidgeot, this time Pidgeot V. Yeah,
a fantastic card with Vanishing Wings, being able to throw itself back into the deck. You know, it's in a way to not deck out against certain decks that you may be facing throughout the day. As we do see a Clara being played, being able to recover that Comfey that was just knocked out, and 2 energy cards as well. We do see the Comfey immediately placed back. Remember, the Charizard is currently dealing 210 damage as Brennan has taken 1 prize.
Yeah, worth noting, that's a very important number. As well, I'm going to see an attach retreat, spit innocently again by the looks of it. Not the greatest of turns there for Brennan, but at least, I guess, applying pressure, spit innocently 110. I guess that does bring in that Charizard into Radiant Charizard range, Combustion Blast range, I should say. So, yeah. Over to Philip.
Yeah, this range, not just with the Charizard as well, but that card that we saw utilized in Game 1, which was that Technical Machine Devolution, being able to also find a way to take it out in a different means. It would be only 1 prize because you remove the Charizard EX out of play back into Philip's hand, but it's another route where you can do so. So let's just see how this direction of the game is going to happen, as we do see yet another Charizard come down now. And this is massive, right? So Philip's setting up his board. He's the one who could control sort of the hands with like Ionos and other cards like that in this current scenario still. Both players at 5 prizes remaining. As he will likely be sort of taking another knockout here, just applying pressure. As we do see the Manaphy.
Yeah,
oh, it looked like to be a Manaphy. It's going to be the Pidgeot EX with that choice belt being attached. And there's another boss.
Bosses, orders everywhere. Has another one in the hand, so Philip can just dissect Brennan's board. And this is really good against the Lost Box decks. If your opponent is struggling to get cards in the Lost Zone, remove those Comfey. Philip takes his second prize. Over to Brennan's going to start to turn off there with a flower selected. Look at top two, keep one in your hand, put one in the Lost Zone. This looks like a tough decision here, Alex. And it looks like we are going to see a nest ball getting sent to the Lost Zone.
Have we still not seen a Chorus's experiment?
No, you are correct. Brennan has not played a supporter card yet this best of 3, I believe.
No, that's, you know, the main supporter of the deck, the one...
Oh, no, he's played a boss. He played a boss, right? He played one boss.
The main supporter of the deck, he's yet to play. The one that he plays 4 copies of, he's yet to see in his hand to be able to... yeah, pick up cards that he needs for his own combo pieces.
I'm not sure what kind of experiment Chorus is doing, but it clearly isn't going very well because Brennan is, I'm trying to find you, Chorus, come help me. Oh, goodness gracious me.
Any opportunity, Shay.
Yeah.
Any opportunity, wasn't that?
Of course, of course. Come on, you know me. Once it's in my head, I'm going to have to say it. As we are going to see a counter catch, it looks like being played there from Brennan. I mean, none of these are real good stall options. Everything can retreat for at least 1, and it's a maximum of 1 as well.
Maybe if you're going for something like the technical...
Yes, true, actually. Yeah.
Evolution play, you start either targeting either the Charizard EX or the Pidgeot EX here, and now you know, one technical machine Devolution will take out 2 of your big Pokemon. If it can maybe get another attack off on the other Charizard EX as well, that could be devastating.
Devastating! Gotta say it twice, how devastating that would be. You're correct. So maybe that is Brennan's line now. Can you just get, what, 70 HP the Charmanders have, right? So can you get 7 damage counters on that other Charizard EX there, so you can do a little bit of technical machine Devolution, as that Pidgeot EX will be using that quick search ability, letting you grab any card and pop it in your hand. The great thing about these sort of searching, Alex, is that your opponent doesn't get to know what you pick, because it can be any card.
Yeah, I think if you're Philip's position, you're going to start loading up your hand with all the cards that you need.
Yeah.
And hoping that Brennan doesn't have that Roxanne to hit you with to put you down to 2, because if Brennan could get a turn where maybe he goes for a Roxanne and a Devolution attack off, remove Pidgeot from play, that could be really troubling for Philip's side of the board. So Philip's position, he's got that decision where he needs to, where he wants to be taking this attack here, going down to those 3 prizes, but he needs to start loading that hand with all the good cards to be able to retaliate if he loses his attackers.
It looks like Philip debating to play that boss's orders as well. Going to be into another Comfey. So that Cyrus does not like Comfey, and neither does Philip. Philip is hunting those Comfey.
I think Brennan's just double checking. Yeah, that's 3 boss played back to back. To back. And that's incredible to just have that in your hand and just target down those poor little Comfeys. One of them being taken down twice by a Charizard EX.
See what, those Comfey aren't feeling very comfy, are they? They're getting sent to the discard pile turn after turn. I can see production stuff like that one as well, as we are going to see flower selecting there from Comfey. We're going to send that Mirage Gate to the Lost Zone. Funnily enough, that was the 7th card in the Lost Zone, so that Mirage Gate would be live.
Yeah, finally getting to the 7, slowly through...
Without playing a chorus.
Yeah, through just 1, 2 flower selectings here and there, but just being able to finally get it ready and get it done, as we do see the Mirage Gate being played now, both to the active Comfey. I guess kind of prolonging it as a potential retreat option or pivot option going forward. Maybe even one point using it as the attacker for technical machine Devolution some stage.
I mean, spinning attack's technically live, right? I mean, you know,
yeah.
It is.
It is. It would put that Charizard EX onto 140 damage. But I don't know how useful yet that is, but you know, we're the ones having to try and work out exactly the game plan here. As we do see a Super Rod coming down, trying to bring back maybe some of those energies, maybe a Comfey or 2 as well, because he just want to be able to burst into maybe at some points Sableye range.
I guess looking at Brennan's list, doesn't he play 2 copies of Fire Energy? And we know one of them got sent to the Lost Zone turn 1, so maybe that gives us a bit of insight into that play. I mean, I guess you could always just Super Rod first and then grab the Fire Energy. So let's see what Brennan does. I think the Roaring Mood is actually in hand as well. And there is another Mirage Gate. There's also
hey, Chorus is experiment.
Hey, where you been, buddy?
As we do get it played down now. Ooh, is it? He's gone straight into that Fire Energy that he's just put back into the deck.
Oh, so that means you can't Mirage Gate it.
Still can attach it from hand because he hasn't attached yet. But I believe there is another Mirage Gate in hand as well, despite lost zoning the 4th Mirage Gate that we can see now. So does that give an opportunity for that Charizard to be able to tap? No, opts just to use the Cramorant into the active spot. Another...
Ooh, we can spit innocently into the other Charizard. Okay, so now I think Brendan might be going for that line you mentioned earlier, Alex. But you're going to try and set up all the stage 2 Pokemon to have enough damage to where if he was a Technical Machine Devolution, you would KO the basic underneath them and take, well, in this circumstance, 3 prize cards. Whoa, here we go. Game on.
Is there a world where Philip's able to find a way out of it?
No, he's got rid of Collapse Stadium.
Yep. So unfortunately, that's that. This is the game plan. That's Brennan's. He already showcased that Technical Machine Devolution already in game 1. And he's just showcasing exactly how you would usually use it in this game.
Yes.
All those damage scattered around on Philip's board right now, as we do see an Ultra Ball come down. Just sort of double checking what's available here. There's that Charmander still in the deck as well as the rare candy. So another piece is still available. I'm just trying to work out now how Philip's able to navigate this, because if he takes another knockout, it will go down to 2 prizes. Has played 3 boss, so that Charmander, that Radiant Charizard on the bench is also currently safe until he finds another boss. There's the Iono as well. Wants to limit exactly what Brennan has available to him, but there's not exactly many cards there.
No, I think the Iono makes a lot of sense, I believe.
But there's something big. I think I just saw a flash of the Roxanne in Brennan's hand as well. So putting that to the bottom of the deck, we'll remove that out of the way for the time being. There's 5 cards that Brennan will be seeing free over on Philip's side. Lost Vacuum, another Iono just to keep maybe disrupting Brennan. There's another knockout. That Burning Darkness now taking 4 prizes. Does Brennan have something in his hand to deal with it?
Pop deck to Colrus, so we can at least use that to try and find this Technical Machine.
Start digging.
Oh, because you know what? Brennan actually has a very easy prize map here. If you can actually pull off the Technical Machine Devolution, that'd be 3 prize cards, and then your Radzard goes into the Rotom to KO that. Oh,
has he found it?
It's Forest Seal. But it doesn't. It's into the Lost Zone. I don't see a Technical Machine Devolution, though. We start Flower Selecting, potentially.
That Technical Machine, it's not as if we've missed it yet, have we? That Forest Seal Stone, unusable because that Pidgeot V is already in the Lost Zone, so that's the only target it has for Forest Seal Stone, so couldn't utilize that as an option to grab it for another Pokemon. As we do see another Flower Selecting.
Technical Machine Devolution!
It's a heavy ball.
I think it was a Comfey.
We can still keep spinning.
No, this is too close for me. We are going to see a favorite treat, I imagine. Does have a switching card hand, so can actually roll the dice again here with Flower Selecting. Doesn't want to shuffle the deck because we know the cards in the hand wasn't a Technical Machine.
There's a Jet Energy. What's that final card?
It was! Oh my goodness, it was! No way, that's incredible.
A massive Flower Selecting there. And of course, he's got Cramorant who can do it without even an energy attached as well.
Yeah.
Through that Lost Provisions ability that it has, you know, as long as you have those 4 more cards in the Lost Zone, ignore all energy in this Pokemon's attack cost. There's the Escape Rope just to maneuver into one of his Pokemon. I mean, he could use the Charizard should he wish to choose and wish to do so, and then have another attacker ready to sort of blow up big on Philip's side of the board. But this is massive now. Which decision did he go? Charizard does mean he can swing back to back.
It does, yes, you're right, yeah, because you're not using Combustion Blast, right?
Yeah.
So we are going to see, Brennan, debating. Let's keep it on my toes.
There it is.
Go on.
Sableye coming down as well.
There's the Sableye. Not as impactful as Jirachi coming down, but you never know. Or not, there you go, with Jirachi, that's not as impactful. And we're going to see the Technical Machine Devolution.
Yeah,
we are, Brennan! Just keep me on my toes.
Attachment there, Technical Machine Devolution.
Wow.
Really causing chaos here. There's the active.
Whoops.
Oh, it's going to hand, I believe.
Yeah, these go to hand. Philip, there we go. Well done.
You get to keep them. Don't worry about that.
But it's the guys underneath. They're the ones that get. Oh, that was a charm. Oh, that's enough. It's enough. And
that's why he had to target it down at one stage.
Wow.
And it's now just a board of support Pokemon, Manaphy, Jirachi, and that damaged Rotom V remaining for Philip's side. Devastation is what we called it, and it truly is.
How have you gone from a board of 3 stage 2s to a Manaphy, a Jirachi, and a Rotom V that's taken damage as well? The only saving grace for Philip is that we know the bottle has been played from Brennan, I believe, so Rotom's kind of safe, but you're going to have to try and start to reload as soon as possible.
I mean, that hand is just full of stage 2s. Iono. And he's Iono himself down, up. Well, I say down to 2, I'd like to say. But Brennan will be able to swing away with that Charizard, right? Combustion Blast being able to essentially knock out anything on Philip's side of the board. Won't be able to then attack the turn after, of course. If it's only able to take down a single prize. There's a Rare Candy in the Lost City. Not useful, unfortunately, but Rotom V allowing to keep drawing cards. That's the 4th instant charge of this game.
It really is, as we are going to see Brennan top deck now with Battle of our P-Pass, a Dark Energy, and another Dark Energy, I believe. So, I mean, not in a worse position, though. He can just attach. And we can just Combustion Blast go down to 1. Cramorant will KO anything on Philip's side of the board. If nothing else comes down, obviously.
Yep, just that energy attachment as well. Knowing there's another energy in hand, one more energy attachment
so
can retreat into Cramorant.
Yep.
And that's another easy attacker. As we do see the Jirachi go in the active spot. Does have a switch, does have other supporters there, Arvin and Iono.
Does have counter catch. I mean, you could try and strand something. Everything retreats for 1, though.
Yeah, but he doesn't know that Brennan has an energy in hand.
No, he's not to know that. No, he's not to know that.
So he's just got to play to his best outs here. It does look like the Arvin's coming down. We'll need to maneuver this Jirachi out of the active spot as well. Of course, has his own Charizard. Radiant Charizard, I should say.
Yeah.
As a potential attack. I'm not sure if I saw an energy, however, in his hand.
I don't think we did. A lot of them would have got discarded from the...
Yep, of course.
Both those Charizard EX before they got KO did have 2 energy each.
Yeah, it's just 1 energy in the deck. There's the Ultra Ball being chosen from the Arvin there.
There is a switch as well, so whatever, if Philip does decide to go for his own Radiant Charizard, I guess he hasn't got the energy, but we would have been able to move into it anyway, but yeah, it's a moot point, unfortunately.
But it does mean a Cramorant attack will not win Brennan game 2 on that particular turn yet.
That is true.
There's the Ultra Ball here. What will we see chosen from Philip? I think unfortunately, we just without the energy, there's not much else that can be done. Maybe Philip's thinking, well, I've got to just play as if you don't have an energy in hand.
I think you're correct.
Be able to retreat. Hopefully, this Jirachi can stick around 1 turn, and it's just an instant charge. There's the energy attachment and retreat into the spit innocently. Brennan Kammerman takes game 2 of this round 8, and just showcasing just how good Sablezard can be.
How good it can be if you don't even play Colress to like turn 8 or whatever it was, right? Oh my goodness. Pretty much got to 7 in the Lost Zone without playing Colress Experiment in that game and was able to navigate that beautifully. We saw how devastating that Technical Machine Devolution can be. And I think Philip, because he sort of quote-unquote bench locked himself, didn't have any options to try and set up a fresh Charmander or a Charizard, and then we saw that Collapse Stadium go way too early, so he could see the Technical Devolution play, but couldn't actually do anything about it.
Just seeing it unfold in front of you is a frightening experience. But I mean, there are some cards that Philip does play. He does play that Lost City that could start to impact maybe Brennan's game plan, because remember, he utilized those 2 Cramorants to truly great effect. Being able to just start swinging away without really utilizing a lot of resources, dealing 110 to multiple Pokemon to be able to use that Technical Machine Devolution game plan. But if maybe Philip's starting to find a way to utilize Lost City, maybe remove some Comphase, remove the Cramorant, remove attackers.
Remove the Radzard, the Radiant Zard as well, right?
If Brennan starts the Radiant Charizard and removes it out of play, that big attack is just gone.
Yep. It looks like Philip did have a mulligan there, so it looks like both players are still setting up. I can confirm that Brennan did have a basic Pokemon, so there will be at least one mulligan there for Brennan, as Philip will be shuffling up. But I'm just so impressed by Technical Machine Devolution. Not a card you typically see all the time, but when it's useful, boy, oh boy, it's useful. That's another mulligan there for Philip, by the way.
It is these kind of matchups where you know they're very resource heavy on those rare candies. I mean, we've seen other Charizard builds which maybe can utilize things like additional Charmeleons with the barrel engine build.
Yeah, for sure.
Which can be a little bit helpful, but I guess when you're dealing 110 damage with Spit Innocently, that's more than enough to sort of eclipse that HP that the Charmeleon can give. As we do see the Pidgey there from Philip being put into the active spot. Oh, the prizes are just going to go onto our prize cam to help
there we go.
us see what's going on as we have a quick gander, of course. One Charizard EX prize from Philip's side. Nothing too crazy. One of the Cramorant's prize from Brennan's side, though.
So it looks like our round 8 game 3 feature match is starting here. Both players currently at 1-1, so a win would advance them guaranteed into day 2. Brennan's going to kick us off here going first. That means Philip let Brennan go first, as he's going to play a nest ball and just have a little price check there as well.
Yeah, I need to think about how to maneuver around the game plan. I mean, that Manaphy, not too useful in this matchup, of course. 10 minutes for both of our players to try and find a route to victory. And again, as you mentioned, Shay, find themselves in that spot into day 2. Both players 5-1-1. Even if they take a tie or do end up taking a loss, they're still in contention for a day 2 spot anyway. But, you know, they want to try and guarantee it as soon as possible and then start playing for more additional points to really push them forward into trying to make it into something like a top 8.
Yeah, you are correct. But the first step you have to do to get in top 8 is to get into day 2. And that's what both players will be trying to lock themselves up into. As we do see a switch cart, Flower selecting on a Lost Zone escape rope. We're going to see a Roaring Moon EX bench with a basic energy attached, and over to Philip. Let's see what Philip's got. Now, Cool Fan's actually really good in that Pidgey, letting you for 1 energy grab 2 basic Pokemon, I believe, and put them straight onto your bench. And I don't think, apart from this Iono, Philip have much else to do. So it's going to have that energy attached to the Pidgey, Iono, and give both players a fresh new hand of 6.
Yeah, I'll be looking for some of these other cards to maybe just try and get the board set up without having just to rely on the Pidgey. As you see, multiple ball searches there. That Nest Ball and a Level Ball can begin to set up the board in such a way that he just has maybe double Pidgey, double Charmander as an option after that call for family, which would be really fantastic to see. Obviously, won't be able to utilize anything like that Rotom V right now because one probably wants to use Call for Family, in all honesty.
Yeah.
Unless, I don't know, did you see a supporter in that hand?
I don't think I did.
That could spell a little trouble.
I did.
That could spell.
And as you see, it looks like we are going to see that Rotom being moved to the front there, just debating on what to...
It's either the Rotom or the double Charmander, the Pidgey moved. All 4 of those pieces moved, so it's just that decision.
That, As we are going to see, looks like the Rotoms, I think you might be correct. Is there a world in which you... I'm going to say, yeah. I'm going to say, would you even hold on to that level ball so you can try and guarantee yourself Charmeleon? Goes for a second Pidgey. And I guess Call for Family finds a Charmander here.
Yeah, so maybe just going down a route. Still getting a Rotom V, maybe for a future turn.
Yeah. Don't mind it.
Don't mind it at all. It's just a great support Pokemon. If Brendan's going to be stretching to try and take out that Rotom V anyway, like you said, it's ramping up damage for those Charizards in later turns.
Tell you what, that Chorus Experiment there for Brendan, that was not great. I can see, 2 basic energy, a counter catcher, a switch, and a Suprod. All fantastic cards, but not really what you want to see turn 2.
Very likely we're going to see an attack off here, right? We're up to 3 in the Lost Zone. Flower selecting Comfort in the active spot. Does have Nest Ball in hand.
Yeah, true.
But is holding it just in case he maybe Flower selects into the Cramorant. Just that final one-off, as we do see another Comfort hit the Lost Zone from Brennan's side. We do see the Nest Ball now, but it's on Brennan maybe to start forcing the scenario and just maybe start swinging away with Spit Innocently.
I don't mind it. You know, when you play against a stage 2 deck, you know that your opponent has to find the stage 2 puzzle, I call it. That is rare candy and your evolving Pokemon. You have to have them. So if you're saying, right, I'm going to start KOing all your basics, you better find that puzzle piece right now, otherwise I'm going to keep attacking. And that's what Brennan's going to do as he takes our first prize card here. Turn 2, KOing that Pidgey with Spit Innocently. Philip going to promote that Charmander and start off his turn.
Does have Arvin in hand, so maybe we missaw the hand itself, but has a number of pieces, Ultra Ball, Rare Candy, and Arven in hand. A number of ways to deal with this. I guess getting the Rotom Beats also allowing Arven to unlock the power of the Forest Seal Stone.
This is true.
Tool.
Yeah.
So, you know, there's so many little combo pieces that can be utilized here. So we do see the Ultra Ball come down, Fire Energy, and the Lost Vacuum being the targets to discard, as we do see the Pidgeot EX being eyed up towards that front of the deck.
Yeah, and that's fantastic. Getting to play nice and early, start using that quick search again. I'll be intrigued to see if Philip opts to try and use a Charmeleon. You know, try and slow the game down a little bit, just so you're not so worried about that devolution. Do you think that's something you'd be doing, Alex?
I think in this scenario, if he's having to utilize the Pidgeot EX and then also the Arven and Rare Candy in hand, you're essentially going to be using up all the cards that are available to you. You're probably going to end up with 0 cards in hand and taking a prize. So maybe you just have to start swinging away for the time being and then utilizing Pidgeot EX.
Yeah.
Because you don't really want to see this Cramorant swinging away still. I mean, it would be amazing if somehow he's able to remove it out of play, which he could with the Arven. Rare Candy as the item of choice. Forest Seal Stone as a tool as a choice. Pidgeot EX, maybe to grab the Lost Sea. It's all in the realms of possibilities that are Philip's deck, which is really cool. And that's exactly what we kind of want to see here. So we do just see the Charizard as well.
Boom, there we go with that Infernal Rain, Rare Candy Charizard EX. Infernal Rain activates 3 fire energy. You can attach them where you like. It looks like Philip, I imagine it'll definitely be 2 on the active, maybe 1 on the Rotom, 1 on the Charmander. Anyone would be fine targets. And yeah, Philip will be able to KO that pesky Cramorant and take 1 prize card himself.
Yeah, I mean, Philip's not to know that Brennan's actually prized 1 of those Cramorants, so removing our play from the Lost Seas would be quite an interesting way to deal with the problem that he had in Game 2.
Yeah.
But he's just holding on to that Forest Seal Stone, so Brennan knows that that's there.
Yep.
However, we've already said Brennan is unable to impact his opponent's hand other than that Roxanne, as we do see Brennan now move with that Comfey in the active spot. Just trying to see, oh, there's a Roxanne that we just mentioned.
I think that was a Roxanne for Colress.
Yeah, I believe so. This time able to see multiple Colress, unlike previous games. But you know what? In one of the games, he didn't even need it to really take down the victory.
That is correct. Didn't even need it. As Brennan opting to keep, what is it going to get rid of? Basic Psych Energy and a switch card.
Yeah, some really useful cards in that Chorus Experiment. That hand is getting rather large as well.
Just to borrow a phrase from Benjamin Rabiot, he got those accordion hands going on. You're really having to stretch them apart, bring them back. Looks like Mirage Gate is currently live. Alex onto that Roaring Moon. Uh-oh, we're going to see a frenzied gouging.
Yeah, an opportunity to knock out your opponent's active Pokemon. One of the few Pokemon in the current meta that can just instantly KO anything in the active spot. It does have some detriment to itself, where it deals 200 damage to itself. But when you're taking out a big HP Pokemon such as that Charizard EX with 330, I'm quite happy to take 200 to my own face and take 2 prizes.
It's one of them where, like, even if your opponent has to immediately deal with it again, right? Otherwise you can attack with it again. But even if you do, let's say they can just poke it and KO it, doesn't matter, it's done its job. It's taken out a 330 HP behemoth, frenzied gouging. And now Philip has to kind of respond and has to hit exactly this as well. But that's what I love. I really like the Sablezard deck with the Roaring Moon, because it just gives you 2 get out of jail free cards, right? You've got Combustion Blast for a big 2-prize KO, hopefully at some point in the game. And you've got Frenzied Gouging as well.
3 cards in hand. Top deck of the Iono has the Forest Seal Stone that you can attach and maybe play the Iono, slow the game down a little. Does only play the 1 type of Charmander, but it does have that steady fire breathing attack. 1 more fire energy does mean it can deal 30 damage, which is plentiful enough to knock out this Roaring Moon, which has dealt 200 damage to itself. But again, Philip's got to start thinking about another Charmander down. Has access to it instantly with that Iono. and also has the Jirachi as well to try and protect it from Sableye shenanigans of Lost Mine.
Yeah, that's a pretty good owner. And then Philip does also have Quick Search and Star Alchemy available to him as well. So all manner of ways to find exactly what he needs and wants. As we are going to see not Star Alchemy, I should say, Quick Search being used. So many different ways to search for Avocado. That's a great position to be in, isn't it?
Just keep grabbing what you want, it's fine. As we do see the 3-star marker also flip for the Rare Candy Charizard. So just going for this route, which is an interesting direction, could have just for the time being maybe tried to utilize that steady fire breathing as a way of knocking out. But, you know, just having a big tanky 330 HP Pokemon in the active, swinging away after Infernal Rain, having those energies as well.
Yeah.
Just means maybe it puts Brennan in an awkward spot. We do have to start keeping an eye on some of the time as well, though, as we're ticking away with almost 1 minute remaining. Both players will be going down to 3 prizes left, so it is doable on both sides.
It really, really is doable there for Philip, as he's going to bench that Jirachi as well. So we're going to see free retreat into the Jirachi, and I'd imagine we're going to see a pass.
We did see from the Infernal Rain that the energies maybe weren't available.
Yeah, it must be.
Philip, 2 energies were prized, which is massive, and hasn't been able to find an attacker via this route. So this means Brennan's in a scenario where he's counter-catching. Oh, no, sorry.
No, that was a lost vacuum. That was a lost vacuum.
Send the counter-catcher to the lost zone, I should say. And we do see the Roaring Moon have an opportunity to take another knockout. Something we don't often see when it has 30 HP remaining.
Yeah, little Calamity Storm.
Yep, 100 damage. And you may discard a Stadium in play. And if you do, this attack does an additional 120 more damage. We finally see, again, the Pidgeot EX in the active with a Arvin being played.
It's also worth noting, Brendan wrapped that turn up really quick, so managed to get a sneaky little extra turn in there as time is ticking down with 5 seconds. We'll get confirmation if that clock is accurate. But yeah, Brendan down to 2 prize cards. I mean, he can very easily still win this, you know. Frenzied, just as we had got confirmation, time has been called, so this will be turn 0.
Yeah, so it's massive because that Super Rod has just been grabbed out of the Arvin as well. Just unfortunately 1 turn too late. If Philip was able to maybe take the knockout here, would have a potential route to victory as well. I mean, maybe a little bit less so because there's just single prizes on Brendan's side of the board and Brendan can limit that. But Brendan's put himself in a commanding spot to try and find and navigate around, because that Jirachi is now no longer available as well.
Yes.
Sableye can start doing some shenanigans.
Sableye is very good at dealing some shenanigans, let me tell you, as we're going to see the Quick Search being used for a basic energy there of all things.
Yeah, that Sableye Lost Mine. We haven't seen it too often nowadays. Jirachi coming into the format, stopping a lot of those effective attacks, but Lost Mine allowing you to put 12 damage counters down. And what perfect math does the Pidgey and the Charmander have, Shay? It's the 70 HP Charmander and the 50 HP Pidgey. So there's options. I'm not saying that this will happen, as we do see the Burning Darkness knockout on this Roaring Moon EX, but there's a world where it could happen.
You could also just see a Super Odd Roaring Moon. You know, Mirage Gates, and away we go. We do see a Chorus in Brennan's hand. This will be turn 1 of time here for Brennan. Does have a Chorus, does have Flower Selecting available as well. Apart from that, the hand isn't looking too great.
Sableye in hand as well, so maybe he's thinking about those options as we get a little gander.
There's a Clara, there's a Super Rod.
Okay, but he can't play the Clara this turn now that he's playing Chorus Experiment. Super Rod, Nest Ball, and is that a Mirage Gate?
It is.
So could Mirage Gate
dangerously close to getting that getting that Roaring Moon back, but I can't quite piece it together in 1 turn, I believe.
No, it does look like it's going to be a 2-turn combo, and I mean, Philip will very likely have to try and find a way to disrupt, maybe through an Iono or something like that on future turns as well. Like I said, my game plan that I've suggested is an option.
It is. Let's see what this Flower Selector can hit as well. This can actually piece together the Roaring Moon combo as well.
It really puts into the hand.
It really could. So there's a world in which Brennan wins his turn. That would rely on a Super Rod, a Mirage Gate, and a Roaring Moon coming down now as well.
It's all key about the sequencing now as well.
Yeah, it really is.
Does Brennan want to maybe put those energies into the deck to Flower Select into? Does have the Nest Ball in hand, Mirage Gate in hand? So
yes.
It's which order does he do it in to maximize the chances of maybe utilizing this Roaring Moon game plan? And then if that doesn't work, maybe falling back onto something like the Sableye. So there's a world. There definitely is a world where we can see this all come together on this very turn.
It's actually a real, like you said, there's a real good intricacies there, right? As you imagine, we are going to see Brennan shuffle them up there. So you know, probably that would tell me that probably going to see the flower selecting now.
He needs to hit an energy. And then can Nestball and Mirage Gate onto the Royal Moon. So maximizing the chances. What do we see? There's a Forest Sealstone. What's the other card? I'm sure he would have kept it instantly if it was. Is that a Pidgeot?
Oh no, both at the same
together.
time.
That's not what we've expected, but here's the escape rope coming down now.
So if you're Philip, you have to promote the Charmander here, right?
Yeah, I believe so. I think Charmander is probably the safest option. Still not ideal, of course. Philip trying to maybe just hang on here to be able to preserve this tie, whilst Brennan's looking for the jugular and looking for that energy to potentially take everything down. But does this mean, with the Charmander in the active spot, does this mean that it's the Sableye route to go?
I think so, right? I think you're right. Now there's no 2-prizer in the active. Royal Moon cannot win you exactly this turn.
Does have the Beach Court in play to free retreat into whatever options he'd like as well. Doesn't have a way of utilizing that Forest Sealstone again, unfortunately. No. So we do see another flower selecting. Easy choice.
Switch cart and Battle of RP pass, that was.
Right. So, Brennan, it's on you right now to maybe... I haven't seen the Tentacle Machine Devolution leave the game yet.
Haven't seen that one. That's still definitely live. But I think you're right. It's going to have to be Tentacle Machine Devolution now. We do have the Sableye in hand. We do have Beach Court. And we do have the Mirage Gate. So Sableye can be a factor. Looks like that Nestball is going to be played. There it is.
Maybe with a switch card in hand, you know, maybe you just put the Roaring Moon out and just get the cards out of the deck, fit it out a little.
That's true.
Oh, there's Cramorant being eyed up as well. Maybe still trying to save the Mirage Gate for another Roaring Moon play and just using Cramorant as an attacker here.
I think so, yeah, because the chances are Philip's not going to put down another 1-prizer if you're going down to 1-prizer, right? So on that scenario, you can say, right, I just need a 2-prizer that can KO anything, so I can use this Cramorant to get rid of this Charmander.
There's a
and then use the Royal Moon later on. But yeah, Sableye is there. So all the gang, realistically, as we are going to go...
Just confirming that was turn 1. Forest Sealstone just kind of getting out of hand so he doesn't get
Iono'd or anything like this. And it looks like we are going to see the free retreat thanks to Beach Court. And we will see a spit innocently. Brennan goes down to 1 prize card left. And Philip will be our turn 2 of time.
Yeah, remember, both players now have 1 more turn remaining.
Yep.
Philip here with the active Pidgeot EX has free retreat, of course, has Boss's
orders.
Maybe to try and slow the game down and really just not have to... Maybe just limiting basically what Brennan could do on his turn. It's definitely an option. Does have the Beach Court in play. Would need to find a way to bump that at the same time. But of course, Pidgeot EX could do that. It could grab whatever you want.
Has to be Iono though, right? You have to Iono Brennan down to 1.
Yeah, so
it's gotta be. It's got to be.
He knows here. I wonder. That's right. I wonder. I mean, I might be wrong, but I think that's the one way that Brennan could have gone was that Sableye route. Left the Charmander in the active spot, or even if you really wanted to take the KO, remove it from the active spot as well, but leaving yourself to just 2 from Iono rather than the 1 here, and then maybe just drawing into Technical Machine Devolution.
Okay, well, here we are.
This is it. It's a big Iono here from Philip's side.
The Iono has been played. Philip obviously grabbing 3, got 3 copies of Ultra Ball. Does still have Quick Search, I was about to say, yep. So can still use that, so whatever.
Counter catcher, yeah, really trying to slow the game down.
That is strong.
Obviously, he wasn't able to hit it from the Iono himself. You know, that would have been ideal, giving him then a quick search for any other card. Maybe once chooses the Manaphy, a great target here, just to try and slow the game down. Beach Court still active, does... Oh, yeah, I guess that's very true. Beach Court still in play, so... Just a pass.
Oh, just a pass. Okay, what have we got? I see a Nestball and a Boss. Oh, I don't think that gets us there, right?
Not quite. Not quite.
So close. It was just a basic energy away. Then Radzard would have got us there. Or Radiant Charizard, I should say. But without the fire energy, we do see the Nestball concluding to grab a Roaring Moon.
would you have to do here? Move into the comfy and maybe
I think you do.
find the Chorus's experiment or Roxanne?
Yep.
No, Roxanne went into the loss.
Oh, no, it did. Yep.
That just right at the top there, I think it's a little showcase of that. So it's just into maybe a Chorus experiment to find the pieces that you need. There's a free retreat with Beach Court. Here's the flower selecting.
Oh.
That's just an energy battle VIP pass. It looks like, unfortunately, Brendan's unable to take the win, but Philip's been able to play that well to be able to preserve the tie here, as we do see round 8 end in a draw for both our players.
Yeah, those last turns were just so meticulous, right? And Brendan came dangerously close there to being able to close it out. But, you know, maximum credit there for Philip being able to identify, you know, the best way to try and make Brendan jump over as many hoops as possible. You know, INO to 1, fantastic. Busting up something so Brendan can't retreat a comp and get 2 uses of flower selecting. Brilliant. Yeah, and I think he'll be happy to get a tie there.
Yeah, I mean, it was a showcase of both the decks for both our players. Of course, you know, game 1 really went really smoothly for Philip, with the deck being able to Pidgeot into Charizards. Did get Technical Machine Devolution, but always had a way to come back from that scenario as well, whilst Brendan was unable to draw too hot in game 1. But game 2 really showcased exactly how the deck will work when utilizing the multiple Cramorants and the Technical Machine Devolution.
Yeah, that Technical Devolution play was gnarly, right? That was actually one of the best displays of it on stream I think we've seen, at least in the EU. Being able to clear off 3 Stage 2 Pokemon and take 3 prize cards, and Philip really couldn't do anything about it. So that was quite a scary turn, but then Philip, like he said, managed to gather his thoughts and then, you know, close that one out. Both players can still make that day 2 as well.
Yeah, both players, if I'm not mistaken, now at a 5-1-2 record. So they're currently on 17 points. They do need a win to be able to make it into the day 2 spots. Remember, 19 points or more guarantees you a spot into day 2, and still that chance to fight for the crown of Utrecht Special Event champion. Both players still capable of doing so. Let's just see, and we hope the best for both our players, the best of luck for both our players into their final round.
Yeah, you know, they will definitely need to get that win, but both players, we know, played fantastically well there. So if anyone can, I believe they can. But we're going to have a little break now as we get ready for our round 9. That winning action where players will all be fighting for their spot in day 2, just like our round 8 players. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back soon.
Hey trainers, Chip Ritchie here. In this short video, I'm going to take you through the basics of how to play the Pokémon trading card game. The Pokémon trading card game is an exciting way to enjoy the world of Pokémon. You can play at home with friends and family, online against other trainers, or compete to earn championship points and try to be one of the very best. Players construct their own decks of exactly 60 cards to play with. Most trainers play in the standard format, which only allows for cards with the newest regulation marks to be used. You can only have up to 4 copies of a single card in your deck, with the exception of basic energy. There are 3 types of cards in this game: the Pokemon themselves, which you use to attack your opponent's Pokemon, trainer cards to help you support your deck's strategy, and energy cards to pay for your Pokemon's attack costs. There are 3 main types of Pokemon in this game: basic Pokemon, which can be put directly into play on your bench, Stage 1 Pokemon, which can be played on top of basic Pokemon to evolve them, and Stage 2 Pokemon, which evolve from Stage 1 Pokemon. Check the top left corner of your card to see what stage your Pokemon is, and also what Pokemon it evolves from. Pokemon have different attacks and abilities that they can use. Most attacks require a certain amount of energy cards in order to use them. We'll go more in depth on this later. Pokemon also have HP, which lets you know how much damage that Pokemon can take before it is knocked out. There are 4 types of trainer cards you can play: supporters, items, tools, and stadiums. It's very important to include plenty of trainer cards in your deck, as they will help you to more consistently execute your strategy. There are only 2 different classifications of energy card: basic energy and special energy. You need energy in order to use a Pokemon's attack. You can attach an energy card to one of your Pokemon once during each turn. Some Pokemon require specific types of energy in order to use their attacks. Each basic energy provides one energy of its type or one colorless energy at a time. The main areas of the game board include the active spot, the bench, the deck, the discard pile, and your prize cards. You may only have one Pokemon in the active spot, and this Pokemon is the only one that is able to attack. You can have up to 5 Pokemon on your bench. To start the game, flip a coin or roll a dice to determine which player will get the first turn. Then, each player begins by drawing 7 cards. You must have a basic Pokemon in your hand in order to begin the game. Place your Pokemon face down in the active spot, then set out 6 prize cards to the side. Now you and your opponent can begin the game. In the Pokemon TCG, players take turns playing their cards. On your turn, the first thing you do is draw a card, and the final thing you do on your turn is announce an attack. The order in which you play cards between these 2 steps is up to you. During your turn, you may play trainer cards, attach energy, and place Pokemon on your bench. It's important to remember that the player going first is not allowed to play a support card or attack that first turn. Every time a player knocks out an opponent's Pokemon, that player adds a prize card to their hand. The first player to take all 6 prize cards wins the game. When a Pokemon is KO'd, it and all cards attached to it are sent to the discard pile. A Pokemon from the bench must immediately take its place in the active spot. If a player has no benched Pokemon to make their new active, that player loses the game regardless of how many prize cards have been taken. As mentioned earlier, players must start their turn by drawing a card. If a player has no cards remaining in their deck at the start of their turn, then that player loses the game. These are just the basics of what it takes to play the Pokemon TCG. Be sure to tune in to our Championship Series coverage, and to learn more, visit Pokemon.com/play.
Hi everyone, Alex Dow here. Let's take a look at another card spotlight, this time Arven. An incredibly versatile supporter card originally from Scarlet and Violet that seems set to unlock the world of possibilities following the release of Paradox Rift. Arven allows you to search your deck for any item card and any tool card that will allow you to then adapt and support various decks in a number of combinations that can swing the battle in your favor. Since its release, Arven has slowly grown in popularity as it's begun to find a place in the format. But now, with all of the tools and items available at its disposal, this could truly be its time to shine. So whether it be to build your board, prepare your defenses, or begin launching an offensive, Arven can soon find itself a staple in many decks.
Hi, I'm Jay Byrne, and today we're going to look at one of the game's most prolific players, Alberto Conte.
And there it is, and Cars going to scoop things up. Alberto. Play. Wow, what a play.
Alberto Conti has burst onto the Pokemon competitive scene recently, but has made a massive name for himself with 8 regional day 2s, 1 international top 32, and 2 regional top 8s. But how can someone who only learned to play the game 3 years ago light the competitive circuit on fire? Well, let's find out today as we look at Alberto Conti's journey to the top. Alberto started playing the game in 2021 when his friend begged him to buy an ADP Zacian battle deck, so he had someone to play with. Once Alberto did buy that deck, he fell in love with the game. And that very same day, he told his friend, "One day I will make it onto the stream at a regional. Just you wait." And boy, Alberto was right. He started to play at local events, honing his skills until the big day when Liverpool regionals were announced all the way back in 2022. Alberto knew this was the moment he had been waiting for, ever since he first bought that ADP Zacian battle deck. Unfortunately for Alberto, he was stunned at just how much of a difference there was playing at locals and regionals, but he still managed to finish middle of the pack with his Rapid Strike Malamar deck. He did, however, get to meet a load of other Italian players in Liverpool, and then they all turned their eyes to EUIC in Frankfurt. At EUIC, Alberto's first ever international event, he made magic happen, with Arceus V-Star, Inteleon and Galarian Moltres at his side. He managed to navigate his way all the way to 17th place and fulfilled his prophecy about getting on stream. And he did so in amazing fashion, leaving us with this epic energy switch play.
And Carlos is going to sweep it up in game 1.
From there, Alberto's competitive fire was lit, and he managed to gain enough CP from the rest of the remaining EU events to gain his invitation to the London World Championships. In the 2022-2023 season, Alberto carried on just where he left off, getting multiple regional day 2s, including 3 top 32s. And of course, he managed to wrap up his Yokohama Worlds invitation with a risky Aqua Storm that paid off for Alberto on stream in exhilarating fashion.
2, 3, 4. Yeah, there you go, that's game. He does take 2 prizes. And Alberto, it does with all smiles there.
In the 2023-2024 season, Alberto managed to kick up into an even higher gear, with 2 regional top 8s in Lille and Stuttgart, the latter of which he got a top 4. So what's next for Alberto? Well, there's only one way to find out, and that's by watching this stream closely, because I'm sure it won't take long for Alberto to find his way onto it.
Just over 1,000 competitors came here this weekend to try their hands and chances at becoming a Day 2 competitor here at our special event. Another major event in Europe, but of course our Day 1 competition must conclude. And of course this is our round 9. My name is Benjamin Rabiotti. Thank you for joining me. And of course I'm joined here by my lovely co-caster once again, Amy Wosley. Amy, how are we feeling as we go into our last round?
I have Butterfreeze in my stomach, ready, going into our final round of today, seeing who's going to make it into that stacked Day 2, quite frankly. Already some absolutely phenomenal names, very well known to the stream, have already made it in. So with our final game of the day.
It's special, isn't it?
It's pretty special. What do you think we might achieve with that?
Well, as Shay and Alex like to say, we want to put the power to you in your hands. It's community choice here, of course, for our round 9. We've got some stellar competition, of course, and some names to go with it as well. Julius Brunfeld and, of course, Christian Fontenant, 2 names that come to mind there. But, of course, the competition is just heating up. These players looking to make a name for themselves, Amy, in the winning in, of course.
Yeah, indeed. And okay, so if you guys are curious about what's going on with these decks exactly, we've got Curtis running Inteleon versus Arthur, who's on Gardevoir. David is on Chien-Pao. Haru is on Charizard. Our lovely Julius is on Lost Zone Tina and started the day on a very downward slope, but has clawed his way back up the mountain that is this special event. And now they're facing Alfredo on Lost Zone Tina. Christian is on the ever fantastic Mew VMAX, and Elias is also on Mew VMAX.
Yeah, 2 mirror matches, but of course these players no strangers to the top brackets, so I'm guessing they're going to be fantastic games to watch in terms of a masterclass in both of those archetypes. And of course the Chien-Pao, of course, bringing it back. Dortmund, feeling a bit of a chill, Amy. I'm going to join you. I'm going to join you on the jokes. Feeling a bit chilly up in here, of course. You're amongst the snow.
Yes.
But yeah, I mean, what a fantastic bracket we have for our community choice.
Just fantastic. Don't forget that you can only vote on Twitch, so please make sure that you go ahead and click in that chat box. Make sure you're logged in and vote away. We want as many votes as we can get in the chat. Let's see who we're going to have on for our final round. It is up to you.
I'm hoping to see a bit of Chien-Pao.
You want to see Chien-Pao?
I've actually I've never had a chance to cast it, so I'd love to see it in the flesh. I'd love to, you know, see how these decks work.
You've never cast it?
No, I've never casted Chien-Pao.
Fantastic.
There's a reason why, I'm guessing. I don't know.
Honestly. And I think it just goes to show really how powerful it is. And it's going into Charizard, which is, in theory, one of its better matchups. But a lot of Charizard lists nowadays have been kind of putting a few little techs in there for Charizard. We've been seeing Radiant Charizard sneaking back into most decks. We've been seeing a few people having a little dither with Devolution as well. Making those Frigibacks little again doesn't do many favors for old Chien-Pao with a limited resource of rare candy.
Yeah, and of course, and what's interesting about that is, of course, Charizard is going to have to adapt, of course, with the recent win that Chien-Pao has had in those regional championships in Dortmund. So it'd be quite eager. I'm quite eager to see how those decks have evolved to deal with that threat. But yeah, I'm eager to see what our community have chosen.
Yeah, I am too. There's some fantastic names on here as well. Like I was saying, actually, Julius started out the day. I had a chat with him earlier, and he started out the day on a not too fruitful record. Not at all. One that, some people might have left the competition at that point.
No, yeah, of course.
And actually, he stuck it in there. And Julius is one of the most peppy people I know.
Oh, he's lovely.
Always
lovely guy.
brings the most fantastic smile to the stream, and he has done so with grace and made sure that he stuck it on in there and continued throughout the day. And now here he is, potentially making day 2.
Oh, for sure. He's one of the stellar people in the community. Like you say, he's got such a contagious smile. I had a chance to play him in Dortmund, actually. So yeah, I'd be eager to see if our community have chosen Julius as our chosen option. But Amy, I'm going to give you a bit of news. We actually have a tie for our community choice.
Guys, come on, make up your mind.
I know, make up your minds. Come on.
Game. But I tell you what, we'll vote again on the 2 that tied. So you must make up your mind between the 2. We will have a game.
Look, you're just going to have to settle with me and Amy until you make a decision, okay?
That's all you're doing to yourselves. You're keeping us here longer in front of you. But I tell you what, if you guys really can't decide, then you'll have to leave it up to us, and we'll make the wrong decision.
Well, sure. And the 2 on the tiebreaker will be Julius and David. So it'll be whether our community.
The 2 we mentioned. One is the mirror match.
One is the mirror match. Yeah, one is the Giratina mirror match, which I think a lot of our players will be familiar with. I think the Giratina being such a popular archetype amongst our player base. It'll be always.
It's honestly seen so much success recently as well, and obviously this is going to be another Tina being successful no matter what in that mirror, because at least one of them is going to have done well, presumably. Hopefully we would finish a game. But once again, we have David on Chien-Pao, Haru on Charizard, Julius on Lost Zone Tina, and Alfredo also on Lost Zone Giratina.
Yeah, and of course that Julius, he likes to spoil us a little bit with his deck choices and how he likes to innovate. 2 Avery, I think he's playing in this Giratina V-Star deck. I think I spoke to him just after Dortmund. He chose to change it up a bit with his Giratina list, going for 2, I believe, I remember, cleansing gloves to deal with that Mew VMAX matchup a little bit better.
Oh, I like it.
Yeah.
I like the gloves.
I like it.
I like the gloves.
I like it, for sure.
I've always thought, you know, what would be fun? A glove box deck with all the different types of gloves.
Super effective glasses. You've got so many options.
Right?
So many options.
And then we just call it the glove box.
The glove box.
Yeah.
I like it. We've got glasses box.
Yeah.
We've got lost goggles, or however you like to call it.
Maybe Julius will give us glove box.
Maybe. But yeah, those 2 Arven, and I think when you look back at the Lost Box variants, of course, they thrive on finding those Turn 1 Battle VIP pass. And I thought, how ingenious. Just those additions of having Arven, it increases your odds that ever so much, finding those vital resources.
And there we go! Looks like we're gonna have a David and Haru. You got your wish.
I got my wish.
You got your wish. You finally get to cast Chen Pao versus Charizard. This could be anyone's game. We presume a lot of the time that Chen Pao has the advantage, but you never know. The Charizard players are being more innovative and more ferocious than ever. They're bringing the fire, and can Chen Pao douse that fire?
And I'll be honest, Amy, I've always been a doubter of Chen Pao. I've always been a doubter of it. You know, there's a few locals that I know who will be shouting at the rooftop saying, Chen Pao, come on, it's good. It's got all these different plans. It can deal with this, that, and the other. And I'm like, oh, come on, it never really happens. And then it got and won a regional, and I was like, oh, maybe there's something about this Chen Pao deck that I'm not quite seeing. But that's why I wanted to see it. It's because I like to see how these decks play out.
Right?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
And I like to see how these decks play out with these players, of course, on top standings. Obviously, David has taken it to such a great record here today. And of course, you know, whether he makes it into day 2 and adds to those statistics, add to those conversion rates, we'll have to wait and see.
You're quite right. And I mean, Chen Pao, I just find it very exhilarating. There's a lot of moments when you're watching a Chen Pao game that can be very make or break.
Oh, yeah.
There's a lot of Pokestop action, and I love it.
Yeah, there's a lot of combinations at play. You know, you think of the Iridas, you think of those little finding the rare candies at the right time, finding those Baxcaliburs, getting that Shivery Chill up and running as well. Oh, let's see how this one plays out, Amy.
And meanwhile, we can have a little look at the meta for our day 1 over here as we head into the final round of day 1. This is the final battle. Who will bask in the glory of the championship on day 1? Will it be Roaring Moon? I don't know. There's a lot of them. Is there anything else that stands out? Because I don't think we haven't cast Roaring Moon today, have we? No, we did.
No, well, we saw a little bit of a splash of it. Yeah, we had a little bit of splash of it in Lost Box as well, in fact. Just 1 copy, but I don't think it counts for this day 1 standings of decks represented. But of course, Lost Zone Giratina, we featured that, of course, on the stream today. Charizard EX, ever so popular with our play base. Such a consistent archetype, and provides those early game and late game pressures that all of our players love. And of course, the cult favorites, I like to call them, in Gardevoir EX and Lost Box Zone as well.
Yeah, we've got a lot of different decks on our roster, and I think one of the really beautiful things about this chart for me is that unclassified section that didn't make it onto the best of the rest. It was on the first one. It beat Chen Pao. I love rogue decks so much. I love the element of surprise. And some of these decks fall into that category as well with the various techs that they employ.
Me and you, Amy, we're much alike. We just like to see what rogue decks are being played, what's on the outskirts of the meta that are being represented in these larger tournaments. Of course, like you mentioned, Chen Pao there at the top of those seeds, 7% with 76 players representing that deck. And of course, just at the bottom there, Iron Valiant, 21 players. Of course, I think that deck is a pet for a lot of our players. A lot of people like to play that Iron Valiant. They like that inclusion of those switch outs, or like that little game plans that they have for all of those different matchups in an evolution heavy format, of course. But yeah, I think
always advantageous in a best of 3 as well.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, it's so nice. Sometimes just to be able to get the KO on an active Pokemon, a singular active Pokemon with low HP. And there we go, carry on. It's just so fun.
It is fun.
That is the most fun part of the deck. And a lot of people aren't expecting it. So when they're setting up, very likely they're putting one Pokemon down so it can't be escape roped.
Oh, yes.
Someone likes that card. So because of that threat of escape rope, actually, Iron Valiant isn't being respected right now.
Oh, for sure.
At all. So it could be that our Iron Valiant players have had success today under the radar.
Yeah, well, I love to speak about the format for as long as possible, but let's have a look at our players to watch from this tournament going into our last round. Of course, James Cox there, who we did feature, as well as Brendan Kammerman, who is again going to be on another winning in going into his last round, and then Brian De Vries in the middle there.
Should we see if we can play a little game of spot the difference, as the current standings might lead us to show a few of these players into the rest of the tournament and how they've been doing, so we can have a little catch up in a little bit with that as well.
Yeah, of course. I'd love to see how they're getting along. Of course, spoke to James Cox earlier in the day, and there he is, 14th, 6-0-2. What a great record, continuing his trend, really, in getting these day 2 invites for these major tournaments. But of course, a lot of fantastic names here.
Oh, ever so much. James Cox, who we saw earlier, Owen Kammerman. Oh my goodness, so many familiar names, actually.
Yeah.
And they're all doing fantastic. And you know, 602, that's undefeated.
That is undefeated.
Undefeated!
I tell you what's better than 602, Amy. 8-0.
8-0. Marcel absolutely taking the tournament by storm, placing themselves in a really strong position for tomorrow in top seed.
Yeah, and 9-0. You'll be joining that 9-0 club.
We love the 9-0 club.
There's not many of you around, Marcel, but if you can get that last win, you'll be joining a very select group of going not only undefeated, but getting those 9 wins. I mean, that's an achievement in itself.
It really is. Just to have the stamina alone to focus for that many games in a row, incredible.
He must be...
And closing them all out as well. No ties.
Yeah.
Wow.
He must have been playing Mew. I don't know.
Oh, incredible. Well, thank you so much, everybody, for voting on our community vote, because don't go anywhere, because we've got our superstars just setting up right now.
Yeah, and here we see both players shuffling up. Of course, we know the decks already. Chen Pao versus the Charizard EX. Davide there and Haru on that 5-2-1 record. Some people thrive on the pressure. Some people, they so dread it. They don't like being on the winning end, but I'm sure both of these players will handle the pressure positively and be looking to take this game play by play.
Let's have a cheeky look at how David's doing recently. Davide is, all setting up nicely. I don't know if we have any accolades as of yet, so they could take us by a wild surprise in this tournament and add to that accolade. You never know. Could take it all the way. Could take it to the top. Could go from nothing on our screen to a win of a special event. Could you imagine?
And looking at Haru's achievements there, Davide is definitely going to be the one who's going to be looking to make a name of himself. Haru there with some fantastic accolades there, and a lot of them being recent. Again, one of these players who we featured earlier also had a lot of very recent achievements. And these players, these look to be the new cream of the crop, so to speak. Making a name for themselves, getting all these recent accolades, and looking to continue that trend.
And here we go. Let's have a look at these prize cards. Anything standing out to you? My word.
Just a bit. Two Pokestop can be quite detrimental for your consistency. The one Chen Pao there, of course, but we'll be playing the 3 copies of it, so hopefully not too much of a problem for Davide to get set up. Haru, a few of the awkward prize cards will be the Mew celebrations, of course. Again, much like prizing that Pokestop for Davide, can harm the consistency just a little bit.
It's time for the win and in. I love that. straight in to Haru's turn. We've got a Bidoof staring down a Charmander.
And
who will prevail?
I know, and what an ideal start. The Battle VIP pass coming down for Haru, going to be looking to set up those Charmanders as soon as possible. But this is exactly where the game plan starts, Amy. Of course, you know, knowing the problem that he's facing with that Chen Pao, you know, can maximize that damage output, of course, doing 60 damage per energy discarded. It's not going to be easy for Haru to get around this.
No, you're quite right, but Haru hopefully has plenty of tricks up their sleeve to keep them at arm's length. They are running the Radiant Charizard, which can be used to kind of fluctuate that prize trade against Chen Pao, and Chen Pao does have to put a lot of resources into one-hit KO a Charizard. It can happen. It's happened many a time to me as a Charizard player, but it does take a long way to get there. So if Haru really does soar on the back of that Pidgey into the commanding position, then maybe Davide won't be able to catch up, but we'll see whether the Snow Leopard can jump into the front foot.
Yeah, and it's such a good point that you make about the Radiant Charizard. You know, it's making it quite awkward for Davide to get around, of course. It's such a big problem for Davide, that Combustion Blast doing 250, and a very good point that you made as well. It can flip that prize trade just that little bit for Haru to maybe point this game in a direction in his favor. And here we see such a great start from Haru as well. Has the Rotom V down. You can imagine an instant charge is soon going to be coming up as well, and that 2 Charmander setup as well. And here we see the pass over to Davide.
I like the Manaphy, the tell of the Manaphy going, I don't quite know what you're playing. That is just a Bidoof. But what decks play the doof?
Yes.
And then it's the,
yeah.
I think I shouldn't risk it. We're way ahead in the tournament. This is the win and in. The pressure is on. The Manaphy is not to be disregarded. The Manaphy is respected in this house.
It's such a good point you make, because there are certain Pokemon that players will start and their opponents will go, I still don't really know what you're playing.
Yeah.
And Bidoof is definitely one of them.
Bidoof is one of the horsemen of what on earth is this deck?
Yeah, no, of course. But I think maybe Haru looking at the blue sleeves going, oh, maybe you're playing Chen Pao, maybe you're going for a blue theme here and benching that Manaphy.
Putting the Manaphy down.
Just mitigating the risk of an early Moonlight Shuriken, keeping those Charmanders and those Pidgeys safe on the bench. And here we see the first deck check from Davide with his own Battle VIP pass.
Ooh.
You can imagine a Frigibax, maybe even 2, and a Chen Pao perhaps coming down onto the board.
Yeah, very likely the case. Shame about old Greninja. Not able to come out to play quite yet. And unfortunately, I think that does kind of slow Davide down a little bit. Going for the really safe play, I love that. 2 Frigibacks. Again, it's the time to be safe now.
Yeah.
It's important to be safe. This is the win in for day 2. They need this.
Yeah,
to go their way. And so I think this is the one best of 3 that you take 0 risks.
No, I completely agree. Seeing going through his deck and knowing that Radiant Greninja is in the prizes isn't going to be ideal for Davide. Of course, going through the deck with that Irida, finding as many Pokemon as possible to get that optimal setup, going for another Battle VIP pass as well. What a start here from Davide in this initial setup. Going for maybe even another Frigibax to try. Oh no!
Oh, Bidoof. I love this.
Yeah,
yes.
I like going for
yes.
a second Bidoof. A second Bidoof is fantastic.
1000%, especially after the prize check, analysing exactly what's in the prize cards and going, okay, I am not safe. And if I am not safe now, I need to sustain my board until I have those prize cards, until everything will be fine, because I always have an out to what Haru can do. Love that.
Yeah, and I like this as well. Understanding that maybe, look, I'm not going to get this Bidoof out the active anytime soon. So just benching another will mean that he maximizes his odds to getting a barrel out for his next turn. Just understand where is he going to, maybe energy attachment is going to choose to retreat
and we
into
got the first
Chen Pao.
shivery chill. Are you shivering, Ben?
I'm freezing.
You're freezing.
I'm freezing. After that shivery chill.
It's going to be a hot and cold battle.
Yeah, it's very true. Yeah, it's a bit of ice and fire going on here on our
let's
winning
go.
table. And here we see the Shivery Trill, of course, getting those 2 energy into the hand, thinning the deck out at the same time, adding resources into the hand. What a fantastic ability. And now we see the pass over to Haru. Just checking how many cards are in hand there for
Nice.
Davide.
Yeah, so I think the Charizard way is that you can't really get going. You can't really get off the ground. Charizard can't start flapping its wings and taking knockouts until your opponent has. 180 damage isn't going to be enough. Chien-Pao sits on a pretty little 220 HP, so I wonder what Haru's going to do in the meantime. And oh, what's that, Benjamin?
Oh, look, this makes Davide in such an awkward position. This escape rope play is fantastic. And you see the promotion of the Pidgey as well. Going for that Ultra Ball, you can imagine, just going for maybe even a Pidgeot. I couldn't see if the rare candy was already in hand.
Oh, lovely. Love to see it. The early Pidgeot gets the Wurmple, swooping in, quick searching anything in the deck. Oh, it's just to die for. What a fantastic ability.
Yeah, I really like going for the Pidgeot here, adding that extra consistency and knowing, of course, that, look, like you said earlier, if Davide takes these early prizes, it puts Haru in an even stronger position. This is how this Charizard EX deck applies the pressure. Of course, with as many prize cards as your opponent has taken, those Burning Darkness attacks are even stronger each turn as the game goes on. And here we see the Nest Ball for that Radiant Charizard.
Yes.
Is Haru able to perhaps maybe even go for the Charizard EX and maybe even powering up this Radiant Charizard even earlier than this? I can't imagine he's maybe going for this, but here we see the rare candy into the Pidgeot.
I think this is the stage where you take no risks. I think I'm sticking with that philosophy on this battle particularly. That was a beautiful INO. Lovely when you have no cards in hand, but your opponent does, so it still procs the effect, getting Haru a lovely fresh 6 cards. But I think really this is not the time to be taking chances. I think Haru's better off either taking the KO on the Bidoof, meaning Davide will probably have to take a 2-prize knockout back, and then Haru is exactly where they want to be. Behind, but only just.
Yeah, I do like that play. I really do. It's a good point you make as well. And funnily enough, if Davide was only to take 1 prize, it still means that Haru doesn't have any options to buff that damage even further. There's no Defiance Band in the list, which we commonly see as an addition into these Charizard EX decks to start applying very, very early game pressure against these large 2 prizes, like Roaring Moon, like Chien-Pao. So, you know, whether Haru goes through this game plan by using alternate attackers, using Pidgeot, using Radiant Charizard early on, I'm just unsure how he will navigate this.
Personally, I think there's 2 ways Haru can navigate this. I think either we have the aggressive stance, which could be seen as greedy and could backfire, of take the KO on this Bidoof, or Haru could just wait. Until Davide takes their first KO. But I don't think that's enough. I think Haru, as you say, because there are no more damage modifiers and we need to get that to that beautiful rounded off 220 damage, Haru needs Davide to take a 2-prize knockout as early as possible. So I think they are going to go for that aggressive stance just so that Davide has to deal with the Charizard, take 2 prize cards, and then Haru is set for the rest of the game because their damage output is correct.
Yeah, applying this early game pressure will ask questions of Davide. Can they respond? Can they deal with this pressure? And can they get these large knockouts on the Charizard EXs? Now, these Charizard EX have such high HP cost. It's asking a lot for Davide to get these Hail Blades to these maximum numbers. It requires, I think, 7 energy to knock out this Charizard EX, and that's no easy feat. You do have Shivery Chill, you do have Earth and Vessel to increase the amount of energy in your hand, but so early on, Davide will have to find these Baxcaliburs as well. Does have Ultra Ball and Rare Candy in hand, but the problem is with this Chien-Pao is whether you can keep up with that race.
Yeah, it's actually only 6 energy.
It's 6 energy.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. 6 times 6 is 36. So
yes.
we've got 330 HP on a Charizard, so we'll only need 6 energy.
It is 6 energy.
I find that phrase really helpful with my Charizard mathematics because I'm really bad at mathematics and I usually can't work it out, but that one helps me a lot. So 6 energy, it's not actually that difficult for Chien-Pao because that's 1 Shivery Chill.
No.
It's 1 Shivery Chill and a superior energy retrieval.
It's a superior energy retrieval. Early as we get into the early game, of course, these energy aren't going to be fulfilling this discard pile as much. But of course, with the addition of Earth and Vessel into this Chien-Pao archetype, you are able to see 2 energy cards as soon as possible. And like we said, with that Chien-Pao is to going to be able to increase that to another 2 as well, to put that to 4. But it's whether Davide can draw into these additional energy.
Yeah, you're quite right. And I mean, for starters, we don't even have a Baxcalibur yet.
We don't. We have Earthen Vessel in hand, so chooses to only... we have the Baxcalibur.
No way! I already had the rare candy in hand. Gets the Baxcalibur of a Bibarel for 2.
Yeah, this is absolutely massive. Can, of course, evolve into that Baxcalibur. And of course, now the... will be able to take some early pressure onto Haru's board, but whether he will be able to take a knockout is another question.
Nice. Here comes the Earthen Vessel.
And the reason I worry now for Davide is there's no additional attacker on board. So if Haru is able to respond here against Davide's board by taking a knockout on maybe a Baxcalibur or even the Barrel, it puts Davide in quite the position.
I really like the way Haru set up their board, actually. On second look, 3 energy on the Radiant Charizard means that if Davide knocks out the Charizard in active, the Radiant Charizard is immediately able to attack, 250 damage, knocks out the Chien-Pao. So Haru perfectly predicted and is currently baiting the knockout of their Charizard. Davide realizes this, is like, no, I am not taking that bait. That Charizard can sit there and it cannot one-hit KO me.
Yeah, realizing the position that he's in, just chooses to attach and pass. And now Haru is in quite the commanding position, has boss in hand already, putting himself down to only 4 prize cards remaining, will mean that only 2 knockouts on 2 Chien-Pao EX will provide him the game. And it puts him, I would say, in the dominant seat in this matchup.
It's like a game of chicken. Who do you think's going to attack first?
I know, it certainly does.
Who's going to go for it? Who's going to bite?
You're trying to guess who's biding their time a little bit more wisely and who's going to take that first knockout.
Like, Haru's in a weird position because they have such limited energy, whereas Davide has kind of unlimited energy to an extent. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
With all of the recursion that he has in his deck. So I'm in a weird place here where I'm not sure who should bite first. Who makes the first attack?
Yeah, Haru's in such a great position in board state as well. He has his second attacker already on board in that Radiant Charizard. Evolving that Charmander into Charmeleon will mean that and here we see the boss's orders onto the barrel.
Yes, seeing that Davide has a very harsh restriction on their own card draw, has opted to KO the Bibarel, keeping themselves kind of on par with the prize race that Haru wants to be on, while disrupting Davide horrendously.
Now, there are not many options for Davide, of course, with that Bibarel being knocked out, but will be able to respond with another knockout of his own on this Radiant Charizard. But it's those additional turns that I'm concerned about for Davide. It's how does he see this game out with a board state like this? He's got 1 attacker on board, 1 viable attacker, I would mean, in this matchup. But of course, it's whether you can set up those Chien-Pao for the future turns that I'm kind of concerned about. I think it's...
The battle has become one-sided.
It certainly has. Whether he can grab the Radiant Greninja from the prizes for an additional draw out for next turn, and is able to find maybe some Iridas and try and get set up. But those barrels, they are so integral to this list.
You're right. And I think, honestly, I love that Haru started with another gentle knockout almost. We still don't have that big battle of ice and fire that we've been itching for this entire time because it hasn't been necessary. Davide now is being pushed into a corner and Haru's giving them zero space. Haru is saying, you need to do something.
Yeah.
I will keep squeezing your resources until you must attack me. They've kind of pushed Chen Pao into a corner and gone, come on, come on, come on. And finally, we see the Charizard go down. Savage attack.
And two very, very important prize cards being taken for Davide, the Chen Pao and the Radiant Greninja as well. This may keep him in this game yet, but it's whether Davide can, again, keep it up, whether you can find those important resources like the superior energy retrieval and keep the pressure on with that Hail Blade. But of course, Haru will be taking these two prize cards with glee. And of course, putting himself only two prize cards away from taking the game, meaning that, I can keep going on. Davide then puts down another two prize and will put him in an even worse position again.
It still is anybody's game. I have a feeling in my heart and soul that Haru has just really gracefully aced this game. It has been absolute perfection from a Charizard perspective. Davide is running out of resources and doesn't really have any way of getting more. It does depend what is in his hand. That is absolutely true, and I have no idea what's in there right now. But with just a Frigibax and a Baxcalibur and limited cards in hand, I am not sure what more there is that Davide could do right now. But then again, I am a Charizard player and I'm not as well versed in Chen Pao shenanigans.
Yeah, Davide will be asking for a lot once the turn's passed over to him. But Haru, again, in a fantastic position, now going to be only two prize cards away from taking the first game in this round 9. Obviously has two attackers now on board as an option. We'll have that Charizard EX and the Radiant Charizard as well. I would love to see him to go into the Charizard EX. Of course, the Radiant can be knocked out by the Baxcalibur for weakness, so it's an easy prize card to take. You want to try and make it as awkward as possible for Davide to respond.
And I think he's achieving just that.
Yes.
I think that's exactly what's happened. He's gone, okay, I've got all these lovely things on my board. Can you respond? And I love that Haru's still taking this game 1000% seriously.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Although Haru has all the answers, still going.
I think what he's trying to do now is to guarantee those important late game resources in hand. By playing Professor's Research, you're trying to guarantee boss in hand maybe for next turn if Davide was to bench another two prizer. So you want to keep those options open, especially as we get into the late game. You don't want to be punished by a late game Iono. You want to start thinning out that deck and start visualizing, how am I seeing this game out?
Indeed. And Pidgeot EX is such a burden upon Chen Pao. Being able to take any card from your deck, and Chen Pao can do absolutely nothing about it. So that could be a very valid target down the line as well. So Haru needs to make sure that if their quick search option is taken away, they still have what they need.
Yeah, you still have that safety net of the quick search, like you said, so fantastic to have as an option, especially having such a great engine like go into your deck and search a card. I mean, so fantastic for these, quite complicated combo-y stage 2 decks like Charizard.
And there it is. Davide just got the Greninja off the prize cards, but feels it's too little too late, and we have a schedule to keep to. We have a time restriction here.
Yeah, we want to see a winner for this winning in. We haven't seen a winner yet today from a winning in. It'd be good to finally see a winner, Amy.
I want to see a winner. Get in.
I want to see somebody make day 2.
Yes.
I want to see one of these players. They've played 8 rounds already. They're in their 9th. They've played all day, and they've gone through thick and thin.
They've been through fire and ice to get here, and now right at the pinnacle point where either of them could get into day 2, they're just 30 minutes away from one of them being in day 2.
Yeah, Haru 1 game away specifically, so he'll be looking to make just as an impactful start as he made in that last game. Find those early game VIP passes, get set up early on, apply those early pressure with the Burning Darkness, of course, take those early knockouts and put himself just that one step ahead from Davide.
Yeah, and that's what it's all about, staying that one step ahead. And that's what Haru masterfully displayed there. Davide did everything they could.
Yeah.
He made sure there were 2 Frigibax, there were 2 Bidoof, there was every ball that there could have possibly been in their court, but the cards just didn't play that way.
I think the story in this matchup is that it's easier for Haru to get powered up with the Charizard EX than it is for Davide to take early knockouts with the Chen Pao. Of course, you know, you have all these different resources that you need to manage. You have the Shivery Chill, you have the Earthen Vessel, but sometimes it doesn't quite make up those 330 numbers that you require to take those 2 prizes. You know, Charizard EX is such a formidable force, and it just is sometimes a little bit too awkward for these Pokemon that we know can take these large knockouts.
I think the real game plan for a Chen Pao is to deal with the Pidgeot at the perfect time.
Yes.
If there is a Pidgeot, it must be dealt with. It can't be ignored. Otherwise, your opponent always has the answer. You can't ever think to yourself, I hope they don't have insert annoying card here, because they will always have it. You know they're always going to have it, and the Pidgeot has lower HP. So there's an awkward but fantastic point where you can think to yourself, okay, well, I can't get to 330, but I get to 280. Hello there.
Yeah, when you say insert annoying card, it's usually boss's orders. Hey, did you get it? Oh, no. They always get it. Yeah, well, they have quick search. Oh, it doesn't count. No, and of course, Davide does play that 1 copy of Iono. You know, the 1 copy of Iono will mean that he does have that option to have that added disruption against Haru. But again, without Path to the Peak, you're not stopping that Pidgeot, like you said, and it will be important for Davide to deal with that. So it'll mean whether Davide can ask Haru for not to find 1 resource, but multiple. Can he take a knockout on a Charizard, leaving him with just a few Charmander on the deck, play an Iono, and then, of course, just ask those additional questions. But here we see a strong start from Davide.
Yeah, and something we didn't get to see last game, Iron Hands is in Davide's hand. So we get to potentially see that threat as well, which Haru didn't see last game. And that, once again, talking about our secrets in our decks, that could be the pinnacle turning point of this game. If Davide can get a knockout with an Amp You Very Much, maybe on, let's say, this Manaphy.
Iron Hands is sometimes an option. Of course, they will be playing in this deck for mostly the Lost Box variant. But against Charizard specifically, of course, if you're able to take 1 knockout with, say, an arm press and then use an Amp You Very Much later on, you're putting the Charizard in this position whereby they can't knock out the Iron Hands and they cannot deal with the threat. They can't deal with the 230 HP, but you know that they're going to be 3 prizes ahead. So yes, like you said, you know, this is a fantastic inclusion that Chen Pao can use not only for other matchups, but the Charizard as well.
Yep, it has so much flexibility. I think the kind of the toss-up of putting it in your deck is, yes, I have to take cards out to include Iron Hands, but the benefits that it brings, especially in matchups such as Charizard, are exponential. As we move over to Haru's turn again, strong start with another Battle VIP pass. Love to see it. Going second as well, so, oh my God, there's 3. What?
It's not 1, it's not 2.
It's 3! Battle VIP pass, my word. You would just, it's just a dream.
Yeah.
Come true.
Some would say it's one of the best cards that we have right now.
Yeah, some.
And of course, some people
might say.
I don't know. Some people might.
Something like 85 people-ish. maybe some more.
But yeah, starting 3, what a dream. Of course, Haru going into today would have loved this start for every one of his games, I would have thought. But of course, going to be able to get the start that he wants with
lovely.
the 3rd. But opting not to play the 3rd, interesting choice, only because if he was able to play the 3rd, he's thinning out a useless card in his deck. But seeing different lines there.
Okay, honestly, I'm not that mad at it. And I think it's primarily because, I like the pyramid he's made. That's very fancy. I like it because it's ultra ballable. And in this instance, okay, yeah, we have 3 rare candy in hand, but we do have the mysterious Tail Mew in hand as well. And I wonder whether it was worth just keeping it for the sake of saying, okay, well, I don't want to get rid of something I actually need.
Yeah.
I'm going to get rid of this Battle VIP pass that I can no longer use?
No, it's a fantastic point. I think, there's so many viable resources that you need to keep as an option, especially when it comes to these fragile Stage 2 variants. You have only so many rare candies, only so many Stage 2 Pokemon before you have to start using Super Rods, and you don't want to be doing that early on. So yeah, I completely agree. And here we see Davide evolve into that Baxcalibur, that all-important Baxcalibur, of course. But I don't think I see much else in the hand.
No.
There is an Earthen Vessel, concealed cards already used. I wonder whether we are seeing an Ampu very much to just apply this pressure onto Haru's board.
I wonder if Haru is shaking in their boots with the revealment of that lightning type energy. Are we going to see Iron Hands hit the board now?
I would have thought so. I think if Davide is looking to take some prize cards this turn, it's one of his only options. Can use Baxcalibur against the Manaphy, of course.
Oh, here we go. Okay, yeah, I like that. Ultra Balling away. Is that a rare candy? And a water energy into, yep, Bibarel, because we're going to need more card draw. We don't have enough energy to fulfill the needs of this Iron Hands yet.
Not just yet. Not just yet. Hold on to your hats, folks, because we could see it yet. But here we see the
Ben, I'm not wearing a hat. Do I need a hat?
We see the all-important Bibarel come down as well as that Iron Hands. I really like this. Thinning out the hand.
Oh, yes.
Just attaching that lightning doesn't pose much of a problem. Oh, and we see two
Battle VIP
pass.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah, straight in.
And straight into the discard. Yeah.
Oh, that's beautiful. You could not ask for better cards. That's exactly what we were talking about just a moment ago. Being able to perfectly go, oh, perfect, I don't need those anymore. Gone, energy, retreat, Iron Hands. Here we go. Are you ready?
Are you ready for an Ampu very much? Let's get the hands going in the chat. Let's get the hands going in the crowd as well.
Good day for 2 prize cards.
2 prize cards there with the Iron Hands. I think that's the first one we've seen in one of our feature matches.
It is at least the ones that we've cast, yeah.
At least the ones we have, yeah, of course. The Ampu very much coming down. 2 prize cards taken for Davide. I think the problem here now, though, is that the same as in the first game, if Haru is able to respond with a knockout on this Iron Hands, it puts Davide in a position whereby he has no attackers on board.
Oh, that could be a little bit risky. But then saying that, Davide can just say, go, Chapao, and there we go, attacker, solved.
Yeah. If he's able to find it, this is absolutely no problem at all.
They have plenty of card draw for a change.
They do. They have the Bibarel as an option, so can use those all-important Industrious Incisors to try and find those resources.
And gnashing away at the deck, saying, I'll get you some more. I'll bring it over to the dam.
We see a quick search there, opting to maybe go for a boss's orders. I saw that just going on to the top of the pile.
Ooh, that is such a lovely hand. I actually can't believe it. I wish I had hands like that when I played Charizard. I'll just have 3 rare candy, and then I can quick search whatever I fancy. I'm going to get my energy on the board. Now, unfortunately, Haru's probably searching for that Radiant Charizard to set up a similar play to last game.
Yeah.
But it's not there.
It's not there. No, it's not there. Of course it isn't. It never is.
Never.
Whenever we mention it, it's always in the prizes.
Yeah, I think we do curse these players, and I think we should stop. Tomorrow we'll make an effort to stop praising their Pokemon
we gotta protect our player base. Yeah.
I'm so sorry, Haru.
Here we see another Charmander hit the board, of course, without being Manaphy on his bench. It will mean that Moonlight Shuriken is that ever bit more effective. Here we see Arven coming down, Forest Seal Stone. You can imagine it's going to be another important resource, and it's going to be a counter catcher as an option. I really like the knockout on the Bibarel again, just like it was in the first game. Here we see the first Charizard EX hit the board in this game, an Infernal Rain for those all-important 3 energy, Amy.
Is it scary leaving the Iron Hands around, though? Because he's going to linger around. He's got more Ampu very much is where that came from.
There are more Ampu very much. However, without any single prize Pokemon on board, it won't pose any problem. Of course, does have the Charmander there. Evolving into a Charmeleon doesn't help either, because that is only 90 HP.
Not going to be enough.
Yes, that Ampu very much does pose a problem.
It's a threat. But he's going for it, saying, right, I reckon that without card draw, you're not going to be able to get a boss's orders to monopolize on the fact that my Charmeleon is just sat here as a Charmeleon.
You are counting on that, yeah. You're counting now on the fact that Davide may not be able to find a Gust. Does play the cross switcher over the boss's orders, as we see in most of the Chien-Pao decks.
I don't like the hand, though.
No, I do not like that hand either.
I don't
and Haru
like it.
punished Davide just a bit more, just like he did in the first game. Taking out his consistency is going to be key here, and that's what Haru identified.
Davide, as skillful a player as they might be, can't argue with a hand like that.
No, you cannot at all.
It's dreadful. Honestly, I think Davide will just possibly be passing the turn, maybe thinning a card from the deck with the Nest Ball. I'm not sure what else there is to do other than try and cover your own back with maybe another Bibarel, with another Bidoof, ready for another Bibarel.
I would like to see that play. At least you're trying to keep yourself into this game. And like you said in one of our earlier games, it's all about how do I not lose this now? How do I keep up with the game? What are my lines going into the latter stages of this matchup? And of course, benching that Bidoof will give you the insurance, at least with that Bibarel in hand as well. You will be able to get up and running next turn, but it's whether Haru can again capitalize on this poor mid game from Davide. With that quick search as well, Amy, odds are not in his favor.
No, and Radiant Charizard has now been taken off the prize cards. It was the first one taken, of course, as we saw on the prize cam. But I don't know if Bidoof is going to be able to stay afloat, even though it has many water-type friends to help it.
No, of course not. And now, with Ampu very much not being of use in this game, that Charmeleon, I would imagine, would be evolved into a Charizard quick, sharp, to remove the problem of Ampu very much for Haru. And here we see opting for the boss's orders. And this is where Haru now starts to roll this matchup that bit more quicker.
Yep, just picking up the pace and going, okay, quick search for an annoying card, aka boss, and then using it, bringing forward poor Bidoof, probably, and then once again posing the same threat. I think if I were Davide in that circumstance, if Haru does kind of go for my Bidoof again, I think I would try for an arm press Ampu very much combo on the Charizard just to see if I can put pressure back on.
Well, I mean, I would love that play. However, there is no second lightning energy in the deck. So arm press isn't going to be an option either. It's only that Ampu very much.
Breaking my heart.
I know. It's only that Ampu very much that's being used for Davide. So that's the only attacking option from that Iron Hands. Can still use it on certain Pokemon like Pidgeot EX
and
or
here
weakness.
we go. This is feeling very reminiscent of about 10-15 minutes ago.
Yeah, of course. Powering up the Radiant Charizard as well. Combustion Blast, no stranger to the top tables. Of course, that 250 damage poses such a big attacking option for Haru. And here we see the boss's orders.
There we go. Poor old Bidoof once again can't stay afloat. The dam has broken and he's been swept away to the discard pile.
He really doesn't like Davide having any sort of chances drawing out of this one.
I mean,
no,
it's a good tactic.
It's a good strategy.
Hey, you want to draw cards? No.
It's proven. It's proven, right? I mean, I don't blame him. And of course, it's really locking Davide from unlocking the potential here with no additional draw outs from this matchup now.
Right, they're going back in.
They're going back in. They're going back in. Does he have a way of searching them out?
Okay, the dam broke.
No.
Bidoof went down the stream, but it's okay because Davide had the super rod. Bidoof jumped on the rod, back in the deck. And now we'll have to see if they can respond.
Oh, this is a heavy retreat here from the Iron Hands into the Chien-Pao. I would imagine it's going to be a Shivery Chill, just starting to thin out that deck that bit further. But what is promising here for Haru is, of course, game is on board.
Yeah.
There are two prized Pokemon on board on Davide's side. So Haru is going to put himself with a knockout on this Chien-Pao EX, 2 prize cards away from winning this game. And of course, does play the 3 copies of Boss's Orders, so does still have 2 left in deck here to take the game, hopefully, for him by storm.
Haru's board state is just solid.
Yeah.
3 attackers, ready. Pidgeot to search anything, ready. Rotom's chilling. He's done his thing, but he's just backing up the buds at this point. And I'm not sure if Davide can respond, but if I have any hope, then I'm happy to place my bets on Davide here.
Now, this is really interesting because he does manage to find the Irida, so he's finally found a supporter for this turn. Does have cross switcher in hand, 2 cross switcher in hand already. If he's able to Irida, now the problem is here is, of course, does already have the Baxcalibur up. So if you're able to Irida for Chen Pao and a obstacle for the Radiant Charizard. Interesting.
So, okay.
And take knockout with the Radiant Greninja, of course.
Yeah, I like this play. I really like this play. Radiant Greninja will deal with the Radiant Charizard, but also put some excess damage, making a KO easier in the future on one of the other benched Pokemon.
Well,
I really like that.
How about this? Putting 90 damage on that Rotom V will put it within range of an Ampy very much.
Oh, I love
a nice
that.
3 prize cards.
Ooh.
So I like this route.
Ooh.
Taking that single prize puts him on 3, of course. But if Haru is able to mitigate that threat and take that Rotom V off the board, of course, we'll put that down a little bit.
Stay in mathematics class,
Yes.
kids.
Yes.
Stay in mathematics, because that is a beautiful prize map that can unfold as of now, because it's got some energy. Yeah, that's what we like to see.
And the Moonlight Shuriken taking that knockout on the Radiant Charizard. Now, I say whether it's Haru is able to deal with this problem is because he does play the 1 copy of Collapse Stadium. Now, can take this Rotom V off the board. We know that he hasn't prized the Collapse Stadium. So if he's able to bench just 2 more Pokemon, we'll be able to take that Rotom V off the board.
I think the only concern I have with that so far is looking at Haru's hand. We got a Mew, which is Ampy very muchable, but only for 2 prize cards. And then we have Lumineon, which is Ampy very muchable for 3 prize cards. So
That's true.
It's just kind of, it's an issue in and of itself. Like, I mean, they've got the quick search, but they can only get 1 piece of the puzzle. Haru's in this position where they can't have it all. You can't have it all in this life, and you can't have it all in this game, apparently, because you can't take both the Collapse Stadium and another benchable Pokemon, and there's no supporter that searches both, and it all gets a bit messy from here.
It does get a bit messy here. It gets into those combination plays that we like to see or do not like to see, depending on what side of the fence you're on. But I think what Haru's going here for is just that Boss's Orders. If he is he can now Boss's Orders that Iron Hands EX. So now taking out that Ampy very much. I'm unsure what options are available to Davide as we go into the latter stages.
You know what I think?
Go on.
I think Haru might go for the Baxcalibur now.
I don't mind it. I think it's a great play. It's definitely asking a lot from Davide to get another Baxcalibur up and running.
If we look at how many Irida and Red Candy Davide's used with 0 card draw, no, they have gone for the Iron Hands.
They've gone for the Iron Hands.
They've gone for it. Like, nah, I'm sick of you now.
Yeah. I really like taking out the Iron Hands.
Yeah, I liked both, but I was thinking, you've really been going to town on taking away Davide's resources. Are you just not going to let them take this Rotom? Because I guess another Greninja can take the Rotom, but then,
Haru was,
I like the Iron Hands, just so they can't amp you very much.
I think if he wasn't able to use the Collapse Stadium, I think this was probably the most optimal play. Taking out he was able to see the game plan from Davide. With that Moonlight Shuriken 1990, he already understands, oh, hang on, you've already got the Iron Hands on the bench. I see where you're going with this one. I see where you're going with this one. Oh, boss.
I'll just take it,
I'll just take it out.
Yeah,
I'll just take it out.
It's just safe, right?
Yeah, it's safer.
It's the nice, safe choice. We're knowing how many prize cards everybody is on and what the potential is, and that Davide can take 3 prize cards because of Rotom. If you can't have everything, get Boss.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's a great card. I can't deny that one. Boss's Orders, of course, always a menace on our multiple formats. And here we see the power of it. Able to, of course, with that Pidgeot EX, Boss turn after turn after turn and apply that pressure. And here we see the Pokestop. Find the cross switcher. Don't find another one, unfortunately.
3 for 3. We can't stop Pokestop.
Yeah, unfortunately, with Iron Hands taken off the board, not so relevant anymore, unfortunately. But it's whether Haru is able to take this large knockout on this Charizard EX and keep up. However, fortunately for Haru, has another one just set up on board.
Oh, love this. Yep, possible nice little combo here going off.
Yeah, I don't mind the Moonlight Shuriken.
I don't mind the Moonlight
It definitely
Shuriken
softens
at
up.
all.
Yeah.
And again, you're leaving a single prize
Yes.
Pokemon in the active, which you kind of need to do if you're going to survive Haru's next attack, right?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's softening up, like you said, softening up those Pokemon, looking at that Pidgeot EX, and now, of course, that Rotom V looking pretty weak with only 1 damage counter left. And here we see Haru going through with that Quick Search. Will he find the boss? And there it is.
Quick Search for the boss. We called it from the start.
We called it.
3 in a row. Bish, bash, bosh. Boss takes the game.
Hey, you like boss? Well, Haru is able to play 3 in a row for that game. With the Quick Search as an engine, anything is possible, Amy. And Haru puts himself into day 2 of our competition.
Let's go, Haru. Love to see my boy Charizard. I do feel bad about the Chien-Pao, though.
I'm still a doubter.
Still a doubter. You've yet to see it.
I'm yet to see it thrive, apart from Owen's Storm and Win. However, you know, fortunately enough for Haru, he was able to have such strong starts.
Oh, yeah.
You know, I'm talking about that game where starting 3 Battle VIP pass. Didn't even play the 3rd. He didn't need to. He didn't need to.
It's too greedy.
With such strong setups, you could imagine that he would have been able to take any game by storm, let alone Chien-Pao, right?
Yeah. Honestly, and that's the thing. As I said before, a lot of people truly believe that Chien-Pao is a great matchup into Charizard. Chien-Pao's got this. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. But no.
It's great on paper, and I get that.
Yeah.
Of course, Chien-Pao able to take those large knockouts with Hail Blade, 60 per energy. Ooh. That sounds fantastic.
Yeah.
But it's whether you can maintain that engine. It's what goes around it that really makes that card what it is. I'm talking about the barrel, the Baxcalibur. So many things have to go right for Chien-Pao. When it does, I mean, no doubt, it's unbeatable, right?
Yeah. Insane.
But when it doesn't, and you have those tricky setups, and you know, you're maybe have a little bit of a disruption going on from your opponent, you can see why sometimes it can get quite awkward.
You have to put a notch in the armor.
Yes.
With Chien-Pao, you can't go greedy and look at the monster in front of you. You've got to go, okay, but what support have you got that's making you undefeatable right now? What is the actual causation of this absolute scary monster that can do essentially infinite damage?
Yeah, of course.
Oh look! Oh wait a minute! They're your friends.
Oh, so
they're quite good. They're doing you quite well. Boss.
Well, you hear it here, folks. I mean, taking out consistency is quite good. Who would have thought it, right? I mean, with that Pidgeot EX, so powerful, right?
So good. So good.
It's such a reliable engine, and when we talk about reliable, I'm not talking drawing some random cards off the top of your deck.
No.
I'm talking search any card within your deck. I remember when that card came out, I was like, I'm playing that card until it rotates. This card is fantastic.
I'm putting in everything.
I'm putting in everything. And Quick Search, I thought, would have got in everything.
Yeah, I mean, it can.
I mean, it can, but it seems to have found its perfect partner in Charizard.
I think, yes, the Gen 1 Pokemon, they're sticking together.
They're sticking together.
Sticking together. They got this.
The Kanto pals.
Yeah.
I'm going to recall that. I'm taking that. I'm taking that one. I'm taking that one.
Honestly, they are a match made in heaven, though. But I do think Pidgeot would be versatile in other decks. At the moment, Path to the Peak is kind of its worst enemy.
Sure.
But we've not seen a lot of that today.
No, we certainly haven't. So apart from the Giratina V-Star and the Mew itself opting to maybe play a few of their own Path to the Peak, we haven't really seen it.
No.
And that's exactly why both this Charizard and this Pidgeot EX deck are thriving so well.
Yes.
Two such strong abilities. Infernal Rain, we haven't even spoken about it yet, but it's able to just ramp up so quickly and apply that early game pressure. We can see why it's such a popular archetype amongst our players. But Amy, let's have a listen in from our winner of our last round, of course, Haru, with that Charizard EX. I'm eager to hear from him and his experience going into day 2.
Thank you
you very much, Ben. Here I am with the winner of our final round of day one, Haru. Congratulations.
Yeah.
How are you feeling after that?
I'm really happy.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Were you happy with the matchup, Charizard versus Chen Pao?
Yeah. I'm too lucky.
Too lucky? It was a really interesting match to see, of course, because Chen Pao won Dortmund Regionals here not too long ago. Did you expect to see more Chen Pao?
Yeah. So I'm thinking of playing 2 counter catch, but not today. I play 1 counter catch, so I'm a bit hard for me.
Yeah, so a little bit more difficult, but with the text. But, you know, you performed very well. It was really good to see how you played Charizard. You've played Charizard a lot, I think. You've got 2 second places with Charizard.
Yes, second now.
Yeah, so, I mean, congratulations. You've made it to day 2, of course. Are you looking to hopefully try and maybe go 1 step further, maybe be a regional champion?
Nah.
Maybe, with a bit of luck?
Maybe, yes.
Yeah, no, it's fantastic to see a really good player, because I know you've been traveling a lot, haven't you?
Yeah.
So, like, not just in Europe, you've played some North America regionals as well?
Yes, as well. And Brazil?
Oh, yeah, of course.
And Australia.
Yeah, but I mean, it's amazing. It's fantastic to have such international players play as well. What about going forward? What other tournaments are you looking forward to?
Nah.
No more?
It's my
last regional?
Yes.
Okay, well, that's a shame. It'll be a shame to not see you perform to a high level as well. Like I said, you've made it to day 2 again. Again, congratulations. Just nice and short, but it was great to have a chance to speak to you again. I'm sure we'll get to follow you into day 2 as well. But just for you guys, we'll go to a very quick short break before we begin to wrap things up from our day 1. But again, congratulations, and stay there, and we'll be with you shortly.
Welcome to the 2023 Pokémon World Championship.
世界最高峰のバトルがこの日本で行われているのが、とても信じられないというか、こういった舞台をすごく今楽しんでて。
It's been an incredible experience. They're going all out for this world.
The opening ceremony with the drums, like everything was beating, my whole body was into it. You've seen the show, you've seen the decoration, everything. Like it's definitely worth in Japan. Like it's everything I wanted it to be.
So exciting just to walk down the street and see all your favorite Pokemon everywhere, and to watch your children's faces as well when they light up as they see everything. Pokemon just brings such joy to everyone's lives when it's things like this. It's amazing.
It's Altaria. There's only some health left on the Azumarill, and its accent is going to be able to Shadow Claw down, and he will become the 2023 Pokemon Go World Champion!
It's Accent, the most decorated Pokemon Go player in history.
No. Are we there? Are we there? There's a second energy recycler we're waiting for. Now we can attack with the Kyogre. Aqua Storm is going to do so much damage. It's going to take out those bench Pokemon. And Xiao Tong'en is your Junior Division World Champion.
Pumpkin Pit can discard the stadium. There's a Lumineon V that can search out boss's orders. Bring up the Arceus V. Gabriel Fernandez is your Seniors Division World Champion here in Yokohama, Japan.
He's got a ton of cards in hand. Power Tablet. Vance is playing quickly. Does he have the pieces? Switch card. Moving the Mew VMAX into the active spot. And Boss's Orders brings up the Zacian V. Vance Kelly, the 2023 Pokemon TCG World Champion!
Out here, it's only really got that Pollen Puff or the Clear Smile, but it gets the knockout. Sora Evisara is your 2023 Pokemon World Champion.
Now, Arcanine's gonna avoid
I don't think that KOs
Gastrodon survives. It's just a sliver of HP.
It's the Arcanine sled. That means Gastrodon gets an attack off. It should get a knockout here if it goes for Ice Beam. It's Antley Amogus. That's down. It's a 3v1 now.
The battle is just canceled, and Tolia Ogawa is your Seniors
Division World Champion in Japan.
Get any secondary effects. So as Pollen Puff will take out the GM Pow, and all Michael Kelsch has remaining in this matchup is a sleeping Dragapult. Michael throws in the towel, and Shohei Kimura will be your 2023 Pokemon World Champion.
まだ実感が湧いていないです。ワールドチャンピオンになることは自分にとって目標でありました。チャンピオンになってめちゃくちゃ嬉しいです。家族に恩を返せて、観客の人も盛り上がっていたので、僕的にもとても嬉しかったです。
It is crazy winning Pokemon Worlds, especially here in Japan. The atmosphere, it's unlike any other tournament I've ever been to.
It still hasn't really set in that it's real, but it's really exciting, and it was super cool seeing my friends in the audience, and it's been a great time.
我赢下世界锦标赛后，我非常兴奋，也觉得不可思议，也很感谢所有支持我的人。
I'm feeling good to be a world champion, something I'm gonna remember for a long time.
Wow, wow, wow. What a day one, everybody. I've now substituted Haru from our last final feature round with my fellow co-casters. I'm Alex. I'm joined with Amy, Ben, and Shay on the couches here at the special event Utrecht. Ben, how are we feeling?
Well, it's been an unforgettable day one, Alex. You know, we've seen some fantastic decks on show in our feature matches. Of course, I'm talking about Tord's deck, the amalgamation of all the different formats, and of course, who can forget Jimmy Witt's bringing it with Steelix as well.
Yeah, a fantastic showcasing of just the meta and the format and where we've ended up. I guess towards the latter stages of where we are at the moment. We do have the current standings just before the final round was being played. The final round was just finalizing and finishing up as we had just finished our feature match, as we get a chance to look at the Master Swiss ranking there. Shay, give me a little bit of an insight into some of those players there.
Well, your number one seed, Marcel, currently 8-0. I'm sure he'll be trying to wrap up that mystical 9-0, which you don't see too often. So shout out to Marcel. Hopefully he can get that there. Got James Cox, who we had on stream earlier, you know, currently sitting at 14th seed. Owen Cameron at 5th seed again, you know. Could we see a potential back-to-back from Owen? Alex, you know something about that, wouldn't you? But yeah, all these players, you've got quite a few undefeateds there as well, I should say. You know, the 602s. All still to play for.
Yeah, Shay, you're making my head get as big as possible every time I work with you. But yeah, lots of opportunities for some players to potentially find themselves on that graphic twice. I mean, not just the opportunity for one new person, but two to just showcase themselves and that ability. Owen in a fantastic spot. I believe he actually ended up and with a final win in the final round as well, according to the X post he had put online. But Amy, if you can just walk me through any sort of surprises you thought from the day one meta share, which we do have, of course, that we shared earlier.
Of course, I think one of my most proud moments as a rogue deck enjoyer is our unclassified 8%, 89 decks. I love you all. Get cooking in that kitchen. Bring us some innovation, some unclassified innovation. I love it. Absolutely adore it. I'm also very happy, as my caster pick was Roaring Moonix, that it's sitting there pretty on 14%.
Yeah, outside of these top decks from the deck analysis that we have here, of course, we have the best of the rest here. Benjamin.
Yeah?
I'm sure you love to see some of these decks.
Yeah, some of these, again, best of the rest, I think, and least represented decks max going into our day one. Chen Pao sitting there at 7%, just off its regional win, of course, in Dortmund, and Miraidon continuing its hot streak in representation with 76 players. And of course, Mew VMAX, my caster choice. I think it's a cult favorite among all of our players, of course. A lot of loyalty to that specific deck as well. So great to see such a variety, such a diversity in our meta.
Yeah, I mean, that's where we love to see the Pokemon game sort of evolve as we go through and progress into the actual metagame itself. So it's really good to see how those numbers change. Every sort of deck slides up and down in terms of the meta share, and it's just amazing. But you know what? What else do we have to look forward to, Shay, for the rest of the season? You know, we've got a number of remaining tournaments to come.
Yeah, so currently, you know, in Utrecht right now, the next tournament here in Europe, gonna be that big one, the EUIC, the European International Championships there in London, not too far from myself, so won't be too hard to get to. That's gonna be massive. Some of the numbers looking at for the registration, ooh, that's gonna be a big one. Then after that, obviously, you got Stockholm and Bologna as well. Gonna get into the sunshine there. That's what it's all about. And then got one more IC as well in New Orleans, but it's the first time New Orleans having an IC, right? So that's gonna be fun, a new city. Then after that, the quintessential, the pinnacle of the Pokemon season at World Championships in Honolulu, Hawaii.
Yeah, a lot of special events still to come. Of course, everyone's anticipating a lot for the actual final standings, which I'm sure will be posted as soon as possible, as soon as we get finalization of that as well. But make sure you've continued to follow along throughout today and tomorrow, of course. We have plenty of opportunities to get involved via the X post, using that hashtag #PlayPokemon as well. Make sure you have the opportunity to feature your posts, and of course YouTube, Twitch, and make sure you follow that. It's YouTube, #Pokemon, Twitch. For following us four, it's /Pokemon TCG. I'm so sorry. And just a reminder what time we're going to be starting tomorrow, where you can tune into those channels. It's 10 a.m. CET time and 1 a.m. PST. It's going to be another riveting day of Pokemon TCG action, and I think from all of us, we'll hopefully get a chance to have you guys join us again for so much more action, and please make sure you join us then. But thank you very much for day one, and we'll see you soon.